Dragon God Supreme Chapter 54 to Chapter 106. Don't use your true chi and true essence. Kill him now. Patriarch Zhou, who had lost all his strength, shouted angrily. His face was hideous. Do it now. An elder rushed out to help Patriarch Zhou as he roared. The Zhou family guards had no other choice. They were facing death. Even if they knew Feng Wuchen's identity, they could only fight with their lives on the line. There were more than 200 people in the Zhou family. How could they not deal with a 16 or 17-year-old boy? Unfortunately, they had underestimated Feng Wuchen's elixir. The elixir I made is called the Heart-Devouring Soul Elixir. It uses the bone-corroding spiritual flower and Inklingji as its main ingredients. You should know that these two herbs are extremely poisonous. Even if you don't use your true chi and true essence, the poison will spread throughout your body. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at the people who were charging at him from all directions. Bone-corroding spiritual flower? Hearing this, the faces of the Zhou family members changed drastically. Feng Wuchen was obviously toying with them. It was useless whether they used their true chi or not. As expected, as soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the guards who were charging at the front fell to the ground. I can't move. I can't move. I can't use my true chi. My true chi is sealed. What elixir is this? Why can't I use my strength? The sudden crisis scared the Zhou family members out of their wits. Their faces were filled with fear. Patriarch Zhou looked at the scene in panic. He had no idea what elixir Feng Wuchen had used. Even he, who was at the origin core stage, could not withstand it. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already rushed forward. He waved his red fiery sword rapidly and slaughtered the Zhou family guards as if he was cutting tofu. Blood spurted out continuously. In just a moment, the Zhou family members fell to the ground one after another. They did not even have the strength to crawl. Feng Wuchen killed one person with each step. He was cold-blooded and merciless. He did not care about the pleas of the guards, who were screaming and crying for help. Outside the Zhou family mansion, a crowd had gathered. Hearing the screams and cries for help from the Zhou family, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. No one dared to enter. Feng Master, please spare our lives. We didn't know anything about this. Master Feng, we are all innocent. Please spare our lives, Master Feng. The Zhou clan guards were filled with despair. No matter how much they begged for mercy, they could not change the fate of Feng Wuchen slaughtering them. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your clan leader. Feng Wuchen icily spoke. Fate wanted to spare their lives. Stinking brat. Stop. Patriarch Zhou roared, his eyes bloodshot. Humph. Feng Wuchen let out an evil laugh as his red fiery sword continued to kill the Zhou family's guards. Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry to kill the Zhou clan head. Instead, he killed the Zhou clan head one by one in front of him. He wanted the Zhou clan head to suffer the torment of fear and despair. He's a devil. A beautiful young lady hiding in the room was trembling. She was so terrified that tears flowed down her face. This young lady was the one who drugged Feng Wuchen in the deep mountains. When she saw Feng Wuchen slaughtering the Zhou clan's guards, she was so frightened that she did not dare to come out. Behind the young lady were the younger generation of the Zhou clan. More than 10 of them were in their teens. All of them were terrified. They were praying that someone would come and save them. They were still underage, but they had to endure such a calamity. They had to endure endless pain and hatred. They could no longer see the light of the future. There was only darkness. TSK, Tisk. Feng Wuchen used his dragon god's shadow. His body swayed like a ghost. Wherever he passed, the Zhou clan's guards and clansmen were all killed. Feng Wuchen's body was covered in blood. He looked like a man made of blood. His appearance was terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. In the end, Feng Wuchen directly formed energy swords. With a wave of his red fiery sword, dozens of energy swords shot out. One sword for one person. Each sword was fatal. Feng Master, stop. If you want to kill me. They're innocent. The Zhou clan's patriarch was devastated. He cried and begged. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Offending such a terrifying murderous devil was akin to asking for trouble. "Anyone who wants to kill me must die," Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. The red fiery sword in his hand never stopped. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 people from the Zhou clan died under Feng Wuchen's sword. They were terrified and in despair. They wanted to resist, but they were powerless. They could only watch as Feng Wuchen killed them. They had never seen such a terrifying murderous demon. Moreover, he was only a 16 or 17-year-old youth. He didn't have any compassion at all. He only wanted to kill. Half an hour later, the Zhou clan's spacious courtyard was filled with corpses. Blood flowed like a river. Other than the young ladies, women, and servants hiding in the room, only the Zhou clan's patriarch and the 3 elders were left. The massacre of the Zhou clan had made them despair. They had aged dozens of years in an instant. If the people outside saw such a horrible scene, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. "Feng Master, do you really want to kill us all?" One of the elders shouted in grief. "If I wasn't an alchemist, if I wasn't strong enough, the person who died in the mountains would be me. You gave the order. Do you think they would show mercy to me?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Feng Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy. If Feng Master wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with them," the Zhou clan's patriarch said in grief. He could no longer bear such great torture and pressure. "It's too late," Feng Wuchen replied coldly. The red fiery sword pierced through the Zhou clan's patriarch's chest without hesitation. "Patriarch!" The 3 elders panicked. "All of you should die too." Feng Wuchen glanced at the 3 elders coldly. The red fiery sword mercilessly killed the 3 elders. Feng Wuchen glanced at the people hiding in the room. The women were so frightened that they trembled in fear. "Don't implicate the wives and children. Take them and leave the Zhou clan." Feng Wuchen glanced at them and left. If Feng Wuchen even killed the women, boys, girls, and maids, then he was really inhumane. Although the people hiding in the room escaped death, they would probably live in fear for the rest of their lives. One wrong step, and all the steps would be wrong. The Zhou clan's patriarch's decision killed more than 200 people of the Zhou clan. The price was very heavy. If the Zhou clan's patriarch knew that Feng Wuchen was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to have any ideas about Feng Wuchen. The Zhou clan was finished. Even if Feng Wuchen didn't kill them all, the Zhou clan's fate was already over. Sooner or later, they would disappear from Tianfeng City. Feng Wuchen walked out of the Zhou clan's main gate. When the people outside saw Feng Wuchen covered in blood, they were all frightened. "Feng Master?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted in shock. "It really is Feng Master." Another middle-aged man also exclaimed. Such a big commotion in Tianfeng City had already alarmed the upper echelons of the major clans. However, they didn't know what had happened, so they didn't dare to enter. "He is Feng Master? Feng Master who can achieve success with a single thought." The crowd began to boil. Previously, they were wondering who had the guts to kill their way into the Zhou clan. Now, they knew that it was Feng Master whose name Xianxia. "Feng Master, what is going on?" a patriarch asked. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Nothing, I just killed a few people." "Killed a few people?" The crowd didn't believe it at all because the thick smell of blood from the Zhou clan's residence made them guess. Feng Wuchen didn't stay and left the Zhou clan's residence. When the people of Tianfeng City entered the Zhou clan's residence to investigate, they were instantly frightened out of their wits by the horrible scene in front of them. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone who entered the Zhou clan's residence was petrified. More than 200 people of the Zhou clan died tragically. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Those who were timid fainted on the spot. Many people vomited. Did he just kill a few people? This was simply a massacre. In the entire Zhou clan, other than the women and children, no one was spared. The patriarchs of Tianfeng City sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't know why Feng Wuchen wanted to massacre the Zhou clan. What did the Zhou clan do wrong to make Feng Wuchen so angry? As he walked out of the Zhou clan's residence, the people on the street were all frightened by Feng Wuchen and avoided him as if they had seen a ghost. After eating something at an inn and changing his clothes, Feng Wuchen left Tianfeng City. In Tianfeng City, because of the massacre of the Zhou clan, Tianfeng City was shaken. Everyone who went to the Zhou clan was scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stay for too long. The city lord rushed to the Zhou clan. After seeing the miserable state of the Zhou clan, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was secretly afraid of Feng Wuchen's cruel and ruthless methods. After asking the Zhou clan's people, the city lord found out that the Zhou clan's patriarch sent people to kill Feng Master and steal his treasure. This led to the disaster. After the city lord ordered people to clean up the Zhou clan and settle the survivors of the Zhou clan, he also left. He didn't intend to pursue the matter. Feng Wuchen was the famous Feng Master in Yunzhou. With the identity of a fifth-grade weapon refiner, a small city lord like him didn't dare to provoke him. After leaving Tianfeng City, Feng Wuchen began his journey to the empire's imperial palace. Feng Wuchen planned to train while heading to the empire. Release True Yuan, Imperial Sword Flight. In the outskirts, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he recalled the evil dragon god's divine ability. Feng Wuchen took out the red fiery sword and urged the dragon god's power. According to the evil dragon god's memories and experience, he poured his True Yuan into the red fiery sword. The red fiery sword emitted a faint golden light and floated in the air. Very good. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. He then increased his strength. The red fiery sword's golden light became even more intense. Moreover, on the surface of the red fiery sword, a faintly discernible energy sword condensed. It was several times larger than the red fiery sword. As Feng Wuchen continued to pour his strength, the faintly discernible energy sword became clearer and clearer. Imperial Sword Flight. Feng Wuchen's face was full of joy. He couldn't wait to jump on the floating red fiery sword. The energy sword condensed on the surface of the red fiery sword was enough to allow Feng Wuchen to stand steadily on it. As long as he controlled his True Yuan, he wouldn't have to worry about falling. Feng Wuchen used his thoughts to control the movement of the red fiery sword, slowly increasing its speed and adapting to Imperial Sword Flight. The feeling of flying made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. Even Yuan Dan realm martial artists couldn't soar, but Feng Wuchen, an Origin Transformation realm martial artist, could Imperial Sword Flight. Who knew how many people were envious and jealous? 6 hours later, in the sky above Tianfeng City, a powerful sonic boom suddenly resounded. A golden rainbow flew across the sky, creating a spectacular scene that shook the entire city. The speed of sword kinesis flight was extremely fast, comparable to the Skyflame Academy's Crimson Blood bird. After slowly getting used to it, Feng Wuchen flew to a higher altitude, enjoying the thrill of soaring. After soaring for an hour, Feng Wuchen descended and entered a city to buy some herbs. He then went to the outskirts of the city. The herbs Feng Wuchen bought were all for refining second-grade elixirs. He wanted to refine 2 types of elixirs. One was a healing elixir called the Bone Regeneration Qi Replenishing Elixir. The other was an elixir to restore one's true essence, called the Dark Green Elixir. The cost of these 2 types of elixirs was low, easy to refine, and powerful. They were life-saving elixirs for those in the essence transformation realm. Of course, these 2 types of elixirs were not divine elixirs. They were far inferior to the powerful healing and recovery elixirs. With Feng Wuchen's current second-grade alchemist level, he could only refine third-grade elixirs at most. His soul power was not strong enough to refine stronger elixirs. Although he could refine third-grade elixirs, Feng Wuchen did not want to waste his energy and soul power to refine them. Second-grade elixirs were enough. After refining the elixirs, Feng Wuchen cultivated for a few days and continued on his journey. Once his cultivation reached the essence transformation realm, it was even more difficult to improve. After 7 days of walking and stopping, Feng Wuchen arrived at the imperial capital where the imperial family resided. The imperial capital was vast, and there were countless powerhouses and geniuses. There were many cities and regions in the imperial capital. However, Feng Wuchen was not going to the imperial family, but to the general's camp. The general's camp was located in the forest to the north of the imperial family. It was not big, and it was specially used to train the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. The other camps were scattered around the empire. Feng Wuchen had just arrived in the empire and did not go directly to the camp. In the imperial capital, there were many members of the imperial family, and many high-ranking officials were also in the imperial capital. It could be said that it was a colossus. Apart from the imperial family, there was another colossus, the Yi family. The Yi family had been loyal to the empire for generations, and they were very loyal to the empire. They were valued by the emperor. With the empire and the Yi family working together, even the Tianyun clan dared not offend them easily. It was precisely because of this that many senior disciples in the imperial capital were tyrannical and unbridled. As soon as Feng Wuchen entered the imperial capital, all he saw was prosperity. It was completely incomparable to any place Feng Wuchen had ever been to, not even the heavenly capital. As expected of the imperial capital, experts are as common as clouds. Feng Wuchen sighed in his heart. Feng Wuchen found an inn to stay in and planned to rest for a day before heading to the camp. In the empire's northern camp, a person respectfully reporting to the great general, Feng Master has arrived at the imperial capital and is currently resting at Luofeng City's Tianlai Inn. Oh? Has Master Feng arrived in Beijing? That's great. Yi Xianxia asked in surprise. His face was instantly filled with joy as he said, "Send someone to welcome Master Feng tomorrow." "Don't be careless." "This general obeys." The man replied respectfully. "Someone come, immediately send someone to the imperial palace to retrieve the refining materials. Also, inform Duqiu and Elder Sidu." Yi Xianxia gave the order, the smile on his face not concealed at all. Yi Xianxia walked out and ordered all the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry to gather at top speed. The Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry added together only had 500 people, but they were the elites among the Empire's soldiers. Their fighting skills were extremely strong. Their strength, speed, reaction, perception, and so on all surpassed ordinary soldiers by several times. They were the Empire's sharp blades. In order to increase your battle strength, this general has personally invited an important person. He can make you all even stronger. This is an opportunity to strengthen our empire's strength. Tomorrow, he will come to our camp and let him temper you all for a month. Yi Xianxia said solemnly, incomparably dignified. The soldiers' eyes were also filled with reverence towards Yi Xianxia, but when they heard Yi Xianxia's words, the soldiers were puzzled. Important person? Temper us? Did the great general personally invite him? Could it be that his cultivation is even more terrifying than the great general's? Just who is it? Is there anyone in our empire more suitable than the great general to temper our experts? The soldiers discussed spiritedly. While they were puzzled, they were also very curious about this important person. This general has already done his best, but the duration is only 1 month. How much you can improve will depend on yourselves. Whether or not you can join the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry will depend on your own luck. Yi Xianxia continued. The next day, Feng Wuchen woke up early from his cultivation. The warm sunlight shone in through the window, full of vitality. Feng Wuchen stretched and muttered, "It's time." After washing his face and eating something, Feng Wuchen left the inn. Feng Wuchen had originally planned to find a small alley and fly to the camp on his sword. But as soon as he walked out of the inn, he discovered that not far from the street, there were people fighting. Moreover, it was more than 10 against 1. The person being beaten didn't dare to fight back. No one on the street dared to interfere, because those people were all wearing the Empire's military uniform. They were clearly Empire soldiers. Beat them to death. A young master shouted coldly from the side. Looking at his clothes, he was clearly the young master of some official's family. What were the Empire soldiers doing here? Weren't they protecting the people? But now, they were bullying the people. Feng Wuchen couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Stop." The soldiers immediately stopped and looked at Feng Wuchen. That young master shouted arrogantly, "Brat, who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Do you know who I am? Do you believe that I won't beat you up too?" Feng Wuchen ignored his existence and stared coldly at the soldiers. The Empire trained you to protect the people. You bullied the people and bullied them with numbers. You are a disgrace to the empire. You don't deserve to be soldiers of the empire. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the soldiers' faces instantly turned ugly. Brat, do you believe that I won't break your legs? That young master angrily walked towards Feng Wuchen and pointed at Feng Wuchen. He was furious because Feng Wuchen ignored him before. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He quickly reached out and grabbed the young master's wrist. Then, he twisted and threw the ladder to the ground. Bang! Feng Wuchen kicked out. With a muffled bang, the arrogant young master was sent flying. Break his legs for me. Being humiliated by a 16 or 17-year-old boy in front of so many people, that young master was furious and roared at the soldiers. More than a dozen soldiers rushed up. The young man who was beaten also took the opportunity to escape. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He didn't need to use his true essence to deal with these soldiers. He could beat them down with just his fists and feet. More than a dozen soldiers were beaten down by Feng Wuchen in just a few moves. They all rolled on the ground and screamed. Although many of the onlookers felt relieved, they secretly felt sorry for Feng Wuchen. This brat has guts. Not only did he beat up the Empire's soldiers, he even dared to beat up the son of a 7th-rank official. He really doesn't want to live anymore. You have to see who he is to help. Young people are too impulsive. Many people shook their heads. The young master was the son of 7th-rank official Song Qiuming, Song Dingtian. He was a notorious bully in Luofeng City. He relied on his father's high rank to stir up trouble and bully the people. Little brother, leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. A kind-hearted old man shouted in a low voice. Some kind-hearted people also tried to persuade him. You want to leave? In your dreams. Song Dingtian stood up and gloomily stared at Feng Wuchen. A murderous aura burst out, and the true essence of a second-level origin transformation realm martial artist also burst out. Song Dingtian suddenly rushed up like a ferocious tiger and ruthlessly punched at Feng Wuchen. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with a single punch. Bang! Feng Wuchen's expression was calm. He didn't move an inch. When the opponent's fist approached, Feng Wuchen met it with a punch. With a muffled bang, the tyrannical strength sent Song Dingtian flying. The difference in strength wasn't small at all. This brat's strength is so strong. Song Dingtian's heart was greatly shaken. A piercing pain came from his arm, and his bones almost shattered. Feng Wuchen had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Song Dingtian's arm would have been crippled. With a fierce gaze, Song Dingtian glared at Feng Wuchen. He angrily shouted at the soldiers, "Why aren't you going back to send reinforcements? We can't let this brat escape." But just as Song Dingtian finished his words, a shout came from not far away, "General Ling is here." General Ling? Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. General Ling is here in our Luofeng city. Seeing that it was indeed General Ling, everyone immediately cheered excitedly. Why is General Ling here? Song Dingtian was puzzled and looked over as well. On the other side of the street, a man wearing armor rode over on a warhorse. He was majestic and domineering. There were several generals following behind him. The man leading the group was General Ling Zhantian. He was rather famous in the empire and was Yi Zhangqiong's #1 general. He had fought with Yi Zhangqiong for many years and had contributed a lot to the empire. Greetings to General Ling. The dozen soldiers that Song Dingtian brought along all knelt down respectfully. Ling Zhantian didn't bother and looked towards Feng Wuchen. Soon after, the generals dismounted from their horses. General Ling, you came at the right time. That brat injured the soldiers and even dared to hit me. Arrest him immediately. Song Dingtian shouted at Ling Zhantian and looked at Feng Wuchen proudly. He sneered and said, "Brat, I think you, pa." Before Song Dingtian could finish his words, Ling Zhantian had already slapped him. The crisp sound of the slap stunned Song Dingtian. Song Dingtian was stunned. Why did Ling Zhantian hit him? Even if he wanted to hit someone, he should be hitting Feng Wuchen. Song Dingtian simply couldn't believe that this slap was aimed at him. The onlookers on the street were also dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on. General Ling, what are you doing? Song Dingtian asked innocently. There was even a tinge of anger in his words. Ling Zhantian didn't even bother with him. The generals quickly walked to Feng Wuchen and cupped their fists. They respectfully said, Master Feng, we are late. Please forgive us, Master Feng. General Ling is too serious, Feng Wuchen said softly. Feng Master, the great general is already waiting at the barracks. Please follow us to the barracks. Ling Zhantian said respectfully. Even the number 1 general under Yi Tsangqiong didn't dare to be disrespectful to Feng Wuchen. Even Yi Tsangqiong didn't dare, let alone Ling Zhantian. Thank you for your trouble. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Master, please. Ling Zhantian respectfully made an inviting gesture. Feng Wuchen rode on his horse and left with Ling Zhantian and the rest. He didn't bicker with Song Dingtian. After Feng Wuchen and the rest left for a long time, the crowd finally recovered from their shock. Feng Master. Could you be the famous Feng Master from Yunzhou? Song Dingtian quickly guessed, but he wasn't sure. General Ling is actually so respectful to him. Who is that brat? I really misjudged him. That brat has a great background. General Ling actually called him Feng Master. Feng Master. Feng Master. That's right. Recently, wasn't there a rumor in Yunzhou about a Feng Master who can achieve success with a single thought? Could it be him? The crowd on the street burst into an uproar. General Ling Zhantian personally received him, and the empire's number 1 general was also waiting at the barracks. How terrifying must this person be to receive such treatment, to have such a high status at such a young age? Countless people in Luofeng City were extremely envious. The warhorses galloped, majestic and mighty, unyielding and invincible. Ling Zhantian and the rest brought Feng Wuchen to the barracks on their warhorses. Although the speed wasn't as fast as imperial sword flight, there was still a feeling of galloping. At this moment, in the barracks, the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry were already staring at the scorching sun as they lined up neatly to welcome the arrival of the important person. More than 500 soldiers were filled with an iron-blooded aura. Their heroic bearing was bursting with loyalty written all over their faces. The entire barracks was silent. Everyone was waiting, including Yi Tsangqiong. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of iron hooves came from the quiet barracks. When the sound of iron hooves came, a smile of excitement appeared on Yi Tsangqiong's face. The soldiers also raised their spirits, filled with curiosity and excitement. What kind of expert could make Yi Tsangqiong personally invite him? Just what kind of expert was able to train them to become even stronger? The soldiers were filled with anticipation. The sound of iron hooves was getting closer and closer, and the soldiers could already see Ling Zhantian's warhorse. The anticipation in their hearts grew stronger. But when they saw the young man behind the 3 generals, they were all stunned, and their faces were full of disbelief. So, this is the terrifying expert that Yi Tsang personally invited? A 16 or 17 years, is this a joke? How strong can a 17-year-old? The Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry could easily knock him down. Generals invite a kid to train us? Master is joking? This kid doesn't look like much, but his talent is terrifying. He's already at the first level of the origin transformation stage at the age of 16 or 17. General couldn't have made a mistake, right? Let a little brat temper us? The soldiers were extremely disappointed. They were all discussing in low voices. The more they looked forward to it, the more disappointed they were. However, among the 500 soldiers, there was only one person whose face was filled with shock and fear. That was Leng Mucheng. General actually invited him. Leng Mucheng couldn't believe that Yi Tsangqiong actually invited his sworn enemy to the barracks. Yi Tsangqiong invited Feng Wuchen. To Leng Mucheng, it was the same as being tortured by Feng Wuchen. Mucheng, what's wrong? Do you know him? A soldier beside Leng Mucheng couldn't help but ask in confusion when he saw Leng Mucheng's pale face and cold sweat. Leng Mucheng nodded and said in a low voice, he's very strong. The person I mentioned before is him. Oh? He's the one who defeated you? The soldier looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Leng Mucheng nodded reluctantly. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. If he met Feng Wuchen in the barracks, he would definitely be tortured to death. After Feng Wuchen dismounted, Xianxia hurriedly went up to him and said with a polite smile, "Feng Master. You're finally here." Seeing Xianxia being so enthusiastic, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Greetings, great general." "Feng Master is too polite." Xianxia smiled happily. Seeing Feng Wuchen was like seeing a treasure. "Feng Master?" When Xianxia said this, the soldiers were even more shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by Xianxia's respect for Feng Wuchen. Secondly, they were shocked that the young man in front of them was actually the famous Feng Master of Cloud State. He's the famous Feng Master of Cloud State? The Feng Master of One thought into something. No wonder the great general personally invited him. This is great. He even invited a 5th grade blacksmith. The great general wants to help us refine powerful weapons. It's actually the 5th grade blacksmith, Feng Master. That's not right. Feng Master is only a blacksmith. At most, he can help us refine weapons. How can he train us? To be able to invite a 5th grade blacksmith, the great general must have spent a lot of effort. The soldiers started to discuss again. Their faces were full of shock, completely replacing the disappointment from before. Ling Zhantian, who was at the side, suddenly glared at the soldiers. The soldiers were so scared that they quickly shouted, "Welcome Feng Master." "Humph. You guys are smart." Xianxia was very satisfied with the soldiers. "Feng Master, the 400 people on this side are the Empire's Black Flag Army. The 130 people on this side are the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry." Xianxia quickly introduced them to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen nodded. He glanced at the Black Flag Army and said, "I have seen the strength of the Black Flag Army. They are indeed not weak." Looking at the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, Feng Wuchen continued, "I have only heard of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. This is the first time I have seen them. They are indeed worthy of their reputation. They are indeed very strong. The elites nurtured by the great general are indeed extraordinary. Feng Master is overpraising them. This is their own ability." Xianxia smiled happily. To be able to receive Feng Wuchen's praise for the soldiers he had brought up, Xianxia was naturally happy. This was what he was most proud of. Only after Xianxia finished speaking did he react. He frowned and asked, "Feng Master, you said you have seen the strength of the Black Flag Army? Could it be that you have exchanged blows with the Black Flag Army soldiers?" Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, "You can say that." Hearing up to here, Lin Muqing's soul was scared out of his wits. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, and he almost couldn't stand still. The Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers were also very curious. Just which member of the Black Flag Army had exchanged blows with Feng Wuchen? What was the outcome? Xianxia seemed to be worried that Feng Wuchen had hatred in his heart. Soon after, his face became gloomy. His gaze swept towards the Black Flag Army, and he asked with a deep voice, "Just who is it? Stand out for me." "Muqing. Take care of yourself." The soldier beside Lin Muqing said with a serious face. Lin Muqing fiercely glared at him, and then walked out. Lin Muqing. Seeing Lin Muqing come out, everyone was shocked one after another. It seemed like the other members of the Black Flag Army didn't know either. Xianxia stared at Lin Muqing with eyes full of anger. He shouted angrily, "Lin Muqing. You sure have guts. You actually dare to be disrespectful to Feng Master. Reporting to the great general. At that time I didn't know that he was Feng Master." Lin Muqing reported truthfully. His gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen, and he said angrily in his heart, "The stinking brat really wants to kill me." "Great general, he really didn't know at that time," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Looking at Lin Muqing's panicked eyes, Feng Wuchen felt that it was funny. "Hey, Lin Muqing, who won between you and Feng Master?" A soldier of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry asked curiously. Lin Muqing said with extreme reluctance, "Feng Master won." "Feng Master won?" A first level of the Origin Transformation Realm defeated a third level of the Origin Transformation Realm? That's impossible, right? Feng Master is that strong? All the soldiers were shocked, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Everyone present knew how strong the Black Flag Army was. It was definitely an impenetrable defense, an existence of brute force. Opponents of the same level were simply no match for the Black Flag Army. Feng Wuchen was only at the first level of the Origin Transformation realm, but he could actually defeat Lin Muqing. How terrifying was his strength, not to mention them, even Xianxia didn't dare to believe that Lin Muqing would actually lose to Feng Wuchen. Xianxia knew better than anyone how strong the soldiers he trained were. "Great General, is Feng Master really that strong?" a soldier asked curiously. "Great General, even if Feng Master can defeat Lin Muqing, it's impossible to let Feng Master temper us, right? Feng Master is only at the first level of the Origin Transformation realm, and we are all at the sixth level of the Origin Transformation realm. It might be possible to temper the Black Flag Army, but there's no need to temper us, right? It's better for the Great General to temper us." "That's right, Great General. Feng Master can just help us refine weapons." The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers all voiced their opinions. No one could accept Feng Wuchen tempering them, but they also didn't dare to offend Feng Wuchen. Even the Black Flag Army had some relatively stronger soldiers who expressed their opposition. As the elites of the Empire's elite soldiers, each and every one of them was arrogant to the heavens. How could they let a youth who was younger than them and had a lower cultivation level than them temper them? "Shut up!" Xianxia was furious. An extremely terrifying aura erupted, immediately scaring the soldiers into shutting up. Xianxia went through untold hardships to invite Feng Wuchen to temper these soldiers, but they instead rejected him. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Great General, there's no need to be angry." Feng Wuchen slightly smiled and didn't mind. His gaze then looked at the soldiers. Feng Wuchen indifferently said, "I won't force you. If anyone is willing, stand on my side." Feng Wuchen's voice wasn't loud, but it was very confident. At this moment, the soldiers all quieted down. They all looked at each other, but no one took the first step. "Me." Lin Muqing was the first to speak. From Lin Muqing's point of view, Feng Wuchen's appearance was definitely going to kill him. Opposing Feng Wuchen in the barracks was undoubtedly courting death. It was better to obediently listen and perhaps suffer less. Lin Muqing was the first to speak. Feng Wuchen glanced at him in surprise. He actually didn't expect Lin Muqing to be willing. Smiling in satisfaction, Feng Wuchen asked again, "Who else is willing?" "Me too." A person from the Black Flag Army shouted loudly, then quickly ran out. It was precisely the man who stood beside Lin Muqing before. Since Feng Wuchen dared to guarantee to Xianxia that he could make the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry stronger, then he must have absolute confidence. Otherwise, wouldn't Feng Master, whose name Shikyun Province, be speaking without thinking? Xianxia naturally wanted the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry to train under Feng Wuchen. But now, not only were the soldiers unwilling, they were even disdainful. This infuriated him greatly. But Feng Wuchen had already spoken. Only those who were willing could do so. Xianxia didn't feel it was appropriate to interrupt, so he could only remind them. Hearing Xianxia's words, the soldiers all fell silent. They all looked at Xianxia. They could all see the anger in Xianxia's eyes. But thinking about it carefully, Xianxia trusted Feng Master so much. Could it be that they were questioning Xianxia's foresight? Xianxia was the military god in their hearts. Whether his words were right or wrong, in their hearts, they were correct and unquestionable. The soldiers were silent for a long time. Perhaps because they didn't dare to question, or perhaps because they were afraid of Xianxia's anger, they all began to respond. "I am willing." "I am also willing." "Me too." "I am also willing." The soldiers responded one by one, but their voices were not very loud. It was clear that they were unwilling. They were reluctantly agreeing because of Xianxia's face. They all knew what the consequences would be if they didn't agree. Feng Wuchen naturally understood, but he didn't care. Soon, all the soldiers stood behind Feng Wuchen. Xianxia secretly let out a sigh of relief. The anger in his eyes also disappeared. Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and looked at all the soldiers. He smiled faintly and said, I know that you all feel that I am not qualified. It is normal for you to think this way. After all, I am only at the first tier of origin transformation realm. However, I don't care if you're willing or not. Since you've made your decision, it's best for you to put away all your arrogance in front of me. Whatever you're proud of is nothing in my eyes. Feng Wuchen's tone changed, and he became very serious and cold. Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly an insult and denial of the soldiers' achievements. The soldiers were furious, but they didn't dare to do anything. Glancing at the soldiers' expressions, Feng Wuchen continued, since the great general has entrusted you all to me, you have to listen to me in this 1 month. Listen clearly, no matter what it is. Including your deaths. The more Feng Wuchen's words, the more the soldiers were, the more they were displeased. Master Feng, can we ask you some questions? One of the soldiers couldn't hold back and suddenly shouted. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I know that you are very curious about me. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Master Feng. We all know that you are a genius. Did you cultivate by yourself, or did you have the guidance of an expert? A soldier asked loudly. I advise you all not to ask me about my cultivation because I only have the talent of a second-grade martial spirit. Feng Wuchen slowly said. In terms of cultivation speed, these elites couldn't compare at all. Second-grade martial spirit talent? The soldiers and Xianxia were all stunned. A 16 or 17-year-old youth with only the talent of a second-grade martial spirit was actually at the first tier of origin transformation realm. As elite soldiers, their talents were all above Feng Wuchen's. However, when they were 16 or 17 years old, not to mention the origin transformation realm, it was already very impressive for them to reach the 5th tier of Qi refining realm. They didn't dare to believe that Feng Wuchen, with only the talent of a second-grade martial spirit, could have such a terrifying cultivation speed. If he only had the talent of a second grade, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to enter the Qi refining realm before the age of 20. Not only did the soldiers not believe it, but even Xianxia didn't believe it. Second-grade martial spirit talent? Even if he had the talent of an 8th-grade martial spirit, reached the first tier of origin transformation realm at the age of 16 or 17, and was also an alchemist and a blacksmith at the same time, it's impossible for him to start cultivating in his mother's womb. Xianxia thought to himself. Are there any other questions? Feng Wuchen asked. Master Feng, you reached the 5th tier at such a young age. Where did Master Feng come from? Who is Master Feng's master? Another soldier asked curiously. Feng Wuchen calmly said, this is a secret. As for where I come from, it's not as powerful as you think. I come from the Feng clan of Tianzhou's matchless city. It's only a small clan. My name is Feng Wuchen. Tianzhou's matchless city's Feng clan? Feng Wuchen? Hearing this, Xianxia and Ling Zhantian widened their eyes in shock as they stared at Feng Wuchen. Grand General, he's the 3rd young master of the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen? Ling Zhantian asked in disbelief, his voice trembling. Xianxia was also stunned. I didn't think that Master Feng would be the 3rd young master of the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen. Xianxia and the others didn't know Master Feng's real name, nor did they know Feng Wuchen's background. They only knew Master Feng. The reason why Xianxia and the others knew about the Feng clan was because they had sent people to the Feng clan to get the formula for the Qi condensing powder of 7 treasures. Now, the Qi condensing powder of 7 treasures was very popular among the younger generation of the imperial family and the soldiers. Rumor has it that Master Feng is also an alchemy grandmaster. I'm afraid that the Qi condensing powder of 7 treasures wasn't developed by Feng Qianyang, but by Feng Wuchen. Xianxia guessed in his heart, but he wasn't sure. You know my identity now, and you've asked what you need to ask. The training will begin in 3 days. Go back and prepare. It won't be as comfortable as you think. Feng Wuchen sneered as he gloated. Master Feng, since you've defeated Leng Mucheng, you must be very strong. Can we challenge you? We also want to see Master Feng's strength. A soldier quickly asked. This was what all the soldiers were thinking. All the soldiers present wanted to know how strong Feng Wuchen was. Since he could defeat Leng Mucheng, he must not be simple. Crimson Emperor. Don't be rude to Master Feng. Ling Zhantian suddenly shouted angrily. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen glanced at the soldier named Crimson Emperor and said straightforwardly, "If you want, you can try now." "Thank you, Master Feng." Crimson Emperor stepped forward. Crimson Emperor was also at the third level of the Origin Transformation realm. His strength was on par with Lin Muqing's. Because of this, he wanted to challenge Feng Wuchen. The soldiers were all interested and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Yi Zhangqiang, Ling Zhantian, and the others were also looking forward to it. "Use your full strength, use all your killing moves." Feng Wuchen looked at Crimson Emperor and said with a faint smile. He looked very confident. Crimson Emperor did not hesitate to circulate his true origin. Without saying a word, he rushed out like a fierce tiger. His speed was astonishing and his aura was fierce. When he got close to Feng Wuchen, Crimson Emperor launched a crazy attack. All kinds of fierce killing moves were used. The degree of fierceness was not inferior to Lin Muqing's. Facing Crimson Emperor's fierce attacks, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Every move was cleverly and perfectly dodged. He stood on the spot and allowed Crimson Emperor to attack without any intention of counterattacking. The faces of the Crimson Emperor and everyone else present were filled with shock. With Crimson Emperor's tyrannical strength and terrifying killing moves, he was actually unable to shake Feng Wuchen by half a step. Everyone's fierce killing moves seemed to have been seen through by Feng Wuchen. They were unable to hit Feng Wuchen at all. His strength has increased by a lot. Lin Muqing frowned and thought to himself. He could not imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. Unbelievable, Crimson Emperor's attacks are completely ineffective. Master Feng seems to have seen through Crimson Emperor's moves. He can dodge all the attacks without even moving. Is the first level of the Origin Transformation realm really so strong? Master Feng's speed is very strange. He seems to be very slow, but he is able to dodge Crimson Emperor's heavy attacks. The more the soldiers watched, the more shocked they were. Feng Wuchen's strength was far beyond their imagination. With my speed, Master Feng can't dodge at all. How is this possible? I didn't even hit him with a single punch. Crimson Emperor was extremely shocked. Bang! 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 A moment later, Feng Wuchen had already changed from dodging to clashing head-on. Muffled sounds rang out unceasingly. Waves of tyrannical true essence swept out one after another. In just a few minutes of head-on clashes, Crimson Emperor began to fall into a disadvantage. Feng Wuchen's speed was getting faster and faster, causing him to be unable to resist in the end. Crimson Emperor, who had the Iron Bastion, felt a stinging pain coming from his fists and feet. It was as if his fists and feet were hitting steel. This meant that the strength of Feng Wuchen's body was completely above them. Swish! Swish, bang! 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 After Crimson Emperor was at a disadvantage, Feng Wuchen's speed became even faster, and there were even sounds of wind being torn apart. After images constantly swayed around Crimson Emperor, and Crimson Emperor's defense completely collapsed. He was forced to retreat, and Feng Wuchen's fists landed on his body one after another. In less than 10 minutes of battle, Crimson Emperor suffered a crushing defeat. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. The tyrannical strength that Feng Wuchen displayed deeply shocked the soldiers of both armies. They were dumbstruck. After witnessing it with their own eyes, Yi Zhangqiang, Ling Zhantian, and the others finally knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. Master Feng's movement technique is very terrifying. He has rich combat experience. His moves are ingenious and superb. The strength of his body is unimaginable. I didn't expect such a terrifying genius to appear in such a small clan. Yi Zhangqiang was shocked in his heart. He had seen countless people, but he had never seen such a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen. He was only at the first level of the Origin Transformation realm and could easily defeat the elite of the Black Flag Army who was at the third level of the Origin Transformation realm. If Feng Wuchen were to break through to the third level of the Origin Transformation realm, none of the elites of both armies would be a match for Feng Wuchen. All of you have a rough idea of my strength. Strength and speed are both very important. If all of you believe in me, I guarantee that within a month, I can increase your combat strength and speed by a huge margin. Feng Wuchen smiled and spoke with confidence. All the soldiers woke up from their shock and cheered excitedly. They looked at Feng Wuchen with much more respect. The soldiers began to look forward to becoming stronger. At the same time, they were worried about how Feng Wuchen was going to torture them. 3 days later, it will be your doomsday. Feng Wuchen sneered and waved his hand, indicating for the soldiers to withdraw. Feng Master, I've offended you before. I hope that Master Feng can forgive me. Please don't target me alone. I'll do anything you want me to do. After all the soldiers left, Leng Mucheng hurriedly whispered into Feng Wuchen's ear. Really anything? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Seeing Feng Wuchen's malicious gaze, Leng Mucheng broke out in a cold sweat, but he still braced himself and nodded. Anything. In a month, you will leave this place with me and be my subordinate forever. I have already told the great general that I want to take 10 people away, and the great general has agreed. Feng Wuchen said with a mocking sneer. What? Leave? Leng Mucheng looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'm a very vengeful person. Feng Wuchen shrugged indifferently. You. Leng Mucheng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he didn't dare to flare up. Joining the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry was the dream of many people in the Empire, just like entering the academy and joining the Tianyun clan. Now that Feng Wuchen asked him to leave in a month, wouldn't he be ruining his great future? If you want to target me, then come. I'll hold on even if I die. Leng Mucheng snorted coldly in a low voice. Seeing that he could join the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, Leng Mucheng would never give up just like that. After the soldiers dispersed, Xianxia and the other generals still had shock on their faces. The Black Flag Army was personally trained by them, so they knew better than anyone how strong they were. But now, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. How could they not be shocked? However, shock was shock. Xianxia was puzzled. Where did Feng Wuchen get so much time to cultivate? Could it be that he could cultivate while learning alchemy and refining at the same time? This was absolutely impossible. After all the soldiers left, Xianxia walked over and said, I didn't expect Master Feng to be the third young master of the Feng family. The Empire and the Feng family really do have some fate. Not long ago, I sent someone to the Feng family for the formula for the 7 treasures qi condensing powder. Your father readily handed it over to the Empire. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. I have to say, the effects of the qi condensing elixir of 7 treasures are extremely powerful. The qi condensing elixir of 7 treasures is extremely important to the Empire. Xianxia became more and more excited as he spoke. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, it's only right to contribute to the Empire. Only when the Empire is strong can we better protect the people. Feng Wuchen's words satisfied Xianxia. Master Feng, this way please. The Duke and Senior Master have already brought the refining materials. Xianxia smiled politely and led Feng Wuchen forward. The Duke of the Empire was the Imperial Advisor, who was also the Empire's most powerful 5th-grade alchemist, Yang Tianxian. Senior Master Situ was the Empire's 4th-grade alchemist, Situ Zhentian. Both of them held high positions in the Empire and were highly valued by the Empire. Their status was even higher than Xianxia's. Xianxia led Feng Wuchen to a private room near the army camp. The elder's room was where Xianxia usually rested and cultivated. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were waiting in the private room. To be able to alarm these 2 important figures of the Empire, it was clear how much they valued and respected Feng Wuchen. Imperial Advisor, Prince, this is Master Feng. After entering the private room, Xianxia quickly introduced him respectfully. Old Man Yang Tianxian and Old Man Situ Zhentian greet Master Feng. The 2 old men quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. There was a trace of shock in their deep eyes. The 2 old men were dressed in white brocade. Their hair and beards were all white. Although they looked old, they exuded the aura of a powerhouse from between their brows. They definitely could not be underestimated. Moreover, they had the aura of an immortal. Although they had heard of Feng Wuchen's fame and knew that Master Feng was a young man, they were still shocked by Feng Wuchen's youth after seeing him with their own eyes. Xianxia could not help but be stunned when he saw the 2 old men treating Feng Wuchen with such respect. The two old men were giants of the empire. In terms of seniority, strength, and status, they should be above Feng Wuchen. There was no need for them to be so respectful to Feng Wuchen. The two old men's behavior made Xianxia realize that he had underestimated the terror of a fifth-grade weapon craftsman who could achieve armament with thought. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. He was not nervous or flustered when he saw the two giants of the empire. Master Feng, old man has brought all the materials for weapon crafting. There are quite a lot of warm jade, demon cores, and dark iron. However, meteoric iron is very rare. There are only 7 pieces, Xianxia said respectfully. The materials for weapon crafting had been moved into the private room. There were quite a lot of them. There were only 7 pieces in the entire empire. It was clear how rare and precious meteoric iron was. Although Xianxia was a 4th-grade weapon craftsman, it was very difficult for him to craft a spirit weapon. After so many years in the empire, he had only crafted 2 low-grade spirit weapons. He did not even have many high-grade treasured weapons. Therefore, he had no choice but to be respectful to a 5th-grade weapon craftsman who could achieve armament with thought. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Senior Sidu. I'll keep these 2 pieces of meteoric iron for myself. I'll help you refine 10 spirit weapons with the remaining 5 pieces." After speaking, Feng Wuchen did not care whether they agreed or not. He directly took the 2 pieces of meteoric iron of the best quality and put them into his storage ring. Even though Xianxia and the others felt their hearts ache, they did not dare to say anything. They did not dare to offend Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen urged the power of the dragon god. A violent aura erupted. Then, he reached out and grabbed at the air. Warm jade, demon cores, meteoric iron, and other auxiliary materials flew over. Pung! His palm bent like a claw. With a muffled bang, a wisp of green flame burned in the palm of his hand. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the green flame instantly wrapped around the materials that flew over. Feng Wuchen's hands changed rapidly. All kinds of seals were extremely mysterious. Many materials revolved around the meteoric iron as the green flame burned crazily. The 2 elders could not see what kind of magical ability this mysterious technique was, but they were deeply attracted. Feng Wuchen did not need a crafting furnace at all. This shocked them even more. After seeing it with their own eyes, they knew that Master Feng's powerful magical ability, armament with thought, was not fake. The meteoric iron melted into molten iron. The other materials had also been integrated into it. There was already a powerful aura spreading out. Feng Wuchen controlled the molten iron with his mind and condensed it into the shape of 2 spears. Armament with thought, the refining speed was very fast. Such a magical ability had already stunned the 2 elders and Xianxia. Their bodies were stiff and motionless. The armament with thought that they saw with their own eyes was so terrifying, they could not imagine what kind of terrifying level Feng Wuchen's refining realm had reached. After the long spears were refined and cooled down, a tyrannical aura spread out from the 2 spears. They were both low-grade spirit weapons, armament with thought, and 2 of them were refined. What kind of terrifying magical ability was this? What kind of terrifying refining realm was this? Master Feng is really an expert. Please accept me as your disciple, Master Feng. Xianxia quickly knelt down. His heart was filled with shock and admiration. He really wanted to worship Feng Wuchen as his master. Feng Wuchen was shocked when Xianxia suddenly knelt down. What made Feng Wuchen even more stunned was that Xianxia actually wanted to worship him as his master. "If you sincerely worship me as your master, I am willing to accept you as my disciple," Feng Wuchen said calmly after recovering from his astonishment. "This disciple is absolutely sincere. I only want to learn refining from master," Xianxia said respectfully. "Get up," Feng Wuchen said lightly. "Thank you, master." Xianxia was ecstatic. Xianxia almost fainted. The empire's #1 refiner actually wanted to worship Feng Wuchen as his master. Is this the magical ability of armament with thought? Master Feng really has a magical ability. Yang Tianxian exclaimed. His eyes almost popped out. State Preceptor, Master Feng is the Feng clan's 3rd young master, Feng Wuchen. Xianxia quickly said. Oh? Feng clan's third young master, Feng Wuchen? Yang Tianxian was shocked again. He never thought that Master Feng was actually the Feng clan's third young master. Looking at the shocked Yang Tianxian, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Master, I heard that you are quite accomplished in alchemy and can point out the flaws from the smell of the elixir. Can Master help the state preceptor?" Situ Zhentian asked. The two of them had a deep relationship, and Situ Zhentian naturally hoped that Yang Tianxian's alchemy realm could reach a higher level. Yang Tianxian knew that he couldn't tell the flaws of the elixir from the smell of the elixir. Hearing Situ Zhentian's words, he quickly took out a grade 5 elixir and passed it to Feng Wuchen. He said respectfully, "Master Feng, please guide me." Feng Wuchen took the elixir, glanced at it briefly, sniffed the smell, and said, "Violet heart barrier breaking elixir, grade 5 elixir that can increase cultivation. It's suitable for the origin core realm. A powerful violet heart barrier breaking elixir can help the origin core realm advance one level of cultivation." Yang Tianxian and the others nodded, but they didn't interrupt. They knew that Feng Wuchen hadn't finished speaking. Feng Wuchen continued. "Unfortunately, the quality of this violet heart barrier breaking elixir is too low. The veins are blurry, and it lacks luster. The elixir also contains many impurities. At most, it can help the origin core realm advance by 30%. Hearing this, Yang Tianxian's face was filled with shame. It was obvious that Feng Wuchen had already seen through him. Returning the elixir to Yang Tianxian, Feng Wuchen said, "State Preceptor, the reason why the grade 5 elixir you refined is low, other than the grade of the alchemy technique, it's also related to your understanding of the violet heart barrier breaking elixir and the fire poison in your body. Most importantly, it's the quantity of the elixir's medicinal ingredients. The quantity of violet heart yama leaf for this elixir is a little high. The quantity of 7-leaf mysterious underworld grass and origin condensing fruit is too low. In addition, the age of the medicinal ingredients is insufficient, and there are too many impurities. During the calcination, the control of the fire was uneven. When condensing the elixir, you must have been distracted. The elixir also has a faint burnt smell. This is the lowest level mistake of an alchemist, which led to the low quality of the elixir. However, to be able to refine it, it's already very difficult. It seems that State Preceptor doesn't have a complete prescription. Master Feng is simply a god. I hope that Master Feng will accept me as his disciple. I am willing to follow Master Feng in alchemy. Even if I am an alchemy apprentice, I will have no complaints or regrets." Yang Tianxian bowed deeply in shock, then hurriedly knelt down. After witnessing Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine ability, Yang Tianxian was completely convinced. The Empire's strongest alchemist actually wanted to acknowledge Feng Wuchen as his master. Yi Zhongqiang was completely dumbfounded. The two elders were giants of the Empire. After witnessing Feng Wuchen's divine ability, they all acknowledged him as their master. Even if it was a 16 or 17-year-old youth, they didn't care. "Imperial tutor, isn't this inappropriate? You are now a 5th-grade alchemist, and I am only a 2nd-grade alchemist. If you acknowledge me as your master, wouldn't that be?" Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. It was fine if Situ Zhentian acknowledged him as his master, but Yang Tianxian also acknowledged him as his master. Feng Wuchen felt a headache coming on. A 5th-grade alchemist acknowledging a 2nd-grade alchemist as his master, what kind of scandal was that? Yang Tianxian was the Empire's imperial tutor. If he acknowledged a 16 or 17-year-old youth as his master, wouldn't that be a joke to everyone in the Empire? Where was the Empire's dignity? However, Yang Tianxian didn't mind. He said respectfully, "Only the capable can do it. Feng Master's attainments in alchemy are far above mine. I hope that Master Feng will accept me as your disciple." "Imperial tutor, how about this? I won't accept you as my disciple for now, but I can give you some advice on alchemy. When I break through the realm of a 5th-grade alchemist, I will accept you as my disciple. How about that? I am only a 2nd-grade alchemist now. It is really inappropriate," Feng Wuchen suggested. Yang Tianxian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he could see Feng Wuchen's difficulties. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Everything will be decided by Feng Master." Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept Yang Tianxian as his disciple. Who wouldn't want a fifth-grade alchemist as their disciple? It was just that Feng Wuchen felt that it was very difficult. Yang Tianxian's status was high. If others knew that Yang Tianxian acknowledged Feng Wuchen as his master, he would be laughed at by many. Great General, these 2 spirit spears are low-grade spirit weapons. I have long heard that Great General's spear skills have reached perfection, so I specially refined them for you. I will try my best to refine other weapons in the next few days. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. With the evil dragon god's terrifying refining realm, refining some low-grade divine weapons wasn't difficult for Feng Wuchen at all. Thank you, Master Feng. Xianxia hurriedly expressed his gratitude. His heart was filled with excitement as he hurriedly stored the spiritual tool into his storage ring. Although it was a low-grade spirit artifact, it was already an extremely rare existence. Even in the Empire, the number of spirit artifacts did not exceed 5. Not to mention, the low-grade spirit artifact refined by Feng Wuchen was much more powerful than the low-grade spirit artifact refined by Xianxia. Master, can you refine middle or high-grade spirit artifacts? Xianxia asked. Sure. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, however, the quality of this meteoric iron isn't good enough if you want to refine middle-grade and high-grade spirit tools. Moreover, you also need some other precious materials. I'm afraid that our empire doesn't have these materials. Only the mainland has them. When they heard Feng Wuchen's words, enormous waves surged in the hearts of Xianxia's group of 3. He couldn't be more shocked. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the refining materials flew over. As he refined, he said, not to mention spirit artifacts, as long as there are enough materials, such as divine iron, I can refine immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts. Their eyes instantly widened to the extreme. Immortal artifacts. That was a legendary divine artifact. Feng Wuchen could actually refine immortal artifacts. What kind of terrifying level had Feng Wuchen's refining realm reached? In the entire mainland, there were probably less than 5 weapon refiners who could refine immortal artifacts. Moreover, every one of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Such a lofty and terrifying identity, placed anywhere on the mainland, would be an existence that awed all directions. They could do whatever they wanted on the mainland. Keep this matter to yourself. You must not leak it out. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. His seemingly calm words carried a sense of command. Yes. Master. Xianxia replied respectfully. Yang Tianxian and Xianxia said respectfully as well, don't worry, Master Feng. We'll absolutely not leak a single word. Knowing of Feng Wuchen's terrifying equipment refining realm, they probably wouldn't dare leak a single word even if they had 10,000 times the courage. Who among them hadn't seen Feng Wuchen being able to refine immortal artifacts? But merely based on Feng Wuchen's terrifying equipment refining divine ability, they firmly believed and absolutely didn't dare doubt it. Which weapon refiner on the mainland could accomplish the divine ability of creating an artifact with a thought? At this moment, the gazes the 3 of them shot at Feng Wuchen had already become even more respectful, and they revered him like a god. In 2 hours of time, Feng Wuchen had refined 10 spirit artifacts. This caused Xianxia to be extremely excited, and he repeatedly bowed and thanked Feng Wuchen. In the process of refining, Feng Wuchen had also given Xianxia a lot of pointers, and he had gained a lot. Even with Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, continuously refining spirit artifacts was a bit too much for him. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had consumed a huge amount of true essence. But fortunately, Feng Wuchen had refined an emerald profound pill that could restore true essence, and it could quickly restore the consumed true essence. After consuming a second-grade emerald profound pill, Feng Wuchen's consumed true essence was quickly restored, and his face gradually regained its color. The powerful medicinal effect shocked Yang Tianxian and Xianxia once again. Although Yang Tianxian was a 5th-grade alchemist, the second-grade emerald profound pill that he refined definitely didn't have such a powerful effect. Master Feng, was the 7 treasures qi condensing powder developed by you? Amidst the shock, Yang Tianxian couldn't help but ask. It seemed that he didn't believe that Feng Qianyang could develop such a powerful medicinal powder at his realm. It's just a low-grade medicinal powder, not worth mentioning. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Low-grade medicinal powder? When the 7 treasures qi condensing powder was released, the entire Tianzhou was in a frenzy. All the major forces in Yunzhou also rushed to Tianzhou to buy it. When the prescription reached the imperial family, it caused a stir in the imperial capital. Such a powerful medicinal powder was considered a low-grade medicinal powder in Feng Wuchen's eyes, but thinking about it, with such a high level of attainment in alchemy, the 7 treasures qi condensing powder was indeed a low-grade medicinal powder to Feng Wuchen. The shock that Feng Wuchen gave them today was probably the most shocking they had ever experienced in their lives. After that, under Yang Tianxian's pleading, Feng Wuchen refined another medicinal pill in front of the 3 of them. Yang Tianxian was just about to take out his alchemy furnace when he shockingly discovered that Feng Wuchen didn't even need one. Stock after stock of medicinal ingredients were calcined in the palm of his hand, condensing their essence. His hands moved in a strange pattern, each step was executed with great precision and skill. In just a few minutes, Feng Wuchen easily refined a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. The medicinal pill emitted a powerful aura. 3rd-grade golden spiritual pill. Yang Tianxian exclaimed in shock. What did it mean for a 2nd-grade alchemist to refine a 3rd-grade medicinal pill? Furthermore, Feng Wuchen refined a golden spiritual pill, a medicinal pill that could greatly increase a Yuandan cultivator's cultivation. Its effects were extremely powerful, and most importantly, the medicinal pill's quality was extremely high. That wasn't all. The scariest thing was Feng Wuchen's refining speed. Pills through thought, the 3 of them stared at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. They couldn't move their bodies. Achieving something with a single thought had already shocked them to the core and left them in the dust. Now, Feng Wuchen had once again demonstrated his amazing alchemy technique, pills through thought, with the realm of a 2nd-grade alchemist. Refining a 3rd-grade medicinal pill was as easy as pie. Feng Wuchen's alchemy was completely different from other alchemists. Other alchemists couldn't refine medicinal pills without alchemy furnaces. Furthermore, they had to place the medicinal ingredients into the furnace step by step in an orderly manner. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, calcined all the medicinal ingredients together and used a mysterious and powerful alchemy technique to forcefully condense the medicinal pill. The 2 elders and Xianxia were completely convinced. They had the urge to kneel down and worship him. After that, the 2 elders continued to ask questions about alchemy and equipment refinement, as well as questions that they couldn't solve. Feng Wuchen patiently answered them one by one. Feng Wuchen only went back to cultivate when it was late into the night. After Feng Wuchen left, Yang Tianxian and the other 2 felt as if they were dreaming. Thinking back, they felt that everything was unreal, but they firmly believed it. Elder Situ, our empire has produced a godly person. Yang Tianxian said excitedly. Situ Zhentian nodded without denying it, and his deep and aged eyes carried excitement and adoration as he said, Master is indeed a godly figure. He's cultivated to the divine ability realm at such a young age, and he's an existence that's rare like phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the entire continent. Duke, Prince, the soldiers asked Feng Master a question about Master Feng's master today. However, Master Feng said it was a secret. I believe that Master Feng's master must be a top expert in the continent. Xianxia guessed. There's no mistake. Yang Tianxian said with certainty, to be able to cultivate such a godly person, Master Feng's master must be a supreme expert in the continent. At this point, Yang Tianxian looked at Xianxia and said sternly, Great General, pass down the order immediately. All the imperial officials are not to be disrespectful to Master Feng. Whoever dares to offend Master Feng will bear all the consequences. Yes. Xianxia accepted the order respectfully. Even if Yang Tianxian did not say so, Xianxia would have done so. On a mountain peak not far from the military camp, Feng Wuchen looked at the campfire in the military camp with a faint smile on his face. If I can intimidate the 3 giants of the empire, I will be able to do whatever I want in the empire in the future. I believe that with my strength, they will be willing to submit to me. Feng Wuchen smiled as he talked to himself. It seemed that Feng Wuchen had planned all of this long ago. Feng Wuchen naturally had his own reasons for agreeing to Xianxia's request so quickly. Although Feng Wuchen was also a member of the empire and did have a certain responsibility to help the empire, he still had to reap some benefits, right? Now that the empire is under my feet, as long as I take down Yunzhou, the Tianyun clan will be nothing. Feng Wuchen sneered. The Mo family was backed by the Huangfu family, and the Huangfu family was backed by the Tianyun clan. The Tianyun clan was a behemoth in the empire and controlled many forces. If they joined forces, they could be very terrifying. When they really fell out, the Tianyun clan would definitely be alerted. If Feng Wuchen did not have the empire and Yunzhou, it would be difficult for him to fight against the Tianyun clan. I have no grudges with the Tianyun clan. I hope they don't interfere, or I don't mind making the Tianyun clan disappear from the empire. Feng Wuchen sneered, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen took out the golden spirit pill that he had previously refined and swallowed it in one gulp. He then began to practice the Supreme Dragon God technique. It would have been better if Feng Wuchen did not practice, but as soon as he did, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The terrifying speed of his practice triggered a powerful and violent aura, spiritual energy from all directions gathered madly. Even in the middle of the night, under the light of the bonfire, the mist-like spiritual energy could still be seen converging towards Feng Wuchen, as if all the spiritual energy was being absorbed. The spectacular and shocking scene attracted the attention of Yang Tianxian and all the generals and soldiers. On the way to the empire, Feng Wuchen cultivated as he hurried along. Even though he did not manage to break through to the second level of the origin transformation realm, he was very close. Now, with the help of the golden spirit pill, Feng Wuchen had successfully stepped into the second level of the origin transformation realm after 2 days of continuous cultivation. The shocking cultivation speed shocked everyone in the barracks. After witnessing it with their own eyes, they finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. His monstrous cultivation speed allowed him to break through without any hindrance. Did Feng Wuchen really only have the talent of a second-grade martial spirit? No one in the barracks believed it. They were more convinced that Feng Wuchen had the talent of a 9th-grade martial spirit or even a divine-grade martial spirit. Feng Master's talent is too terrifying. Our empire's #1 genius is too far away from him. We couldn't break through one level in 3 months. Feng Master only cultivated for 2 days and he broke through. Is he still human? Feng Master's cultivation made me feel as if the entire continent's spiritual energy was being devoured by him. The soldiers were terrified and shocked. Because of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, they spent the past 2 days in fear. Their training couldn't focus their attention and they couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen on the mountain peak. Do you all see? It is your honor to be able to invite Feng Master to train you. Others don't have this opportunity. You only have 1 month. By the way, let me tell you something. After 1 month, Feng Master will choose 10 of you to be his subordinates and leave with him. This is something that countless people dream of. Yi Xianxia solemnly said to the soldiers. After learning of Feng Wuchen's terrifying ability, Yi Xianxia wanted to follow Feng Wuchen. However, he was still a great general of the empire. Yi Xianxia could only dream about it. After hearing Yi Xianxia's words, the soldiers didn't seem to be interested. They didn't show any desire. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. Not only is he a 5th-grade blacksmith, but he is also an alchemist. In a few years, he will be able to shake the entire empire. Following such a terrifying genius, his future is limitless. Anyone would want to follow him. However, for the empire's officers and soldiers, it seemed like the honor of the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fiery Cavalry was more important to them. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to follow Feng Wuchen, but it depended on whether Feng Wuchen chose them or not. Think about it carefully. There won't be a second chance if you miss this opportunity. Yi Xianxia shook his head helplessly when he saw the soldiers' reactions. The soldiers did not know that Feng Wuchen could refine pills with a thought and could refine immortal tools. Yi Xianxia could not reveal this to anyone. Otherwise, the soldiers would rush to follow Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Leng Muqing's heart was filled with complicated feelings. He recalled the conversation he had with Feng Wuchen before. He didn't know what Feng Wuchen's intentions were. Feng Wuchen is not as easy to talk to as he seems. However, I am a member of the Black Flag Army, so it is impossible for him to kill me. What is his purpose for picking me? The more Leng Muqing thought about it, the more confused he became. He kept feeling that Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Feng Wuchen had broken through in 2 days and consolidated his cultivation in 1 day. Today was the beginning of the end for the two armies. At this moment, the soldiers of the two armies were already neatly lined up, waiting respectfully for Feng Wuchen's demonic training. None of the soldiers knew how Feng Wuchen was going to train them. It could be said that they were both worried and looking forward to it. On the peak of the mountain, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the red fiery sword appeared. He poured the power of the dragon god into it and instantly condensed an energy sword that emitted a golden light. Under the shocked gazes of the soldiers of the two armies, as well as Xianxia and the others, Feng Wuchen jumped onto the red fiery sword, then turned into a golden light and flew down from the peak of the mountain. Hiss, the eyes of the soldiers almost popped out of their sockets. They were so shocked that they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their heartbeats instantly accelerated, thumping non-stop. Their mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. High-grade artifact. Sword kinesis flight. Xianxia hurriedly exclaimed. Master Feng can actually fly on his sword. The soldiers exclaimed and instantly boiled over. He can fly on his sword at the essence transformation stage? Yang Tianxian, Situ Zhentian, and Ling Zhantian were all dumbfounded. Sword kinesis flight required one's control of one's true essence to reach the pinnacle. Even the origin core stage could not do it. Normally, only the experts of the heavenly origin stage could do it. However, experts of the heavenly origin stage could use their true essence to fly in the air. Therefore, without the cultivation of the heavenly origin stage, it was impossible to fly in the air. The reason why everyone was so shocked was because Feng Wuchen could fly on his sword with only the cultivation of the essence transformation stage. It was a miraculous feat that no one else could do. Feng Wuchen gracefully landed on the ground with a spin and conveniently stored the red fiery sword back into his body. Looking at the incomparably shocked soldiers, Feng Wuchen coldly said, "You are all the elite soldiers of the Empire. Your strength is far above the other soldiers. You all have the aura of an iron-blooded soldier. This is the only thing that can catch my eye." No one thought that Feng Wuchen would pour cold water on them the moment he opened his mouth. He did not give them any face at all. As the strongest Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry of the Empire, only the iron-blooded soldier aura could catch Feng Wuchen's eye. Wouldn't everything else be trash? The soldiers immediately felt insulted, and anger surged in their hearts. If it was in the past, perhaps Xianxia would also be dissatisfied. However, even if he was dissatisfied now, he did not dare to utter a single word. Looking at the angry soldiers, Feng Wuchen suddenly asked, "Do you know why I can defeat opponents with higher cultivation than me? If you also want to defeat opponents stronger than you, then you have to believe in me." Hearing this, the anger in the soldiers' eyes slowly disappeared and was replaced with excitement and anticipation. They had personally witnessed Feng Wuchen defeating the third-level Origin Transformation Realm Crimson Emperor with ease. They also wanted to possess such tyrannical strength. "We will obey Master Feng's orders," the soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky and a tyrannical iron-blooded aura burst out. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's face couldn't help but reveal a gloating smile. "Master Feng, how do you plan to train them?" Xianxia couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Feng Wuchen didn't answer. Instead, he walked in front of a soldier and said, "Step forward." That soldier nervously stepped forward and looked at Feng Wuchen. Bang! Feng Wuchen didn't say anything else. He abruptly circulated his qi and punched forward. With a muffled bang, the violent energy sent that soldier flying a few meters. That soldier was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did Feng Wuchen have a grudge with that soldier? Dragon God's shadow! Feng Wuchen shouted in his heart. His figure flashed and his speed was extremely terrifying. Sensing Feng Wuchen's attack, that soldier didn't know if he should make a move. He hurriedly asked, "Master Feng, what are you doing?" "I'm beating you." Feng Wuchen shouted coldly and attacked wildly with his fists and legs. That soldier was at the 5th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. His strength was above Feng Wuchen's, but he didn't dare to fight back. After a dozen punches, that soldier was already heavily injured. Feng Wuchen's crazy actions puzzled everyone, beating someone without saying a word. And even heavily injuring someone. The soldiers' anger surged up again. They clenched their fists tightly and their eyes were bloodshot. They almost couldn't hold it in anymore. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen shouted coldly at the heavily injured soldier, "Cultivate immediately. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." The heavily injured soldier had an innocent look on his face. He struggled to get up and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Feng Wuchen's fierce gaze swept over the soldiers. He coldly said, "Black Flag Army, listen to my order. Beat up all the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry until they're heavily injured. Just like him. Whoever dares to fight back, break their legs." The Black Flag Army soldiers' faces changed greatly. They looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. "Do you want to disobey my orders?" Feng Wuchen coldly said. His ice-cold voice made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. "Master Feng, are you crazy? How is this training? This is abuse. You want our lives." The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers were frightened to the point of panic. "Beat them!" Feng Wuchen coldly shouted. The Black Flag Army soldiers swarmed up like wolves and tigers, scaring the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers into a panic. However, they didn't have a way out. Bang, bang, bang. As if they were in a group fight, the Black Flag Army soldiers crazily beat them up without any mercy. Their faces were filled with delight and excitement. "Lung Mucheng. Be gentle. Ouch. Don't hit my face. Don't hit. Bastard. Damn it. Wait until I recover. I'll break your legs." The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers screamed continuously. They were as miserable as they could be. They didn't know how many times they cursed Feng Wuchen in their hearts. This was definitely the first time in history that the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers were in such a sorry state. It had to be said that the Black Flag Army soldiers were quite ruthless. After 10 minutes, more than 100 Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers were all heavily injured. They were rolling on the ground, screaming. "All of you, train for me. Immediately." Feng Wuchen coldly shouted. No one knew when a long whip appeared in his hand. Whoever didn't immediately sit cross-legged would be ruthlessly whipped down. "The rest of you, one-on-one, until the opponent is heavily injured. Beat them." Feng Wuchen immediately gave the order. He was like a cold-blooded and emotionless military instructor. "No way?" The Black Flag Army soldiers' faces all turned green. The remaining 300 or so Black Flag Army soldiers were divided into two sides. "One-on-one, you punch, I punch." "Good one, Lung Mucheng." "You're serious? Bastard. Didn't you say to be gentle? I'll fight it out with you. You dare to be serious? My eyes are swollen." The soldiers fought and fought. Their anger flared up. The bigger they got, the fiercer they became. In the end, each and every one of them was heavily injured. Their skin was bruised and their faces were swollen. They were battered and exhausted. Even if they were heavily injured, they didn't have any healing medicine. They had to sit cross-legged and train. That kind of pain was hard for even the most iron-blooded soldiers to endure. The anger in the soldiers' hearts soared to the heavens. They were filled with hatred towards Feng Wuchen. They wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen to shreds. If looks could kill, Feng Wuchen would have died who knows how many times. Within 2 hours, the vigorous and lively soldiers of the two armies were all heavily injured. Cultivating while seriously injured will allow you to improve faster. I'm doing this for your own good. Feng Wuchen swung the long whip in his hand and sneered mockingly as he watched the soldiers cultivate. Looking at Feng Wuchen's gloating expression, the soldiers were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. "Feng Master, will this work?" Xianxia could not help but ask. He was very worried. The soldiers of both armies were trained by Xianxia and had suffered countless hardships. However, they had never been like Feng Wuchen, who allowed the soldiers to injure each other before cultivating. Even if the soldiers could improve their strength, it would hurt their self-esteem. If they were injured while fighting the enemy, the soldiers would not complain at all. However, they were injured while standing and could not fight back. This was intolerable. Don't worry, great general. If they can't even endure this, they are too weak. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, their arrogance is too strong. If we don't grind away their arrogance, it will be very difficult for them to become stronger. General Yi, let's leave it to Feng Master. Master Feng should have his ways. Don't worry about them. Their arrogance is indeed too strong. Yang Tianxian advised. Yes, Imperial Preceptor. Yi Zhangqiang nodded. Since Yang Tianxian had spoken, Yi Zhangqiang could not say anything else. After glancing at the soldiers who were healing, Feng Wuchen turned and left. At the same time, he said, when your injuries are more or less healed, do it again. The healing pill can only be consumed during cultivation at night. What? When the soldiers heard this, they were so angry that their heads were about to explode. Many of the soldiers wanted to go on strike, but when they saw Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's terrifying eyes, they were so scared that they did not dare to act rashly. They could only endure it. As soon as Feng Wuchen left, Yi Zhangqiang said anxiously, Imperial Preceptor, twice a day. They won't be able to endure it. Their hearts are filled with resentment. How can they cultivate like this? I'm afraid that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Are you questioning this king's master? Situ Zhentian coldly shouted. Yi Zhangqiang's expression changed abruptly. He quickly said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just worried about them. Yi Zhangqiang did not forget that the imperial prince had already taken Feng Wuchen as his master. The bone-growing qi replenishing pill has a strong healing effect. After a night of healing, their injuries should be more or less healed. They are all superficial wounds, they won't die. Yang Tianxian shook his head. After a day, the soldiers suffered unspeakably. They spent their days in agony. They didn't even have the strength to curse Feng Wuchen. However, after they consumed the healing pills and cultivated for a night, the training on the second day was still the same. This made Yi Zhangqiang and the other generals extremely anxious. The Black Flag Army and Heaven's Shadow Fire Cavalry were all the Empire's elites. Training this group of officers and soldiers wasn't easy. If they were tortured to death or injured, wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains? If something unexpected happened, would the soldiers still be able to fight? Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. He only made the soldiers do as he said. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, refined weapons if he needed to, cultivated if he needed to, and whipped people if he needed to. The soldiers' resentment towards Feng Wuchen became more and more intense. They completely regarded Feng Wuchen as their most hated enemy. However, when the soldiers wanted to go on strike, Feng Wuchen only gave them a sentence, you can't even endure this bit of hardship. You still have the face to call yourselves the Empire's elite soldiers? Provoked by Feng Wuchen's sentence, the soldiers clenched their teeth and endured. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The soldiers suffered the torment of pain every day. Each day felt like a year. They couldn't see any hope at all. This kind of pain was worse than certain death. They didn't have the slightest bit of temper. From the soldiers' point of view, Feng Wuchen didn't come to train them at all. Instead, he came to torture them. However, apart from discovering that their strength had increased somewhat and their bodies had been strengthened, the soldiers didn't discover that their resistance to beatings was already much greater than a few days ago. Perhaps it was because of their anger and resentment towards Feng Wuchen that they overlooked this point. Yi Zhangqiang and the other generals could all see this. However, in comparison, they were more worried about the soldiers' endurance. They feared that the soldiers of the two armies would be tormented until they couldn't rise again. When they came out early in the morning, the soldiers had already lost their previous spirit and motivation. Each and every one of them had dispirited and pained expressions on their faces. They were like sick cats without any fighting strength to speak of. They completely lacked the aura of the Black Banner Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Under Feng Wuchen's orders, the soldiers who had just recovered 70 to 80% seemed to have already gotten used to this order. Then, they began their ruthless and callous training. Every day was like this. 10 days later, the soldiers had gone through half a month of painful tempering. Their strength had all increased somewhat, their bodies also strengthened. However, it wasn't obvious to the point where the soldiers were excited. On this day, the soldiers were just like before. Their faces were filled with dispirited and pained expressions. The bruises on their faces were still clearly visible. As expected of the elite of the Empire's elites. To be able to endure half a month of tempering is truly extraordinary. Standing in front of the soldiers, Feng Wuchen praised. This was the first time in half a month that Feng Wuchen had praised them. Unfortunately, none of the soldiers appreciated this praise. Their eyes were still filled with endless anger and resentment as they glared at Feng Wuchen. Starting from today, the tempering is over, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The tempering is over? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the soldiers were first stunned. All of them looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze, seemingly not daring to believe their own ears. Had they misheard? After half a month of torture, Feng Wuchen suddenly said that the tempering was over. Yi Xianxia, Ling Zhantian, and the other generals also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Had they misheard? Looking at the stunned and disbelieving soldiers, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, as elite soldiers of the Empire, your performance in this half a month has satisfied me. You have all met the requirements. The tempering is over. The tempering is over. It's over. After the soldiers were completely certain, their dispirited faces finally revealed a smile. It was as if they had been released from prison. Excitement and joy were expressed without any concealment. The extremely excited soldiers seemed to have forgotten the pain on their bodies as they cheered crazily. Master Feng, what are the requirements you mentioned? Yi Xianxiong asked doubtfully. After half a month of training, the strength of the soldiers didn't increase much. Meet the requirements for cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously. Requirements for cultivation? Everyone was puzzled. The soldiers also looked at Feng Wuchen. You have all gone through the general's training and are indeed very strong. However, you have not met my requirements. Now, you have barely met the requirements for cultivation. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Looking at Yang Tianxian, Feng Wuchen said, these days, Imperial Tutor and I have refined some golden spirit pills that can help transformation realm practitioners increase their cultivation speed. The pills have been prepared. Each of you can take one. The soldiers were overjoyed. For the first time, they felt that Feng Wuchen still had some humanity. After receiving the pills, the soldiers began to look forward to the cultivation that Feng Wuchen spoke of. Looking at the soldiers, Feng Wuchen said seriously, I have a scroll here that can assist in cultivation. It is called the Sovereign Body. The requirements for cultivation are very high. For the remaining half a month, all of you will cultivate in seclusion. Sovereign Body? Everyone was puzzled and expectant. What kind of cultivation method was the Sovereign Body? What was so powerful about it? Feng Master, the requirements for cultivation are so high. What is so powerful about the Sovereign Body? Lung Muchen couldn't help but ask. It could be said that he asked the question on everyone's mind. Everyone wanted to know. You will know after you cultivate it. As for how much you can improve, it will depend on your own luck. Feng Wuchen didn't reveal the truth. The strength of the Sovereign Body was beyond their imagination. However, Feng Wuchen only gave them the basics. The essence of the truly powerful Sovereign Body was something that Feng Wuchen wouldn't give them. General Ling, if you are interested, you can also cultivate. It will be beneficial for you. Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Xianxiong and said with a smile. Thank you, Feng Master. Yi Xianxiong and the others quickly thanked him. After the soldiers had memorized all the cultivation methods of the Sovereign Body, they began to cultivate one after another. Yi Xianxiong, Ling Zhantian, and the others also cultivated curiously. As for how powerful it was, they still didn't know. However, Yi Xianxiong, Ling Zhantian, and the other generals, who had just cultivated for a few days, were already shocked by the terror of the Sovereign Body. In just a few days, Yi Xianxiong and the others felt that their strength had increased significantly. Their strength, speed, perception, and other aspects had all been strengthened. They had never seen such a terrifying cultivation method. They wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to disturb Feng Wuchen's cultivation. It was just the basics of the cultivation method, but it had such a terrifying increase. It could be seen how terrifying the Sovereign Body was. The soldiers who were cultivating also felt that their bodies had undergone a huge change. They were shocked and in disbelief. Coupled with the cultivation of the golden spirit pill, their cultivation increased rapidly. The changes in their bodies and the speed of their cultivation increased. This kind of feeling was something they had never experienced before. Half a month later, the strength of the soldiers increased by leaps and bounds. Many people even had a breakthrough because of this. Compared to half a month ago, it was as if they had become a different person. They all felt that their strength, speed, reaction, and perception had all become much stronger. The current Black Banner Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry had already been reborn and had become even more powerful. Seeing that the two armies had such a shocking increase in strength, Xianxia and the other generals were extremely excited. Only after cultivating the sovereign body did the soldiers truly understand the power of the sovereign body. The previous half a month of training was completely to build the foundation. The sovereign body wasn't something that could be cultivated casually. Even the basics required an extremely strong body. Moreover, the cultivation process was also very difficult. At this moment, the soldiers finally realized that in order to help them increase their cultivation, Feng Wuchen had used oppressive methods. He was willing to incur enmity with the soldiers just to force them to train. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort, causing the soldiers to be extremely moved. The soldiers were extremely grateful. The amount of hatred they had for Feng Wuchen before was the same amount of gratitude they had for Feng Wuchen now. Thinking back to the various kinds of hatred and anger they had for Feng Wuchen before, the soldiers felt incomparably uncomfortable in their hearts. It could be said that a dog biting Lu Dongbin didn't recognize the kindness of others. Feng Wuchen rode his sword down from the peak of the mountain and saw the soldiers respectfully lining up in neat rows to welcome him. The anger on their faces had been completely replaced by respect. The moment Feng Wuchen landed, the soldiers all knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully, "Thank you, Master Feng, for fulfilling our wish." Their loud and clear voices resounded throughout the mountain range. Wave after wave of echoes lingered in the mountain range and didn't disperse for a long time. The respect of the soldiers came from the bottom of their hearts. This touched Feng Wuchen to the core. The feeling of receiving rewards after putting in effort made him feel very strange. "Master Feng, we have wronged you. Master Feng treated us with sincerity, but Master Feng put in a lot of effort and wholeheartedly helped us to improve our strength, but we didn't know what was good for us. We are willing to accept Master Feng's punishment. The reason why we can have today's changes is all because of Master Feng. You are our second parent. We will remember Master Feng's kindness to us forever." The soldiers sincerely apologized. Every sentence was from the bottom of their hearts. The iron-blooded soldiers' eyes were brimming with tears. "Rise, all of you," Feng Wuchen said with a choked voice. Although he had only known them for a month, they had left a very deep impression on him. Perhaps it was because of the resentment and anger of the soldiers at the beginning, as well as the spirit of the soldiers to endure hardships. Feng Wuchen's heart was touched. From the doubts of the soldiers at the beginning to the sincere treatment of the soldiers in the end, Feng Wuchen was very touched. "Please punish us, Master Feng," the soldiers shouted. The vigor and strength of hot-blooded men and the courage to take on responsibilities were completely reflected in the bodies of the soldiers. "Good," Feng Wuchen shouted, "all soldiers, listen up. You are punished to pick 100 stalks of medicinal herbs within 1 hour." "Yes," the soldiers shouted respectfully. Immediately after, more than 500 people rushed in all directions at an astonishing speed. In a few breaths of time, they had already disappeared without a trace. After the soldiers entered the mountain, Xianxia cupped his fists in gratitude to Feng Wuchen. His attitude was very respectful. "Many thanks to Feng Master for nurturing us." "You're too polite, great general." Feng Wuchen smiled calmly. "It's all thanks to Feng Master that the soldiers have improved so much. The strength of the sovereign physique is truly shocking." Ling Zhantian continued. Feng Wuchen said, "The sovereign physique is only a supplementary cultivation method. The reason why they can improve so much is completely related to their physique." At this point, Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia and said, "Great general, my mission is complete. It's time for me to leave the capital." "Is Master Feng leaving so soon?" "The imperial advisor and the prince are not back yet. The soldiers are also not back yet," the great general asked in astonishment. All good things must come to an end. The list of the 10 people that I have chosen is here. If they are willing, let them come to Yunzhou to find me. We will meet again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and cupped his fists. He turned and left the barracks. If he waited for Yang Tianxian, Situ Zhentian, and the soldiers to return, Feng Wuchen would not be able to leave so easily. Staying in the barracks for a month, refining weapons, refining pills, and guiding the two elders, had already delayed Feng Wuchen's cultivation time. When the soldiers returned and found out that Feng Wuchen had already left, they were all extremely disappointed. Their eyes were filled with reluctance to part with Feng Wuchen, regretting that they did not treat Feng Wuchen well from the beginning. They regretted that they found out too late. Master Feng has chosen 10 people from among you. If you are willing, you can leave the barracks and follow Master Feng. Yi Xianxia sighed. He could naturally see that the soldiers were reluctant to part with Feng Wuchen. Lung Mucheng, Crimson Emperor. Yi Xianxia read out the names of the 10 soldiers in one breath. Finally, he said, Master Feng should still be in the capital. If the 10 of you are willing, go ahead. If you can't find him in the capital, go to Yunzhou. Lung Mucheng and the other 10 people looked at each other. Then, with Lung Mucheng as the leader, they first bowed deeply to Yi Xianxia's generals. Then, the 8 of them quickly left the barracks. Only 2 people did not decide to leave the barracks. Why didn't you go? Yi Xianxia asked as he looked at the 2 soldiers who stayed behind. We swear to follow the great general to the death. The 2 soldiers said in unison. Sigh. Yi Xianxia sighed softly. Reporting to the great general. The imperial preceptor and the prince have returned. A general quickly ran over to report. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian came over excitedly. However, when they arrived at the barracks, Feng Wuchen was already gone. What? Master left? Situ Zhentian exclaimed in shock. Master? The soldiers were all dumbfounded. Situ Zhentian actually called Feng Wuchen master. The soldiers were dumbfounded. When did Situ Zhentian acknowledge Feng Wuchen as his master? We're still too late. Yang Tianxian shook his head helplessly. Imperial preceptor, what's wrong? Yi Xianxia asked. The emperor has just issued an order to confer Feng Master as the empire's great general. He will personally lead the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry while you, the great general, will be the commander-in-chief and be in charge of the entire empire's army. The order has already been passed down and the empire's officials are already aware of this matter. Yang Tianxian smiled bitterly. In the end, he was still a step too late. Great general? Everyone present was shocked again and their eyes were wide open. Yi Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and said, Imperial Preceptor, I can see that Feng Master isn't an ordinary person. Our empire can't keep him. From the moment he opened his mouth to ask for people, I already thought of this. What a pity. Those officials are going to be disappointed. Yang Tianxian sighed and shook his head. How could he not be disappointed? Yang Tianxian hadn't even acknowledged Feng Wuchen as his master yet. Once Feng Wuchen left, who knew when they would be able to see him again? Since the emperor has already given the order, the position of great general belongs to none other than Feng Master. Whether Feng Master is in the empire or not, he is still the great general. Yang Tianxian continued. Although he hadn't acknowledged Feng Wuchen as his master, in his heart, he had already regarded Feng Wuchen as his master. Imperial Preceptor, Feng Master just left half an hour ago. Should we chase after him? Ling Zhantian asked. Yang Tianxian shook his head and said, There's no need. Feng Master can fly on his sword. He might have already left the empire. After leaving the military camp, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the bustling city of Flying Cloud City. The first thing he did when he arrived at Flying Cloud City was to fill his stomach. After that, he planned to leave the empire and head to the Cloud region. The empire was filled with relatives of the emperor. There were too many high-ranking officials in the empire. Feng Wuchen had nothing to do with them. Feng Wuchen also didn't plan to stay in the empire. Of course, it wasn't that Feng Wuchen was afraid, but that he didn't want to have too much trouble, so as not to affect his cultivation. Feng Wuchen didn't know about the emperor's conferment of titles, nor did he know that Lin Mucheng and the others had already left the military camp to look for him. Feng Wuchen entered a restaurant called Xianxia Tower. The Xianxia Tower was quite famous in Flying Cloud City, because the singers of the Xianxia Tower were very beautiful. Most importantly, the shopkeeper of the Xianxia Tower was a young and beautiful woman. Most of the romantic men came for her, and many of the high-ranking officials were the same. The restaurant was very lively. On the stage in the center, the singers were dancing beautifully. All of them were good at singing and dancing, and were extremely tempting. The men's gazes all fell on them. Many of them were swallowing their saliva and rubbing their hands, as if they were about to turn into beasts. Feng Wuchen only took a glance, and then went up to the second floor. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen didn't like to look, but the table next to the railing on the second floor was more comfortable. However, what made Feng Wuchen feel strange was that no one was sitting in such a good seat. Just as Feng Wuchen was feeling strange, he noticed that many astonished gazes were looking at him. Is there something wrong with this table? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. He felt that there was something wrong with these people's gazes. The shopkeeper of the restaurant also saw Feng Wuchen. She frowned and quickly walked up to the second floor. It had to be said that the female shopkeeper was very beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red cheongsam, and she was extremely voluptuous. Her curves were curvy, and her every movement was extremely seductive. She was simply a fairy. Seeing the female shopkeeper come up, many people showed a look of schadenfreude. This made Feng Wuchen even more puzzled. He didn't know what was going on at all. You're quite handsome. Little brother, is this your first time at the Xianxia Tower? The female shopkeeper asked softly. Her pleasant voice made the hearts of the men present flutter. The female shopkeeper was very charming. Feng Wuchen also took a second look, then nodded and asked, "What's wrong?" "Since it's your first time here, let me remind you. You should change your seat to avoid trouble," the female shopkeeper said softly. "Little brother, this is our young Master Wang's seat. No one dares to sit there," a middle-aged man said. "I see." Feng Wuchen nodded. Only now did he understand why no one sat in this seat. It turned out that it was reserved by a big shot. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to change his table, a cold and piercing voice rang out. "Who is so daring to sit in my seat? Young Master Wang is here." The faces of the people in the restaurant suddenly showed fear. The female shopkeeper shook her head and said softly, "Little brother, you're on your own. I can't help you." A man in his early 30s wearing a white brocade was coming up to the second floor. Behind him were 6 guards. The man in the lead was young Master Wang, Wang He. "Young Master Wang, you're finally here." The female shopkeeper went up to receive him with a charming smile. "Io, my little beauty, I missed you so much." Wang He anxiously hugged the female shopkeeper's willowy waist, and unscrupulous. He didn't care if there was anyone present. The female shopkeeper quickly broke free. She rolled her eyes at Wang He and sneered, "You're so stubborn. Young master, how should we deal with this brat?" A guard stopped Feng Wuchen and asked Wang He respectfully. "Young Master Wang, he's just a little brat. Why bother with him?" The female shopkeeper quickly said. She also wanted to speak up for Feng Wuchen. "Even if the little beauty speaks up today, I won't allow it. Otherwise, if someone dares to sit here today, there will be someone who doesn't put me in their eyes tomorrow." Wang He shook his head and looked at Feng Wuchen fiercely. He shouted coldly, "Kill him." The female shopkeeper looked at Feng Wuchen helplessly. She didn't dare to intervene. Moreover, she and Feng Wuchen were just strangers who met by chance. There was no need to sacrifice her life for a young man she didn't know. Glancing at Feng Wuchen and seeing the coldness in Feng Wuchen's eyes, Wang He broke out in a cold sweat. What a cold gaze. Wang He thought to himself. The female owner was also shocked as a trace of fear rose in her heart. "Kill him!" Wang He shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's gaze made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. After receiving the order, the guard blocking Feng Wuchen attacked without hesitation. His palms clenched together and viciously pierced towards Feng Wuchen's chest. It was a vicious move. Feng Wuchen's cold eyes suddenly emitted a cold killing intent. The moment the guard attacked, he threw out a punch at an even faster speed. Bang! Pfft! The punch landed on the guard's chest. With a loud bang, the violent force sent the guard flying out of the restaurant. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the restaurant. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Hiss, a fourth-level origin transformation martial artist, was heavily injured by a single punch from a youth. Everyone in the restaurant gasped in shock as they looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. They really didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have such terrifying strength at such a young age. Stinking brat. You have some skills. Wang He's face darkened. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. The 5 guards attacked at the same time. The people on the second floor all fled. The people on the first floor also rushed out of the restaurant, afraid of getting into trouble. Bang bang bang. Facing the fierce attacks of the 5 guards, Feng Wuchen didn't show any signs of weakness. 1 against 5, a series of explosions sounded in the restaurant. Powerful forces spread out like a hurricane. The 5 guards weren't weak. They were all around the 5th-level origin transformation martial artist. But even with the 5 of them working together, they still couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen in a short amount of time. Feng Wuchen used the dragon god's shadow and relied on his frightening speed to resist. He skillfully and strangely avoided the ruthless attacks of the 5 guards. Who is this brat? He's merely at the 3rd level of the origin transformation stage, yet he has such terrifying strength. I'm afraid he's already at the 6th level of the origin transformation stage. Wang He frowned as he thought to himself. His expression turned serious. Not only did Wang He see that Feng Wuchen was not simple, but the female shopkeeper also saw it. At this moment, she was staring at Feng Wuchen with a dumbfounded expression. A single youth was actually able to fight against 5 powerful transformation realm experts without falling into a disadvantageous position. Just how strong was he? Bang bang bang. PFFF. PFFF. Feng Wuchen's attacks were getting faster and faster, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. His ghost-like figure flashed through the air and destroyed the guards one by one. One by one, the guards were sent flying while coughing out blood. In just a few minutes, the 5 guards were severely injured, and the restaurant was in a sorry state. Bang! Pooh! Feng Wuchen ruthlessly stomped on the back of a guard. With a muffled bang, the guard once again vomited blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Feng Wuchen's methods were equally ruthless and merciless. Staring coldly at the gloomy Wang He, Feng Wuchen coldly said, "First, I didn't know this was your position. The shopkeeper reminded me and I didn't take it for myself. Second, I have no enmity with you. You want to kill me because I'm sitting in this position. Third, other than using your power to bully others, what else can you do?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's arrogant words, the female shopkeeper was so scared that her face turned pale. She secretly cursed Feng Wuchen for being tired of living. Feng Wuchen didn't know Wang He's identity, but how could the female shopkeeper not know? If she wasn't afraid of Wang He's identity, how could she allow Wang He to take advantage of her in front of so many people? "Little beauty, you step back first." Wang He slowly stood up. A terrifying killing intent spread out as he signaled the female shopkeeper to step back. Feng Wuchen's words obviously angered Wang He. Wang He's strength wasn't weak. With a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin transformation realm, his strength was even stronger than those guards. Stinking brat, in Soaring Cloud City, no one dares to be impudent in front of me. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Wang He coldly asked. His eyes narrowed as his killing intent skyrocketed. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change as he coldly said, "Then you tell me." Bang! Wang He fiercely slammed his palm on the edge of the table. With a muffled bang, the round table flew towards Feng Wuchen. At the same time, Wang He abruptly stomped on the ground and ferociously charged forward, blasting a hole in the wooden floor. Feng Wuchen quickly circulated his dragon god's power. With a wave of his hand, flames instantly ignited on his arm. The round table that was flying towards him was split into 2. He then clenched his hand into a fist and met Wang He's attack. Bang! The 2 extremely ferocious fists collided. An extremely powerful force swept out in all directions, shaking the restaurant until dust fell. As expected, this stinking brat's strength has already reached the 6th level of the origin transformation realm. Unbelievable. Wang He frowned as he thought to himself. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe that a 3rd-level origin transformation realm martial artist could fight against a 6th-level origin transformation realm martial artist. Because it was simply impossible. But it happened right in front of his eyes. Who exactly is he? Why is he so strong? The female owner who was hiding behind the pillar of the restaurant was aghast. To her, Feng Wuchen was simply a monster. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the restaurant, waves of tyrannical force spread out. The sound of explosions didn't stop. It was obvious that the two were fiercely clashing. If this continued, the restaurant wouldn't be able to hold on. The restaurant was already packed with people. Their faces were filled with panic and nervousness. They all knew that the one fighting inside was Wang He, a mere 3rd-level origin transformation realm martial artist. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Wang He angrily shouted as his attacks became even more ferocious. If you kneel down and beg me now, I can spare your life. Feng Wuchen coldly said as his cold-killing intent became heavier. Humph. You're courting death. Wang He clenched his teeth and said angrily. Dragon God's shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted as his speed instantly doubled. His body turned into a series of afterimages as he moved quickly. Facing a 6th-level origin transformation realm martial artist, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to hold back. He had to go all out, or the one who died would be him. Feng Wuchen didn't care about Wang He's identity. Since he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen wouldn't show mercy. High-grade yellow rank martial skill. Gale steps. Wang He shouted as he executed his movement skill. The fierce battle started again. It was another head-on collision. Violent forces madly spread out. At first, Wang He was still able to resist. But as time passed, he realized that Feng Wuchen's physical strength was extremely terrifying. Under the head-on collision, his fists and legs started to feel a piercing pain. Bang! Wang He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Feng Wuchen followed up with a final punch that landed on Wang He's chest. Wang He was pushed back a few meters and crashed into the railing on the 2nd floor, falling down the 1st floor. Young Master Wang. The female owner panicked. Is this stinking brat a monster? Wang He's face turned sinister. With his 6th-level origin transformation realm martial artist strength, he couldn't even defeat a 3rd-level origin transformation realm martial artist. To Wang He, this was simply a humiliation. It's still a bit strenuous to deal with a 6th-level origin transformation realm martial artist. I have to use all my strength to gain the upper hand. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Wang He got up and stared at Feng Wuchen with a sinister face. The true yuan in his body was crazily circulated. His hands formed a seal which emitted a blue light. He shouted angrily, low-grade profound rank martial skill. 9 Nether Claw. Wang He's right palm curled into a claw shape, abruptly striking out. A 1 zhang long blue energy claw shot out, destroying everything in its path, including the tables, chairs, stairs, and so on. 3rd layered Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen shouted. His palm glowed with a golden light. With a palm strike, a palm-sized golden palm print rushed down. Rumble. Weng weng. When the two powerful forces collided, there was a loud explosion. The violent force sent Wang He flying, creating a huge hole in the restaurant. Wood chips filled the air. Feng Wuchen was also pushed back a few meters by the violent force. His face was pale. Seeing someone flying out of the restaurant, the crowd outside scattered in fear. No one dared to stay. Young Master Wang was beaten out. That young man is too scary. Even young Master Wang can't beat him. That brat is only at the 3rd level of Origin Transformation Realm. Young Master Wang can't even beat him at the 6th level of Origin Transformation Realm. The crowd was shocked. Even some of the Origin Transformation Realm martial artists couldn't believe it. On the street, Wang He got up. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured, but it didn't affect his battle strength. Feng Wuchen slowly walked out of the destroyed restaurant. He wasn't injured at all, but his face was a little pale. Stinking brat. You're the first person in Flying Cloud City to be able to force me to this extent. Wang He said viciously as he glared at Feng Wuchen with a gaze filled with killing intent. Wang He reached out and grabbed. A huge axe appeared out of thin air. It was a low-grade artifact. With the artifact out, Wang He's aura increased by several folds. Eat my axe. Wang He shouted angrily. He stomped on the ground and leaped high into the air. The huge black axe was condensed with extremely strong true origin energy. Xiao. Wang He swung the huge axe with both hands. With a loud boom, the blue energy axe chopped down fiercely. Illusion sword art. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The red fiery sword appeared and ignited with a strange green flame. With a shout from Feng Wuchen, the red fiery sword swept out. Xiao. The crescent-shaped green flame sword broke through the air like a hot knife through butter. The sword light was extremely violent, drawing a green rainbow. Feeling the violent aura of the sword light, Wang He's face changed drastically. Rumble. Poowork. The two forces collided once more and exploded with a loud bang. Wang He vomited blood on the spot. His figure flew out and crashed into the wall of a building. This is impossible. Even a mystic rank martial technique can't beat him. Wang He was greatly alarmed in his heart. The mystic rank martial technique that he was so proud of actually collapsed in one blow in front of Feng Wuchen. This sort of Feng Wuchen's could be said to be very terrifying. Wang He was unable to shake it at all. But this sort of Feng Wuchen's practically used all of his power. Otherwise, wanting to injure Wang He would not be so easy. The crowd around the street was silent. Everyone looked at the injured Wang He in a daze. Wang He's strength was tyrannical. Relying on mystic rank martial techniques, he had no match among his peers in Soaring Cloud City. But it was such a powerful Wang He who was now defeated at the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Because of a small matter, you want to kill me? Don't you think it's too much? Feng Wuchen said coldly and walked up step by step. I have no enmity with you, but you want to kill me. For such a big matter, it's not too much for me to kill you, right? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. The red fiery sword in his hand was placed in front of the heavily injured Wang He's chest. Wang He's father, Wang Zhongxian, was a 5th-rank official of the empire. The Wang family had the highest status in the Flying Cloud City. All the officials below the 5th rank looked to the Wang family as their leader. It was obvious that Wang He had a powerful background. He was the #1 young master of the Flying Cloud City. In Flying Cloud City, and even the cities around Flying Cloud City, no one dared to be impudent to Wang He. Even rank 4 officials had to show him some respect because his father was a rank 5 official. Wang Zhongxian was famous for being protective of his own people. Although he looked kind on the surface, he was extremely cunning and vicious. Wang He had such a powerful background. If Feng Wuchen killed him, the Flying Cloud City would be in chaos. Brat. Who are you? Wang He glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and asked. Even if the red fiery sword was aimed at his chest, he was not afraid at all. Tianzhou's matchless city's Feng family. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Very well. I will kill your entire Feng family. Wang He shouted fiercely. Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, then I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the red fiery sword in Feng Wuchen's hand slowly pierced into Wang He's chest. Blood flowed out and dyed Wang He's clothes red. Stop. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. Immediately after, a majestic aura spread out. Xiao. A purple light shot towards Feng Wuchen with a sonic boom. Its speed was shocking. 8th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. He immediately stepped on the ground and retreated quickly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Feng Wuchen had already used all his strength when fighting against a 6th-level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist. Facing an 8th-level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist, he was no match at all. Young master, are you all right? The person who came was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. The person who came was the head of the Wang family's guards, Zhao Fei. It was obvious that someone had already gone to the Wang family to report. As soon as Zhao Fei arrived, a large group of the Empire's soldiers rushed over and sealed off the streets. No one was allowed to leave. Everyone squatted on the ground and no one dared to move. Wang He's face was extremely gloomy, and his flesh kept twitching. He gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Kill him." Zhao Fei glanced at Feng Wuchen with shock in his heart. It was hard for Zhao Fei to believe that Feng Wuchen, who was at the 6th level of the Origin Transformation Realm, couldn't defeat a 3rd-level Origin Transformation Realm youth. Zhao Fei did not feel that he was weak. Instead, he felt that Feng Wuchen was too strong. With just a glance, Zhao Fei rushed up. He activated the Jin Yuan in his body, and a tyrannical force burst out. With Zhao Fei's strength, be it strength or speed, he was above Feng Wuchen. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen activated the power of the Dragon God with all his might, and his entire body emitted a golden light. With a loud shout, Feng Wuchen struck out 3 times in a row. A tyrannical golden palm print broke through the air. The 3 palms overlapped and the power increased greatly. Profound ranked martial skill? It was extremely powerful. With such strength, no wonder he was able to defeat young master. This brat is indeed not simple. Zhao Fei was surprised, but he did not feel any fear. Mid-grade yellow ranked martial skill. Diamond palm. Zhao Fei rushed up and gathered a tyrannical force in his right palm. With a loud shout, he struck out with his palm. Bang! PFFF. One had to admit that Zhao Fei's strength was tyrannical. When his palm landed on the palm print, it easily shattered Feng Wuchen's palm print. The impact even caused Feng Wuchen to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body slid along the street for 6 to 7 meters. The red fiery sword stabbed into the ground, barely supporting Feng Wuchen. Facing an 8th-level Origin Transformation Realm expert, it was already very good that Feng Wuchen was still standing. He can actually withstand 70% of my power. Zhao Fei was surprised again. He started to be curious about Feng Wuchen's background. A 16 to 17-year-old youth not only had tyrannical strength, but also had such a strong endurance. Anyone would be curious. Feng Wuchen quickly took out the bone-growing qi replenishing pill and the profound azure pill and swallowed them. The more critical the situation was, the more effective the pills would be. Even if he couldn't defeat an 8th-level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist, as long as he had a certain amount of true yuan and recovered from his injuries, Feng Wuchen was confident that he could escape. However, the surrounding streets were surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Feng Wuchen probably couldn't escape. At this moment, Wang He took a knife from one of the soldiers and walked over step by step with a vicious smile on his face. "Stinking brat, before you kill me, you don't even know who I am. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings," Wang He said coldly. He planned to kill Feng Wuchen with his own hands. Hearing this, the expressionless Feng Wuchen said coldly, "That might not be the case." His cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. No one dared to look straight at him. "Humph. You think you can escape?" Wang He sneered disdainfully. He slowly walked in front of Feng Wuchen and raised the knife in his hand. Without hesitation, he chopped towards Feng Wuchen's head. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical ice attribute True Yuan burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. The ice pierced through the air and the cold air spread wildly. "Young master, be careful." Zhao Fei's expression changed. He grabbed Wang He and quickly retreated. Zhao Fei wasn't afraid, but the heavily injured Wang He couldn't withstand the tyrannical cold air. When Zhao Fei retreated with Wang He, Feng Wuchen had already rushed to the other side of the street with the red fiery sword in his hand. He planned to kill his way out. "Kill him. Don't let him escape," Wang He shouted angrily. The soldiers blocking the street all rushed forward. No one dared to disobey the order. Shoo shoo shoo. Chi chi chi. Feng Wuchen swung the red fiery sword. Dozens of tyrannical ice swords shot out. Like a storm of needles, they mercilessly pierced through the soldiers. Miserable screams rang out continuously. Feng Wuchen was decisive and merciless. Wherever the red fiery sword passed, the soldiers fell into pools of blood. No matter how many there were, it was useless. No one could stop Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's face was cold and expressionless. He was like a cold-blooded killer. His ferocious means frightened the people on the street until their faces turned pale. Zhao Fei's expression was extremely gloomy. Under Wang He's angry roar, he rushed forward again. "Everyone back off!" Zhao Fei shouted. Feng Wuchen had already noticed Zhao Fei rushing forward. He turned around and swung his sword. A tyrannical golden sword light shot out. At the same time, Feng Wuchen rushed towards the city gate. Any soldiers who tried to stop him were mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen. "Stop him! Zhao Fei! Chase after him!" Wang He roared. Unfortunately, how could those soldiers be a match for Feng Wuchen? Avoiding the sword light, Zhao Fei urged his true essence and chased after him. Feng Wuchen killed the soldiers cold-bloodedly while taking out the profound azure pill. He planned to escape from the city gate and use sword kinesis flight to escape. However, what Feng Wuchen did not expect was that the city gate was also blocked by a large group of soldiers. The Wang mansion had sent out at least a few hundred soldiers this time. Feng Wuchen's face sank. There was no way out. There were still many soldiers chasing after him. Time did not allow Feng Wuchen to think too much. He had to escape before Zhao Fei caught up. Injecting true essence into the red fiery sword, Feng Wuchen planned to use sword kinesis flight. But at this moment, the soldiers at the city gate were suddenly sent flying by a group of people. They barged in and forced a way out. Feng Wuchen looked carefully and was stunned. He said in shock, "Leng Mucheng. Crimson Emperor. It's the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry." Many soldiers could tell from Leng Mucheng's clothes. The soldiers retreated one after another. The Wang Mansion's soldiers did not dare to clash with the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. It's really the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. Why are they in Flying Cloud City? Why did they injure the Wang Mansion's soldiers? The surrounding crowd was puzzled and surprised. The Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry were usually in the barracks. They would not appear unless there was a special situation. "Feng Master. Are you all right? We are late," Crimson Emperor asked respectfully. His face was incomparably gloomy and his entire body was emitting a cold-killing intent. That kind of cold-killing intent that made one's heart tremble was something that only the true soldiers of the Empire possessed. "I'm fine. Why are you here?" Feng Wuchen asked. "Feng Master, we knew that you left, so we immediately came to find you. We searched several cities before we found Flying Cloud City," Leng Mucheng said. "Feng Master, what's going on?" another person asked. "Wang He. These are the guards of the Wang Mansion. They are not soldiers of the Empire." Crimson Emperor saw Wang He's figure and his expression became grave. "Mucheng. Go back and report to the Great General immediately," Crimson Emperor said in a low voice. Crimson Emperor and the others are clear about Wang He's identity. Even if they have the support of Xianxia, they do not dare to easily offend Wang He. Even if they are the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry, they are still soldiers without any official position. However, Crimson Emperor and the others are still soldiers of Xianxia, so they are not afraid of the Wang Mansion. It's just that they are not qualified to participate in the matters of officials. However, Feng Wuchen is an honored guest invited by Xianxia. He is the reincarnation of the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. They will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Even if they die, they will not. Leng Mucheng did not hesitate and quickly returned to the barracks. None of the Wang Mansion's guards dared to stop them. Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry? Seeing the attire of Crimson Emperor and the others, Zhao Fei and Wang He could not help but frown. Who is Feng Wuchen? Why would the Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry help him? Stinking brat, I did not expect the Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry to help you. Wang He shouted angrily with a gloomy face. Wang He's fierce gaze swept across Crimson Emperor and the others. He shouted coldly, "This stinking brat wants to kill me. All of you are guilty of shielding him. Even if the great general comes, he won't be able to protect you. For the sake of the great general, I will not bicker with you. Get lost. Wang He. Do you know who he is? Crimson Emperor asked coldly. I don't care who he is. If he wants to kill me, he will die. Wang He shouted angrily. He is Feng Master that the great general personally invited from Cloud State. He is the chief instructor of our Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. You are disrespectful to Feng Master and even injured Master Feng. Aren't you afraid that the great general will punish you? Crimson Emperor shouted coldly. He was extremely powerful. Feng Master? Everyone's expression changed. Feng Master who can become an artifact with a single thought. Zhao Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. After 2 months, Feng Master's fame had already spread throughout the imperial city. Situ Jintian, a 4th-grade weapon refiner, was conferred the title of prince by the emperor. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen was the legendary 5th-grade weapon refiner who can become an artifact with a single thought. Young master, he's the famous Feng Master in Yunzhou. We can't afford to offend him. Zhao Fei said in a low voice. He was starting to panic. Wang He's face was extremely ugly. He said angrily, even if we can't afford to offend him, we've already offended him. If we don't kill him today, we'll definitely die. Wang He was very clear about the extraordinary status of a 5th-grade alchemist. Once Feng Wuchen left alive, the Wang residence would definitely be destroyed. A 5th-grade alchemist was terrifying. He only needed to say a word and countless experts would come to kill everyone in the Wang residence. Hearing Wang He's words, Zhao Fei was instantly dumbfounded. I'll say it again. Those who want to kill me must die. If you dare to interfere, I'll kill all of you too. Wang He shouted angrily. He looked like he was going all out. Then you can try. The Crimson Emperor snorted and got into a fighting posture. Kill him. Wang He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He signaled the Wang residence's guards to attack. However, none of the guards dared to attack. Putting aside the fact that they were afraid of Feng Wuchen's identity as Feng Master, just the identity of the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry was enough to frighten them. The Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry were backed by the Empire's first general. How would they dare to offend them? Zhao Fei also didn't dare to attack. He had already injured Feng Wuchen and offended Feng Wuchen. He didn't want to offend him further. Zhao Fei was already extremely regretful. He was even more terrified. What are you waiting for? Attack! Wang He shouted angrily. The Crimson Emperor said coldly, whoever dares to attack will die. Still, none of the guards dared to attack. They all looked at the Crimson Emperor and the others in fear. He's actually Feng Master. The female shopkeeper who came to watch was extremely shocked. Although Feng Wuchen's fame had spread throughout the imperial city, there were only a few people who had seen Feng Master's lineup. Preposterous. Seeing that none of the guards dared to attack, Wang He was furious. He shouted at Zhao Fei, Zhao Fei. Hurry up and do it. Young master, if you don't stop now, I'm afraid we won't have a way out. Zhao Fei said in horror, his face already pale from fright. Trash. Wang He cursed and kicked Zhao Fei away. When the Crimson Sovereign saw that the guards of the Wang residence didn't dare to make a move, he then asked Feng Wuchen respectfully, Master Feng, how do you plan to deal with this? Wang He's status wasn't small. The reason why the Crimson Emperor asked this was because he wanted to know what Feng Wuchen was thinking. After taking the medicinal pill, Feng Wuchen's injuries and quintessence recovered significantly. He said coldly, die. Wang He had completely enraged Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not care who Wang He was. He had to die today. Although the Crimson Sovereign had guessed what Feng Wuchen was thinking, he was still a little worried. When he wanted to persuade him, he instantly dispelled this idea. Because the Crimson Emperor thought of someone, and that person was Situ Jintian, Feng Wuchen was Situ Jintian's master. The Grand Prince's master. Wang He. You asked for it. The Crimson Emperor shouted coldly. He took out a high-grade long sword and was about to rush forward. Lord Wang and Lord Wei are here. Just as the Crimson Emperor was about to make a move, a shout suddenly came from the crowd. Lord Wang, the Crimson Emperor couldn't help but frown. Father is here. Wang He was overjoyed. The crowd retreated to the sides. Several men who were over 50 years old walked over. There were many guards following behind them. The leader is Lord Wang, Wang Zhongxian, Wang He's father. The officials of Flying Cloud City had all rushed over. They had just returned from the imperial family and saw that something had happened in the city. That was why they hurriedly rushed over. Father! You're finally back. Wang He immediately ran over. Who beat you up like this? Seeing that Wang He was injured, Wang Zhongxian's face sank and asked. Wang He said angrily, Father, it's that stinking brat. He wanted to kill me. Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry are all helping him. Black Flag Army? Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry? Wang Zhongxian frowned and swept his old eyes over. As expected, he saw Black Flag Army and Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. How dare you? Don't think that just because you have the support of the great general, you dare to run amok again. An official immediately shouted at the Crimson Emperor and the others. Injuring my son, you are simply not putting me in your eyes. Even if the great general comes today, he won't be able to protect you. Wang Zhongxian shouted angrily. As a fifth-rank official, he had a high position and authority. How could he allow some random people to ride on his head and behave atrociously? Let's see who dares, the Crimson Emperor shouted angrily. A majestic aura burst out. His iron-blooded ice-cold killing intent was incomparably terrifying. The moment you arrived, you were busy protecting your own. Aren't you going to ask about the cause of the matter? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. An official shouted angrily, How dare you injure young Master Wang, I don't care what the cause is. What are you all still standing there for? Take them all down. The official then shouted angrily at the guards. My lords, please don't do that. Zhao Fei said hurriedly, he is Master Feng, who is famous in Yunzhou and can achieve anything with a single thought. You can't take him away. What did you say? He is Feng Master? Hearing this, the faces of several officials, including Wang Zhongxian, instantly turned green. They were so stiff that they couldn't be any stiffer. Naturally, they had heard of Feng Master before. If it was before, they might only be shocked. But now, it was different, as officials of the empire, Wang Zhongxian and the others had just returned from the imperial palace. Naturally, they already knew what kind of order the emperor had given. Seeing the stiff expressions of Wang Zhongxian and the other officials and the fear in their eyes, Wang He asked curiously, Father, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhongxian didn't speak. The other officials didn't speak either. Many of the Wang Mansion's guards and the people of Flying Cloud City were puzzled. What's going on? The Crimson Emperor and the others were also puzzled. Could it be that the name of Feng Master had caused them to act like this? Could it be that they already knew that Feng Master was Situzhentian's master? Impossible. Only the people in the military camp knew about this. It was impossible for others to know. Situzhentian wouldn't tell anyone either. But what was the reason? Everyone was puzzled. Father, say something. Wang He said anxiously and started to panic. From the fear in Wang Zhongxian and the others' eyes, Wang He already realized that something was wrong. It seems like Wang He is in big trouble this time, the female shopkeeper said with horror. Her pretty face was extremely pale. Her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Wuchen with fear. Right now, Feng Wuchen gave her the feeling that he was a murderous demon that couldn't be offended. Furthermore, he was a big shot with a deep background. He definitely wasn't as simple as Feng Master. Ta, ta, ta. Right at this moment, there were sounds of iron hooves coming from outside the city. An ice-cold murderous aura that caused one's soul to scatter came from outside the city. The aura was monstrous. The familiar sound of iron hooves and the familiar aura of the army made everyone in Flying Cloud City panic as though they were facing a formidable enemy. This was the sound of iron hooves from the Empire's Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. The Empire's elite soldiers were here. This is the sound of iron hooves from the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. The Empire Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry is here. Everyone in Flying Cloud City exclaimed. They seemed to have realized something and looked at the youth in the center. They already knew that the Empire's Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry was here because of him. The Black Flag Army is here too. Everyone exclaimed again. Shock. Incomparable shock. The Empire's 2 elite soldiers had both come to Flying Cloud City. Duke. Grand Prince. The Grand General has arrived. A soldier shouted. Greetings to the Duke, Grand Prince, and Grand General. Everyone shouted respectfully. Everyone in the city knelt down, including Wang Zhongxian and the other officials. They all knelt down respectfully. The prince's mansion guards threw the weapons in their hands onto the ground. However, only Feng Wuchen was still standing. At this moment, anyone could see it. Wang He was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. He finally understood what kind of person he had offended. A 16 or 17-year-old youth was able to make the Duke, Grand Prince, and Grand General lead the Empire's most elite soldiers. This was enough to prove the terrifying status of this youth. This wasn't considered much. The next scene shocked them to the extreme. After Yang Tianxian, Situ Zhentian, and Yi Zhangqiang got off their horses, they quickly walked forward and bowed. Master! Master Feng! Master? Hearing Situ Zhentian's address, everyone was shocked again. Their eyeballs almost popped out. The Duke, Grand Prince, and Yi Zhangqiang actually bowed to Feng Wuchen. And they were respectful. What kind of terrifying identity was this? Even the Emperor and Prince didn't receive such treatment, right? Greetings to the Grand General. Over 100 elite soldiers from the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry knelt down and paid their respects. The loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire Flying Cloud City. Grand General. Everyone in Flying Cloud City was scared out of their wits and almost suffocated. Feng Wuchen was actually the Empire's Grand General. The Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry even knelt down and paid their respects so respectfully. These kinds of terrifying identities scared Wang He so much that he almost fainted. Grand General? Master Feng was conferred the title of Grand General? Crimson Emperor and the others were shocked. When did I become a Grand General? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He looked at Yang Tianxian and the others and asked. Grand General, when you just left, the Emperor had already given the order to confer you the title of Grand General to command the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. It's just that we couldn't make it in time. Yang Tianxian explained respectfully. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded. Command the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry? Everyone was shocked again. When we learned that the Grand General met with danger in Flying Cloud City, we immediately rushed over. Yi Zhangqiang added. Crimson Emperor reported respectfully, reporting to the Grand General. Wang He and the others injured the Grand General and even wanted to kill him. Wang Zhongxian and the others didn't ask about the cause and went against their superiors. They even wanted to take down the Grand General. Hearing Crimson Emperor's report, Yang Tianxian and the others' faces were incomparably gloomy. They wished they could slap Wang Zhongxian to death. Wang Zhongxian. Who gave you the guts? Do you know what the crime of going against your superiors is? Yi Zhangqiang asked coldly. An ice-cold and terrifying murderous aura spread out. Situ Zhentian said fiercely, you even dared to kill my master. You are simply lawless. Duke. Grand Prince. Have mercy, Grand General. This humble subject didn't know the identity of the Grand General. Please forgive us, Grand General. The officials all cowed out and begged for mercy. Wang Zhongxian already had nothing to say. He knew that it was too late to say anything. Wang He, do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he walked over expressionlessly. Wang He's eyes were filled with despair. He trembled as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He begged for mercy, Lord Commander, please spare me. I was blind and offended you. Please spare me this time. These are your last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Wang He trembled. He could tell that Feng Wuchen was determined to kill him. Seeing Feng Wuchen walking over with the red fiery sword, Wang Zhongxian panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy, Lord Commander, it's all my fault for not teaching my son well. If Lord Commander wants to kill me, please kill me. Please spare Wang He's life. It's your fault for not teaching your son well. It has nothing to do with me, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. When he was in front of Wang He, Feng Wuchen continued, in order to let everyone know that I'm not a bully, I think it's necessary to say something. I just arrived at Flying Cloud City today and found an empty seat in the Xianxia Tower. The innkeeper said it was Wang He's seat. In order to avoid trouble, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, Wang He wanted to kill me because of such a small matter. I believe many people in the Xianxia Tower are aware of this, and the innkeeper is even more clear about it, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. At this point, Feng Wuchen looked at Wang Zhongxian and asked, Lord Wang, now that I've killed your son, what do you have to say? Wang Zhongxian was speechless. In his heart, he cursed Wang He for being too arrogant. Lord Wang, if the emperor finds out about this, you dare to go against your superior and disrespect the emperor right after the Lord Commander was conferred the title. What do you think the consequences will be? Situ Zhentian said angrily. Hearing this, Wang Zhongxian was so frightened that his body trembled and his face turned pale. If the emperor found out about this, not to mention whether Wang Zhongxian and Wang He could keep their lives, their entire family would be implicated. Lord Commander. I know I'm wrong. I'll definitely change. Lord Commander, please spare me this time. The despairing Wang He cowed out and cried as he begged for mercy. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Everything was too late. It was too late. Offending the great commander is pardonable, but you wanted to kill the great commander. Do you still want to live? The Crimson Emperor coldly shouted in disdain. Great commander, kill him. The soldiers shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's position in the hearts of the soldiers was extremely high. They revered him like a god. Begging Feng Wuchen was useless. Wang He then turned to Yang Tianxian and begged for mercy, Duke, Prince, Grand General, please spare my life. I don't want to die yet. Qi. The red fiery sword in Feng Wuchen's hand mercilessly slashed across Wang He's neck. With a qi sound, a line of blood appeared on Wang He's neck. Wang He's eyes instantly widened, and in the next second, blood spurted out. Seeing Wang He fall, Wang Zhongxian cried out in grief. Wang He was mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen, but no one pitied Wang He. On the contrary, many people felt that their anger had been vented. Great Commander, how should we deal with the rest of the people who offended our superiors? Should we kill all of them? Ling Zhantian respectfully asked. Feng Wuchen was conferred the title of Great Commander. His position was on par with Yi Tsangqiong, and he had the authority to punish the officials of the empire. Ling Zhantian's words scared the officials and the guards out of their wits. With Feng Wuchen's current position as Great Commander, as long as he gave the order, all of them would die. A fifth-rank official was only a middle-rank official in the empire. Yi Tsangqiong was a first-rank official, which was much higher than Wang Zhongxian's. Feng Wuchen was silent for a moment, then said, remove them from their positions. The rest of them are innocent. Yes. Ling Zhantian respectfully replied. He then signaled a few Black Flag Army soldiers to take off their hats. Wang Zhongxian and the other officials instantly became dispirited. Because of Wang He, they were all removed from their positions. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Zhao Fei and the other guards were completely relieved. They felt as if they had returned from hell to heaven. Their tense nerves finally relaxed. Only then did they realize that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, Great Commander. Zhao Fei and the other guards knelt down. Duke, Prince, Great General, farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists slightly. Master, where are you going? Situ Zhentian quickly asked. He wasn't afraid of others knowing that he had already acknowledged Feng Wuchen as his master. Yunzhou. Feng Wuchen indifferently replied. Great Commander, take care. Yang Tianxian and Yi Tsangqiong bowed. Duke, Prince, Great General, thank you for your guidance. If the Empire is in trouble, we will definitely return. The 8 of them bowed respectfully. You must cultivate well. Don't disappoint Great Commander. Yi Tsangqiong exhorted. Yes. The 8 of them bowed respectfully again. Farewell, Great Commander. The Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry soldiers shouted respectfully. Their eyes were filled with reluctance. Their loud voices resounded through Flying Cloud City again. This represented the respect that the soldiers had for Feng Wuchen. Everyone in Flying Cloud City felt their blood boil. What a great honor. How enviable. Everyone watched as Feng Wuchen and the others walked out of the city gate. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. They believed that not long after, the entire imperial capital would spread the news that the empire had a young great commander. He was the famous Feng master of Yunzhou. Leng Muqing and the others followed closely behind Feng Wuchen. Since they had already made a decision, they wouldn't go back on their words. An hour later, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived deep in the mountains. The 8 of them stood in a row. Their eyes were filled with respect. Their names were Crimson Emperor, Leng Muqing, Quang Zhan, Shui Feng, Nie Zhong, Dao Hun, Duan Tian Feng, and Hu Ming. You have to consider carefully. Once you follow me, there is no turning back. In other words, you are no longer soldiers of the empire, but my subordinates. Feng Wuchen said. We pledge our lives to follow Great Commander. The Crimson Emperor and the others replied without hesitation. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took out a few things from his storage ring and said, This is the 9 Dragons Heaven Art, an earth-rank cultivation technique. It is a very terrifying movement technique. There are also some powerful martial skills. I have already prepared the medicinal pills for you. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the Crimson Emperor and the others were dumbfounded. Earth-rank cultivation technique? The 8 of them were completely stunned by these 4 words. They probably didn't hear what Feng Wuchen said after that. Feng Wuchen handed the things to the Crimson Emperor and said, You have a mission. Go to Tianzhou immediately. With your experience, find a good place to build a sword tower. 8 months later, I will return to Tianzhou. In these 8 months, you will cultivate these cultivation techniques and martial skills. Increase your cultivation as much as possible. Yes. The Crimson Emperor and the others replied respectfully after coming back to their senses. All of this came too suddenly, too pleasantly surprised, too unexpected. It was hard for them to accept it for a moment. Earth-rank cultivation technique. Was this a dream? To the Empire, that was a legendary cultivation technique, a treasure that countless people dreamed of. But Feng Wuchen actually took out such a legendary treasure for them to cultivate. The cultivation technique was already so terrifying, not to mention the other martial skills, it definitely wouldn't be too bad. After giving his instructions, Feng Wuchen left. The Crimson Emperor and the others were still in a state of shock. Crimson Emperor, did we hear wrongly? Great Commander actually said that it was an earth-rank cultivation technique. And what instant movement martial skill? I've never heard of it. Leng Muqing asked in a daze. No. You didn't hear wrongly. It is indeed an earth-rank cultivation technique. 9 Dragons Heaven Warring Art. The Crimson Emperor was so shocked that his voice trembled. Where did Great Commander get an earth-rank cultivation technique? He even gave us an earth-rank cultivation technique. Could it be that Great Commander's cultivation technique is even more powerful? Berserker guessed in shock. 9 Dragons Heaven Warring Art. The Crimson Emperor and the others quickly woke up from their shock and were overjoyed and excited. The Crimson Emperor and the others had never thought that such an unexpected thing would happen after leaving the military camp. We will go to Tianzhou immediately. After choosing a location to build the sword tower, we will cultivate our cultivation techniques and martial skills. We must not disappoint Great Commander. The Crimson Emperor smiled excitedly and hurriedly put the treasures that Feng Wuchen gave him into his storage ring. The 8 soldiers were full of energy and felt that their bodies were filled with energy. What they didn't know was that many years later, under Feng Wuchen's nurturing, they would become the 8 great swordsmen of the empire. After the 8 of them left, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared at the top of an ancient tree not far away. He looked at the backs of the Crimson Emperor and the others. I hope that you won't betray me, Feng Wuchen muttered. After the Crimson Emperor and the others disappeared, Feng Wuchen turned around and left. In front of huge benefits, there was no absolute loyalty. Once one became strong and had power and influence, the hearts of people might slowly change. The hearts of people were hard to fathom. Feng Wuchen was also worried about this. He thought highly of the Crimson Emperor and the others, but no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen was already far away from the imperial capital. He arrived at the peak of a towering mountain at the border between the imperial capital and Yunzhou. Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes and felt the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the mountain. Let's do it here, Feng Wuchen muttered and planned to cultivate here. Feng Wuchen refined some golden spiritual pills to aid in his cultivation. After that, he used the meteoric iron to refine a spiritual artifact hairpin before he started cultivating. In order to increase his cultivation, Feng Wuchen put all his energy into cultivating fist and leg techniques, sword techniques, martial skills, and so on. He constantly cultivated every day and slowly comprehended a deeper layer of essence, allowing him to unleash the power of his sword techniques and martial skills to the extreme. His sovereign physique had already stepped into the first stage. His physique was strengthened and became even stronger. After a month, Feng Wuchen's harvest was huge. His cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the origin transformation realm. His sword techniques and martial skills were cultivated to the greater success stage. His combat strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation at the 4th level of the origin transformation realm, he was confident that he could defeat an opponent at the 7th level of the origin transformation realm. The effects of the golden spiritual pills are still a little weak. It seems like I still have to find some herbs to refine the profound insight pills. The effects of the profound insight pills are much stronger. Without any other treasures, I can only rely on elixirs. Feng Wuchen said softly. As his cultivation grew stronger, it became harder to cultivate. Instant movement. Feng Wuchen suddenly activated the divine dragon force and shouted. Whoosh! In that instant, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away. His speed was extremely terrifying. Teleportation was indeed a very frightening movement technique. As one's cultivation grew stronger, the distance one could teleport to would also increase. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he could at most teleport within 100 meters. Changing his position in an instant could be said to be impossible to guard against. After leaving the mountain peak, Feng Wuchen seemed to be walking slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. Cloud State, Luantian City. In the main palace, City Lord Lin Jingnan was handling affairs. A guard hurriedly entered the main hall and reporting to City Lord, the young City Lord sent a letter back. Oh? Lin Jingnan was slightly surprised and hurriedly walked down. After opening the letter and reading it, Lin Jingnan was both angry and pleasantly surprised. It was extremely contradictory. City Lord, what happened? An elder frowned and asked. Mu Qing left the Black Flag Army. He left the imperial capital. Lin Jingnan said with a trace of dissatisfaction. Left the Black Flag Army? Why is that? The elders turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked. Lin Jingnan said solemnly, the letter says that the grudge between Mu Qing and Feng Master has already been resolved. The Empire's great general personally invited Feng Master to train the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Feng Master wants to pick 10 people from the 2 armies to be his subordinates. Mu Qing is one of them. In a month's time, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Feng Master has also been conferred the title of Empire's great general. Mu Qing and the others all followed Feng Master and left the imperial capital. Feng Master has been conferred the title of Empire's great general? An elder cried out in surprise. City Lord, this is a good thing. In a month's time, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Feng Master is also a 5th-grade weapon refiner. Another elder said with a smile. Lin Jingnan shook his head and said, I don't know if this is a good thing or not. However, since Mu Qing has already made his decision, we will believe him. Mu Qing and the others have already gone to Tianzhou. They also said that Feng Master will come to Cloud State. Master Feng is coming to Yunzhou? The 3 elders' faces changed. At the same time, Lu Qingyang of the Lu family also received a letter from Lin Muqing, which surprised Lu Qingyang. The letter roughly talked about Feng Wuchen and Lin Muqing, but it was more about Lin Muqing's sincere apology to Lu Qingyang. It also said that they had become Feng Wuchen's subordinates and were heading to Tianzhou to carry out the first mission given by Feng Wuchen. "Brother Lu, what did the letter say?" Miao Qingqing asked softly. Lu Qingyang happily smiled and said, "Big Brother Ling's apology. Big Brother Ling and the other 7 people have already left the imperial capital with Big Brother Feng. They are Big Brother Feng's subordinates. Big Brother Feng has already been conferred the title of Great Commander by the Empire, commanding the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Finally, they even said that Big Brother Feng is coming to Cloud Province." "That's great." Miao Qingqing happily cheered. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, "I knew that Big Brother Feng was destined to be extraordinary. I didn't expect so many things to happen in just 2 months. The position of Great Commander is really enviable. The news has already spread from the imperial capital. I believe that soon, the entire empire will know that Big Brother Feng is the Great Commander. Brother Lu, let's go to the auction house." "Big Brother Feng will definitely go to the auction house," Miao Qingqing happily said. Okay. The two of them hit it off and quickly headed to the auction house. In the past 2 months, the two of them had worked hard to cultivate. Their cultivation had already stepped into the 3rd level of the origin transformation realm. Their yin-yang dual sword art had also been cultivated to an extremely high level. Their cultivation had greatly improved and they had already begun to understand the true meaning of the immortal couple. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's dual sword combination was extremely powerful. They could even fight against a 5th level of the origin transformation realm. Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the Tiandu auction house. When Feng Wuchen arrived, President Xianxia and Grand Elder Wei Yun respectfully received him. They treated Feng Wuchen like a treasure. Feng Wuchen was originally a treasure. Every piece of flesh on his body was a treasure. He was the fantasy version of Tang Sanzang. When they saw Feng Wuchen again, Xianxia and Wei Yun were extremely shocked. Their expressions were somewhat dazed. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had actually broken through to the 4th level of the origin transformation realm. No one could have imagined such a terrifying cultivation speed. "President Xiang, I did have something important to do last time and left in a hurry. I hope you don't blame me," Feng Wuchen politely said in a calm tone. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "Master Feng, you're too polite. We already know about what happened in Tianfeng City. The Zhou clan brought this upon themselves. Master Feng, what brings you to the auction house this time?" Wei Yun directly asked. Feng Wuchen said, "I'm here this time for the blood essence of the green ferocious lion. I wonder if the auction house has it." "The blood essence of the green ferocious lion?" Xianxia and Wei Yun were slightly shocked. Xianxia then smiled bitterly and said, "The blood essence of a 3rd-level magical beast is too precious. Even if there was, no one would sell it. The green ferocious lion is naturally ferocious and has terrifying strength. Not many people would risk their lives to deal with it." Wei Yun added. "Looks like I still have to make a trip to the Devil Beast Heavenly Mountain." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Master Feng, you mustn't take the risk. That's equivalent to an origin core realm powerhouse." Xianxia was greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled and asked again, "President Xiang, does the auction house have Blood Hoof Spirit Essence?" Blood Hoof Spirit Essence was a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. It contained an extremely large amount of pure energy and was suitable for the cultivation of origin transformation realm cultivators. "We do have Blood Hoof Spirit Essence, but there aren't many." Xianxia nodded. "Just nice, I need it." Feng Wuchen smiled. Although there were many treasures in the auction house, there weren't many precious treasures. After all, they were too popular. "General Manager Li, immediately bring the 6 Blood Hoof Spirit Essence." Xianxia hurriedly ordered. "Yes." General Manager Li respectfully replied. The Blood Hoof Spirit Essence was also quite precious. Because it was a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, its value was not inferior to the gold spirit pill. If it was someone else, Xianxia would definitely directly say that he didn't have it. But now, it was Feng Wuchen. Even if he didn't have it, Xianxia had to take it. In front of benefits, Xianxia was very shrewd. Roping in Feng Wuchen was more valuable than all the treasures in the auction house. Soon, General Manager Li brought the blood hoof spirit essence over. Master Feng, the auction house only has 6 left. Please kindly accept them, Master Feng. Xianxia smiled politely. The words kindly accept were enough to show that the blood hoof spirit essence was a gift from the auction house to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen naturally understood and did not refuse. In any case, Feng Wuchen was now a pauper and had used up all his gold coins. Thank you, President Xiang. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. Of course, Xianxia should also give it to him. The storage ring that Feng Wuchen helped the auction house refine was 100 times more valuable than these 6 blood hoof spirit essence. It was not something that could be measured with gold coins. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. Master Feng is too polite. Compared to the storage ring, these are nothing. I still have to thank Master Feng. President. Great Elder. Something happened. At this time, a guard hurriedly ran in to report. Xianxia slightly frowned and angrily glared at the guard with a reproachful look. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Wei Yun reprimanded. The guard was frightened and reported, Fenchen Valley's disciple and Luantian City's Lu family's young master are fighting. Lu Qingyang? Feng Wuchen slightly frowned. Yes. There is also a woman. The guard repeatedly nodded towards Feng Wuchen. The Gu family was massacred in one night because of Master Feng's words. It seems like Master Feng and Lu Qingyang's friendship is not shallow. Xianxia secretly guessed. Luantian City was in the divine capital. The news of the Gu family being massacred had already spread throughout the divine capital. Everyone knew that it was because the Gu family offended Master Feng. It was just that no one knew who massacred the Gu family. But after guessing, to be able to massacre the Gu family in one night without alerting the city lord, other than Zuantianzong, no one else could do it. Guesses were guesses. Without any evidence, no one dared to say anything. Let's go out and take a look. Xianxia quickly said. Outside the street, a man and a woman were fighting with a man dressed in white brocade. The battle was in full swing, and tyrannical true essences swept out continuously. The man and woman were Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. The other young man was Fenchen Valley's disciple, Lin Yuntian. Lin Yuntian's cultivation was at the 6th level of the origin transformation realm. Even if Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing worked together, it was difficult for them to resist and they had already suffered some light injuries. Fenchen Valley was considered a large force in the Cloud Province. Although it was not as strong as Zuantianzong, it was not much weaker. You want to fight with me with just this little bit of ability? Lin Yuntian sneered disdainfully. He looked very cold and arrogant. Lu Qingyang's hands darkened as he angrily shouted, Don't think that you can be lawless just because you are Fenchen Valley's disciple. Lin Yuntian spread out his hands and sneered, In a world where strength is respected, strength is everything. I have already warned you, but you didn't listen. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mystic low-grade martial skill. Thundercloud soul chasing slash. Lin Yuntian suddenly shouted as his eyes flashed with ferocity. Tyrannical true essence condensed on his right arm. With a wave of his right arm, a powerful blue energy slash flew out along the street. Mystic martial skill. Everyone turned pale with fright. Seeing the powerful energy slash exploding toward them, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's expressions turned extremely grave. With their combined strength, they were no match for Lin Yuntian. Swish swish swish. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen, who was at the entrance of the auction house, suddenly used instant transmission. With a few flashes, he appeared in front of Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing like a ghost. The strange and terrifying movement technique shocked Xianxia and Wei Yun. Even with their origin core realm cultivation, they could not see what kind of movement technique Feng Wuchen used. What a terrifying movement technique. Xianxia frowned as he was extremely shocked. Lin Yuntian also noticed that Feng Wuchen had appeared out of thin air. He was also shocked. Bang! Feng Wuchen's expression was calm. When the energy slash approached, Feng Wuchen directly slapped down with his palm. With a muffled bang, the energy slash shattered and dissipated on the spot. It had no power to speak of. Feng Wuchen's palm stunned everyone, a single slap had shattered a mystic martial skill. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were both stunned by the sudden appearance of the figure. Lin Yuntian sized up Feng Wuchen with a grave expression. He had never seen Feng Wuchen before, but he could tell that Feng Wuchen was very strong from the fact that Feng Wuchen shattered his energy slash with a single palm. Who is he? A 4th-level origin transformation realm martial artist with such strength. Lin Yuntian thought. Lin Yuntian had been to Tiandu many times, but he had never seen such a young genius in Tiandu. Shouldn't all young geniuses be in the Skyflame Institute? Are you guys alright? Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and asked with a smile. He only glanced at Lin Yuntian indifferently. Big brother Feng. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's faces were filled with joy when they saw Feng Wuchen. They shouted excitedly. Feng Wuchen took out 2 bone-growing qi replenishing pills and handed them over with a smile. Take it and heal your injuries. Thank you, big brother Feng. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing quickly took the pills. Isn't he Master Feng? Yes, it's Master Feng. I saw him at the auction. He disappeared for 2 months. The crowd in the distance began to stir. Some people had already recognized Feng Wuchen's identity, but they didn't dare to raise their voices. Master Feng really knows them. It seems like they are very close. Xianxia thought with a complicated expression. Elder Wei Yun also had a worried expression. On one side was Master Feng, and on the other side was Fenchen Valley. It would be fine if they turned the matter into a small one, but if they fought, it would be hard to say. However, Feng Wuchen was already famous for his ruthlessness. The Zhou and Ge family were the best examples. Big brother Feng, that guy is too arrogant. Qing'er and I knew that you returned to Yunzhou and guessed that you would come to the Tiandu auction house, so we rushed over. Who knew that he would say that we were blocking his way? He pushed us away and knocked over other people's things. He even said that dogs don't block the way. Lu Qingyang angrily pointed at Lin Yuntian. From Lu Qingyang's expression, one could see how angry he was. Big brother Feng, he's too despicable. Miao Qingqing said angrily. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled and said, let's go. Don't bother with him. It's been 2 months since we last met, and your cultivation has increased by quite a bit. Both of you are already at the 3rd level of the origin transformation realm. Humph. Lu Qingyang snorted at Lin Yuntian. Feng Wuchen took Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing away as if nothing had happened. Xianxia and Wei Yun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when Feng Wuchen didn't pursue the matter. But Feng Wuchen's disregard provoked Lin Yuntian. This stinking brat dares to look down on me. Lin Yuntian was furious. Senior brother, that brat is too arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. A junior brother gritted his teeth and said angrily. Lin Yuntian was a genius disciple of Fenchen Valley. Although he wasn't the head disciple, nor was he the #1 genius of Fenchen Valley, he was still an existence that was highly valued by Fenchen Valley. But now, he was ignored by a 16 or 17-year-old youth. How could Lin Yuntian endure it? Hey! I didn't say that you can leave. Lin Yuntian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was somewhat cold and even carried a trace of anger. Humph. We can't beat you, but don't think that big brother Feng can't beat you. Lu Qingyang turned his head and shouted angrily. Lin Yuntian ignored Lu Qingyang and stared at Feng Wuchen. He asked, who are you? You shouldn't be Zhuan Tianzong's disciple. It's just a small matter. Since you've already fought, how about we let it go? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Small matter? You dare to not put us in your eyes and still say it's a small matter? A disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. Then what do you want? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Even if he knew that they were Fenchen Valley's disciples, Feng Wuchen was still not afraid. Even Zhuan Tianzong had to be respectful in front of him. What was Fenchen Valley? Feng Wuchen was really not afraid. Lin Yuntian stared at Feng Wuchen and said indifferently, 4th level of the origin transformation realm cultivation can easily shatter my attack. It can be seen that your strength is not weak. After a pause, Lin Yuntian said again, if you want to let it go, then you have to defeat me first. Lin Yuntian was a Fenchen Valley's disciple. If he cowered, wouldn't he lose face? Wouldn't he lose face for Fengchen Valley? Without waiting for Feng Wuchen to speak, Lu Qingyang sneered and said, "Do you know Big Brother Feng's identity? You still dare to challenge him? You're not Big Brother Feng's match." Even if Lu Qingyang knew that Feng Wuchen was only at the 4th level of the origin transformation realm, he already knew that Feng Wuchen's strength was not below Lin Yuntian's when he saw how easily Feng Wuchen shattered the energy slash with his palm. "I don't care about your identity. Since you've interfered, then you have to do as I say. Don't worry, I won't kill you," Lin Yuntian said expressionlessly. His eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He had already made up his mind to fight with Feng Wuchen. Lin Yuntian was at the 6th level of the origin transformation realm. He was confident that he could defeat Feng Wuchen if he used his full strength. Lin Yuntian's challenge made Xianxia and Wei Yin secretly worried. Once they fought, regardless of who would win or lose, it would definitely intensify the conflict. The auction house could not afford to offend Feng Wuchen or Fengchen Valley. They only hoped that the auction house would not be implicated. Otherwise, it would be difficult to help either side. "What if I win? Will we just let it go?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. There was no trace of worry on his face. He was even more confident. Lin Yuntian slightly frowned. The viciousness in his eyes intensified. Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly saying that he would definitely win. "Let's talk about it after you've defeated me," Lin Yuntian said in a deep voice. The true energy in his body was crazily pushed out. His entire body was suffused with a wisp of green light. The tyrannical energy was like a gale. Lin Yuntian rushed out. He was as fast as a fierce tiger. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. "Humph. Stinking brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He can only wait for his death after angering senior brother Lin. He's only at the 4th level of the origin transformation realm, yet he still dares to speak so arrogantly. I'm afraid he relied on some defensive treasure to shatter senior brother Lin's energy slash." The disciples of Fengchen Valley gloated. They were very confident in Lin Yuntian's strength. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, in their opinion, he was not a match for a 6th level origin transformation realm martial artist. Lin Yuntian directly attacked without any fancy moves. He directly punched towards Feng Wuchen's face. The wind from his fist whistled. It was extremely ferocious. Bang! Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. The true yuan in his body surged out. He quickly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion. With a muffled bang, a tyrannical chi swept past like a gust of wind. Feng Wuchen's long hair fluttered, and the dust on the ground spread in all directions. The power of this punch was extremely tyrannical. However, it was unable to push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. All the power was blocked by Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? Lin Yuntian instantly widened his eyes and looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme shock. That brat actually blocked senior brother Lin's power head-on. The faces of the disciples of Fengchen Valley stiffened. Their hearts were in turmoil. So strong. Extremely strong. Everyone was shocked. No one dared to believe that Feng Wuchen had such ferocious strength. Can a martial artist at the 4th level of the origin transformation realm be this strong? Xiangyuan's old face was dazed. Lin Yuntian's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Feng Wuchen. Under normal circumstances, Feng Wuchen would have been sent flying by that punch. However, what they did not expect was that Feng Wuchen did not move an inch. His expression was calm, and he casually attacked. From this, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen's strength was even stronger than Lin Yuntian's. Was a martial artist at the 4th level of the origin transformation realm really so terrifying? No one dared to believe it. They could not imagine it. After the shock, Lin Yuntian wanted to withdraw his fist. However, he realized that no matter how much strength he used, he could not break free from Feng Wuchen's claw. His fist was tightly held by Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Lin Yuntian could not break free no matter how hard he tried, everyone was shocked again. Lin Yuntian was furious. His face was completely gloomy. Feng Wuchen made a fool of him in front of everyone. This had already stimulated Lin Yuntian's killing intent. Bastard! Lin Yuntian's face was red with anger. He cursed angrily. A powerful true energy suddenly spread out from his fist. Bang! Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, immediately let go of his claw and hit Lin Yuntian's chest with his elbow, sending him flying. He did not give Lin Yuntian a chance to attack. At the same time, Feng Wuchen used instant shift to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. He appeared and disappeared in an instant, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. Lin Yuntian could not even see his shadow, but he was hit consecutively. The entire scene was dead silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. Xianxia and Wei Yun were also shocked. Was this still a 4th-level origin transformation stage martial artist? Even an origin core stage martial artist would not have such terrifying speed, right? Lin Yuntian was completely stupefied. He began to doubt whether Feng Wuchen was a human or a ghost. His heart was filled with panic. After a few consecutive punches, Lin Yuntian was already injured. Intense pain came from his chest, back, shoulders, and other areas. Facing a 4th-level origin transformation stage martial artist without any ability to fight back, Lin Yuntian suddenly felt that his pride was ruthlessly trampled on by Feng Wuchen. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared behind Lin Yuntian with his back facing Lin Yuntian. Admit defeat. You're not my match. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The sudden voice scared Lin Yuntian to the point that his body trembled. What kind of terrifying speed was this? What kind of terrifying movement skill was this? Impossible. Lin Yuntian clenched his teeth and said angrily. The cold killing intent became even more terrifying. As a Fenchen Valley disciple, Lin Yuntian would not admit defeat even if he died in battle. His pride would not allow him to admit defeat. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, Are all Fenchen Valley disciples so stupid? You know you're not my match yet you still fight. Stinking brat. You dare to insult my Fenchen Valley. Lin Yuntian clenched his teeth and cursed. Am I wrong? Knowing that you're not my match, you still want to fight. You're simply too stupid. I'll let you know the difference between us. Feng Wuchen slightly sneered. The dragon god's power was activated. His entire body was suffused with a faint golden light, as if he was a war god from the 9th heaven. Dragon god's shadow. After speaking, Feng Wuchen used his movement skill and launched a ferocious attack. After images surrounded Lin Yuntian. It was as if he was being beaten by a dozen people. Lin Yuntian was unable to defend himself. He was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's overwhelming strength and had no chance to attack. As his injuries slowly worsened, Lin Yuntian finally couldn't hold on and fell down. He was battered and bruised, battered and exhausted. Every joint in his body was in incomparable pain. His injuries were also somewhat serious. From beginning to end, other than the first punch, Lin Yuntian did not punch again. Senior brother Lin. Several disciples ran over in panic. Lin Yuntian was already powerless to get up. Feng Wuchen's attacks were no joke. Every punch hit his bones, causing them to shatter. That was why Lin Yuntian was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. Bastard! Bastard! Lin Yuntian was furious. He gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Wuchen. That murderous look in his eyes was terrifying. Looking at Lin Yuntian, Feng Wuchen calmly said, You have already lost. This matter is over. I don't want to be enemies with your Fenchen Valley. Stinking brat. Lin Yuntian gnashed his teeth, looking like they were about to break. This is called overestimating your capabilities. Don't think that you are amazing just because your cultivation is higher than Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang sneered. Big Brother Feng has finally helped us vent our anger. Nia Qingqing said. Lin Yuntian's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent as he stared at the proud Lu Qingyang. His face was twitching non-stop. Senior brother Lin, we will immediately take you back to treat your injuries. A disciple anxiously said. Scram. The furious Lin Yuntian angrily shouted. He immediately took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Beast Soul Pill. Several disciples' faces changed as they hurriedly retreated in fear. Roar. Lin Yuntian suddenly roared as an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. Wherever the tyrannical chi passed, the stalls on both sides of the street were blown away. Everyone on the street was scared and hid. Not good. Xiang Yan and Wei Yun's faces changed greatly. Beast soul pill. Feng Wuchen's expression changed when he sensed the violent energy. He quickly turned around to look. Bang! The moment Feng Wuchen turned his head, Lin Yuntian had already charged at him like a ferocious beast. His strength and speed had increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, his fist landed on Feng Wuchen's chest. With a bang, Feng Wuchen was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into a building. Feng Wuchen didn't expect that Lin Yuntian, a disciple of the Fenchen Valley, would swallow the beast spirit pill. After feeling the power of the fierce beast, it was already too late to defend. Lin Yuntian was originally at the 6th level of the origin transformation stage. After consuming the beast soul pill, his strength increased by several folds, making him comparable to a 7th level origin transformation stage martial artist. The beast soul pill was a kind of 3rd-grade pill that could instantly increase a cultivator's strength. It could also make a cultivator go berserk, but it could only last for an hour. Moreover, there would be side effects. Big Brother Feng. The sudden change scared Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing so much that they cried out. Roar. After sending Feng Wuchen flying, Lin Yuntian roared and rushed towards Lu Qingyang at an astonishing speed. Bang bang. Puff puff. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing didn't have time to react and were directly hit by Lin Yuntian. The two of them vomited blood and flew backwards. After consuming the beast soul pill, Lin Yuntian was like a berserk fierce beast. His strength was boundless and his speed was astonishing. Qingyang, Qingqing. Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly used the dragon god's shadow to escape. Stinking brat. Die. Lin Yuntian glared at Feng Wuchen. He roared and rushed forward without hesitation. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's injuries were severe. Who knew how many of their bones were broken? Their heads were bleeding and they were on the verge of death. Feng. Big Brother Feng, be careful. Lu Qingyang struggled to speak. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Qingyang, Qingqing, hang in there. Feng Wuchen shouted worriedly. He hurriedly gave the two of them a bone-growing qi replenishing pill to heal their injuries. And at this time, Lin Yuntian was already charging ferociously. He threw a punch at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression was very dark. Feng Wuchen was furious, that chilling murderous aura burst forth from his eyes. The terrifying murderous intent made one's heart tremble. Feng Wuchen already had the intention to kill. If Lin Yuntian came for him, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be so angry. But Lin Yuntian attacked Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. Feng Wuchen would never allow it. Back in Luantian City, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing risked the destruction of their families to help Feng Wuchen. In his heart, he had already treated the two of them as good friends. One could have many friends, but the number of friends one could confide in was few and far between. This was also the reason why Feng Wuchen was furious. Oh no. Master Feng has the intention to kill. Xiang Yan said with a frown, looking very worried. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. Anger surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen circulated the power of the dragon god with all his might. He turned around and threw a punch. An extremely berserk aura spread out. Bang! The two fists collided head-on. The extremely berserk power rolled crazily, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the street. The two of them collided head-on. Their strength was equally matched. Feng Wuchen's incomparably cold gaze suddenly raised and swept towards Lin Yuntian. He said coldly, I will kill you. Feng Wuchen's voice was extremely cold. Every word carried endless killing intent, as if it came from the 18 levels of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. I should be the one to say that to you. Go to hell. Lin Yuntian roared. Their fists collided and once again erupted with a tyrannical force. Boom. The berserk power of a ferocious beast burst forth. With a boom, Feng Wuchen was pushed back a few meters. The ground that had been blasted apart also collapsed from this berserk power. Humph. Lin Yuntian, who had a slight advantage, sneered fiercely. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he formed a seal with both his hands. His hands flashed with a green light as he roared, "Mystic low-grade martial skill." Whoosh! Lin Yuntian, who was about to use his martial skill, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He didn't know when, but Feng Wuchen had appeared in front of him in an instant. How is this possible? Lin Yuntian's eyes widened as he stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. Lin Yuntian had already seen Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed before. It was impossible to catch him. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Boom! Pooh! Feng Wuchen instantly appeared and punched Lin Yuntian's chest. The berserk and ferocious power sent Lin Yuntian flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lin Yuntian's mouth. Feng Wuchen's full strength was comparable to the 7th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. Third Heaven's Wrath Palm. After sending Lin Yuntian flying with one punch, Feng Wuchen roared and threw out another palm strike. The second and third palm strikes followed in quick succession. The power of the palm strikes rapidly increased. A 3-meter-long golden palm strike broke through the air and covered the entire street. Wherever it passed, small cracks spread out. It was clear that the palm strike was extremely powerful. What kind of movement skill is this? Lin Yuntian raged in his heart. The speed was like a ghost, impossible to guard against. Previously, he had been brutally beaten by Feng Wuchen and didn't have any chance to fight back. He didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Time didn't allow him to think too much. He circulated his fire-attributed qi and formed a seal with both hands. A terrifying flame burned in his hands as Lin Yuntian roared, "Mystic low-grade martial skill." Hellfire Fist. A 3-meter-long flaming fist flew out. It was ferocious and powerful, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. Rumble. The two tyrannical forces collided and exploded. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The berserk energy rippled and spread out, causing the buildings on both sides of the street to collapse. Feng Wuchen and Lin Yuntian were both pushed back by the powerful energy ripples. However, Feng Wuchen's martial skill was 3-layered, comparable to a high-grade mystic martial skill. With Lin Yuntian's martial skill, he couldn't resist at all. Lin Yuntian, who was pushed back, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully enduring the pain in his chest, Lin Yuntian's face was covered with haze. He raged in his heart, why is he so strong? He's only at the 4th level of the Origin Transformation stage. Did he hide his cultivation? Senior brother Lin. The Fenchen Valley disciples became more and more alarmed. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. Even Lin Yuntian, who had swallowed the beast soul pill, couldn't defeat him. Bang! As soon as his body stabilized, Feng Wuchen stomped on the ground. His body turned into a black line and rushed out. His speed was so fast that he left behind a whirlwind on the street. Chi protection! Lin Yuntian roared. His body flashed with a green light and condensed into an energy shield. Break! Feng Wuchen, who arrived in an instant, shouted coldly and punched out. Boom! The punch landed. Even with Feng Wuchen's violent strength, he couldn't break Lin Yuntian's energy shield. Instead, he was bounced back. No matter how strong you are, you can't break it. Lin Yuntian shouted angrily. Taking advantage of the time when Feng Wuchen was bounced back, Lin Yuntian rushed forward and launched a crazy attack. After swallowing the beast soul pill, he didn't fear Feng Wuchen in a head-on fight. But what made Lin Yuntian angry was that all his crazy attacks hit the air. Even after using all his skills, he couldn't touch Feng Wuchen at all. All the fierce attacks from any angle were skillfully dodged by Feng Wuchen. It was as if he had seen through Lin Yuntian's attacks. It was fine if he couldn't hit Lin Yuntian, but he was hit by Feng Wuchen one after another. Lin Yuntian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. As Lin Yuntian slowly fell into a disadvantageous position, Feng Wuchen began to fiercely counterattack. The situation reversed. Lin Yuntian was defeated little by little. Intense pain spread throughout his body and he became weaker and weaker. Finally, Feng Wuchen used Dragon Spirit Shadow's powerful movement skill to grab Lin Yuntian by the neck and then fiercely smashed him to the ground. Bang bang bang. Feng Wuchen's fists fiercely smashed down as if he was venting his anger. Every time he smashed down, the ground would slightly tremble. Lin Yuntian continuously vomited blood, and Feng Wuchen's blood was also stained with blood. Stop. Stop. Lin Yuntian's heart was filled with panic and he repeatedly shouted. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't seem to hear him and continued to mercilessly attack. Bang! A ruthless punch landed on Lin Yuntian's chest. Lin Yuntian's chest actually caved in. The intense pain made Lin Yuntian scream and vomit blood. Senior brother Lin. The disciples of Fenchen Valley trembled in fear. No one dared to go up to help. You killed senior brother Lin, Fenchen Valley will definitely not let you off. A disciple shouted in fear, hoping to intimidate Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen was not threatened and completely treated him as air. Lin Yuntian's fists never stopped. Every punch was aimed at killing Lin Yuntian. The onlookers were terrified and their faces were deathly pale. Bang! Raising his fist high, Feng Wuchen angrily smashed down. With a loud bang, the tyrannical power hit Lin Yuntian and made him sink into the ground. The ground caved in and the street was filled with gravel. When Feng Wuchen's fist landed, Lin Yuntian couldn't be any more dead. His heart was completely caved in. His internal organs were probably shattered. Lin Yuntian was no longer breathing. Everyone was sure that Lin Yuntian was dead. After killing Lin Yuntian, even if he knew that he was a disciple of Fenchen Valley, Feng Wuchen was still fearless. Everyone present, who didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity, secretly shook their heads. After killing a disciple of Fenchen Valley, Feng Wuchen probably had no way to survive. But those who knew Feng Wuchen's identity prayed that Fenchen Valley would stop. Otherwise, the Gu family and the Zhou family would be Fenchen Valley's examples. Feng Wuchen's fierce strength and ruthless methods made many cultivators fearful. If Lin Yuntian knew Feng Wuchen's identity, he wouldn't dare to challenge Feng Wuchen even if he had 10,000 guts. Lin. Senior brother Lin was killed. After a long time of fear, a disciple of Fenchen Valley woke up. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen knew their origins and still dared to kill them. Fenchen Valley will never forgive you. Just you wait. We, Fenchen Valley, will definitely let you die without a burial place. Another disciple roared. Feng Wuchen slowly stood up and glanced at the disciples, scaring them into shutting their mouths. However, Feng Wuchen was too lazy to pay attention to them. He didn't care if Fenchen Valley came to him for revenge. The disciples hurriedly carried Lin Yuntian's body back. They didn't dare to stay, worried that Feng Wuchen would kill them too. Feng Wuchen took out the profound azure pill and swallowed it. Then, he came to the two of them and asked with concern, Qingyang, Qingqing, are you feeling better? Much better, thank you, brother Feng. Lu Qingyang said with difficulty. His face was still pale. Feng Wuchen quickly helped Miao Qingqing up and said, let's find a place to heal first. The bone-growing qi replenishing pill can't help you recover in a short time. Master Feng, why don't we bring them to the auction house to treat their injuries? Xianxia walked up quickly and said with a smile. Feng Wuchen and Fenchen Valley had already become enemies, but it was impossible for Xianxia to draw a clear line with Feng Wuchen because of this matter. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's identity and the benefits to the auction house were far greater than Fenchen Valley's. Moreover, the auction house didn't intervene in this matter. They helped Feng Wuchen in passing, so Fenchen Valley couldn't do anything. If they had helped Feng Wuchen from the beginning, Fenchen Valley would definitely not have let go of the auction house. Of course, Tiandu did not only have an auction house, but also a city lord. Even if Fenchen Valley wanted to deal with the auction house, they would have to see if the city lord agreed or not. Although Tiandu's strength was not as good as Fenchen Valley's, it was not too bad. General Manager Li, quickly go and help. Wei Yan quickly ordered. Feng Wuchen supported Miao Qingqing, while General Manager Li supported Lu Qingyang. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen gave them healing pills in time. Otherwise, their injuries would have worsened, and they would not have been able to keep their lives. In the auction house's main hall, Xianxia, Wei Yan, and a few other elders warmly received Feng Wuchen. In the previous battle, Feng Wuchen only suffered minor injuries and consumed a large amount of true essence. After taking the pills, he had almost recovered and was not in the way. Master Feng's strength is so strong that even we can't believe it. I'm afraid that we can't find a second genius as powerful as Master Feng in the entire empire. Wei Yun smiled slightly. These words seemed to be flattery, but it was also the truth. Feng Wuchen smiled modestly and said, Elder Wei is overpraising me. For Feng Wuchen to reach the 4th level of the Origin Transformation realm at the age of 16 or 17, he was indeed a genius. Moreover, his true fighting strength was comparable to the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, the Empire's #1 genius, compared to Master Feng, is far from enough. The Imperial family's #1 genius? A prince? It should be in the Skyflame Academy. I can't compare to the Empire's #1 genius. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and smiled. Master Feng is too modest. Xiang Yan said with a smile. Master Feng, you killed Lin Yuntian and became enemies with Fenchen Valley. Master Feng, what do you plan to do? Xiang Yan asked with a serious expression. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Lin Yuntian was courting death. What does it have to do with me? If Fenchen Valley comes to take revenge on me, then let them be. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't care, Xiang Yan and Wei Yun were secretly shocked. At least they could see that Feng Wuchen was not afraid of Fenchen Valley at all. To put it bluntly, Fenchen Valley could take revenge at any time. Not to mention the current Feng Wuchen, even if it was in the past, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be afraid. He didn't believe that with the identity of a 5th-grade blacksmith, he couldn't invite experts to annihilate Fenchen Valley. Master Feng, Fenchen Valley is not weak. In Yunzhou, it can be considered a big force. Although it is not as good as Xuantianzong, it is not much weaker. Xiang Yan said solemnly as he looked at Feng Wuchen with his deep eyes. I'm not even afraid of Xuantianzong, why would I be afraid of Fenchen Valley? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. That's true. With the identity of a 5th-grade blacksmith, Master Feng is indeed not afraid of Fenchen Valley. Wei Yun nodded with a smile. What's more, Feng Wuchen was not as simple as a blacksmith, but a genius alchemist. If they knew that Feng Wuchen was already the Empire's commander-in-chief and the master of the prince, the Imperial Preceptor still wanted to worship him as a master, and the Grand General and other generals were all respectful, they would be scared to death. Of course, soon, the news that Master Feng was appointed as the Empire's commander-in-chief would spread throughout the Empire. Once this news spread, Fenchen Valley wouldn't dare to touch Feng Wuchen even if they had 10,000 guts. Unfortunately, the disciples of Fenchen Valley didn't know the identity of Feng Wuchen, and Fenchen Valley didn't know that it was Master Feng who killed Lin Yuntian. Elder Wei, how about we make a deal? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. What kind of deal does Master Feng want to make? Wei Yun suddenly became interested. I help you get rid of the fire poison in your body, and you help me get medicinal herbs. The auction house is so big, and there are so many treasures, so there must be a lot of medicinal herbs. Feng Wuchen chuckled. Master Feng can get rid of the fire poison? Wei Yun asked in shock. He didn't know about this. Xiang Yan and the other elders were also shocked. They knew very well how difficult it was to get rid of the fire poison. With their cultivation, it was difficult to help Wei Yun get rid of the fire poison. But Feng Wuchen said that he could get rid of the fire poison. Of course. Feng Wuchen said confidently, the accumulation of fire poison has a great impact on the alchemist. Not only will they be tortured by the fire poison, but it will also be difficult to improve the realm, and it will also affect the quality of the alchemy. After a pause, Feng Wuchen said again, Elder Wei, you should have been stuck in the 3rd-grade alchemist realm for many years, right? If you can get rid of the fire poison, you should be able to step into the 4th-grade alchemist realm within 3 years. Step into the 4th-grade alchemist realm within 3 years? Wei Yun's eyes almost popped out. He was extremely shocked. Wei Yun had been refining pills for dozens of years, and he was only a 3rd-grade alchemist. It could be seen how difficult it was to improve the alchemy realm. It was 100 times more difficult than cultivation, but now Feng Wuchen said that he could step into the 4th-grade alchemist realm within 3 years. How could Wei Yun believe this? Feng Wuchen nodded with a faint smile. Seeing Feng Wuchen say it so simply, Wei Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master Feng, how can it be so easy? If you want to step into the 4th-grade alchemist realm, I'm afraid it's impossible without 10 or even dozens of years. That's why I said I'd like to make a deal with Elder Wei. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, within 3 years, I'll help you step into the 4th grade alchemist realm, but you have to help me collect some precious herbs and treasures for free. Master Feng, are you serious? Wei Yun asked excitedly. As long as Feng Wuchen nodded, he would immediately agree. Of course. This deal is very worth it for Elder Wei. Feng Wuchen nodded. Okay. Wei Yun agreed excitedly. Step into the 4th grade alchemist realm within 3 years? Xianxia and the other elders were so shocked that their faces were dull. How difficult it was to improve the alchemist realm, Xianxia and the others could see from Wei Yun, but in Feng Wuchen's mouth, it was as simple as eating. Was this possible? Xianxia and the others didn't seem to believe it. Although Feng Wuchen's attainments in alchemy were extremely high, he was only a 2nd grade alchemist. How could he say that he could help Wei Yun step into the 4th grade alchemist realm within 3 years? Puzzled, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Master Feng, isn't 3 years too short? Or does Master Feng have a way? If there was a way to help alchemists improve their realm, wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't all the alchemists on the continent come to Feng Wuchen? They didn't believe it, but Wei Yun believed it without a doubt. If he could achieve alchemy with a thought, what couldn't Feng Wuchen do? If they knew that Feng Wuchen could also achieve alchemy with a thought, they would probably kneel down. Of course there's a way. You'll know in the future. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, not revealing what the method was. The reason why Feng Wuchen wanted to trade with Wei Yun was that he really didn't have the money to buy medicinal herbs. The auction house couldn't possibly give them away every time, right? Ordinary medicinal herbs were fine, but what if it was precious medicinal herbs? Of course, there was also a little intention to subdue Wei Yun. Master Feng, how do I get rid of the fire poison? Wei Yun hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He slowly walked behind Wei Yun, then used a magical technique, changing various gestures on Wei Yun's back. Very soon, Wei Yun felt that the fire poison in his body actually started spreading out from all the meridians in his body. And Wei Yun's hands and feet were also covered in black threads because of this, looking very frightening. Xianxia and the rest were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen just casually pressed a few times on Wei Yun's back, and the fire poison came out. Was this an immortal? With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he already didn't need Wei Yun to urge his true essence to destroy the fire poison. He could do it himself. In just a short moment, Wei Yun felt that quite a bit of the fire poison was actually expelled. The magical technique made him incomparably shocked. At this moment, Wei Yun felt dozens of years younger instantly. His body was incomparably comfortable. Xianxia and the rest were already petrified from shock. What kind of magical technique was this? It was actually so powerful. Quite a bit of the fire poison really was expelled. Many thanks, Master Feng. Many thanks, Master Feng. Wei Yun repeatedly cupped his fists in gratitude agitatedly. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Elder Wei doesn't need to thank me. This is just a transaction. Regarding the medicinal herbs, I'll have to ask Elder Wei to pay more attention. Don't worry, Master Feng. I'll definitely prepare the medicinal herbs for Master Feng. Wei Yun answered agitatedly. Counting up, Feng Wuchen already took down 2 great alchemists in Cloud State. One was Xuantianzong Elder Muyun Tian, and the other was Wei Yun. After staying at the auction house for a night, Feng Wuchen left with Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing the next day. Big brother Feng, was it you who sent people to exterminate the Gu family? Lu Qingyang asked curiously on the way to the Luotian city. The Gu family was exterminated? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He really didn't know about this. Seeing Feng Wuchen's surprised face, Miao Qingqing frowned and asked, Big brother Feng didn't know? When Big brother Feng left the Luotian city, the Gu family was massacred that night, and it was only discovered the next day. Oh? There was such a thing? Feng Wuchen didn't send people to deal with the Gu family. What was going on? Recalling that it was Bai Ming who came to pick him up, Feng Wuchen guessed, could it be Xuantianzong? If Big brother Feng didn't send people to massacre the Gu family, then it must be Xuantianzong who secretly helped Big brother Feng get rid of them. Lu Qingyang said with certainty. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, yes, with the Luotian city's strength, it's impossible to silently exterminate the Gu family. It must be Xianxia. No one from the Gu family survived. At that time, the entire Luotian city was scared to death. Even the city lord was scared to death. He thought that Big Brother Feng wanted to take revenge. Miao Qingqing said with a serious face. Recalling the situation at that time, she still had some lingering fear. If I want to take revenge, I usually do it myself. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile. Big Brother Feng, I heard that you were conferred the title of Imperial Commander by the Emperor, commanding the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Is that true? Lu Qingyang suddenly asked. How do you know? Feng Wuchen asked back. That guy Leng Mucheng wrote a letter to me. I think his father also knows. Lu Qingyang said with a mischievous smile. Feng Wuchen shook his head and guessed that it was Leng Mucheng. After arriving at the Luantian city, Feng Wuchen followed Lu Qingyang to the Lu clan. Feng Wuchen did not forget that the Lu clan had stood up for them last time. At that time, he had left in a hurry and had only thanked them verbally. One of the reasons Feng Wuchen came to Yunzhou was to visit the Lu family. Father, Big Brother Feng is here. Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door. Master Feng. In the study, Lu Shan was shocked when he heard the shout. He quickly rushed out of the study. The higher-ups of the Lu family also came out one after another. They all knew that the Big Brother Feng that Lu Qingyang mentioned was the famous Feng master in Yunzhou. They couldn't afford to be careless. Welcome, Master Feng. Lu Shan and the other higher-ups respectfully welcomed him. Lu, elder. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists in return. Master Feng, please. Lu Shan smiled politely and gestured for him to enter. After Feng Wuchen entered, Lu Shan fiercely glared at Lu Qingyang and scolded, Why didn't you say earlier that Master Feng was coming? Why aren't you preparing the dishes? Immediately. Lu Qingyang quickly ran away. Miao Qingqing snickered and followed him into the hall. As soon as they sat down, a maid respectfully served them tea. Lu, I'm here to thank Lu for his help last time. Feng Wuchen was the first to speak. Lu Shan was slightly surprised. He immediately waved his hand and said, Master Feng, to be honest, we didn't help much at that time. It was completely Xianxia and Bai Ming who did it. Lu risked the destruction of the Lu family and stepped forward bravely. This is already a great help. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. With a flip of his hand, a few jade bottles appeared in his palm. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I left in a hurry last time and didn't properly thank you. Here are 3 bottles of Mystic Opening Pills and 1 bottle of Golden Spirit Pills. Please accept them, Lu. Mystic Opening Pills? The elder's eyes instantly lit up. Could it be that Master Feng had already stepped into the level of a Tier 3 alchemist? Even Lu Shan was very tempted. Golden Spirit Pills were not expensive, but Mystic Opening Pills were different. They were much more effective and expensive. Feng Wuchen took out 3 bottles of Mystic Opening Pills. There were at least 13 pills in each bottle. Including the Golden Spirit Pills, there were more than 50 pills. It was enough to raise the Lu family's strength to another level. However, Lu Shan had a difficult expression and said, Master Feng, I can't accept these pills. They are too precious. In Lu Shan's opinion, Feng Wuchen should be thanking Bai Ming and not the Lu family. Lu, this is also a small token of my appreciation. There's no need to decline. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and directly placed the pills on the table. As soon as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, Lu Qingyang hurried in and said, Father, the city lord and the various clan heads are here. A large group of people is waiting outside. Needless to say, they must have come for Feng Wuchen. Let them in. Lu Shan nodded as if he had already guessed it. Feng Wuchen did not have any intention to refuse. He had already guessed that they would come. After all, there were many people in the Luantian city who knew Master Feng. The news had already spread out. After a while, Leng Jingnan and the various clan heads and elders of the Luantian city entered the courtyard with respectful expressions. Feng Wuchen, Lu Shan, and the rest came out from the main hall. With Leng Jingnan as the leader, everyone immediately knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Greetings, great commander. Their loud voices represented their respect for Feng Wuchen. great commander? Hearing this, everyone in the Lu family was shocked. Feng Wuchen was a great commander? Father, I forgot to tell you. Big brother Feng has already been conferred the title of great commander by the emperor. He commands the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Lu Qingyang whispered in his ear. Hearing this, Lu Shan suddenly knocked Lu Qingyang's head and scolded in a low voice, "Little brat, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Qingyang held his head in pain and rolled his eyes as he complained, "Who told you to let me prepare the dishes?" Lu Shan glared at Lu Qingyang and immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "I did not use the identity of Feng Master. Please forgive me, great commander." Everyone in the Lu family knelt down one after another. They were all frightened by Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity. The great commander's identity was probably on the same level as the empire's #1 general. Lu Shan, no need to be so courteous. Everyone, get up. This is Cloud Province, not the imperial capital. Feng Wuchen quickly helped Lu Shan up and signaled everyone else to get up. Thank you, great commander. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Big brother Feng is truly awe-inspiring. If they knew that Big Brother Feng is the master of a prince, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Lu Qingyang was extremely envious. What kind of lofty status was this? Leng Jingnan was the first to speak. Great commander, we have offended you before. Please forgive us, great commander. We also thank great commander for nurturing my son. These are some small gifts from us to great commander. Please kindly accept them. The massacre of the Ge family had already caused them to be extremely fearful of Feng Wuchen. Adding on his identity as a great commander, they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Please forgive us, great commander. The other family heads all spoke. Those who didn't know are innocent. Don't take it to heart, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. How could Feng Wuchen not see that they were trying to curry favor with him by giving him gifts? Thank you, great commander. Everyone expressed their gratitude again. All the families heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Before they came, they were worried that Feng Wuchen would make a fuss about it and use his identity as the great commander to bully them. At this moment, a Lu family guard hurriedly came in to report, Patriarch, great commander, Auction Hall's Grand Elder, Lu family, Fu family, and other families have come to visit. Hearing that the great commander, Auction Hall's Grand Elder, and other families had come, Leng Jingnan and the others were shocked. Not long after, the great commander, Elder Wei Yun, Lu family, and other experts entered the Lu family courtyard. Each of their identities was greater than the other. It was as if they had come to the Lu family to give birthday wishes. Lu Shan and the others were stunned. The great commander of the great commander Chu Wuhan was at the 7th level of the origin core stage. His strength could be said to be extremely terrifying, and he was a well-known figure in the Cloud Prefecture. Greetings, great commander. Everyone knelt respectfully. Even an expert like the great commander Chu Wuhan had to kneel. News spreads quite quickly. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, no need to be so courteous. All rise. Thank you, great commander. Chu Wuhan and the others respectfully thanked him. Great commander has arrived at the great commander, but I'm unable to personally receive you. I hope great commander can forgive me. Chu Wuhan took the lead and spoke very respectfully. Not to mention Feng Wuchen's identity as great commander, merely the fact that he was a grade 5 weapons craftsman was enough to obtain the respect of a powerful expert like Chu Wuhan. It's fine. Feng Wuchen didn't care about this. Wei Yun then said, Great commander, a batch of medicinal materials has already been prepared for you. Thank you, Elder Wei. Feng Wuchen expressed his gratitude. Patriarch Lu continued, Great commander, my son offended great commander in the auction hall earlier. I represent the Lu family to apologize to great commander. I hope great commander will kindly accept these materials. Patriarch Lu is too serious. I've already cut off one of his arms. However, since you have the heart, I'll accept it. Feng Wuchen said calmly. The meaning in his words was already very obvious. Since he had accepted the gift, it meant that Feng Wuchen wouldn't fuss about it anymore. The city lord of Taiyong City and the various large families have come to visit. After a while, the Lu family guard's voice sounded again. The heavenly modest temple master has come to visit. The Tian Luo sect master has come to visit. The Seven-Star Valley master has come to visit. The leaders of the large forces came one after another. They were all famous experts in Cloud State, not to mention the others present. Even Feng Wuchen himself was a little stunned. He had just arrived in Cloud State not long ago, but these large forces had already received the news. Greetings, Great Commander. The various palace masters, sect masters, and valley masters all bowed respectfully and came with gifts. Everyone's news is really up to date. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen had seen these experts of the large forces before and had also gone to their sections. Cloud State's General Wu has come to visit. The Lu family guard's voice sounded again from outside the door. General Wu Qianquan greets Great Commander. Wu Qianquan knelt down respectfully. Everyone was once again shocked and even dumbfounded. Even General Wu, who was guarding the border of Cloud State, had come. Sect Master Xuantianzong. Protector. The three great elders have come to visit. At this moment, the Lu family guard's extremely shocked voice sounded. Xuantianzong had come. The existence of the strongest sect in Cloud State, everyone in the Lu family courtyard was incomparably shocked. Even Lu Shan couldn't sit still. Sect Master Xuantianzong, Protector, and the three great elders had all come to visit personally. Today's Lu family was definitely the most glorious moment in history. These few people had gathered the experts of the large forces and families in Cloud State. Fenchen Valley. Fenchen Valley's valley master and the elders were having a discussion in the magnificent palace. Feng Master is already in Luantian City. Let's hurry over. We can't afford to be careless. The valley master said solemnly. He seemed very anxious. Valley Master, the kid who killed Lin Yuntian must be in Luantian City as well. The kid from the Lu family must know where he is. An elder said gloomily. It seemed like they had already found out Lu Qingyang's identity. Let's go. The Valley Master said in a deep voice. They were going to Luantian City not only to meet Feng Master, but also to find the murderer who killed Lin Yuntian. The guards of the Lu family felt like it was Lu Shan's birthday celebration. All the major forces of the Cloud Prefecture came to visit. Each of them was more powerful than the last. The guards were both excited and afraid. They couldn't even see these experts normally, but now, because of Feng Wuchen, they all came to the Lu family. Xuantianzong, Mu Tianyun, Mu Yunshan, Emperor Mu, Xia Luo Xian, Bai Ming, greets the Great Commander. Xuantianzong's experts, led by the old sect master, bowed to Feng Wuchen. All the upper echelons of the Xuantianzong came. This shocked Feng Wuchen. How did they know that Feng Wuchen was conferred the title of Great Commander? How did news spread so fast in the imperial capital? Old Sect Master Mu, three elders, Big Brother Bai. Feng Wuchen cupped his hands to show respect. This is? When he saw Emperor Mu, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had never seen him before. Mu Yunshan quickly said, Great Commander, this is my son, Emperor Mu. He has been in seclusion and just came out not long ago. Feng Wuchen nodded and praised, 8th level of the Origin Transformation Realm, 7th grade martial spirit, extremely high talent. It seems like he is Xuantianzong's #1 genius. Great Commander is praising me. Emperor Mu said modestly. Emperor Mu was definitely Xuantianzong's #1 genius and Cloud Prefecture's #1. But in front of Feng Wuchen, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Emperor Mu knew that Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying than him. Feng Wuchen's current status was no longer as simple as a 5th grade blacksmith. Otherwise, Mu Tianyun and the others wouldn't have personally come from the Black Heaven sect to the Luantian City's Lu clan to visit. Mu Tianyun promptly cupped his hands and thanked him. I have to thank Great Commander for helping me to expel the fire poison. Lu Shan quickly said. The arrival of these experts was unexpected. The Lu family wasn't prepared at all. Lu, you're too polite. Everyone smiled and replied. The Lu family was just a small family. But since Feng Wuchen came to the Lu family as a guest, as long as they weren't stupid, they could tell that Feng Wuchen had a good relationship with the Lu family. They didn't dare to be disrespectful to Lu Shan. Big Brother Feng, since so many people came, why don't we set up a banquet to welcome Big Brother Feng? Lu Qingyang suddenly said. Big Brother Feng? Everyone was secretly shocked. Lu Qingyang actually called Great Commander as Big Brother. Their relationship was definitely not shallow. Kid, you're sensible. Quickly arrange for people to prepare? Lu Shan scolded. Lu Shan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, Great Commander, what do you think? Feng Wuchen smiled and said, everything will be arranged by Lu. Feng Wuchen had given Lu Shan enough face. After all, this was the Lu family. Feng Wuchen couldn't possibly turn the tables and become the host, right? Good. Great Commander, everyone, please come to the backyard. Lu Shan was extremely happy. He was secretly grateful to Feng Wuchen. With Feng Wuchen's relationship, the Lu family's status had risen to a high point. At the very least, many forces would be on good terms with the Lu family. The Lu family guards took care of things while Lu Shan was in charge of receiving the guests. All the experts present addressed Lu Shan as Great Commander. It was very admirable. When facing Feng Wuchen, the experts of the various forces had to think twice before speaking. They were afraid that they would say something wrong and offend Feng Wuchen. About half an hour later, a sumptuous banquet filled the backyard. Lu Shan politely invited everyone to take a seat. Feng Wuchen didn't sit, and the others didn't dare to sit. They had to wait for Feng Wuchen to speak before they dared to sit. Even old sect leader Mu, as the #1 expert of Cloud Prefecture, had to act according to Feng Wuchen's mood. When the banquet started, everyone toasted one after another. Feng Wuchen used tea in place of wine to return the toasts one by one. He didn't pretend to be a big shot. Just when the banquet was bustling, a guard's voice sounded, Fenchen Valley's Valley Master and 3 great elders have come to visit. Fenchen Valley? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. Only now did he notice that Fenchen Valley didn't come. Fenchen Valley only came now? If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed that Fenchen Valley didn't come. Fenchen Valley's Valley Master is quite arrogant. Everyone discussed animatedly. Many people felt that Fenchen Valley didn't take the Great Commander seriously. Wei Yin frowned slightly and thought to himself, Su Yuanshan wouldn't still not know, right? Su Yuanshan was precisely Fenchen Valley's Valley Master. His cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. His strength was so strong that he could make Cloud Prefecture tremble with a stomp of his feet. Everyone's gazes looked towards the front courtyard. A black-robed man over 40 years old entered the rear courtyard. His entire body emitted the aura of an expert. He was precisely Fenchen Valley's Valley Master, Su Yuanshan. There were 3 old men following behind Su Yuanshan. They were Fenchen Valley's 3 great elders and 2 young disciples. Everyone's gazes fell on Su Yuanshan. As one of the top experts of Cloud Prefecture, even if they felt that Su Yuanshan didn't take the Great Commander seriously, their eyes still carried respect. Feng Wuchen also sized up Su Yuanshan with a glance. His expression didn't change at all. He wasn't worried because he killed Lin Yuntian. Su Yuanshan had never seen Feng Wuchen before. At that time, Fenchen Valley also didn't invite Feng Wuchen to Fenchen Valley as a guest. However, Su Yuanshan could guess which one was Feng Master whose name shook Cloud Prefecture from their seats. Big Brother Feng, I'm afraid they're here for revenge. Lu Qingyang whispered. Revenge? Lu Shan frowned slightly and glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said, Don't talk first. Valley Master. It's that brat who killed senior brother. Lin. A disciple saw Feng Wuchen at a glance and pointed at Feng Wuchen angrily. Another disciple also affirmed, Valley Master. It's him. It's definitely him. Su Yuanshan and the 3 great elders' faces suddenly changed. Su Yuanshan didn't say anything and turned around and slapped twice in the air. Pa. Pu. The 2 disciples suddenly spat out blood and flew out. They crashed into the wooden beam of the front courtyard and were seriously injured on the spot. However, Su Yuanshan also had a sense of propriety. They were only seriously injured. Su Yuanshan greets the great leader. Su Yuanshan glanced at Feng Wuchen and bowed respectfully. The 3 great elders also bowed respectfully. I didn't discipline them properly, I hope the great leader can forgive me. Su Yuanshan quickly said. It seemed that he was also very afraid of Feng Wuchen's identity. Even if they knew that Feng Wuchen killed Lin Yuntian, they had no intention of revenge at this moment. They didn't even dare to mention it, unless Fengchen Valley didn't want to live anymore. Moreover, Su Yuanshan didn't need to offend Feng Wuchen for a mere Lin Yuntian. If he offended Feng Wuchen, Fengchen Valley's road could be considered to have come to an end. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Valley Master Su, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Seeing Su Yuanshan's attitude, Wei Yun was relieved. At least the conflict didn't worsen. Thank you, great leader. Su Yuanshan and the others thanked him respectfully. He's the great leader. The two seriously injured disciples were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Feng Wuchen with frightened eyes. The two disciples never thought that the young man who killed Lin Yuntian was actually the famous Feng master of the Cloud State. He was still the great leader of the empire. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and two pills flew out. He said indifferently, you are a guest. Take the pills and sit down. Thank you, great leader. The two hurriedly got up and kowtowed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and silent. The originally lively scene had become silent because of the arrival of Su Yuanshan and the others. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Feng Wuchen took a bite and put down his chopsticks. Everyone put down their chopsticks. Are you all afraid of me? Feng Wuchen asked softly. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly in the quiet backyard. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all became a little nervous. Feng Wuchen then said, actually, I am very easy to talk to. I don't care about small things. You don't have to be afraid of my identity. As long as you don't become my enemy and don't touch my bottom line, everything can be discussed. Although I am not yet 17 years old, I have the power to say these words. Hearing this, many of the experts from the major powers understood that this was Feng Wuchen's warning to them. Moreover, the last sentence was to tell everyone that Feng Wuchen's power was not any less than any of them, including Zhuan Tianzong, not to mention that Feng Wuchen had some terrifying experts or major powers behind him. Just his identity as a 5th-grade weapon refiner was enough to invite Sky Origin stage experts to do things for him at any time. Not to mention that he was a 5th-grade weapon refiner. Who knew how many experts would be waiting to curry favor with him? Great leader is too serious. How would we dare to become your enemy? Isn't that the same as becoming enemies with the empire? Su Yuanshan smiled and was the first to state his position. No matter who was right or wrong in the matter between Feng Wuchen and Lin Yuntian, Feng Wuchen did not care about it. Su Yuanshan was already very happy. Great leader, your name is famous in Yunzhou. We still want to find an opportunity to ask great leader to refine weapons for us. How would we become enemies with great leader? Wouldn't that be cutting off our own path of retreat? The temple master of Heavenly Modest Temple laughed. All the major powers also expressed that they would not become enemies with Feng Wuchen. However, no one knew whether they thought so in their hearts. Everything depended on the benefits. Big brother Feng, don't believe their nonsense. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knows what they are thinking? You have to be careful. Lu Qingyang said in a low voice. Feng Wuchen nodded lightly and did not say anything. Great leader, don't worry. Whoever dares to become enemies with great leader, I will be the first to not let them off. General Wu shouted loudly. A tyrannical aura burst forth. The aura of iron and blood made people fearful. Feng Wuchen was 100% at ease with General Wu. Feng Master's ambition is not small. In just a few months, he has already achieved such shocking results. It is indeed amazing. Mu Tianyun thought to himself, but he did not say anything because he still needed Feng Wuchen's help to expel the fire poison. If he jumped out at this time to oppose Feng Wuchen, he would not be able to expel the fire poison from his body. Of course, Mu Tianyun did not want to be enemies with such a terrifying genius. As a 4th-grade blacksmith, Mu Tianyun knew very well how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. On the surface, no one objected. Feng Wuchen did not say anything else and used tea as a substitute for wine to toast everyone. The banquet looked very harmonious on the surface, but no one knew what everyone was thinking in their hearts. Feng Wuchen also knew that these people were only afraid of his identity, not his strength. There were many experts present. Any 9th-level origin transformation realm expert could easily kill Feng Wuchen. It was also because of this identity that Feng Wuchen had the capital to compete with all the major forces in Yunzhou. In fact, Feng Wuchen did not expect so many experts to come today, which gave him a good warning. After the banquet ended, all the major and minor forces left. Lu Shan sent the guests off one by one. Only Xuantianzong and Wei Yin stayed behind. Today, the Lu clan could be said to have gained face. All the experts in Yunzhou were gathered here, and they were also protected by the famous Feng Master. Such a huge lineup was enough for the Lu clan to brag about for a year. The great commander's ambition is not small. I'm afraid he wants to dominate Yunzhou. He wants all the major forces in Yunzhou to submit to him. Even sect leader Mu did not dare to say anything. It is clear that Xuantianzong is also afraid of Feng Master. It seems like Yunzhou is going to change. The power behind Feng Master is too terrifying. We cannot afford to offend Feng Master. That stinking brat wants all the major forces in Yunzhou to submit to him. A puny origin transformation realm martial artist wants to conquer Yunzhou? Looks like I have to find a chance to kill him silently. No one knows anyway. Feng Master has the support of the Empire. For him to be conferred the title of Great General, it is clear that the Emperor values him greatly. There is no need for us to make an enemy out of him. It seemed that many of the major forces that had dispersed had guessed Feng Wuchen's intentions, but they didn't dare to say it in front of Feng Wuchen. Send someone to keep an eye on Master Feng. Eliminate him if you have the chance. A leader of a great power said in a low voice, and his eyes flashed with a ferocious killing intent that was difficult to detect. After Su Yuanshan and the 3 elders left the Lu clan, their faces turned gloomy. They had clearly guessed Feng Wuchen's intentions. Feng Wuchen had killed the genius disciple of Fenchen Valley, Lin Yuntian. Now, he was somewhat dominating the Cloud region. It would be strange if Su Yuanshan was not angry. Valley Master, do you have any countermeasures? Master Feng clearly wants to annex the entire Yunzhou. An elder asked seriously. Su Yuanshan said with a sullen face, wait and see. There will always be someone who can't hold back. Valley Master, are you referring to Xuantianzong? An elder guessed. Su Yuanshan said in a deep voice, humph. We will not make a move. Let's see who that kid will attack first. If he is forced into a corner, we will fight to the death. He wants to trample my Fenchen Valley under his feet? Wishful thinking. Su Yuanshan was not stupid enough to make a move first. If he didn't make a move, someone else would. However, what Su Yuanshan could think of, others could also think of. No one wanted to be the first bird. It was up to who Feng Wuchen would attack first. All the major forces had their own ulterior motives. The hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. It was up to who stood out first. We must hurry back and stop Lin Yunchong. Lest he offend that kid. An elder frowned. Su Yuanshan thought for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, no need. Let him do it. Lin Yunchong is not a reckless man. If he can succeed, it will naturally be a good thing. If he fails, we will say that he has been expelled from the sect. Valley Master is brilliant. The elders praised. In the Lu family's main hall, Lu Shan was still respectfully receiving Mu Yuntian and the rest. Old Sect Master Mu, I also want to help you, but I don't have much time. I have already wasted a month in the military camp. I only returned to Yunzhou today. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and tactfully refused. This. Mu Yunshan was in a difficult position. Feng Wuchen had only been in the military camp for a month, but he was able to greatly increase the strength of the 2 most elite armies of the empire. He was even conferred the title of commander. This was enough to prove Feng Wuchen's ability. It was because of this that Mu Yunshan wanted to invite Feng Wuchen to help Xuantianzong train a group of disciples. With Xuantianzong's strength, it was reasonable to say that it was not difficult to train a group of outstanding disciples. However, it was impossible to improve greatly in a month. Otherwise, Mu Yunshan would not invite Feng Wuchen to help. This was also the reason why they stayed. Mu Yuntian then asked, "Commander, can you tell us the method of training?" Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and said, "Old sect master Mu, this is my secret. Why do you have to force me to do it? How powerful was the sovereign body?" Feng Wuchen would not easily pass it on to anyone who was not on his side. Even if it was Zhuan Tianzong, it would be impossible unless Zhuan Tianzong submitted. Mu Yuntian was secretly disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. He also knew that to greatly increase the strength of the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry in a month, this method was indeed very valuable. Then when does Commander have the time? Mu Yunshan continued to ask, still not giving up. This was an opportunity. If he did not grasp it, he was afraid that he would not have another chance in the future. Who knew how long Feng Wuchen would disappear for? 6 months later. Feng Wuchen thought for a bit and replied. Feng Wuchen had entrusted the Sky Flame Academy to protect the Feng family for a year. There were still 7 months left. At that time, Feng Wuchen would have to make a trip back. With the protection of the Sky Flame Academy, Feng Wuchen was not worried about the safety of the Feng family. However, after a year, who knew if the Mo family and Huangfu family would immediately make a move? Before returning, Feng Wuchen had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. Therefore, time was very important to Feng Wuchen. Of course, the things that Feng Wuchen had left behind in the Feng family were enough to make the Feng family strong. At least, they could suppress the Mo family. However, they could not deal with the Huangfu family. Half a year? Mu Tianyun and Mu Yunshan frowned and pondered. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "I hope the 2 sect masters can understand. If it wasn't because I had no other choice, I wouldn't have gone to the barracks to help the great general train them. Half a year it is." "Thank you, great commander." Mu Yunshan quickly nodded. "Only 1 month." Feng Wuchen added. "Since great commander can help the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry strengthen within a month, I believe that great commander can also help the Zhuan Tianzong disciples strengthen within a month." Mu Yunshan said with certainty. Feng Wuchen continued, "I don't dare to guarantee this. The Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry are all elites. Moreover, their physiques are outstanding. They are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. The strength of the Zhuan Tianzong disciples might be above the 2 armies, but I don't dare to guarantee that the Zhuan Tianzong disciples can endure this hardship. Moreover, I have a condition." Hearing this, Mu Tianyun and Mu Yunshan frowned again, as if they were worried about something. "What condition?" "Great Elder Xia," he asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "I need the blood essence of the green wild lion. I need 3 portions, and within 3 days. Green wild lion's blood essence?" Mu Yunshan frowned as if it was difficult, but then he agreed, "Okay. Within 3 days, I will definitely deliver the green wild lion's blood essence to great commander." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. "Thank you, sect leader Mu." Feng Wuchen would never make a losing deal. Naturally, since Zhuan Tianzong invited him to help, he would naturally ask for benefits. Moreover, the green wild lion's blood essence would be of great help to Feng Wuchen. With his current cultivation, he was not the green wild lion's opponent. Wanting to seize the blood essence would be extremely difficult. "Great commander, you mean that the stronger the physique, the faster the improvement?" Mu Tianyun hurriedly asked. "Exactly." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Half a year's time is enough for them to improve their physique," Mu Tianyun said. He did not doubt Feng Wuchen. Not long after, Mu Yuntian and the rest left the Lu family. Once Mu Tianyun and the rest left, Wei Yun said seriously, "Great commander, you must be careful in the future. Yunzhou's major powers are definitely kind." Feng Wuchen did not show any fear and sneered, "I'm afraid they don't have the guts." Wei Yun was shocked. What kind of existence could make Feng Wuchen so confident? "Big brother Feng, are you really planning to help Zhuan Tianzong? Aren't you afraid that Zhuan Tianzong will deal with you?" Lu Qingyang asked worriedly. "I don't dare to say for others, but Zhuan Tianzong definitely won't and won't dare to," Feng Wuchen said confidently. "Stupid." Lu Shan glared at Lu Qingyang and said, "Sect leader Mu is a 4th-grade alchemist. If he wants to expel the fire poison, he has to ask Great Commander. Otherwise, he can forget about improving his alchemy realm for the rest of his life. Lu Shan, I came this time for another matter. Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Shan and said. Great Commander, please speak. Lu Shan replied respectfully. 3 days later, I will be leaving with Qingyang and Qingqing to train outside. Feng Wuchen said. Lu Shan was overjoyed. He agreed without hesitation and even thanked him repeatedly. Lu Qingyang was the future of the Lu family. With Feng Wuchen's nurturing, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Shan could also rely on Feng Wuchen to slowly strengthen the Lu family. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? That's great. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing cheered happily. For the next 3 days, Feng Wuchen stayed in the Lu family. He cultivated at night and taught Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing swordsmanship during the day. Even if it was the sword technique passed down from the celestial couple, under Feng Wuchen's guidance, they actually gained a deeper understanding. This shocked Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. Could it be that Feng Wuchen was even more frightening than the celestial couple? What was the celestial couple? Could they be compared to the evil dragon god? After obtaining the evil dragon god's memories and rich experience, Feng Wuchen could see the shortcomings of the yin-yang dual sword technique at a glance. In addition to guidance, Feng Wuchen also taught them movement techniques and martial techniques. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Mu Yunshan sent the Emperor of Mu to deliver the green lion's essence blood. There were exactly 3 portions. Big brother Feng, where are we going to train? Are we going to Tianzhou? After leaving the Lu family, Lu Qingyang asked excitedly. Feng Wuchen said calmly, it's in Yunzhou. Yunzhou? Miao Qingqing was stunned and asked, where is Yunzhou? Someone is following us. Qingyang, Qingqing, go out of the city first. Keep walking and don't look back. I will find you. Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned as if he had sensed something. He spoke in a low voice and quickly walked to another street. With the lesson from last time, Feng Wuchen learned to be smart this time. He would definitely not let others know his whereabouts. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing walked out of the city without looking back, pretending as if nothing had happened. Someone is following us so quickly. They are really bold. Are they planning to make a move on Big Brother Feng in the city? Lu Qingyang frowned and said angrily. They definitely don't dare. They are probably following us and waiting for an opportunity to kill Big Brother Feng, Miao Qingqing said in a low voice. Feng Wuchen walked into another street and then into an alley. He then used instant transmission to leave. When the people following them caught up, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared without a trace. They are really bold. Want to deal with me so quickly? I will slowly play with you. If there is a first, there will definitely be a second. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc. After speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. He was not in a hurry to find out who it was. After a few teleportations, when Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already outside the city. Outside the city, Feng Wuchen looked around vigilantly. What a strong aura. Looks like there are many people waiting for me to leave the city. Even the Yuandan experts are here. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. He felt many people's gazes fall on him. It was a feeling as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. It was very uncomfortable. Humph. Do you really think you can deal with me by waiting for me to leave the city? You're looking down on me too much. Feng Wuchen sneered and quickly left. At this moment, a man in his early 30s appeared at the city gate. He was quite handsome, and he wore a black brocade robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his brows were tightly furrowed. His body emitted a powerful aura. They really left the city. This kid is really not simple. His movement technique is very good. He dares to leave the city so quickly. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The man frowned and then quickly followed. At the same time, some of the experts who were hiding outside the city gate also chased after them. These experts were all in disguise, so it was impossible to tell which faction they were from. They might not dare to make a move within the city, but once they left the city, no one would be able to help Feng Wuchen. General Wu had already returned to his post. The experts who were on good terms with Feng Wuchen had also left 3 days ago. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the others, who were walking in front, were worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. They had been out of the city for so long, but they still hadn't seen Feng Wuchen catch up to them. Why isn't Big Brother Feng here yet? When we left the city just now, I felt that someone was watching us. Lu Qingyang was extremely worried, and his face was filled with anxiousness. Just as they were worrying, Feng Wuchen quickly caught up to them. Hold on tight to my hand. Feng Wuchen roared and quickly rushed forward. He grabbed Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's wrists and immediately teleported away. The experts chasing behind them were all around the 8th level of the Origin Transformation realm. Their speed wasn't any slower than Feng Wuchen's. Moreover, they were carrying Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing, so they had to teleport. Big Brother Feng, I feel that there are many people watching outside the city. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. But before he could finish, he was stunned. Beside him, Miao Qingqing was also stunned and couldn't come back to her senses. After a moment of shock, Lu Qingyang said in a daze, This is teleportation? A second ago, they were still not far from the city. In the next second, they were already 100 meters away from the Phoenix Sky City in the forest. Go to Heavenly Cloud Mountain immediately. They are coming for me and won't do anything to you. Go. I'll lure them away. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. The two of them quickly traversed through the forest. Feng Wuchen looked back and disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, he was back at his original position, which was the edge of the forest. The experts following them were all shocked when they saw Feng Wuchen appear out of thin air. What kind of movement skill is that? He can appear out of thin air. One of them was shocked. He had never seen such a strange movement skill. So many people are following me. Are they all here to kill me? Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. His cold gaze swept across the scattered experts. From their clothes, Feng Wuchen couldn't tell which faction they were from. They were clearly prepared. Stinking brat, you want to dominate the cloud region? Dream on. A man shouted angrily. Everyone, it seems like we have the same goal. This brat's movement skill is strange. Why don't we work together? If we don't kill him, we will be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Another man suggested. Although his movement skill is strange, he can't hide his aura. He is merely at the 4th level of the Origin Transformation realm. How can we let him escape? A tall and sturdy middle-aged man said gloomily. All right. Let's do it. A man shouted coldly and was the first to rush forward. Feng Wuchen reached out his hand and the red fiery sword appeared out of thin air. He sneered unhurriedly, You know my identity and still dare to kill me. You have some guts. Among the 11 people, only one was at the 8th level of the Origin Transformation realm. The rest were between the 5th and 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. They posed no threat to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen activated the Divine Dragon Force. With a twist of his arm, the red fiery sword flashed with light. A dense killing intent caused people's hearts to tremble. High-grade artifact. A 5th-grade blacksmith should have a lot of treasures, right? Hee. He is also an alchemist. Kill him and we will split the loot. This brat is very strong. Be careful. Greed was aroused by the red fiery sword. The rest of them activated their true essence and rushed forward. Xiao. Qi. Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, a head flew out along with fresh blood. A 6th-level Origin Transformation realm martial artist died in an instant. Feng Wuchen sneered, I don't care who you are. Since you want to kill me, then you must die. His voice was very, very cold. It made people's hair stand on end. A 6th-level Origin Transformation realm martial artist was killed in an instant. This frightening strength frightened many people. They didn't know what kind of movement skill Feng Wuchen used. It was too strange and too fast. The weakest 5th-level Origin Transformation realm martial artist saw this scene and was so scared that he turned around and ran. Qi. In another instant, another head flew out. The man who was running had died a horrible death. Since you are here, why leave? Feng Wuchen coldly said as his cold gaze swept across the rest of the men. Killing without leaving a trace. His frightening movement skill was extremely frightening. Humph. The 8th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist snorted and activated his true essence with all his might. He rushed towards Feng Wuchen as if he was confident that he could suppress Feng Wuchen in terms of speed. Unfortunately, the moment the man rushed forward, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared again. Xiao xiao. Chi chi. His figure flickered twice as 2 heads flew out. The speed was so fast that the men who were killed didn't even have time to react. Run. This brat is too scary. In the blink of an eye, several men had died. The rest of the men were terrified. They couldn't even catch Feng Wuchen's figure. What was the point of fighting? Wasn't this just sending themselves to death? This brat is just like a ghost. Run. Don't stay to die. 5 to 6 men wanted to run away in fear. They were so scared that their souls had left their bodies. It's easy to come, but hard to leave. Feng Wuchen coldly laughed as he used his instant shift again. Xiao xiao xiao. Chi chi chi. His figure flickered so fast that they couldn't catch Feng Wuchen's position. They could only see the blurry figure disappear again. The men who were running away had their heads flying off. In less than a minute, 10 of the 11 men were mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen. Only the 8th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist was left. From the beginning, Feng Wuchen had been dodging his attacks and killing all the non-threatening enemies first. When dealing with his enemies, Feng Wuchen was never soft-hearted or merciful. Instead, it was his cruel methods that caused his enemies to be terrified. Staring at the man with a cold gaze, Feng Wuchen coldly laughed. You didn't run because you think you have the strength to kill me? You can try. The man said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Feng Wuchen coldly laughed as his figure flashed. In the next second, he appeared on the man's left side and swung his red fiery sword. The man squinted his eyes and glanced to his left. He immediately threw out a punch. Feng Wuchen sensed something and frowned. He felt an extremely powerful fist coming towards him. He immediately gave up on attacking and lowered his body, narrowly slipping under the man's fist. An 8th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist is indeed different. He can catch my presence. Feng Wuchen frowned as he thought to himself. Instant shift was indeed a terrifying movement technique. But when facing a strong opponent who was far stronger than Feng Wuchen, instant shift was useless. An 8th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist had an absolute advantage in strength and speed. Feng Wuchen's true fighting strength was only at the 7th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. With a difference of 4 levels, this was going to be a fierce battle. Your movement technique may be strange, but your presence can't fool me. The man coldly snorted as he fiercely charged towards Feng Wuchen. An 8th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist's strength was extremely strong. If he was hit, Feng Wuchen would definitely be injured. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion Destruction Universe. Feng Wuchen poured his dragon god's power into the red fiery sword and roared as he swung his sword. Xiao. A 3-meter-long golden sword aura carried a violent aura as it tore through the air. Wherever it passed, the trees fell and rose. High-grade yellow rank martial skill. Everlasting heavenly fire. The man put his palms together and shouted. A tyrannical fire attribute True Yuan burst out. His palms pulled apart and a ball of fire condensed. The man threw out a palm strike. Boom. Pooh. 2 tyrannical forces collided. With a loud boom, energy ripples spread out. Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. He couldn't withstand the power of an 8th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist. What a frightening power. This power is even more frightening than a 7th level Origin Transformation Realm martial artist. He is only at the 4th level Origin Transformation Realm. How is this possible? The man's heart shook as he was forced back a few steps. He looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Too forceful. Feng Wuchen said with difficulty. His whole body was in pain. His injuries were not light. Feng Wuchen's strength made the man feel a deep sense of dread. If he did not get rid of him now, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. The man who rushed out had a murderous look in his eyes. Feng Wuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was very calm. At the same time, the ice element Jinyuan in his body had been fully activated. Peng! Feng Wuchen fiercely punched the ground. With a muffled bang, the ice element Jinyuan crazily spread out. Wherever it passed, the flowers and trees would be frozen into ice. When it reached the man's position, a large number of ice spikes suddenly pierced out of the ground. If he was pierced, he would definitely die. Ice element. The man sensed it and immediately stepped on the ground. His body jumped up high, narrowly avoiding the ice spikes. Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand. A large number of tyrannical wind blades flew out, bringing along a series of ear-piercing sounds as they flew towards the man. "Ha!" the man shouted. A tyrannical qi burst out, easily deflecting Feng Wuchen's wind blades. Feng Wuchen waved his hand again, and a blue fire snake flew out. Wherever it passed, the forest was set ablaze. Feng Wuchen planned to seal off the man's escape route. "Once you land, you will be buried in a sea of fire," Feng Wuchen coldly said. The blue flames were much stronger than ordinary flames. "Humph! You think you can't deal with me with this little trick? Don't forget that I also have the fire element," the man disdainfully said. He once again activated his fire element Jinyuan and blasted out a palm. Boom! The tyrannical fire element palm blasted out. The blue sea of fire was immediately scattered, and countless rocks and soil were sent flying. A strong wind swept out. "Master Feng, your strength is indeed very strong. You have such frightening strength at such a young age. Instead of staying in the school, you came out to dominate the cloud region. Unfortunately, you met me. Today, you must die." The man coldly snorted, as if he was certain that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not speak. He put his palms together, and a tyrannical power burst out. Weng, weng. Within a radius of 10 meters, the ground of the forest slightly shook. The rocks and trees were violently shaking. Then, rocks broke out of the ground, and trees were uprooted. It was as if something was controlling them. "Rise!" Feng Wuchen curled his hand into a claw and raised it up. He yelled. The moment the man landed, large amounts of rocks and trees rushed toward the man from all directions. He actually had so many true essence attributes. Even a super genius would at most have 4 true essence attributes, and even the number 1 genius imperial prince would only have 3. But this brat actually had 5. Feng Wuchen used all kinds of vital essence, which shocked the man to the core. It was beyond his knowledge. Pung, 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 rocks and trees flew in from all directions, bombarding them crazily. The forest was filled with a layer of dust, and it was dusky. After a series of fierce battles, Feng Wuchen's face was pale. He had used up too much of his Jinyuan. He took out an azure profound pellet and swallowed it to replenish his Jinyuan. Feng Wuchen rushed up and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the man's head. His red fiery sword slashed downwards. Ding! At this moment, the man raised his right hand above his head. With a crisp sound, he used his powerful Jinyuan to block Feng Wuchen's sword. "Master Feng, your strength is indeed terrifying. But don't underestimate the strength of an 8th-level origin transformation realm martial artist," the man sneered. He was quite confident in his own strength. Feng Wuchen frowned. After his sword was blocked, he continued to attack. The man used his hands to block all of Feng Wuchen's attacks and forced Feng Wuchen to retreat. This was the difference in strength. Even if Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's memories and rich experience, strength was still the most important factor. "Master Feng, you shouldn't have come to the cloud region. You shouldn't have wanted to dominate the cloud region. Do you really think that the major forces of the cloud region will submit to you?" the man said fiercely. His tiger-like eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. He didn't hide his killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's aura changed. He formed a seal with his hands and a fierce energy spread out. High-grade yellow rank martial skill. Mystic Flame Blade. The man shouted. His aura was majestic. He waved his right hand and a 3-meter-long flame blade flew out. It was even stronger than the fireball from before. Seeing the powerful flame blade flying towards him, Feng Wuchen took a deep breath. His face was extremely serious. If they don't submit, I'll beat them until they do. Feng Wuchen replied forcefully. He activated all of the dragon god's power in his body. Arrogant. The man said disdainfully. World-destroying heavenly punishment / Feng Wuchen shouted, and an extremely majestic aura burst forth. He waved his left hand, and a 3-meter-long golden energy slash tore through the air. Chi waves filled the sky. This is an Earth-rank martial skill. The man's face changed drastically. His eyes widened. He could guess from the terrifying aura and power of the martial skill. Ding! At the same time, Feng Wuchen stabbed the flame sword into the ground and clasped his hands together. A golden array appeared under his feet. It was filled with an extremely powerful aura and his long hair fluttered. Feng Wuchen's hands danced. Mysterious runes appeared on the golden array and revolved around Feng Wuchen's body. It was extremely dazzling. 9 heavens of illusion. Feng Wuchen shouted again. Golden light soared into the sky from the golden array. An extremely terrifying power rolled crazily. The trees in the forest swayed and leaves flew everywhere. Another Earth-rank martial skill. How could he have so many Earth-rank martial skills? The man's face changed again. He was terrified. It was his first time meeting such an abnormal youth. Not only was his strength tyrannical, he even had so many Earth-rank martial skills. Swish! Feng Wuchen formed a finger sword and pointed at the man in the air. The golden light that soared into the sky instantly condensed into a huge energy sword. It immediately shot out with a destructive aura. The Earth-rank martial skill was used one after another. The most powerful martial skill was used. It could be seen that Feng Wuchen was going all out. After using powerful martial skills one after another, Feng Wuchen's face turned pale. His breathing was somewhat hurried. It was obvious that he had consumed a huge amount of true essence. Boom! Rumble! The energy slash and the sword ray clashed against the flaming saber. 2 deafening sounds rang out. Extremely violent energy ripples spread out crazily, shaking Feng Wuchen until he spat out blood. His body flew back and broke a few trees. The man opposite him also spat out blood. While he was flying, his right hand was also cut off by Feng Wuchen's sword ray. This head-on collision could be said to be a lose-lose situation. The forest within a 10-meter radius was razed to the ground. Dust filled the air. Seeing that the man was heavily injured and had his arm cut off, Feng Wuchen let out a breath of relief. His tense nerves relaxed. Only then did he realize that he no longer had the strength to support himself. He knelt down on one leg and was completely supported by the flaming saber. The man opposite him could barely stand up. His injuries were severe, and he even lost an arm. His pale face was filled with pain. The man's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He never thought that a brat at the 4th level of the Origin Transformation realm would be so terrifying. Not only did he heavily injure him, but he also cut off his arm. You've used up all your true essence, right? The man's ferocious face was filled with anger. He endured the pain and walked step by step towards Feng Wuchen. Aren't you the same? Feng Wuchen sneered with difficulty. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, Feng Wuchen still didn't panic. The man angrily shouted, "At least I can kill you." Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered, "You seem to have forgotten that I'm an alchemist." Hearing this, the man's face suddenly changed and his footsteps stopped. Feng Wuchen strenuously took out the profound azure pill and bone-growing chi replenishing pill and swallowed them. He then sneered, "It's not certain who will die yet." As soon as the pills entered his mouth, the powerful medicinal energy quickly flowed through Feng Wuchen's body. His injuries were recovering, and so was his true essence. The man's heart was filled with fear. He was so close to killing Feng Wuchen, but he forgot that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist. In his fear, the man decisively left. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Feng Wuchen hadn't fully recovered to escape. Once Feng Wuchen recovered, the one who would die would be him. Feng Wuchen let out a sigh of relief as the man fled. Even with pills, it was difficult to recover in a short period of time. After all, they weren't powerful pills. After recovering a bit of his true essence, Feng Wuchen forcefully teleported away to prevent anyone from chasing after him. 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen gradually recovered. Worried that Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing would be anxiously waiting for him, Feng Wuchen hurried to Heavenly Cloud Mountain. He shuttled through the mountain like an agile monkey. His injuries and true essence were slowly recovering. When Feng Wuchen arrived at the foot of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, his injuries and true essence were almost fully recovered. His physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an astonishing recovery speed. When Feng Wuchen arrived at the small valley, he suddenly found Miao Qingqing standing in the middle of the valley. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and panic. "Qingqing, what happened to you? Where's Qingyang?" Feng Wuchen had already noticed that something was wrong, but he still asked. He looked around vigilantly and thought to himself, 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. "Big brother Feng, don't come over. I have a fire talisman on me." "I don't know where Qingyang was taken to," Miao Qingqing shouted in panic. She didn't dare to move. "Fire talisman?" Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He didn't expect that someone would target Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing and wait for him to come. "Feng Master, you're finally here. I've been waiting here for a long time." A cold voice came from the peak of a mountain. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the peak and asked, "Where's Qingyang? What do you want?" "Kill you," the man coldly replied. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. "Who are you?" Feng Wuchen asked. He could feel the man's terrifying killing intent. "I see. No wonder there's hatred in your killing intent." Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yuntian to be his brother. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, "You're also a disciple of Fengchen Valley, right? Did you come here on your own or did Su Yuanshan send you?" "That's not important. What's important is that I want to avenge my brother," Lin Yunchong said coldly. Feng Wuchen slowly walked towards Miao Qingqing and said, "Don't worry. It's fine. Master Feng, are you sure you want to save her? I just need to cast a spell and the fire talisman will explode. With her cultivation, she'll die instantly." Lin Yunchong sneered. "That's not necessarily true," Feng Wuchen said confidently. Arriving in front of Miao Qingqing, Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed rapidly. A fire talisman the size of a palm flew out from Miao Qingqing's body. Lin Yunchong frowned and said in surprise, "How did this kid do it? He can actually break my fire talisman. Planting a talisman is nothing to me." Feng Wuchen sneered and waved his hand. The fire talisman flew out. Boom! Lin Yunchong reached out and grabbed at the air. With a boom, the fire talisman expanded and violent energy ripples spread out in all directions. Looking at Lin Yunchong again, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, "Where's Qingyang? I'll let him go after I kill you. If I die, you can go find him yourself." Lin Yunchong sneered. As he spoke, he had already activated his true origin and rushed forward. "Qingqing, go find Qingyang. I'll stop him." Feng Wuchen frowned and said with a grave expression. Lin Yunchong's strength was extremely tyrannical. He was much stronger than the man at the 8th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. Feng Wuchen was definitely not his match. Feng Wuchen didn't expect Lin Yunchong's appearance. He didn't expect that so many people would want to kill him as soon as he left the city. "Big brother Feng, you must be careful," Miao Qingqing said worriedly. Feng Wuchen quickly retreated and looked in the direction that Miao Qingqing had left. Only after she was far away did he relax. Lin Yunchong's strength was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen didn't plan to fight with him. He quickly retreated while Lin Yunchong chased after him. "Brat, let's see where you can run to." Lin Yunchong angrily roared as he pursued at full speed. As he chased, he launched a barrage of green energy attacks. Feng Wuchen hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, and he wasn't a match for Lin Yunchong in terms of speed. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. "Teleportation!" Feng Wuchen shouted in his heart. Using his movement skill, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. When he appeared again, he was already dozens of meters away. Then, he used the skill again and appeared dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had increased by more than 100 meters. This brat's identity is extraordinary. It won't be easy to catch up with him. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lin Yuncheng frowned. By the time he caught up, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. Whoosh! Just as Lin Yuncheng stopped, a sonic boom came from the sky. Lin Yuncheng suddenly raised his head and saw a shocking scene. He saw Feng Wuchen flying across the sky on a flaming sword. Sword flight. An essence transformation realm martial artist can actually fly on a sword? Lin Yuncheng was shocked. I'm not your opponent now, but you dared to threaten my friend. I'll kill you sooner or later. Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from the sky. We'll see if you can save him. Do you think you can run away? Lin Yuncheng angrily shouted and chased after him. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Yuncheng let Feng Wuchen run away? Only Lin Yuncheng knew where Lu Qingyang was. He didn't need to chase after Feng Wuchen. He just needed to wait for him. Whoosh! A golden rainbow streaked across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was extremely fast. In less than 2 minutes, Feng Wuchen had returned to the small valley of Heavenly Cloud Mountain and was flying in the direction Miao Qingqing left. Qingqing, did you find Qingyang? Feng Wuchen flew over and asked anxiously. No, Miao Qingqing said anxiously. She shouted Lu Qingyang's name as she searched, but there was no response. Feng Wuchen landed and asked, how long has Lin Yuncheng been gone? About an hour, Miao Qingqing said anxiously. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. She was afraid that Lu Qingyang had met with an accident. An hour? Feng Wuchen frowned. With Lin Yuncheng's speed, he didn't know how far he could run in an hour. The mountains around Heavenly Cloud Mountain were complicated. Finding Lu Qingyang was like finding a needle in a haystack. Big brother Feng, what should we do? Miao Qingqing asked anxiously. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tears. Don't worry. Lin Yuncheng is coming for me. He is Lin Yuntian's brother. He should have already calculated. Qingyang is not in danger for now, Feng Wuchen comforted. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought, his aura is the same as the one I sensed at the city gate. He can chase after me all the way here. He's definitely not simple. He came prepared. Master Feng, you can't escape unless you don't care about your friend's life. At this time, Lin Yuncheng's cold laughter came from behind. Lin Yuncheng leaped onto an ancient tree and said coldly, if you don't die, your friend will die as time passes. I advise you not to think about running away. If you run away, you'll never see him again. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to let me kill you, and the other is to let me kill you. For a moment, Feng Wuchen was in a dilemma. On one side was his good friend, and on the other was an enemy he couldn't defeat. Was there a way to defeat Lin Yuncheng and save Lu Qingyang? What if I choose the third option? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. It's still a dead end. Lin Yuncheng sneered, I like to see you guys at your wits' end and unable to do anything to me. Since you dared to kill my brother, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I don't mind telling you that your friend won't be able to hold on for long. What? Miao Qingqing's face changed and she panicked. Feng Wuchen's gaze turned even colder. Lu Qingyang was in a dangerous situation. Although he didn't know if Lin Yuncheng was telling the truth, he would rather believe it than not. Then there's no other way. Do you know the consequences of provoking an alchemist? Feng Wuchen shook his head and waved his hand. A dozen herbs flew out from his interspatial ring and floated above his palm. Pung, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand and a wisp of azure flame ignited. Lin Yuncheng mocked, what? You still want to refine pellets before your death? Have you heard of the soul-breaking pellet? Feng Wuchen asked. I don't know what the soul-breaking pellet is. I only know that today is the day you die. Lin Yuncheng sneered and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Feng Wuchen ignored him and calmly said, the soul-breaking pellet is a special pellet that can stimulate a cultivator's potential. It's several times more effective than the beast soul pellet. It only lasts for 15 minutes, but it's extremely dangerous. It's extremely harmful to the soul. Even alchemists don't dare to take it because it will affect their alchemy realm. Lin Yincheng knitted his brows and coldly said, "Do you think you have the time to refine pellets? You haven't seen me refine pellets, so how do you know that I don't have the time?" Feng Wuchen retorted and circulated his soul power. The azure flame suddenly expanded and devoured a dozen herbs. Feng Wuchen's hands changed into mysterious gestures. Under the frenzied calcination of the azure flame, the herbs shed their skin at a speed visible to the naked eye and condensed into a medicinal liquid. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils. The medicinal liquid condensed quickly and condensed into the embryonic form of a pellet in a moment. A powerful aura spread out. In just a few minutes, the third-grade soul-breaking pellet was refined. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Which alchemist on the continent was so terrifying? Lin Yincheng and Miao Qingqing were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen such a miraculous method of refining pellets that didn't even require an alchemy furnace. What kind of alchemy technique was this? It was so miraculous. Tool creation with thought. Pill creation with thought. Lin Yincheng was stunned. Pill creation with thought. How terrifying was the alchemist to be able to do this? This is the soul-breaking pellet. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly and said, "With my current cultivation, I'm indeed not your opponent. But if you want to court death, I can't do anything about it. It just so happens that I want to see how powerful my potential is." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen threw the soul-breaking pellet into his mouth without hesitation. "Big brother Feng, don't." Miao Qingqing wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Qingqing, retreat first and find a place to hide," Feng Wuchen instructed. As soon as the pellet entered his mouth, the medicinal effect began to take effect. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Feng Wuchen's body and rapidly soared without any warning. The tyrannical and violent true essence erupted uncontrollably. His entire body flashed with golden light, and it was as if a strong wind was blowing in the forest. Large swaths of trees rustled as waves of tyrannical energy spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. In just a blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura had soared to the 6th level of the origin transformation stage. A single soul-breaking pellet allowed Feng Wuchen's strength to instantly increase by 2 levels. What kind of terrifying pellet was this? Looks like my potential isn't bad, increasing by 2 levels, Feng Wuchen sneered as he clenched his fists. His gaze towards Lin Yincheng became extremely fierce. Lin Yincheng looked at Feng Wuchen with a face full of shock. He couldn't believe that a single pellet could allow Feng Wuchen's cultivation to instantly increase by 2 levels. Even a 5th-grade pellet wouldn't have such a terrifying effect, right? Increasing his cultivation to the 6th level of the origin transformation stage meant that Feng Wuchen's battle prowess was enough to fight against Lin Yincheng. "I'll kill you and send you to reunite with your brother," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Activating the dragon god's power, Feng Wuchen fiercely stomped his feet on the ground. Bang! Feng Wuchen's strength was extremely violent. The moment his feet touched the ground, a muffled bang sounded out and a large crater appeared on the ground. Feng Wuchen's figure had already turned into a black line and shot out like lightning. Dragon God's shadow. As he rushed out, Feng Wuchen let out a low roar and his speed doubled again. In just a blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Lin Yincheng like a ghost. Moreover, he brought along a powerful whirlwind force, causing Lin Yincheng's expression to change drastically. So fast. Miao Qingqing was dumbfounded. She couldn't see Feng Wuchen's figure at all. She only felt a gust of wind blowing past. At this moment, Feng Wuchen gave Miao Qingqing a feeling that he wasn't just an origin transformation realm cultivator. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in her mind, as if it was a terrifying sky origin realm cultivator. That wonderful feeling disappeared in an instant. "You can either tell me Lu Qingyang's whereabouts, or I'll beat you to death. I'll go find him myself. You can choose between the two." Feng Wuchen's words were bone-chilling. Every word was filled with killing intent. When he said the word die, his tone was even more serious. Lin Yincheng broke out in a cold sweat. Due to Feng Wuchen's words and the fact that he was scared away, his face turned sinister. Murderous intent and hatred reappeared in his eyes. "Let's see how you'll die once the pill's effect wears off." Lin Yincheng roared as he threw a punch at Feng Wuchen's head. Boom! But it was a pity that Feng Wuchen was faster. The moment Lin Yuncheng threw his punch, Feng Wuchen's fist had already landed on Lin Yuncheng's body. The ferocious force sent Lin Yuncheng flying a dozen meters away. A sharp pain came from his lower abdomen, making it difficult for him to breathe. Although the punch didn't injure Lin Yuncheng, it still made him feel uncomfortable. A quarter of an hour is enough to kill you. Even if I kill you, Fengchen Valley can't do anything to me. Don't you think so? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The strength of a sixth-stage origin transformation realm cultivator made Feng Wuchen extremely excited and frivolous. Humph. You want to kill me with the strength from the soul-breaking pill? What a joke. Lin Yuncheng said with disdain. That punch didn't hurt him at all. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen said mockingly, I'll make you cry in a while. Bang. Lin Yuncheng didn't waste any more words. The moment he steadied himself, he stomped his foot on the ground, and his body turned into a black line that burst out with a fierce momentum. Feng Wuchen also rushed up without hesitation. He had never been afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. Big brother Feng, be careful. Miao Qingqing cried out worriedly. Even though Feng Wuchen had swallowed the soul-breaking pill, Miao Qingqing was still worried. Bang bang bang. An intense hand-to-hand combat unfolded. Fists and feet collided, and tyrannical true essence vibrated. Visible shockwaves spread out, and the space seemed to float, like the waves of the sea. The sound of the collision reverberated in the mountains for a long time. Do you want to know how your brother died? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer while fiercely attacking. Lin Yuncheng's killing intent grew heavier, and the hatred in his eyes grew more intense. I didn't want to kill him, but he was courting death. He swallowed the beast soul pill and injured my friend. In a fit of anger, I punched his heart until he died. His chest caved in, and he died a miserable death. Feng Wuchen sneered. Shut up. Lin Yuncheng roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred and anger. His strength had also become stronger because of his hatred and anger. Are you very angry? Do you want to kill me? Go ahead and use your full strength. Feng Wuchen continued to provoke him. Ah! Lin Yuncheng roared furiously. His tyrannical aura soared, and his killing intent soared. The veins on his face bulged, looking like small green snakes. Lin Yuncheng stared at Feng Wuchen with his bloodshot eyes and roared, I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The furious Lin Yuncheng attacked even more fiercely. He completely gave up on defense and attacked with all his might. But this way, Lin Yuncheng was full of openings. No matter how fierce Lin Yuncheng's attacks were, they were still useless against Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's rich experience. What kind of expert hadn't he seen before? In addition, he also had the powerful dragon god's shadow. How could a mere 9th stage origin transformation realm martial artist hit Feng Wuchen? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuncheng, who had given up on defense, gave Feng Wuchen the perfect opportunity. A series of ferocious attacks landed on Lin Yuncheng's body. Lin Yuncheng retreated step by step, unable to resist. The furious Lin Yuncheng felt extremely sullen. The more ferocious his attacks were, the more he couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen. Instead, he gave Feng Wuchen an opportunity to attack. How could this stinking brat see through my moves? Lin Yuncheng raged in his heart. He couldn't understand. It was only the first time. They fought, and Lin Yuncheng's moves were completely different from Lin Yuntian's. How could Feng Wuchen dodge his attacks so easily? What was going on? Boom. PFFF, while Lin Yuncheng was puzzled and shocked, Feng Wuchen took the opportunity to land a punch on Lin Yuncheng's right cheek. With a loud boom, the berserk power caused Lin Yuncheng to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. The soul-breaking pill had stimulated Feng Wuchen's potential and temporarily raised his cultivation to the 6th stage of the origin transformation realm. Feng Wuchen's true fighting strength was comparable to a 9th stage origin transformation realm martial artist. Combined with the evil dragon god's experience, it was easy for him to hit Lin Yuncheng. As long as his opponent wasn't a super freak, Feng Wuchen would be invincible in the same cultivation realm. What's going on? Why can't I hit him with a single punch? Lin Yuncheng was sullen and furious. Every time his ferocious attacks were about to hit Feng Wuchen, he would skillfully dodge them. Every time, Lin Yuncheng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. After repelling Lin Yuncheng, Feng Wuchen fiercely charged forward, not giving Lin Yuncheng a chance to catch his breath. He also didn't want to waste time. Once the effects of the pill wore off, he would be in danger. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Swish. Swish, swish. Feng Wuchen's figure flickered like a ghost. Lin Yuncheng could only see a blurry figure and couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Left. Lin Yuncheng coldly shouted as he ferociously swept his leg. Wrong. It's on your right. Feng Wuchen shouted. Bang! The moment he spoke, Feng Wuchen's fist had already landed on Lin Yuncheng's right cheek. The tyrannical power actually knocked out 2 of Lin Yuncheng's front teeth. Bastard! Lin Yuncheng angrily cursed as he sent a palm strike towards Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, his palm strike missed as Feng Wuchen's extremely strange figure appeared behind him at an astonishing speed. Such a terrifying speed was hard to catch with the naked eye. Which direction are you going this time? Feng Wuchen's sneer was heard once again. His figure flickered again and again. His speed was so fast that it created a series of blurry illusions. Preposterous! Lin Yuncheng ferociously roared. Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly toying with him. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Bang! Feng Wuchen heavily punched Lin Yuncheng's back again and sent him flying. Lin Yuncheng seemed to be unable to keep up with Feng Wuchen's speed, but he didn't notice it at all. Lin Yuncheng misjudged every time. Feng Wuchen would always change the direction of his attack at the moment he judged the position, catching Lin Yuncheng unprepared. After several times, Lin Yuncheng's whole body was in severe pain. Feng Wuchen's strength was extremely powerful. His punches penetrated deep into his bones, making it difficult for him to bear. Feng Wuchen's strength made Lin Yuncheng feel powerless. That kind of overwhelming strength made him unable to fight back. It gave people a feeling that he couldn't withstand a single blow. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Under the situation of completely suppressing Lin Yuncheng, Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to use a martial skill. His figure leaped high and blasted a palm at Lin Yuncheng. A golden palm print flew out. 3 layers superimposed, and the power multiplied. That kind of momentum made people's hearts tremble. Profound rank martial skill. Lin Yuncheng's face slightly changed as he felt a dangerous aura. However, he didn't have time to think. He circulated his true essence with all his strength, formed a seal with both hands, and finally shouted, low-grade profound rank martial skill. Shattering mountain and river palm. Lin Yuncheng blasted out a palm. The cyan palm print instantly expanded with a majestic aura. Rumble. In a few blinks of an eye, 2 powerful forces collided and exploded. At the same time, the 2 were forced back. The spreading energy ripples destroyed the flowers and trees in all directions. Countless leaves and dust flew into the sky. You are indeed strong. Much stronger than your brother. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I forgot to tell you. When I killed your brother, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. On Lin Yuncheng's sinister face, the skin and flesh trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and growled, don't be complacent, I'll kill you right away. Violent true essence spread out. Lin Yuncheng took a horse stance and put his palms together. His entire body was suffused with a cyan light. The power of his true essence slowly became stronger, and the energy fluctuations were surging like a dream. Lin Yuncheng was accumulating power. Looking at this posture, it seemed that he was going to use an even more powerful martial skill. Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what kind of powerful profound rank martial skill the genius disciple of Fenchen Valley could use. Stinking brat. I'll let you experience the power of Fenchen Valley's mid-grade profound rank martial skill. Lin Yuncheng glared at Feng Wuchen and shouted. After accumulating power, Lin Yuncheng's aura had reached a new height and was very fierce. Mid-grade profound rank martial skill. Heavenly Fire Seal. Lin Yuncheng suddenly shouted and opened his hands. A bright cyan light flashed and condensed into a terrifying cyan energy. Then, he raised his right hand and the terrifying cyan energy flew into the air. It instantly condensed into a cyan energy seal that was more than 3 meters big, like a small mountain. this was Lin Yuncheng's trump card, his strongest martial skill, and also his proudest asset. With a wave of his arm, the cyan energy seal shot out with unstoppable force. Ding! Feng Wuchen took out the red flame sword and inserted it into the ground. With the sword as the foundation, he put his palms together and a golden array appeared under his feet. Mysterious runes floated up, and along with the full activation of the dragon god's power, the golden light of the array soared into the sky, filled with a suffocating and terrifying sword intent. What sword art is this? Earth rank martial skill. Lin Yuncheng's face changed drastically. He felt an incomparable pressure and an extremely dangerous aura. 9 heavens of illusion! Feng Wuchen shouted loudly. The golden light that soared into the sky condensed into a huge golden sword. Feng Wuchen pointed his sword finger at the air and the huge golden sword broke through the air with a destructive aura like golden lightning. Whoosh! Leaping 10 meters into the air, the extremely violent golden sword ray swooped down. That destructive aura was terrifying. Seeing the golden sword ray swooping down, Lin Yuncheng's face was already pale with fright. He was trembling with fear. Earth rank sword technique. Lin Yuncheng's voice was trembling with despair. After a fierce battle, Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond Lin Yuncheng's imagination. He was completely intimidated by Feng Wuchen's overwhelming strength. Lin Yuncheng was already difficult to deal with. Now that he was facing an earth rank sword technique, it would be strange if Lin Yuncheng didn't feel despair. Boom! PFFF. In an instant, the sword ray and the energy seal collided. A deafening explosion resounded through the forest. However, it was only Lin Yuncheng's energy seal that exploded. Lin Yuncheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as his injuries worsened. At the moment of collision, Feng Wuchen's domineering sword ray actually cut the energy seal in half, causing the energy to explode. However, the sword ray still carried an astonishing speed and majestic aura as it rushed towards Lin Yuncheng. No! No! Lin Yuncheng, who was in despair, was scared out of his wits. His body couldn't move as he stood there and screamed in fear. Boom! Unfortunately, no matter how Lin Yuncheng screamed, the sword ray wouldn't disappear. In an instant, it landed on his body. The explosion resounded through the forest again, causing the ground to tremble slightly. An extremely terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions along with the wind. The forest within 50 meters was devoured and turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. This fierce battle could be said to be extremely dangerous. Its destructive power was shocking. At the moment of the explosion, Lin Yuncheng's aura had completely disappeared. This meant that Feng Wuchen's sword had killed him. When the energy ripple gradually dissipated, the space became clear again. Only then could one see that Lin Yuncheng's location was a huge pit that was a few meters wide. In the big pit, Lin Yuncheng's limbs were broken and his flesh was mangled. There were no signs of life, tragic death. His death was even more tragic than his brother Lin Yuntian's. Executing the second style of the sword technique with the strength of the 9th level of the origin transformation stage actually has such terrifying power. It's a pity that it's still too difficult. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Using the second form of the sword art consumed a great deal of Jin Yuan. Feng Wuchen's face was also incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. Who? Letting out a deep breath, Feng Wuchen felt completely at ease. At the same time, the medicinal effect also happened to dissipate. Feng Wuchen's vision darkened and he fainted. Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing's expression changed drastically as she rushed forward in a panic. Miao Qingqing was extremely worried. She quickly brought Feng Wuchen to the small valley and gave Feng Wuchen an ordinary healing pill. In the unconscious Feng Wuchen, some mysterious and strange scenes appeared in his mind. In the image, a sage-like old man floated above the sea with an exquisite longsword in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the void. It was unknown whether he was facing an enemy or something else. The space was calm, without a trace of killing intent. Feng Wuchen had never seen this old man before, but the next scene shocked Feng Wuchen. The old man seemed to be motionless, but there were many illusory figures dancing around him. Every move was profound, and it was like they had reached the pinnacle of perfection and returned to their original state. The illusory figures danced with the sword, but the space was incomparably calm. The airflow was completely unaffected. Who was this old man? Feng Wuchen had never seen this old man before. The evil dragon god also couldn't find this old man in his memories, but why would he appear in Feng Wuchen's mind? Feng Wuchen didn't know. What kind of sword art was the old man dancing? Feng Wuchen also didn't know. But Feng Wuchen was sure that the old man's sword art was much, much stronger than his illusion sword art. Even with the evil dragon god's memories and experience, he couldn't tell what kind of sword art it was. He couldn't tell anything from the old man's sword art. If even the evil dragon god couldn't tell, who else could? The profound sword art was as smooth as flowing water. The sword chi was vast, and the sword intent gave off a feeling of reaching for the heavens. After some time, the unconscious Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. Big brother Feng. You're awake? That's great. Seeing Feng Wuchen open his eyes, Miao Qingqing was overjoyed. Ouch. Feng Wuchen, who had just thought of getting up, realized that his entire body was in extreme pain. Even the slightest movement made his face twitch violently. This was the after effect of the soul-shattering pill. And the after effect of Feng Wuchen's true essence overconsumption. Big brother Feng, don't get up. You've been unconscious for 2 days, and your injuries haven't recovered yet. Miao Qingqing hurriedly motioned for Feng Wuchen to lie down. Unconscious for 2 days? Feng Wuchen was startled. He anxiously asked, "Where's Qingyang? Did you find him?" Miao Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. She frowned and shook her head. No. These 2 days, Miao Qingqing had been taking care of Feng Wuchen. She was afraid that Feng Wuchen wouldn't make it, so she didn't have time to look for him. She was more anxious than anyone else, but there was nothing she could do. With a thought, a bone-growing qi replenishing pill appeared in his hand. Feng Wuchen said, "Qingqing, feed me a bone-growing qi replenishing pill and help me up." Miao Qingqing acted according to Feng Wuchen's instructions. She fed him the medicinal pill and helped him sit up. Feng Wuchen had to recover as soon as possible. It had already been 2 days, and no one knew whether Lu Qingyang was dead or alive. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen's injuries had recovered by 30%. Because his injuries were too severe, and because of the after effect of the soul-shattering pill, his recovery was very slow. A mere after effect was nothing to Feng Wuchen. He had plenty of ways to deal with it. Even though he had only recovered by 30%, Feng Wuchen was still anxious to find Lu Qingyang. With Lin Yunchong dead, no one knew Lu Qingyang's whereabouts. Heavenly Cloud Mountain was so big, where could he find him? Feng Wuchen searched the evil dragon god's memories several times, but he couldn't find any way to track his aura, nor could he find any tracking martial skills. If something happened to Lu Qingyang, how could Feng Wuchen explain it to Lu Shan? Moreover, Feng Wuchen hadn't told Lu Shan about this, so no one in the Lu clan knew about Lu Qingyang's disappearance. After searching for several days, they searched the mountains around Heavenly Cloud Mountain, as well as the cities and towns within a few hundred miles, but there was no sign of Lu Qingyang. After a few days, Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing despaired. In the end, they could only stay in the valley and cultivate, praying that Lu Qingyang was safe and sound. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, but there was still no sign of Lu Qingyang in the valley. In this half a month, with the help of the blood hoof spirit, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the origin transformation realm. If it wasn't for the 2 intense battles before, Feng Wuchen's cultivation wouldn't have increased so quickly. This was all thanks to Lin Yunchong and the 8th level origin transformation realm expert. On the other hand, Miao Qingqing's cultivation hadn't improved at all in this half a month. Her face was haggard and she was listless. She wasn't in the mood to cultivate, nor was she able to calm her heart. Her mind was filled with Lu Qingyang, and she was constantly worried about him. Even though half a month had passed and there was still no news of Lu Qingyang, she still persevered. She waited in the valley every day, hoping to see Lu Qingyang one day. As long as there was a trace of hope, she wouldn't give up. Sigh. Looking at the stubborn Miao Qingqing, Feng Wuchen sighed helplessly and thought to himself, "I'm afraid that Qingyang is already dead." Although he was sad, he still had to continue cultivating. Feng Wuchen still had 5 blood hoof spirit, 3 portions of Jade Lion's essence blood, and a large amount of mystic insight pills. If he could absorb all of them, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Qingqing, you still have to cultivate. We don't have any ideas now. No one knows if Qingyang is dead or alive. You won't be able to bear it if you worry too much. Feng Wuchen comforted. Miao Qingqing nodded with a choked voice and asked, Big brother Feng, if Big brother Lu isn't here anymore, do you think he can still see us? Feng Wuchen was touched and didn't know how to answer. Big brother Feng, I won't give up until I see Big brother Lu's corpse. I believe that Big brother Lu is still alive. Miao Qingqing suddenly turned around and said with determination in her eyes. Looking at Miao Qingqing's determined eyes, Feng Wuchen's heart was shaken. I also believe that Qingyang is still alive. Qingqing, don't worry. He will definitely come back. Feng Wuchen comforted her. Okay. Miao Qingqing nodded heavily and wiped away her tears. Go back and cultivate hard. Don't let that kid surpass you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I'll listen to Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing forced a smile. It was unknown if she didn't want Feng Wuchen to see her weakness or if she didn't want to disappoint Feng Wuchen. Seeing Miao Qingqing walk into the cave abode, Feng Wuchen sighed softly and muttered, the world is unpredictable. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. It had been a whole month, but Lu Qingyang still hadn't appeared. Perhaps the heavens were so heartless. Perhaps Lu Qingyang was already dead. Although Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing couldn't accept it, they didn't show their grief on their faces. Time waited for no one. Day after day passed. With the help of the blood essence of the blood hoof spirit and the jade ferocious lion, Feng Wuchen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. After a month and a half, he had already broken through again. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already stepped into the 6th level of the origin transformation stage. Miao Qingqing's cultivation had also broken through and was already at the 4th level of the origin transformation stage. Because of the worry and sorrow in her heart, it had a huge impact on her cultivation. Qingqing, let's go down the mountain, Feng Wuchen suddenly said. Go down the mountain? Miao Qingqing was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance and anticipation. Reluctance was because she was worried that Lu Qingyang would come back to find them after they left. Anticipation was because she hoped to see Lu Qingyang before leaving the valley. Feng Wuchen nodded and said softly, yes, let's go down the mountain. Where to? Miao Qingqing asked. Fenshan Valley. Feng Wuchen replied. Fenshan Valley? With our strength, can we beat Fenshan Valley? Miao Qingqing asked worriedly. With just the two of them, it was simply courting death. Fenshan Valley's strength was terrifying. Not to mention how many experts there were in the valley, and not to mention how terrifying Su Yuanshan's strength was, even the eldest disciple of Fenshan Valley might not be able to defeat them. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, we searched everywhere but couldn't find Qingyang's whereabouts. Perhaps Qingyang is in Fenshan Valley. Let's go get him. Big brother Feng, we're not sure if Big brother Lu is in Fenshan Valley. Are we going to Fenshan Valley like this? Miao Qingqing asked worriedly on the way down the mountain. Not to mention what would happen to Feng Wuchen and the others if they went to Fenshan Valley, the journey there would not be smooth. The forces that sent people to kill Feng Wuchen, even if they failed the first time, there would definitely be a second time. Once Feng Wuchen appeared, the forces that wanted to kill Feng Wuchen would definitely send people to kill him. What else? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He wasn't too worried. They searched all around Tianyun Mountain but did not find the whereabouts of Lu Qingyang. The only place that Feng Wuchen suspected was Fenshan Valley. Regardless of whether Lu Qingyang was in Fenshan Valley or not, Feng Wuchen had to confirm it. Miao Qingqing waited for more than a month and did not give up. What reason did Feng Wuchen have to give up? Big brother Feng, are you really not worried? Miao Qingqing looked at Feng Wuchen doubtfully, but did not ask. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back, Miao Qingqing was quite moved. Feng Wuchen valued friendship and righteousness. For Lu Qingyang, he did not hesitate to take the risk of swallowing the soul-breaking pill and risking his life to fight with Lin Yunchong. Now, he still risked going to Fenshan Valley for Lu Qingyang. Seeing that Miao Qingqing did not speak, Feng Wuchen slowed down and said lightly, no matter what, we have to try. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I will go. Hearing this, Miao Qingqing couldn't help but cry. I believe that big brother Lu must still be alive. Miao Qingqing cried. In the dungeon of a certain force, a man was holding a long whip and frantically whipping a young man whose hands and feet were chained. His long hair was disheveled, and the man was covered with bloody whip marks. The bruises and coagulated blood were still there. Obviously, he had been tortured for a long time. The man was tortured miserably. His pale face was covered with blood, and his lips were extremely dry and cracked. He was only half alive. Even though he had been whipped, the man could no longer scream. All right, stop hitting him. If you continue, he'll die. A young man walked out of the dungeon. His handsome face was cold and arrogant. He said arrogantly, he is our life-saving talisman. Young sect master. In the dungeon, as the young man appeared, everyone bowed respectfully. The young man was in his early 20s. His long black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was dressed in a gorgeous blue brocade. At a glance, one could tell that he was wealthy and respectable. You. Who? Who are you? What do you want? The tortured man raised his head strenuously and stared at the young man with half-opened eyes as he asked with difficulty. As long as Master Feng is alive, you won't be able to see the light of day again. The young man sneered arrogantly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's palm landed on the chained man's head. With a muffled bang, the chained man immediately fainted. Young sect master, this kid's injuries are recovering very quickly. I don't know what's going on. A man suddenly spoke. Just injure him again. But from tomorrow onwards, you have to be careful. That palm strike just now has already disrupted his meridians. He will become crazy and violent. The young man sneered. Yes. Young sect master. Several people replied respectfully. At the foot of Fenchen Valley, Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing finally arrived. They encountered many strong enemies along the way, but they were all killed by Feng Wuchen. Not a single one was left alive. The current Feng Wuchen's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Transformation realm. His true strength was comparable to the 9th level of the Origin Transformation realm. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Fenchen Valley is indeed a large force. They actually have so many experts. They do indeed have the strength to fight with Xuantianzong. When they arrived at Fenchen Valley's mountain gate, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. From the tyrannical aura that permeated from Fenchen Valley, one could see the strength of Fenchen Valley. Big brother Feng, Fenchen Valley's strength is second only to Xuantianzong. They are the second most powerful force in our Yunzhou, Miao Qingqing said. Feng Wuchen nodded and stepped forward. Stop. Who are you two? Seeing Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing appear, the disciple guarding the mountain stopped them and asked. Master Feng requests to see Fenchen Valley's Valley Master. Feng Wuchen said slowly. Master Feng? The two disciples were stunned at first, then their faces immediately showed ecstasy and respect. One of them said respectfully, Master Feng, please. I will immediately report to the Valley Master. Valley Master. Elder. Master Feng is here. Master Feng is here. The other disciple rushed in excitedly, shouting as he ran. Master Feng? In the valley square, many disciples looked in the direction of the mountain gate inn. Surprise. They were all very surprised. When Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing walked in, many disciples of Fenchen Valley surrounded them. Is he Master Feng, whose name shakes the Yunzhou? He's about the same age as me. It should be him. Otherwise, who would dare to impersonate Master Feng and come to our Fenchen Valley? 6th level of the Origin Transformation realm. What a powerful cultivation. No wonder senior brother Lin was killed by him. He is definitely a genius among geniuses. Many disciples of Fenchen Valley were excited, but there were also many disciples with anger and killing intent in their eyes. They had heard of Master Feng's fame of single thought achieve success. They also knew that Lin Yuntian was killed by Master Feng, but no one had seen Master Feng's real face. Today, they finally saw it. Humph. Just when many disciples were excited, a heavy cold snort suddenly scared them into shutting their mouths. Don't forget that Master Feng killed junior brother Lin. He is our Fenchen Valley's enemy. A young man who looked like a genius disciple coldly snorted and swept his cold gaze towards Feng Wuchen. Humph. I've been unhappy with Lin Yuntian for a long time. Arrogant and conceited, he deserved to be killed. Some disciples whispered in disgust, but they did not dare to say it out loud. It seemed that although Lin Yuntian was not a genius disciple of Fenchen Valley, he was not welcomed by all disciples. When Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing arrived at the square, they were immediately stopped by a disciple. Master Feng, you still have the guts to come to Fenchen Valley after killing junior brother Lin? The man coldly asked with a ruthless killing intent in his eyes. Seeing that the man was not friendly, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, he was just courting death. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Why? You want to avenge him? That's exactly what I was thinking. The man furiously roared and immediately assumed a battle stance. A terrifying killing intent burst out. 8th stage of the origin transformation realm, not weak. Make your move. Feng Wuchen coldly sneered without any fear. You overestimate yourself. Miao Qingqing shook her head and consciously retreated to the side. The man's face sank and his aura of the 8th stage of the origin transformation realm erupted. A cloud of dust rose from the square as all the disciples retreated. Wu Kuan. Stop. Don't be rude to Master Feng. At this moment, Su Yuanshan and a few other elders walked out of the hall. One of the elders angrily barked at Wu Kuan. Grandmaster Feng, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Su Yuanshan smiled politely, behaving like a gentleman. Although he acted like that on the surface, he was thinking in his heart, 6th stage of the origin transformation realm. This brat's cultivation speed is too terrifying. If this continues, Fenchen Valley won't be able to control the situation. It looks like Lin Yunchong has failed. Lin Yunchong had been gone for almost 2 months and had yet to return. Su Yuanshan guessed that Lin Yunchong had been killed. And the one who killed Lin Yunchong must be Feng Wuchen. I hope Valley Master Su doesn't mind my sudden visit. Feng Wuchen calmly smiled. Su Yuanshan looked at Wu Kuan and scolded, Wu Kuan, step down. Valley Master. I want to take revenge for junior brother Lin. Wu Kuan angrily glared at Feng Wuchen. He would rather disobey the order to deal with Feng Wuchen. He angrily shouted at Feng Wuchen, do you dare to fight with me? Since that's the case, then make your move. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled. Su Yuanshan and the other elders did not stop him. They also wanted to know how strong Feng Wuchen was. This brat has guts. After killing Lin Yuntian, he still dares to come to Fenchen Valley. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to return? An elder frowned. His deep eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible fierceness. On the square, Wukong circulated all the true yuan in his body and suddenly roared. A tyrannical chi swept out like a gale. His imposing manner was extremely fierce. Feng Wuchen's face was calm, but his right hand had unknowingly taken out the red fiery sword. Bang! Wukong fiercely raised his head and fiercely stared at Feng Wuchen. Soon after, with a bang, Wu Kuan burst out with astonishing speed. Wu Kuan swayed left and right, constantly changing his fighting posture. His movements were extremely handsome. But when he approached Feng Wuchen in the next second, he was shocked to find that the red fiery sword was already pointed at his forehead. If it had gone half an inch further, Wu Kuan would have lost his life. Wu Kuan blankly stared at the tip of the sword. His face instantly turned sinister. His body swayed again and circled around Feng Wuchen. Wu Kuan seemed to be very confident in his speed. But what made Wu Kuan disappointed and shocked was that no matter which direction he wanted to attack, Feng Wuchen was one step faster than him. The red fiery sword was pointed at him. It's useless even if you try 100 times. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly as he looked at Wu Kuan on the left. All the disciples of Fenchen Valley were stunned. Su Yuanshan and the elders were also stunned. Feng Wuchen did not move at all and blocked all of Wu Kuan's attacks. This is impossible. Wu Kuan shook his head in a daze. His eyes were full of shock. Wu Kuan, who had always been good at speed, was quite confident in his own speed. But in front of Feng Wuchen it did not work at all. How could he accept this? Your strength is too weak. Lin Yinchong has some strength. Feng Wuchen indifferently said with a sneer. Hearing this, Su Yuanshan frowned and secretly said, Lin Yinchong was really killed by him. This kid's strength is really terrifying. The elders were also shocked, and the other disciples were puzzled. Strength is too weak? Wu Kuan was immediately provoked by these words. His body trembled, and a surge of anger rushed to his heart. Blue veins suddenly appeared on his face, and his eyes were bloodshot. Wu Kuan angrily said, How dare you say that I'm too weak? Boom. Puff. Just when Wu Kuan was about to attack, Feng Wuchen suddenly launched an attack. His speed was as fast as a mountain, and his fist hit Wu Kuan's abdomen. With a boom, the violent force shook Wu Kuan and made him spit out blood. His body flew out and hit the bluestone stairs, and he fainted on the spot. The entire Fenchen Valley was silent as if time had stopped at this moment. Was this an illusion? Was he dizzy from old age? None of them. They were real existences. All the disciples around the square of Fenchen Valley, including the genius disciples and head disciples, were shocked. Wu Kuan, who was at the 8th level of the origin transformation stage, was considered an outstanding figure among the many disciples. He had always been known for his speed, but such a powerful disciple was defeated by Feng Wuchen with one punch. With just one punch, Wu Kuan was seriously injured and fainted on the spot. Feng Wuchen did not show any mercy and did not give Fenchen Valley any face. Miao Qingqing, who was not far behind Feng Wuchen, also widened her eyes. Although she knew that Feng Wuchen's strength was tyrannical, she did not know that Feng Wuchen was tyrannical to this extent. At this moment, the eyes of many Fenchen Valley disciples were filled with fear. With Feng Wuchen's current identity and status, even if he killed them, Fenchen Valley would not dare to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Just like Lin Yuntian. If Feng Wuchen killed Lin Yuntian, then so be it. Fenchen Valley would not dare to seek revenge from Feng Wuchen. Although Fenchen Valley was strong, they did not dare to become enemies with the imperial family. Su Yuanshan recovered from his shock and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, knocking Wu Kuan out with one punch, it seems that this kid does indeed have the strength to kill Lin Yunchong. But when this kid was still in Phoenix Sky City, Lin Yunchong was already in Phoenix Sky City. With his strength, it should not be difficult to kill this kid. Even if Feng Wuchen was a super genius, it was impossible for him to break through from the 4th level of the origin transformation stage to the 6th level of the origin transformation stage in just 2 months. This was not the main point. The main point was that Lin Yunchong had already set out to kill Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen was definitely still at the 4th level of the origin transformation stage. It was impossible for him to kill Lin Yunchong. What was going on? Su Yuanshan could not figure it out. Valley Master Su, I was a little too heavy-handed. I hope you don't blame me. Feng Wuchen smiled as he looked at Su Yuanshan. Hearing this, Su Yuanshan smiled and said, Master Feng, you must be joking. You can only blame Wu Kuan for being inferior. Feng Master, this way please. The first elder smiled politely. Due to Feng Wuchen's status, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. No need. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I came here this time to clarify some things. Feng Master, please speak your mind. Su Yuanshan pretended not to know anything and smiled. He had already guessed Feng Wuchen's purpose. Nodding, Feng Wuchen said, Not long ago, Lin Yunchong captured my friend Lu Qingyang, the young master of the Luantian city's Lu Qingyang. Until now, there has been no news of Lu Qingyang. I wonder if Lin Yunchong brought him back to Fenchen Valley? Senior brother Lin? Oh, right. Senior brother Lin has left the mountain for a long time and hasn't returned yet. I heard that senior brother Lin went to find Feng Master for revenge. Could it be that senior brother Lin was also killed by Feng Master? Judging from Feng Master's punch that knocked out senior brother Wu, senior brother Lin might have also been killed. Senior brother Lin is in the 9th level of the origin transformation realm. It's impossible for him to be killed. The disciples discussed in shock. If Feng Wuchen didn't mention Lin Yunchong, they wouldn't have thought of him. What an idiot. Even if he was brought back, who would admit it? A disciple scolded in a low voice as if he was looking at an idiot. But Su Yuanshan and the first elder didn't think so. Feng Wuchen's words weren't easy to answer. If he said no, Feng Wuchen would definitely suspect that Fenchen Valley sent Lin Yuncheng to kill Feng Wuchen. If he said yes, it was even more impossible. Knowing that he was Feng Master's friend, Fenchen Valley still dared to imprison him. Wasn't that courting death? Feng Master, in fact, after Lin Yuncheng knew that his brother was killed, we guessed that he would take revenge. At that time, we tried our best to dissuade him, but it was useless. He had already been expelled from Fenchen Valley that day. After that, we never saw him again, nor did he return to Fenchen Valley. Su Yuanshan helplessly smiled bitterly. Since he had already guessed that Lin Yuncheng was killed by Feng Wuchen, Su Yuanshan pushed the matter away cleanly. Is that so? Feng Wuchen was quite surprised, but Feng Wuchen didn't believe Su Yuanshan's nonsense. He secretly said in his heart, Su Yuanshan is really an old fox. It seems that he has already guessed that Lin Yuncheng was killed by me. Expelled from Fenchen Valley? All the disciples were stunned, but no one dared to interrupt. The great elder nodded and said, Indeed. What did you do to senior brother Lin? A disciple suddenly shouted angrily at Feng Wuchen. Glancing at the disciple, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I killed him. Killed? All the disciples were shocked. Lin Yuncheng wanted to take revenge for his brother and came to kill me. I can't just stand there and let him kill me, right? Anyway, he has already been expelled from Fenchen Valley. Killing him is nothing. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yuanshan and the elders' faces couldn't help but sink. Feng Wuchen obviously didn't put Fenchen Valley in his eyes and didn't give Su Yuanshan any face at all. Preposterous. You even killed senior brother Lin. Brat, don't think that we are afraid of you just because you are the Empire's commander. Avenge senior brother Lin. We can't let this brat leave Fenchen Valley alive. Kill him. Kill him. Many disciples of Fenchen Valley roared angrily with great momentum and murderous intent. Big brother Feng, is big brother Lu really in Fenchen Valley? Miao Qingqing asked softly. Looking at the furious disciples of Fenchen Valley, she was a little scared. No, I can't sense Qingyang's aura. Feng Wuchen whispered. He was also extremely disappointed. Then where is big brother Lu? Miao Qingqing asked anxiously. If Lu Qingyang wasn't in Fenchen Valley, where would Lin Yuncheng hide him? Was Lu Qingyang really dead? Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I don't know. Su Yuanshan raised his hand and motioned for the disciples to be quiet. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Su Yuanshan said, Master Feng, disciples speak without thinking, I hope you don't blame them. This old fox's endurance is really not simple. Feng Wuchen secretly exclaimed, but he said with a faint smile, Valley Master Su, you worry too much. Since Lin Yuncheng didn't bring Lu Qingyang back, then I'll take my leave. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. But many disciples of Fenchen Valley were not happy. Soon, dozens of disciples blocked Feng Wuchen's way. You want to leave after killing senior brother Lin? Others are afraid of you, but we are not. A life for a life, it's right and proper. Don't even think about leaving Fenchen Valley alive. These disciples were extremely angry and kept shouting. I'm afraid you can't stop me if I want to leave, right? Valley Master Su? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He looked at Su Yuanshan with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Sensing the coldness in Feng Wuchen's eyes, Su Yuanshan's back was covered in cold sweat, but his face was even more unsightly. Arrogant. This is Fenchen Valley, not the Empire's barracks. So what? Can you escape from Fenchen Valley? A disciple shouted angrily. Even if we kill you, the Empire won't know who did it. Another disciple threatened. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen was surprised and sneered, Are you sure we came with 2 people? Su Yuanshan and several elders' faces changed greatly. Didn't Feng Wuchen mean that he brought a powerhouse? Where was the powerhouse? Why couldn't they sense the aura? Was it a powerhouse of the Sky Origin realm? Feng Wuchen was a 5th-grade weapon refiner and an alchemist. He indeed had the capital to invite a powerhouse of the Sky Origin realm. For a time, Su Yuanshan and the higher-ups of Fenchen Valley panicked. If Feng Wuchen really brought a terrifying powerhouse, Fenchen Valley would be destroyed. The more Su Yuanshan thought, the more panicked he became. He immediately shouted, "Back down. Don't be disrespectful to Master Feng." Su Yuanshan didn't dare to suspect that Feng Wuchen was lying because he had the capital. He didn't dare to gamble. "Valley Master Su, goodbye," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The disciples who blocked the way were unwilling in their hearts, but they didn't dare to disobey Su Yuanshan's orders. Looking at Feng Wuchen who swaggered away, those disciples were so angry that their teeth itched. They couldn't wait to bite off a piece of meat from Feng Wuchen's body. After leaving Fenchen Valley, Miao Qingqing let out a deep breath. She was really scared just now and her pretty face was still a little pale. If Su Yuanshan didn't let them go, the two of them would definitely be buried in Fenchen Valley. "I was really scared to death just now." Miao Qingqing patted her chest and said with lingering fear. Feng Wuchen said, "Su Yuanshan, this old fox's endurance is very strong. If it was someone else, they would have already turned hostile." "Big brother Feng, weren't you worried or afraid at all just now?" Miao Qingqing looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. "Of course I was afraid, so I had to rely on my brain to deter Su Yuanshan. They wouldn't dare to make a move," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. If the disciples of Fenchen Valley disobeyed Su Yuanshan's orders and swarmed forward, Feng Wuchen really had no other way. He was risking his life to enter. Of course, if Feng Wuchen didn't have the confidence to deter Su Yuanshan, he wouldn't risk his life to come to Fenchen Valley. "Valley Master, do you really believe that this kid brought experts?" An elder asked with a frown. Su Yuanshan's face was extremely gloomy. When had he suffered such a loss? When had he lost his temper in front of a 16 or 17-year-old boy? Glaring at Feng Wuchen's back, Su Yuanshan said, "I don't know, but since this kid dared to come, it means that he has enough confidence. I don't dare to gamble with the survival of Fenchen Valley. I'd rather believe it than not." Even if he knew that Feng Wuchen didn't bring experts, Su Yuanshan also didn't dare to gamble. He didn't have the capital, and he didn't want to fail miserably. This kid's cultivation speed is too terrifying. He broke through 2 levels in 2 months. If he continues to grow like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. First Elder said solemnly, incomparably worried in his heart. "Without an Origin Core Realm powerhouse making a move, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill him." The people sent by the other forces were also all killed by that kid. Another elder said. Su Yuanshan had been silent all along. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. But from his fierce eyes, one could tell that he was thinking of a way to get rid of Feng Wuchen. After a long time, Su Yuanshan said in a deep voice, "Even if we can't get rid of him, he can't do anything to us either. But to avoid complications, we must get rid of him as soon as possible." "Big brother Feng, where are we going now? Did Fenchen Valley send anyone to monitor us?" After going down the mountain, Miao Qingqing asked and looked around vigilantly. There was no news of Lu Qingyang in Fenchen Valley. The clues could be said to be completely cut off. They didn't know where to find Lu Qingyang. Lin Yuncheng was dead, and no one knew the whereabouts of Lu Qingyang. No one knew whether Lu Qingyang was dead or alive. "To Tiandu," Feng Wuchen said. "Tiandu?" Miao Qingqing was slightly taken aback, as if she had guessed Feng Wuchen's thoughts. Without any news of Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen was very disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Feng Wuchen now regretted killing Lin Yuncheng, but it was useless even if he regretted it. Lin Yuncheng would never say the whereabouts of Lu Qingyang even if he died. Fenchen Valley was not far from Tiandu. It could be reached within an hour of flying on the sword. Flying on the sword could also avoid the pursuit of the major forces. Feng Wuchen could order General Wu to send people to track down the various forces in Yunzhou. He could find out which force sent the people at any time. It was just that Feng Wuchen didn't want to do this. If he wanted to take down the entire Yunzhou, he had to rely on his own strength to suppress the various forces in Yunzhou. "Master Feng. Master Feng." After entering Tiandu, all the cultivators who recognized Feng Wuchen respectfully called him Master Feng. If Lu Qingyang was here, he would have flown to the sky with pride. "Welcome, Master Feng." At the entrance of the auction house, 2 guards respectfully saluted. "Is the president and Elder Wei here?" Feng Wuchen asked. Yes, they are discussing something with the city lord. Master Feng, please. A guard respectfully led Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing in. The other guard went to inform Xiang Yan and Wei Yun. Feng Wuchen was the auction house's most distinguished guest, so they had no choice but to be respectful. Knowing that Feng Wuchen had come to the auction house, Xiang Yan, Chu Wuhan, and the others hurriedly came out, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Master Feng. Miss Miao. Chu Wuhan, Xiang Yan, and the others cupped their fists respectfully. Even if it was Miao Qingqing, they still had to be polite. Feng Master has actually broken through to the 6th level of the origin transformation stage. Xiang Yan's heart was greatly shaken. He was able to discern Feng Wuchen's cultivation with a single glance. It had only been 2 months since he left the Lu clan. In just 2 months, he had broken through from the 4th level of the origin transformation stage to the 6th level of the origin transformation stage. What a terrifying cultivation speed! Chu Wuhan and the others were also extremely shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying genius before. This is not the place to talk. Feng Master invites you in. Wei Yun hurriedly said. He could tell that Feng Wuchen had come for something. When they arrived at the luxurious palace behind the auction house, Xiang Yan and the others warmly welcomed them. Feng Master's arrival is my auction house's honor. Xiang Yan flattered with a smile. Today, I have something that I need your help with. It just so happens that the city lord is also here. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and went straight to the point. Feng Master, feel free to speak your mind. As long as we can help, we will do our best. Chu Wuhan said straightforwardly. Feng Wuchen nodded gratefully. Then, he recounted what had happened. Lu Shansun? Xiang Yan frowned. It was obvious that he had an impression of this person. Wei Yun slightly frowned and said, Old Man had already guessed that Lin Yuncheng would seek revenge on Feng Master. Su Yuanshan must have known as well, but he didn't stop him. Now that Lin Yuncheng is dead, Su Yuanshan will naturally push the blame to Lin Yuncheng. Chu Wuhan said solemnly, Lin Yuncheng is not a fool. He also knows the identity of Feng Master. As a disciple of Fenchen Valley, he will not implicate Fenchen Valley. Therefore, he will never bring Lu Qingyang back to Fenchen Valley. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Lu Qingyang is indeed not in Fenchen Valley. I can't sense his aura. However, Su Yuanshan's endurance is not bad. When I went to Fenchen Valley with Qingqing, he didn't dare to make a move. Su Yuanshan is a cunning old fox. Because of Feng Master's identity, he didn't dare to make a move. However, I don't know what he is doing in secret. Xiang Yan nodded and said. Big Brother Feng and I encountered a lot of assassins. I don't know what force they are from. I'm afraid that Fenchen Valley has also sent someone to kill Big Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing said. Chu Wuhan and Xiang Yan frowned slightly. They could also guess what was going on. Humph. They are really bold. Wei Yun snorted angrily and said, Feng Master, we will definitely find out as soon as possible and make them pay the price. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I will deal with these things myself. As long as they don't regret it, I will definitely take revenge. However, now is not the time. Hearing this, Chu Wuhan and the others' faces changed slightly. They could hear Feng Wuchen's ruthlessness from Feng Wuchen's words. At the same time, it seemed to be a warning to them. Who knew if the people chasing Feng Wuchen were from the auction house and Tiandu? Feng Wuchen didn't dare to say no. Looking at Chu Wuhan and the others, Feng Wuchen continued, Leader, President Xiang, I came this time to ask you to help me find the whereabouts of Lu Qingyang. Now that Lin Yuncheng is dead, I really don't know where he hid Lu Qingyang. Chu Wuhan patted his chest and said, Feng Master, don't worry. We will do our best. As long as Lu Qingyang is still in Yunzhou, we will definitely be able to find a way out for Lu Qingyang. Thank you, everyone. Feng Wuchen said gratefully. Feng Master, I may know where Lin Yuncheng hid Lu Qingyang, but I'm not sure. General Manager Li suddenly said. Oh? Tell me. Feng Wuchen looked at General Manager Li. Manager Li said respectfully, Great Master Feng, Lin Yuncheng usually comes to the auction house quite often, and I'm the one who receives him. He usually comes with the Taiyan sect's young master. Lin Yunchong has a very deep relationship with him, and the Taiyan sect is not far from the Heaven Cloud Mountain. Taiyan sect? Feng Wuchen frowned, and his face instantly became cold. Feng Master, this is just my guess. I'm not sure. General Manager Li said again, worried that he would say something wrong and offend Taiyan sect. Thank you for your reminder, General Manager Li. Maybe Lu Qingyang is really in Taiyan sect. Feng Wuchen thanked him. General Manager Li's news was undoubtedly a breakthrough. Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing searched hundreds of miles around Tianyun Mountain, but there was no news. There was also no news of Lu Qingyang in Fenchen Valley, so Taiyan sect was the most likely. Whether Lu Qingyang was in Taiyan sect or not, Feng Wuchen would know when he went there. There's no time to lose. Qingqing, let's go to Taiyan sect immediately. Feng Wuchen said in a deep voice, not stopping for a moment. Feng Master, please wait. Chu Wuhan hurriedly said, Feng Master, it's too dangerous for you to go. If Lu Qingyang is really in Taiyan sect, there will be a fierce battle. With Feng Master's current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Feng Master, I'll go with you. Looking at Chu Wuhan, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, if Lu Qingyang was in the Taiyan sect, I would have killed him. Governor, you should be clear. Chu Wuhan said without hesitation, if I can help Feng Master, not to mention killing, destroying Taiyan sect won't be a problem. Chu Wuhan's words were not spoken carelessly. With his terrifying strength, he alone was enough to destroy Taiyan sect. The reason why Chu Wuhan helped with all his strength was firstly to rope in Feng Wuchen. Chu Wuhan was very clear about the benefits. Secondly, he could also clear himself of suspicion. At least Feng Wuchen wouldn't suspect that Tiandu also sent people to kill him. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. Taiyan sect's strength was indeed not weak. With just Feng Wuchen, he really wouldn't be able to return. Xianxia on the side said with a smile, Feng Master has helped the auction house and Elder Wei. If Old Man looks on with folded arms, it won't be justifiable. Old Man understands the principle of repaying a drop of water with a gushing spring. Wei Yun and the other elders also stood up one after another, duty-bound to help Feng Wuchen. The reason why they helped was naturally for the benefits. Feng Wuchen, Chu Wuhan, Xianxia, and the rest rushed to Taiyan sect at top speed. It had already been 2 months. Whether Lu Qingyang was dead or alive, no one knew. Feng Wuchen couldn't afford to delay this time. Along the way, Feng Wuchen carried Miao Qingqing and displayed sword kinesis flight. The speed was astonishing, not much slower than Chu Wuhan and the rest of the Origin Core Realm experts. Such a powerful release of true essence truly shocked and impressed Chu Wuhan and the rest. At Taiyan sect's mountain gate, Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing appeared. Chu Wuhan and the rest seemed to be hiding in the dark. Big Brother Feng, how is it? Did you sense Big Brother Lu's aura? Miao Qingqing asked anxiously. After Feng Wuchen sensed carefully, the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a smile and said, Qingyang is really in Taiyan sect. He's still alive, but his aura is very weak. Great! Finally found Big Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing was overjoyed. The stone in her heart was finally put down. The tears in her beautiful eyes fell uncontrollably, crying tears of joy. Who are you people? Taiyan sect's sacred ground, no trespassing. Quick! Sensing Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing's appearance, a disciple immediately shouted. But before he could finish speaking, he was speechless for the rest of his life. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate were instantly killed by Feng Wuchen. With 1 punch each, their hearts were completely caved in. The 2 flew into the mountain gate. Knowing that Lu Qingyang was in Taiyan sect, Feng Wuchen's killing intent soared to the sky, and he directly killed his way in. How dare you? Who dares to kill my Taiyan sect's disciples? In the sect square, a person shouted angrily. Many disciples of Taiyan sect rushed out. But the moment the man saw Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing appear, his expression changed greatly, and he became frightened and flustered. Feng. Master Feng. 6th level Origin Transformation Realm. The man's eyes widened. Master Feng? Martial Uncle, he's Master Feng? The disciples exclaimed, and their expressions began to become panicked. So you're from Taiyun sect. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. I haven't seen you for 2 months, but your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Seeing the middle-aged man in the square, Feng Wuchen was also quite surprised. Because that man was the 8th-level origin transformation realm expert who fought with Feng Wuchen in the forest. Since you know, don't think about leaving alive. Kill him. The man's face was gloomy as he angrily shouted at Feng Wuchen. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. You escaped last time, but it won't be so easy this time. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and a biting cold killing intent spread out. The moment the dragon god's power was activated, Feng Wuchen had already rushed out. His speed was so terrifying that the disciples didn't even notice. Before the disciples of Taiyun sect could react, Feng Wuchen had already flashed past them at an astonishing speed. The man's name was Xianxia, a martial uncle of Taiyun sect. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the origin transformation realm, which was already very impressive. Although Taiyun sect was strong, it was only an ordinary force and could not be compared with Fengchen Valley. The sudden appearance of Feng Wuchen scared Xianxia out of his wits. Feng Wuchen did not show any mercy and punched Xianxia's abdomen. The powerful punch made Xianxia spit out blood. His body bent down like a shrimp and a scream resounded through the square. Then, he hit the back of Xianxia's head with his elbow and knocked him to the ground. After 2 blows, Xianxia was already seriously injured and pain spread all over his body. Boom! Ah! Feng Wuchen punched again and with a boom, it hit Xianxia's back. Blood sputtered out and the violent force caused the square to cave in. Dust flew everywhere and cracks spread in all directions. With this punch, Xianxia died on the spot. Xianxia's back was already a bloody mess. He couldn't be more dead. It could be seen how fierce Feng Wuchen's methods were. This is the fate of those who want to kill me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word carried an extremely terrifying murderous aura, causing people's body and mind to freeze. Zhang. Martial Uncle Zhang is dead. The disciples of Taiyun sect were frightened and completely shocked. The disciples were in a panic. They were already frightened by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength and retreated in horror. No one dared to approach Feng Wuchen. They had heard of Master Feng's fame long ago. No one dared to offend him, let alone attack him. Moreover, they did not have the strength to deal with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen slowly stood up and glanced at the Taiyun sect's palace. He activated the dragon god's power and shouted, "Release them." These simple words were full of murderous aura and domineering. Aura. It was completely in order. The loud shout spread throughout the entire Taiyun sect. Sect leader. Zhang. Martial Uncle Zhang was killed. Martial Uncle Zhang has been killed. Many disciples cried out in horror. In the main hall, the sect leader and the elders came out one after another. When they heard the loud shout just now, they had already guessed who had come. When they saw Xianxia die tragically in the square, their faces turned gloomy, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Feng Wuchen had come to their door and even asked them to release Lu Qingyang. Obviously, he already knew that Lu Qingyang was hiding in the Taiyun sect, so there was no need for the Taiyun sect's sect master to conceal his killing intent. Feng master, you've got guts. How dare you attack my Taiyun sect? Do you know what the consequences will be? A young man said coldly, staring at Feng Wuchen with disdain. He was the Taiyun sect's junior lord, Huolin. Release him. Feng Wuchen didn't even bother with Huolin as he spoke coldly. Feng Wuchen's disregard caused Huolin's face to darken. He shouted angrily, "Do you think that you can come and go as you please in the Taiyun sect?" Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Before I change my mind, release him immediately." Feng Wuchen's words were very firm. If the Taiyun sect didn't release Lu Qingyang, he would destroy the Taiyun sect. Sect leader, this brat dared to attack our Taiyun sect. He must have come prepared. An elder said gloomily. Feng Wuchen's identity was extraordinary, so it would be strange if they weren't afraid. Since he already knows, we can't let him leave alive today. Sect leader Huiyun said angrily. His murderous intent had already shown his determination and killing intent. Zhang Xiong was chasing Feng Wuchen, and the fact that the Taiyun sect had Lu Qingyang had already been known by Feng Wuchen. It was useless to say any more polite words. Feng Master, we have no choice but to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too ambitious. Sect leader Huiyun said angrily, if you didn't want to dominate the Yunzhou and make all the major forces submit to you, why would we be your enemy? The Taiyun sect is our life's work. How can we let it fall into your hands? An elder shouted angrily. Glancing at Huiyun and the others coldly, Feng Wuchen said, are you done with your nonsense? Release him now. Wishful thinking. Huiyun was furious. The more he looked at Feng Wuchen's arrogant appearance, the more unhappy he was. He shouted angrily, you want to come to the Taiyun sect and ask for him? Kill him for me. Sect leader Huolin gave the order. Even if the disciples were frightened, they had no choice but to attack. Kill. The Taiyun sect disciples swarmed forward and shouted. You are courting death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He took out the red fiery sword and used the dragon god's shadow to rush out. Xiao xiao xiao. Chi chi chi. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely frightening. He used all of his strength, which was comparable to the 9th level of the origin transformation realm. His figure flickered rapidly. Everywhere he passed, the red fiery sword mercilessly killed the disciples of the Taiyun sect. Blood spurted out. In less than a minute, more than 20 Taiyun sect disciples were killed by Feng Wuchen. The other disciples were scared out of their wits. Preposterous. Huiyun was furious. Killing intent and True Yuan exploded. He wanted to rush out and kill Feng Wuchen personally. But at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared from outside the Taiyun sect. Their speed was even more terrifying. Those with weaker cultivations didn't even notice them. In the blink of an eye, Chu Wuhan, Xianxia, and the others appeared. Chu Wuhan blocked Huiyun while Xianxia blocked the Taiyun sect elders. Chu Wuhan. Seeing the newcomers, Huiyun and the other elders' faces changed. They never thought that Chu Wuhan and the others would attack for Feng Wuchen. Even though they knew that Feng Wuchen came prepared, they didn't expect it to be Chu Wuhan and Xianxia. Chu Wuhan was the Tiandu city lord with a powerful cultivation. Xianxia was the auction house's president. Wei Yun was a famous alchemist in the Cloud Prefecture. Normally, they had a good relationship with Wei Yun. But in front of benefits, the so-called friendship couldn't withstand a single blow. Compared to Feng Wuchen, Taiyun sect's benefits were obviously greater. City Lord. You actually attacked our Taiyun sect for this stinking brat. Huolin was furious and glared at Chu Wuhan and the others. Chu Wuhan. Xianxia. Don't you care about your old friendship? Huiyun shouted angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it. Chu Wuhan shook his head. Feng Wuchen didn't care about them at all. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Huolin. His speed was terrifying. What a terrifying identity. Chu Wuhan, Xianxia, and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying movement technique. Huolin was also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Feng Wuchen was able to kill Xianxia. His strength was obviously above Huolin's. Huolin was only at the 5th level of the origin transformation realm. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Huolin and punched out. With a boom, Huolin spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Huiyun was burning with anxiety. He was afraid that Feng Wuchen would kill his son. Take me to Lu Qingyang. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Bastard. Huolin was furious and wanted to fight back. Feng Wuchen frowned. The moment Huolin stood up, the red fiery sword was already pointed at Huolin's forehead. Huolin was terrified and quickly retreated. In the end, he could only obediently take Feng Wuchen to Lu Qingyang. No one from Taiyun sect dared to act rashly. Huiyun and the others didn't dare to act rashly. Chu Wuhan. If anything happens to my son, I'll absolutely not let you off. Huiyun roared furiously as he glared at Chu Wuhan. With your cultivation at the 2nd level of the origin core stage, you don't seem to be able to do anything to me. Chu Wuhan smiled indifferently. You. Huiyun gnashed his teeth as the flesh on his face twitched violently. Huolin brought Feng Wuchen all the way to Taiyun Sect's dungeon. The disciples guarding the dungeon saw Huolin being pointed at with a sword and rushed up one after another. Unfortunately, they didn't return. Feng Wuchen mercilessly killed each of them with a sword strike. No matter how many came, they would all die. "We're here," Huolin said furiously. In the dungeon, a man covered in blood and clots had his hands and feet chained up. His entire body was covered in bloody whip marks. It was a tragic sight. The man was in an unconscious state and was completely relying on his will to support himself. "Qingyang! Qingyang!" Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright when he saw the man, and he hurriedly ran over. There was already a raging flame of rage surging out from his heart. "Feng! Big brother Feng!" The man was precisely Lu Qingyang. His injuries were extremely severe and could lose his life at any moment. His voice was so soft that it was practically negligible. The panicked Feng Wuchen hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Lu Qingyang. At the same time, he cut off the chains and put Lu Qingyang down. Feng Wuchen completely didn't know how much torture Lu Qingyang had suffered. Tears flowed down from his eyes when he saw Lu Qingyang's appearance. "Qingyang! I'm Big Brother Feng, I've come to save you." "Hold on. Hold on," Feng Wuchen said in panic, and hurriedly urged the dragon god's energy to pour into Lu Qingyang's body to heal his injuries. "Feng! Big brother Feng, I didn't expect to be able to see you before I die," Lu Qingyang said weakly, his stiff face squeezing out a satisfied smile. "Don't speak. Hold on. Qingqing is still waiting for you," Feng Wuchen said anxiously. "Regenerate Xianling grass. Regenerate Xianling grass." "Feng! Big brother Feng. I can't take it anymore," Lu Qingyang said weakly. "Shut up. I want you to hold on. Do you hear me?" Feng Wuchen roared. Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety as he hurriedly searched for the herbs. Huolin, who was outside the dungeon, was staring at Feng Wuchen sinisterly. This was the best time to kill Feng Wuchen. Taking advantage of Feng Wuchen's panic, Huolin suddenly threw a palm strike. Chi! But what Huolin did not expect was that Feng Wuchen's red fiery sword pierced through his shoulder at an even faster speed, causing blood to gush out. The moment Feng Wuchen took out the herbs, Lu Qingyang's arm had already drooped down, his head twisted to the side, and there were no signs of life. "Qingyang! Qingyang! Ah!" Feng Wuchen roared in grief, tears rolling down his face. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted uncontrollably, and his eyes turned blood red. Feng Wuchen went berserk due to anger. Feng Wuchen's angry roar came from the dungeon. Miao Qingqing's tears rolled down her cheeks, and her beautiful face instantly turned pale. Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying appearance, Huolin trembled in fear and said in fear, Don't kill." Before he finished, Feng Wuchen pulled out his red fiery sword and beheaded Huolin. Lin Yunchong and the Taiyun sect came for Feng Wuchen, but Lu Qingyang was tortured to death because of this, which completely aroused Feng Wuchen's anger. The two of them were already good friends. For Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang risked the destruction of his family and stood up. He sincerely regarded Feng Wuchen as his good friend and brother. Because of this, Feng Wuchen planned to bring them out and teach them martial skills, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event. Lin Yunchong captured Lu Qingyang and hid him in the Taiyun sect, which caused Lu Qingyang to be tortured to death. Feng Wuchen couldn't accept such an unforeseen event. Feng Wuchen's furious roar resounded through the Taiyun sect, scaring the disciples out of their wits. What kind of angry roar was this? Chu Wuhan and the others were also frightened, and their eyes swept towards the source of the roar at the same time. "Lin Huiyun shouted in panic. He could no longer sense Huolin's aura. Obviously, Huolin had been killed by Feng Wuchen. Attack! After Chu Wuhan and the others came back to their senses, they suddenly roared. Terrifying true essence erupted and immediately attacked Huiyun and the others. Extremely terrifying true essence fiercely spread out, scaring the disciples of the Taiyun sect and making them retreat in panic. No one dared to approach. At this time, Feng Wuchen came out of the dungeon with Lu Qingyang on his back, exuding a cold murderous aura. His blood-red eyes were extremely frightening, as if he had been possessed by the devil. Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying appearance, Miao Qingqing and Chu Wuhan were shocked. This was not the Feng Wuchen they knew. They had never seen such a terrifying sight of Feng Wuchen. However, when they saw Lu Qingyang on Feng Wuchen's back, they understood why Feng Wuchen was so angry. Lu Qingyang was tortured to such an extent. It would be strange if Feng Wuchen didn't go berserk. It's too cruel. He's still a child. Wei Yun said angrily. Chu Wuhan said gloomily and angrily, Hui Yun. You guys are insane. You're worse than a beast. Humph. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. If you want to blame someone, blame that stinking brat for wanting to dominate the Cloud Prefecture and swallow up all the major forces of the Cloud Prefecture. Hui Yun angrily shouted. Huolin was killed, and he was also extremely furious. Inhumane. Today, I'll destroy your Taiyun sect. Xianxia roared, his killing intent erupting. The disciples of the Taiyun sect swallowed their saliva in horror. At this moment, they only wanted to escape. Feng Wuchen, who had not yet become enraged, was already extremely terrifying and ferocious. Now that he had completely gone berserk, they did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Feng Wuchen put Lu Qingyang down. Lu Qingyang's body was covered in black blood, and he was no longer alive. Big brother Lu! Miao Qingqing screamed in grief and ran up to him. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Look after Qingyang. Feng Wuchen suppressed his anger and said to Miao Qingqing. It seemed that he still maintained a trace of sobriety, but his anger could no longer be controlled. He was like a drunken warrior. Once his anger erupted, he would completely lose control of his brain. Big brother Lu! Big brother Lu! Miao Qingqing was extremely grieved. She shook Lu Qingyang and cried. The furious Feng Wuchen swept his blood-red eyes towards the disciples of the Taiyun sect. An extremely violent power erupted at this moment. He roared, all of you must die. Boom! Feng Wuchen rushed out with the red fiery sword in his hand. His speed was extremely fast, and there was a strong rumbling sound. Run! The disciples of the Taiyun sect cried out in fear. Die! Feng Wuchen roared and swept out his sword. A 5-meter-long golden sword ray flew out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples were killed. His method was extremely cruel. Swish swish swish. The dragon god's shadow was displayed. Feng Wuchen flashed rapidly. Streaks of golden sword shadows flashed. The disciples of the Taiyun sect screamed as blood splattered everywhere. Feng Wuchen was massacring. He was crazily slaughtering the disciples of the Taiyun sect. Blood gradually dyed the square red. The strength of the furious Feng Wuchen was comparable to the 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. No one of the disciples of the Taiyun sect was a match for him. Chu Wuhan and the others blocked Hui Yun and the others. Feng Wuchen could slaughter them without restraint. The disciples of the Taiyun sect were in a state of panic and despair. They kept screaming for help. Feng Master, please spare us. Feng Master. Feng Master. We are innocent. The frightened disciples begged for mercy. But the furious Feng Wuchen didn't give them any chance. Even if they knelt down and kowtowed, their throats would still be slit. After a few minutes of the crazy massacre, the square of the Taiyun sect was a tragic sight. Corpses were everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. The crazy massacre scared people out of their wits. The injured Hui Yun watched as the Taiyun sect disciples were crazily massacred by Feng Wuchen. His heart was bleeding and the fury in his eyes was about to erupt. Hui Yun, the Taiyun sect elders and the Yuan Dan experts were all injured after the fierce battle. With their strength, they were no match for Chu Wuhan and Xianxia. Stop. Stop for me. They are all innocent. Stinking brat, if you have the ability, come at me. Hui Yun roared at Feng Wuchen. Lu Qingyang is also innocent. Feng Wuchen roared back. His blood-red eyes filled with killing intent swept over Hui Yun and the others. Feng Wuchen roared, kill them all. I want the blood of everyone in the Taiyun sect as a sacrifice to Lu Qingyang's soul in heaven. Preposterous. Veins bulged on Hui Yun's face. His fury overflowed to the heavens. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Chu Wuhan. The difference in strength was too great. He couldn't save the disciples. Sect leader, save us. Sect leader. We're innocent. We didn't know Lu Qingyang was in the Taiyuan sect. Sect leader, please plead with Master Feng. Sect leader. President Xiang. Elder Wei. This is unfair to us. We didn't know at all. The terrified disciples of the Taiyuan sect knelt down and begged. Feng Wuchen was in a frenzied state and couldn't listen to anything. They could only place their hopes on Chu Wuhan and the others. However, Chu Wuhan and the others had no right to speak at all. They also didn't dare to oppose Feng Wuchen at this time. Who dared to provoke Feng Wuchen when he was in a frenzied state? Chu Wuhan and the others didn't seem to hear the pleas of these disciples. No one responded. Kill. 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 Chi chi chi. The massacre continued. Feng Wuchen waved the red fiery sword crazily, shouting kill continuously. More than 100 disciples of the Taiyuan sect had died under Feng Wuchen's sword. A thick smell of blood permeated the entire square. Any disciple who escaped was killed by Feng Wuchen. His ruthless methods really had the momentum of killing everyone. As time passed, the disciples of the Taiyuan sect were all mercilessly killed by Feng Wuchen. Corpses piled up like mountains, covering the entire square. The scene was very terrifying. The elders of the Taiyuan sect were killed one after another. Huiyun was already seriously injured. In the end, only Huiyun was left of the hundreds of people of the Taiyuan sect. The others were all mercilessly killed. The seriously injured Huiyun stared blankly at everything in front of him. He seemed to have regretted it in his heart. Unfortunately, all of this was already too late. There was no medicine for regret in the world. Once you made a mistake, you had to pay the price. Chu Wuhan didn't execute Huiyun, but left him for Feng Wuchen to deal with. Master Feng, Huiyun's life or death is up to you. Chu Wuhan looked at Feng Wuchen and said. Even after killing all the disciples of the Taiyuan sect, Feng Wuchen's anger still couldn't be quelled. His eyes were still blood-red. Feng Wuchen walked over step by step. The tip of the red fiery sword slashed across the ground, causing sparks to fly and leaving a sword mark on the ground. Huiyun's fierce eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Even if he knew that there was no way out today, his killing intent towards Feng Wuchen had never changed. I really didn't expect that my Taiyuan sect would fall in the hands of a brat like you. Huiyun gnashed his teeth angrily as he glared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't say a word. He walked in front of Huiyun and swung the red fiery sword without hesitation, directly chopping off Huiyun's head. His attack was ruthless and decisive. Such a terrifying massacre caused Chu Wuhan and Xianxia to be filled with fear. What made them even more fearful was that Feng Wuchen was still very young. He wasn't even 17 years old. If they let Feng Wuchen train for a few more years, they couldn't believe how terrifying he would be. He would definitely be an existence that would make people tremble in fear. Qingyang. I have avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Feng Wuchen said sadly as he slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Miao Qingqing's face was haggard. She hugged Lu Qingyang's corpse in a daze as if she had lost her soul. Thump, thump. At this moment, Miao Qingqing's haggard face suddenly trembled. She heard a heartbeat. Miao Qingqing wasn't sure. She hurriedly pressed her ear against Lu Qingyang's heart. She could clearly hear Lu Qingyang's weak heartbeat. Brother Lu. Miao Qingqing was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly shouted at Feng Wuchen, Brother Feng. Brother Lu is still alive. Still alive. What? Still alive? Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and quickly flashed over. Chu Wuhan and the others also flashed over. After checking, they were very sure that Lu Qingyang was still alive. His heartbeat was still beating and there was an extremely weak aura. What's going on? Chu Wuhan frowned and asked in puzzlement. Just now, they could no longer sense Lu Qingyang's aura. Lu Qingyang, who had no aura, should have been dead. So why did he suddenly revive? Chu Wuhan and the others couldn't understand at all. His injuries are recovering rapidly. This must be because of the sovereign body. Qingyang was tortured for 2 months, but on the contrary, his sovereign body was stimulated. Moreover, his body was strengthened by leaps and bounds. It can be said to be a blessing in disguise. After Feng Wuchen checked, he immediately guessed that it was because of the sovereign body. Only this explanation could explain why Lu Qingyang suddenly came back to life. Lu Qingyang was tortured by the Taiyun sect for 2 months. Whips were crazily whipped on his body. After his injuries healed, he was whipped again. After 2 months, Lu Qingyang's body had been greatly strengthened. Feng Wuchen then found a bathtub in the Taiyun sect and refined a magical spiritual liquid in front of Chu Wuhan and the others. After pouring it into the bathtub, he placed Lu Qingyang in the bathtub to heal his injuries. After giving Lu Qingyang a few bone-growing qi-replenishing pills, Feng Wuchen was completely relieved. "Qingqing, don't worry. The sovereign body has been completely stimulated. Qingyang will soon recover." Feng Wuchen comforted. The anger in his heart had gradually subsided. The bathtub was already dyed red with black blood. As Lu Qingyang continued to absorb the medicinal power of the spiritual liquid, his injuries recovered extremely quickly, and the poisonous blood in his body was also constantly expelled from his body. The miraculous spiritual liquid shocked Chu Wuhan and the others. Even Wei Yun didn't know what spiritual liquid Feng Wuchen had refined to have such a miraculous healing effect. After changing the water again and again, the miraculous spiritual liquid was refined again and again. After a few hours, the black blood on the surface of Lu Qingyang's body had completely disappeared, and the wounds of the blood whip had also healed. However, Lu Qingyang had been in a coma all this time, and no one knew when he would wake up. Of course, there was no need to worry about this. As long as Lu Qingyang was still alive, he would definitely wake up. "Feng Master, what spiritual liquid did you refine? Why does it have such a powerful healing effect?" Wei Yun couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "This is a spiritual liquid for treating external wounds. It can quickly force the poisonous blood out of the body and make it easier to heal external wounds. It's just an ordinary spiritual liquid. It has no effect on internal injuries." "So that's how it is." Wei Yun and the others nodded. "Elder Wei, if you want a powerful healing pill, I can give you the prescription for a 3rd-grade pill later. The effect of the healing pill is very powerful. In order to repay everyone for their help, I promise to refine a spiritual weapon for each of you. However, you have to prepare the materials yourself. I'm very poor." Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Thank you, Feng Master." Wei Yun and the others were wild with joy and indescribable excitement. They thanked him repeatedly. Chu Wuhan and the others secretly rejoiced at their decision to help Feng Wuchen. There was definitely a huge benefit to it. Now, Feng Wuchen promised to refine a spiritual weapon for them. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen refining pills with their own eyes, they were shocked. Without a pill furnace, he could quickly form pills with a wave of his hand. It was brilliant. After Lu Qingyang's injuries stabilized, Chu Wuhan and the others left Taiyun sect. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Qingyang, who had been unconscious, began to slowly open his eyes. Where am I? Am I dead?" Lu Qingyang muttered softly, looking around with half-opened eyes. "Brother Lu, you're awake." "Great." Miao Qingqing was overjoyed. "Qing-er." Lu Qingyang was shocked and stared at Miao Qingqing with wide eyes. "You're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Feng Wuchen said. "Big brother Feng." Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen. After a long time, he asked in shock, "You guys are dead too? You're the one who's dead." Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes and knocked hard on Lu Qingyang's head. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lu Qingyang quickly covered his head and cried out in pain. Then he exclaimed, "I'm still alive. I'm not dead." If he could feel pain, it meant that he was still alive. Lu Qingyang was overjoyed and said excitedly, "I'm still alive. This was simply a miracle." "Haha." Miao Qingqing glared at Lu Qingyang and said, "If it weren't for Big Brother Feng, you wouldn't be alive." "Big Brother Feng?" Lu Qingyang was stunned and looked at Feng Wuchen. He seemed to remember that Feng Wuchen had appeared in the dungeon, but he wasn't sure. "Didn't you see that the people of Taiyun clan were all dead?" didn't you smell the stench of blood? In order to avenge you, Big Brother Feng invited the leader and President Xiang to slaughter the entire Taiyun clan. At that time, we thought you were really dead and breathless. Later, we don't know what happened, but you suddenly came back to life. Miao Qingqing said. Slaughtered the entire Taiyun clan? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened in shock. He looked around and found that the big square of Taiyun clan was full of corpses. Lu Qingyang was so frightened that he trembled. Even at night, he could still see the tragic deaths of the Tianyun clan disciples. How cruel and ruthless was this! In order to save him, in order to avenge him, Feng Wuchen slaughtered the entire Taiyun clan. Lu Qingyang was extremely moved and looked at Feng Wuchen with red eyes. Big Brother Feng! Lu Qingyang shouted emotionally. You can live because of the Supreme Body. You were tortured by the Taiyun clan for 2 months, but it strengthened your physique and stimulated the Supreme Body. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Humph. That bastard Lin Yunchong seriously injured me, and when he caught me, I was kicked and punched. If I meet that bastard again, I'll definitely tear him to pieces. Lu Qingyang said in a fierce and furious voice. A murderous aura filled the air. Lin Yunchong was killed by Big Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing said. How is that possible? Lu Qingyang's eyes almost popped out. He said in shock, at that time, Big Brother Feng was only in the 4th tier of the essence transformation stage, right? How could he kill Lin Yunchong? We'll talk about this later. You've recovered quite a bit, so let's leave here first. Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen and the other 2 left the Taiyun clan that very night. The smell of blood in the Taiyun clan was too strong, and it was easy to be discovered. Moving overnight could at least avoid some unnecessary trouble and danger. On the 2nd day, the news of the Taiyun clan being slaughtered quickly spread throughout the entire Cloud province. All the forces were shocked. The Taiyun clan, from the sect master to the disciples, were all killed. Not long after the news spread, cultivators from all over the Cloud province went to investigate. When they saw the frightening scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of the more timid cultivators almost fainted. However, what made them even more frightened was that the one who slaughtered the Taiyun clan was the famous Feng Master. The news said that the Taiyun clan sent people to kill Feng Master. After investigation, the entire Taiyun clan was slaughtered by Feng Master. This brat shocked all the forces in the Cloud province. The Taiyun clan's strength wasn't weak, and there were many origin core stage experts, but they were still massacred by Feng Master. Besides Feng Wuchen and Chu Wuhan, no one else knew about the matter of the Taiyun clan being slaughtered. Feng Wuchen and the other 2 naturally wouldn't speak of it, so only Chu Wuhan and the others knew. When they were at the auction, they already found out from Miao Qingqing that many forces in the Cloud province sent people to kill Feng Wuchen. Thus, they came up with this plan to deter all the forces in the Cloud province, offending Feng Master. The Taiyun clan was the example. Even if it couldn't deter all the forces in the Cloud province, it could at least make them exercise restraint. In the gorgeous palace of Fenchen Valley, Su Yuanshan and the higher-ups had extremely heavy expressions. It's not possible for Feng Master to massacre the Taiyun clan. That brat is only at the origin transformation stage. Huiyun has a cultivation at the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Not to mention there are many experts in the Taiyun clan with hundreds of disciples. That brat absolutely can't do it, unless he has the help of an expert. Su Yuanshan said seriously. General Wu is too far away from the Taiyun clan. It's absolutely impossible for it to be him, and it's also not someone from the imperial family. It can only be an expert from our Cloud province. But who could it be? The Grand Elder guessed. Looking at everyone, Su Yuanshan asked, do you know where the news came from? I don't know, but many people went to the Taiyun clan. The Taiyun clan was indeed massacred, and not a single person survived. Hundreds of disciples died very miserably, all from sword wounds, a man replied respectfully. Zuantianzong Audience Hall. The atmosphere in the audience hall was extremely heavy. Mu Tianyun asked seriously, Feng Master is about to make his move. You all already know the identity of Feng Master. Do you have any objections? Old sect leader, we are the strongest sect in the Cloud province. Feng Master wants to dominate the Cloud Province. We may not be afraid of him, an elder said. Mu Yunshan shook his head and said, the Empire may not take us seriously. Not to mention the prince has already taken Feng Master as his master. If we become enemies with Feng Master, I'm afraid our Xuantianzong will also be destroyed. Feng Master is vicious and merciless. He may not give us face. He nodded in agreement and said, sect leader is right. We'd better act according to the situation. At the same time, the Heavenly Modest Temple and other forces were also speculating. The destruction of the Taiyun clan shocked all the forces in the Cloud Province. Did Feng Wuchen really have the strength to destroy the Taiyun clan? Who exactly was the expert that helped him? Feng Wuchen and the other two were completely unaware of this matter. The three of them rushed through the night and were now cultivating in the valley of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Last night, Lu Qingyang was still very grateful to Feng Wuchen for saving him. Today was different. His mouth was full of complaints. While enduring the pain, he kept cursing. Feng Wuchen completely ignored him. As soon as they arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Mountain, Lu Qingyang's rare injuries were almost healed. He was severely injured by Feng Wuchen and immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Miao Qingqing was the same. However, Miao Qingqing did not complain. Feng Wuchen did this for their own good. It was just like training the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. At least it could let the sovereign body's supernatural powers be unleashed to the extreme. When Feng Wuchen passed on the sovereign body to them, he said that they would suffer. However, Lu Qingyang did not expect it to be such suffocating suffering. Although it was suffocating, after half a month, Lu Qingyang realized that it was different. While his body was strengthened, his other aspects were greatly improved. His cultivation speed also increased by a lot. After experiencing death, Lu Qingyang's cultivation broke through in just half a month. Lu Qingyang was shocked to the point of disbelief. Every day, he was severely injured by Feng Wuchen in exchange for such a huge harvest. Lu Qingyang felt that it was worth it. Although Miao Qingqing did not break through, her cultivation also improved greatly. She was already close to the 5th level of the Origin Transformation realm. After cultivating for half a month, Feng Wuchen's cultivation also increased rapidly with the help of the Blood Hoof Spirit and the Green Lion's Blood Essence. Soon, he would break through to the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. The terrifying cultivation speed once again shocked Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. Not only was the cultivation speed fast in the Qi Refinement realm, it was also terrifying in the Origin Transformation realm. The domineering and terrifying Supreme Dragon God technique, as well as the power of the sovereign body, completely made up for Feng Wuchen's lack of talent. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, who would dare to believe that Feng Wuchen's talent was only at the 2nd grade? Time passed day by day. After half a month, Feng Wuchen successfully stepped into the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. His strength had become stronger and stronger. However, this strength alone was not enough to intimidate Yunzhou. It was also not enough to go against the Huangfu clan and the Tianyun clan. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-year deadline. There were only a few months left. There was not much time left. Feng Wuchen had to take down Yunzhou before he left. He had to work harder to improve his cultivation. Bang! 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 In the valley, the sounds of intense battle rang out. Powerful true origin energy spread out in all directions like a gale. The ones fighting were none other than Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing. Feng Wuchen fought 1 against 2 and engaged in an intense battle. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's sword techniques were powerful, and their coordination was perfect. The two of them together could fight against a 7th-level Origin Transformation realm martial artist. Feng Wuchen was very calm in the face of their fierce attacks. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Other than cultivating, Feng Wuchen would spar with them and give pointers to Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. After a few days, the two of them had a deeper understanding of sword techniques, and their battle experience increased rapidly. Big brother Feng, be careful. Don't get hit by me. Lu Qingyang, who was attacking fiercely, smiled proudly. But as soon as he finished speaking and stabbed out with his sword, Feng Wuchen's body strangely disappeared. Teleportation. Lu Qingyang's expression changed drastically. Bang! When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he had already punched Lu Qingyang's back and sent him flying. Lu Qingyang could not react at all. When fighting with an enemy, you can't underestimate them. You can't be arrogant, and you can't be impatient. You must be calm, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Miao Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother Lu is too proud and underestimates the enemy. Big brother Feng, you're being shameless. Didn't we say we can't teleport? Lu Qingyang got up and said unhappily. You believe the enemy's words? Feng Wuchen asked. Big brother Lu, this is called adapting to the situation. Miao Qingqing laughed again. Okay. Whatever you say, okay? Lu Qingyang said without any curiosity. He then squatted down and picked up a stone. Lu Qingyang pointed at the mountain opposite and said, Do you see the bug on the tree at the top of the mountain? I can hit it with my eyes closed. Watch carefully. You wouldn't be able to hit me even if I opened my eyes. Miao Qingqing rolled her eyes. She knew that Lu Qingyang was bragging. Swish, Lu Qingyang suddenly swung his hand, and the stone flew out. Feng Wuchen and Miao Qingqing looked over. But at this moment, Lu Qingyang's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. He also used teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on Feng Wuchen's left side and punched ferociously. Feng Wuchen, who was the first to notice it, was rather surprised. His body spun a few times in the air, just in time to avoid Lu Qingyang's attack. You're really something. You almost hit me. Feng Wuchen praised, a faint smile appearing on his face. Lu Qingyang shrugged and said with a smile, Big brother Feng, this is called creating a diversion. You're almost done with your cultivation, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Your cultivation has increased very quickly this month. If I give you medicinal pills to help you cultivate, it will be even faster. However, you can't rely too much on medicinal pills. Otherwise, it'll be useless if you don't have a powerful combat strength. After a slight pause, Feng Wuchen continued, This is also why many people can't defeat cultivators weaker than them even though their cultivation is very high. Understood. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing said in unison, like students listening to a teacher. Feng Wuchen continued, Although pills are strong, they are ultimately refined and not nurtured by heaven and earth. The medicinal power is not pure. In the case of consolidating one's cultivation, it doesn't have much effect. No wonder Big Brother Feng, as an alchemist, rarely takes pills. Instead, he goes looking for treasures of heaven and earth. Lu Qingyang had a look of realization. Let's rest for a while first, then continue to cultivate. The stronger the physique, the stronger the strength. In a few days, we will leave the mountain. Feng Wuchen said. Today, there was a large number of cultivators of unknown origin entering the cloud region. Their cultivation was not weak, and there were even Yuan Dan experts among them. Moreover, their bodies emitted a chilling killing intent that made one's heart tremble. They entered Tiandu and headed towards the main palace. There were hundreds of people, filling the streets. The scene was spectacular and attracted countless onlookers. However, no one dared to approach them. Those who were timid were so scared that they hid. Just that kind of shocking aura was enough to make people fearful. Such a strong military spirit and iron blood killing intent, they must be the Empire's Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. The experienced and powerful Xianxia had already guessed what their identities were. In the palace of Tiandu, General Wu was talking to Chu Wuhan. Both of them looked serious. Brother Chu, this matter is no small matter. It has already alarmed the prince and the imperial advisor. They are very angry. General Wu is already on his way to Cloud Region. I'm afraid that the prince and the imperial advisor will come to Cloud Region soon. General Wu said solemnly. They actually alarmed the imperial advisor and the prince. Chu Wuhan immediately became serious. General Wu nodded and said, I have already told Old Sect Master Mu and the others about this matter. Xuantianzong, stop. Although Xuantianzong was strong, they were still unable to fight against the empire. Hearing this, Chu Wuhan smiled and said, General Wu, I know what you mean. However, you may not know that I sent people to spread the news of Taiyun sect's destruction. Brother Chu spread the news? General Wu was shocked. Chu Wuhan smiled faintly and said, That's right. The destruction of Taiyuan sect was done by me, President Xiang, and Feng Master. Master Feng was conferred the title of Great General by the Emperor. It can be seen that the Empire values Master Feng highly. Isn't it suicide to make an enemy out of him? Moreover, none of us know what kind of terrifying expert is behind Master Feng. I spread the news to let you know and pass it on to General Wu. However, I didn't expect to alarm the prince and the imperial advisor. I see. General Wu nodded and then said angrily, "Humph. Those forces that want to kill the great general simply don't put the empire in their eyes. If I find out who they are, I will make sure they all disappear." General Wu, Taiyuan sect is just the beginning. Chu Wuhan smiled. In the valley, Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Why do I feel a little strange during this period of time? What's with this warm current in my body? Feng Wuchen was puzzled and thought to himself. He felt that it was very strange. Ever since he broke through to the 7th level of the origin transformation realm, Feng Wuchen began to feel a trace of warm current in his body. The warm current spread throughout his limbs and bones, but he didn't know where this warm current came from. At first, Feng Wuchen thought that it was the heat generated by the green wild lion's blood essence. However, he later discovered that this wasn't the case. Feng Wuchen also didn't know if this warm current was good or bad. It would only appear when he was cultivating. When he wasn't cultivating, the warm current would mysteriously disappear. For now, he didn't feel anything wrong with his body. With a trace of seriousness on his face, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, "This warm current doesn't have any aura. Could it be related to the dragon god's power?" Feng Wuchen couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. In the end, he could only throw it to the back of his mind and continue cultivating. As long as this warm current didn't have any adverse effects on his body, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried. In any case, this warm current didn't make him feel uneasy. After a few days, Feng Wuchen consolidated his cultivation at the 7th level of the origin transformation realm. The three of them left the valley and went down the mountain. Relying on their mystical and powerful movement techniques, the three of them were like agile monkeys shuttling through the complicated mountains. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the mountain forest. The results of this month's cultivation made Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing quite satisfied. At least their strength was stronger than cultivators of the same level. Even if the suffering they suffered wasn't sullen, it was still worth it. "Big brother Feng, this time when we go down the mountain, which power should we take revenge on first?" After leaving the Heaven Cloud Mountain, Lu Qingyang asked with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "Let's go find General Wu first. We won't be able to do it alone. We need the strength of the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry to suppress the various powers of the Cloud Prefecture," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. His calm words carried ruthlessness. But what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that the news of the Taiyuan sect's destruction had spread throughout the Cloud Prefecture. It had already alarmed the imperial advisor and the prince. When Feng Wuchen's group returned to the Luantian city's Lu clan, Feng Wuchen's group found out that the news of the Taiyuan sect had already spread throughout the Cloud Prefecture. At the same time, they also guessed that it must have been Chu Wuhan or Xianxia who spread the news. Because of this, many powers were frightened and became obedient. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen's group could return to the Luantian city so smoothly. If that's the case, then General Wu should know about this matter, Feng Wuchen guessed. This way, they could save a lot of time. After General Wu knew about this matter, he would definitely report it to the Empire's Grand General. "I'm afraid the Grand General and the others have already arrived at the Cloud Prefecture. The heavens are really helping me," Feng Wuchen guessed in his heart. Once the Empire's Grand General, the Black Flag Army, and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry arrived, how could Feng Wuchen be afraid of the various powers of the Cloud Prefecture? As the Empire's Grand General, Feng Wuchen commanded the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. This was his strength. Lu Shan nodded and said respectfully, "General Wu is guarding the border of the Cloud Prefecture. Nothing big or small in the Cloud Prefecture can be hidden from him. General Wu naturally knows. Let's see how they will die this time." Lu Qingyang sneered fiercely. Thinking back to how they were hunted down, Lu Qingyang's stomach was filled with anger. Grand General, it is said that a group of mysterious people entered the Cloud Prefecture this morning. Their bodies were covered in ice-cold killing intent and an iron-blooded aura. I'm afraid they are the Empire's soldiers. They are currently in the divine capital. Lu Shan continued. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, it seems like the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry have already entered the Cloud Prefecture. Qingyang, Qingqing, let's go to the divine capital immediately. General Wu is also in the divine capital. Feng Wuchen was very sure that it was the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. The three of them immediately headed for the divine capital. The Phoenix Sky City was not far from the divine capital. In less than half an hour, Feng Wuchen and the other two had already arrived at the divine capital city gate. What a familiar aura! Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He had already sensed the iron-blooded aura of the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry. Big Brother Feng, is this the aura of the Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry? It's really scary. Lu Qingyang said in shock. A very tyrannical aura. It seems like a lot of people came. Mia Qingqing said. She was very curious. The Black Flag Army and the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry had always been the Empire's pride. They were powerful, brave, and strong. They were the Empire's respected elite soldiers. Now is not the right time. I can only use the two armies to suppress the major forces of Cloud Region. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to rely on his own strength, but looking at the current situation, time did not allow it. There were still 3 months before Feng Wuchen had to rush back to Sky Region. Feng Wuchen was very clear that he did not have enough strength. Even if he relied on the power of the Empire to suppress them, the major forces of Cloud Region would not sincerely submit. In the end, he still had to rely on his own strength. Feng Wuchen and the other two walked into the main palace. The moment the guards wanted to stop them, their faces changed. Commander! The guards were extremely frightened. First, because the matter of Taiyun sect was too shocking. Second, because the Empire's Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry had just arrived at Sky Capital and Feng Wuchen had already arrived. Did he have the ability to foresee the future? General Wu and the soldiers of the two armies did not know the whereabouts of Feng Wuchen, so they first arrived at Sky Capital. Commander is here. Time did not allow them to be frightened. The two of them hurriedly shouted with all their strength. Commander? Commander is here. Within the main palace, the expressions of the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry's elite officers and soldiers were shaken, their minds incomparably excited. One after another, they tore off their robes, revealing awe-inspiring and domineering battle armors. The officers and soldiers quickly stood in formation, orderly and perfectly straight, displaying their best side. Chu Wuhan, General Wu, and the other experts came out from the main palace. Greetings, Commander. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen enter, the elite soldiers in the plaza knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully. Their eyes were filled with worship for Feng Wuchen. The loud voice resounded through the main palace. That shocking aura shook the hearts of the Sky Capital guards. This was the aura of the Empire's most elite soldiers. Full of deterrence. It was definitely an existence that made people tremble in fear. Feng Wuchen was now their true commander, their spiritual leader. It's only been a few months since we last met, and your strength has improved quite a bit. You didn't disappoint me. Looks like you guys didn't slack off either, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Step by step, Feng Wuchen walked over. The soldiers could see Feng Wuchen's cultivation, and the shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. In just a few short months, Feng Wuchen was already at the 7th level of the origin transformation stage. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was unimaginable to them. Feng Wuchen rarely praised them. After not seeing each other for many months, the moment he opened his mouth, he praised them. This made the soldiers extremely happy. Naturally, they wanted to obtain Feng Wuchen's approval and praise. I didn't expect all of you to come to Cloud State so soon. Everyone is here, Feng Wuchen said. The soldiers' performance made Feng Wuchen feel very touched. For the great commander, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. The soldiers shouted loudly, their aura soaring to the heavens. From the soldiers' performance, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen had a very high position in their hearts. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were extremely shocked. They never knew that Feng Wuchen had such a high position in the hearts of these soldiers. Great Commander, after this general received the news, I immediately sent someone to inform the great general. They immediately rushed to Cloud State, General Wu reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Chu Wuhan. The news should have been spread by the great commander, right? Many thanks. Great Commander is too polite. Chu Wuhan bowed respectfully. Great Commander, which faction is so daring? We will immediately go and destroy them. A Heavenly Shadow Fire cavalry soldier shouted angrily. That's right. We will go and destroy them now. The soldiers shouted angrily. An ice-cold killing intent crazily spread out, causing the Heavenly Shadow Fire cavalry to tremble in fear. Feng Wuchen gestured with his hand, indicating for the soldiers to calm down. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, there is no hurry. General Wu, send someone to spread the news. Just say that the Black Flag Army and Heavenly Shadow Fire Cavalry have already arrived in Cloud State. Let the major factions of Cloud State be happy. Yes. General Wu respectfully accepted the order and immediately sent someone to spread the news. At the same time, Yi Zhangqiang had already led Ling Zhantian and a dozen other generals of the empire to Cloud State. The familiar sound of iron hooves, the familiar battle armor, very quickly, there were people who recognized Yi Zhangqiang. It's the great general of the empire. The great general has personally come to Cloud State. That's right. There is also General Ling, all the generals of the empire have come. It seems like the matter of pursuing Feng Master has already alarmed the empire. Something big is going to happen in Cloud State. As Yi Zhangqiang led a dozen generals into Cloud State and headed towards Heavenly Capital, the news quickly spread like wildfire. This was the importance that the empire placed on Feng Wuchen. The prestige of the great general was inviolable. In a short period of time, the number one great general of the empire had arrived in Cloud State. The news of the Black Flag Army and Heavenly Shadow Fire Cavalry had also shocked all the major factions of Cloud State. All the major factions of Cloud State were in a state of panic. Regardless of whether they had sent someone to assassinate Feng Wuchen, all the major factions were terrified. Fenchen Valley and the other major factions were extremely shocked. They had already reached the lowest point of Feng Wuchen's position in the empire. Because of the assassination, the number one great general of the empire had actually been alarmed. The most elite soldiers of the empire had already arrived in Cloud State. Wasn't this trying to flatten all the major factions of Cloud State? The great general has arrived. At the entrance of the main city, a guard shouted loudly. Great general? Feng Wuchen looked at the direction of the main city gate in astonishment. He didn't expect that Yi Zhangqiang had also come. Even the great general has come? Lu Qingyang's eyeballs almost popped out. He was incomparably shocked. Just how terrifying was Feng Wuchen, this great general, exactly? Even the great general had personally come to Cloud State. Da-da-da. Yi Zhangqiang and the other generals entered the main city. When they saw Feng Wuchen, they all dismounted from their horses. General Wu, Chu Wuhan, and the soldiers respectfully said, Greetings, great general. Greetings, great general. Yi Zhangqiang and the other generals came in front of Feng Wuchen and respectfully saluted. The great general is actually so respectful to the great general. Chu Wuhan frowned. This made him rather surprised. What kind of person was Yi Zhangqiang? Not to mention Chu Wuhan, everyone in the empire knew him. He was the number one great general of the empire, the current head of the Yi family. He had countless military achievements and was a hero of the empire, but even such a great figure had to be respectful in front of Feng Wuchen. Great general, why are you here too? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Yi Zhangqiang said, such a big matter, how can I not come? The major factions of Cloud State are simply too daring. They actually dared to assassinate the great general. Ling Zhantian said furiously, and an icy cold and terrifying killing intent suffused out. Great general, please give the order. I'll immediately lead people to annihilate them. A general knelt down on one knee. The 10+ generals that Yi Zhangqiang brought over all had formidable cultivations, and they were all origin core stage experts. I don't know about others, but I know two powers. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, and a wisp of ruthless killing intent flashed past his eyes. Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalry, hear my order. Head to Limitless Palace immediately. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Get on your horses. A leader shouted loudly. He was the leader of the Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalry, Huanyang. His cultivation had already reached the third level of the Origin Core stage, and his strength could be said to be extremely formidable. A soldier led a warhorse forward and said respectfully, Great General, this is the warhorse of the Crimson Emperor. Qing Yang. Qing Qing. Get on the horse. Set out. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly and took the lead to charge out of the main city on his warhorse. Clop. Clop. Clop, the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalry Army followed closely behind. The sound of iron hooves was filled with deterrence, and waves of iron-blooded aura and icy cold killing intent suffused out. This represented the elite soldiers of the Empire setting out for battle. The army set out from the main city in a grandiose manner with a monstrous imposing manner. Countless people in Divine Capital were terrified. The killing intent emitted from the elite soldiers was filled with bloodthirst and was extremely frightening. The clear sound of iron hooves was like playing a death battle song, and it spread out ceaselessly in Divine Capital. When have Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing ever seen such a battle array? They were both frightened to the point they broke out in cold sweat and couldn't speak. Black Flag Army. Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalry. The Empire's most elite soldiers are about to set out for battle. Countless people in Divine Capital were filled with panic, excitement. The army headed straight for Limitless Palace with Feng Wuchen at the head. Everywhere the army passed, it gave rise to dust that filled the sky. The speed of the warhorses was astonishing. In merely an hour, the army had already arrived at Limitless Palace. The shocking imposing manner and the icy cold and bloodthirsty killing intent had already scared everyone in Limitless Palace out of their wits. The people of the Empire were all too familiar with the monstrous imposing manner and the sound of iron hooves. It's over. It's over. The Empire's most elite soldiers are here. Limitless Palace's palace master said in despair. The arrival of the Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Flaming Cavalry had already explained everything. Limitless Palace's palace master and elders welcomed them in panic. Their expressions were filled with extreme fear. Limitless Palace's palace master knelt down and begged for mercy. Great Commander, please forgive me. This lowly one was momentarily muddle-headed and was blinded by interest. That's why I did such a preposterous thing like assassinating Great Commander. Feng Wuchen and the Empire's elite soldiers were already pressuring the border. Limitless Palace's palace master was already unable to hide it, so how could he dare to lie? Feng Wuchen did not speak. He looked at Limitless Palace's people coldly with an expressionless face. Limitless Palace assassinated Great Commander. This crime is unforgivable. Immediately flatten Limitless Palace. Kill without mercy. Leave no one alive. Huanyang's leader raised his long spear and shouted. His voice was cold and emotionless. As soon as he finished speaking, Huanyang's body swayed and his long spear pierced through Limitless Palace's palace master's chest, killing him on the spot without mercy. Kill! The soldiers of the two armies roared. Their killing intent soared to the sky and was filled with deterrence. Everyone from Limitless Palace was in despair. They were so terrified that they could not be any more terrified. The moment Huanyang spoke, he had already sentenced them to death. The elite soldiers attacked viciously like killing machines. They were merciless and ruthless. That kind of brutal massacre was terrifying. Hundreds of elite soldiers charged into Limitless Palace. Their speed was astonishing as they killed anyone they saw. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were so frightened that their faces turned pale. This was the first time they saw the cruel methods of the Empire's elite soldiers. That kind of bloodthirsty killing was absolutely terrifying. They were the Empire's guardians. In their minds, there was no such thing as mercy. They only knew to obey orders. Limitless Palace's disciples were unable to resist. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of Limitless Palace's people were killed. Limitless Palace was destroyed. Reporting to Great Commander. Everyone from Limitless Palace has been killed. Huanyang reported respectfully. It was indeed the right decision to impart the sovereign constitution to all of you. However, in terms of movement techniques, all of you are still very weak. Later on, I will impart the instant movement technique to all of you. Feng Wuchen said slowly. Many thanks, great commander. The soldiers were extremely excited. Just by hearing the name, they felt that it was terrifying. The news of Limitless Palace being annihilated by the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry quickly spread like wildfire. It was like a plague, causing everyone to be alarmed. The major forces of the Cloud region became more and more panicked. They were afraid that the Empire's iron hooves would resound in their territory. At this moment, many higher-ups of the major forces had already rushed to the divine capital. They could no longer endure the torment of fear. Wherever the iron hooves passed, countless cultivators would be alarmed. The existence of the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry was like a pack of wolves deep in the forest. Big Brother Feng, if we impart the sovereign physique and teleportation to the Empire's soldiers, our empire will definitely be able to suppress the other empires. Lu Qingyang suddenly said. After witnessing the strength of the elite soldiers, he was deeply moved. This should be Brother Lu Qingyang. I heard Leng Muching mention you before. Brother Qingyang is right. Moreover, the great general is already training another batch of soldiers, just like how great commander is training us. When the time comes, we will strengthen the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Huan Yang said with a smile. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, I knew the great general would do that. It's impossible for him to be a quiet commander. If he doesn't train the Empire's soldiers, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Haha. The soldiers burst into laughter. In the Empire, only Feng Wuchen dared to joke about Ji Tsangqiong. No one else dared to do so. The army galloped past, and the sound of iron hooves was like an earthquake. The Empire's Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. They are heading in the direction of the Imperial Cloud Sect. The Imperial Cloud Sect is finished. Many cultivators were frightened to the point that their hearts were trembling. They were completely intimidated by the killing intent and aura of the elite soldiers. After 2 hours, the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry led by Feng Wuchen had already set foot on the mountain range where the Imperial Cloud Sect was located. The sound of iron hooves reverberated in the mountain range. It was so loud that the birds and beasts fled in panic. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry is here. The disciples of the Imperial Cloud Sect were in a state of panic. The cowardly disciples had already fled down the mountain. It's over. We are dead for sure. Once the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry arrives, we will be dead. Sect Master. Elder. The Empire Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry is here. Let's run for our lives. The entire Imperial Cloud Sect was in a state of panic as shouts rang out continuously. Within the main hall, Grandmaster Huan Yun and the other elders were filled with despair and fear. They knew that it was too late for regrets. Feng Wuchen rode his warhorse straight into the Imperial Cloud Sect, causing the disciples to retreat in fear. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army surrounded the Imperial Cloud Sect. Those disciples who wanted to escape were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Greetings, Great Commander. Sect Master Huang Yun and the other elders all knelt down. Sect Leader Huang Yun, do you have anything else to say? Feng Wuchen sat on his warhorse and asked coldly. This lowly one has nothing to say. I don't ask for great leaders' forgiveness. I only ask that great leaders spare the disciples of the Royal Cloud Sect. The Royal Cloud Sect Master pleaded with a haggard look on his face. How dare you? Assassinating a commander was an unforgivable crime. How dare you beg for mercy? Huan Yang shouted. Great leader, please spare our lives. The disciples all knelt down and begged for mercy. They were so terrified that they were crying. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, what kind of person do you think I am? Benevolent? Or magnanimous? Hearing this, the faces of the Royal Cloud Sect Master and the other disciples changed drastically. Assassinating a commander. Unforgivable. Soldiers, listen up. Destroy the Imperial Cloud Sect. Leave no one alive. Huan Yang understood the meaning behind Feng Wuchen's words and made a prompt decision. Kill! The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army roared. The terrifying killing intent scared the Imperial Cloud sect disciples out of their wits. Female disciples must not be spared. Feng Wuchen unintentionally saw a few female disciples who were so terrified that their faces were pale. He quickly said, "Yes." The soldiers shouted in unison. A crazy massacre took place. The soldiers showed no mercy. Corpses littered the plaza and blood flowed like a river. The entire Imperial Cloud sect was filled with the thick smell of blood. In a few minutes, over 200 disciples of the Imperial Cloud sect were killed. Only 4 female disciples were left. Thank you, great leader, for not killing us." The female disciples knelt down in fear. "Let's go down the mountain," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He rode on his war horse and left. The soldiers followed behind him. Limitless Palace and the Imperial Cloud sect had completely disappeared from the Cloud Prefecture. The news of the Imperial Cloud sect's destruction spread like wildfire. The destruction of the Limitless Palace and the Imperial Cloud sect had undoubtedly served as a warning to the rest. The upper echelons of the various forces in the Cloud Prefecture were terrified. Most of them had already headed to the Heaven Capital. At this moment, there were over 100 people kneeling in the plaza of the Heaven Capital. They didn't dare to move or speak and allowed the scorching sun to shine on them. Ling Zhantian and the other generals were scattered all over the Cloud Prefecture, passing down orders. "The Great General has given the order. All forces in the Cloud Prefecture are to head to the Heaven Capital immediately. Those who disobey will die." Everywhere in the Cloud Prefecture, the same order was being passed down. Those who hadn't headed to the Heaven Capital had already rushed over. They didn't dare to delay, no matter how strong they were. They didn't dare to look down on the Empire's #1 great general, much less become enemies with the Empire. Xuantianzong, Fenchen Valley, Heavenly Modest Palace and other upper echelons of the Cloud Prefecture all headed to the Heaven Capital. Even the strongest in the Cloud Prefecture, Mu Tianyun, didn't dare to look down on the great general. When Feng Wuchen led the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army back to the Heaven Capital, the news of the Imperial Cloud sect's destruction had already spread throughout the Cloud Prefecture. "Greetings, Great General." When Feng Wuchen entered the Heaven Capital, Yi Zongqiong and the other generals and upper echelons of the various forces in the Cloud Prefecture all bowed respectfully. When Feng Wuchen appeared, the upper echelons of the various forces were terrified. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. The news of the massacre of the Limitless Palace and the Imperial Cloud sect had already reached the Heaven Capital. Everyone was afraid that their sects would be next. "Big Brother Feng, the experts of the various forces in the Cloud Prefecture are all here," Lu Qingyang said in surprise. Miao Qingqing added, "There's also Xuantianzong." Feng Wuchen was also surprised. He didn't expect the upper echelons of the various forces in the Cloud Prefecture to come to the Heaven Capital. "Great General, it seems like they're all scared out of their wits," a soldier sneered. When Feng Wuchen got off his horse, the soldiers followed suit. As Feng Wuchen walked over step by step, the upper echelons of the various forces became more and more terrified. Fenchen Valley, Heavenly Modest Palace, Taiyong City, 7 Stars Valley, Tianluo Sect. Feng Wuchen called out the names of the forces one by one. Every time he called out a force, the upper echelons of the forces couldn't help but tremble. As for Xuantianzong, the auction house and the Luantian City, Feng Wuchen didn't call them out. This was because Feng Wuchen knew that Xuantianzong, the auction house and the Luantian City wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of Feng Wuchen. "I'm really surprised that all of you came to the Heaven Capital," Feng Wuchen said lightly. "Great General, the Tianluo sect is willing to submit." The Tianluo sect leader was the first to submit as he kowtowed. "The Heavenly Modest Palace is also willing to submit to the Great General. We'll listen to the Great General's orders." The Heavenly Modest Palace followed suit. "The 7 Stars Valley is also willing to submit. We have no other intentions." The mid-tier forces all knelt down. They couldn't withstand Feng Wuchen's anger at all. "Great General, we were too foolish. We shouldn't have." At this time, a leader of a force said in fear. However, before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't speak for the rest of his life. The moment he opened his mouth, Huan Yang's spear had already pierced through his chest. Huan Yang said coldly, all the sects that participated in the assassination of the great general. Once it's investigated, you'll die. Chi chi chi. The upper echelons, including the leader, were all mercilessly killed by Huan Yang. Huan Yang's cold-bloodedness frightened the upper echelons of the various forces. Among you, there are many forces that sent people to assassinate the great general. Although we don't know which force it is, we will definitely find out. A general shouted coldly. We are willing to submit to the great general. We have no other intentions. The other forces and families all knelt down. Su Yuanshan, I heard that Lin Yuncheng, a disciple of Fenchen Valley, tried to assassinate the great general. I wonder if this was arranged by you or someone else. Yi Zhongqiang glanced at Su Yuanshan coldly and asked in a deep voice. Su Yuanshan's expression suddenly changed. He was terrified and hurriedly said, Great General, we didn't order Lin Yuncheng to assassinate the great general. He wanted to take revenge for his brother. We couldn't stop him, so we expelled him from the sect. Please investigate this matter. Humph. I think you don't plan to stop him. Yi Zhongqiang shouted angrily. I don't dare. Although Su Yuanshan wasn't the valley master of Fenchen Valley, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Yi Zhongqiang. If it was any other official, Su Yuanshan might not even care about them. Su Yuanshan, kneel down and submit. Huan Yang shouted coldly and pointed his spear at Su Yuanshan. As long as Su Yuanshan didn't kneel down and submit, he would kill Su Yuanshan on the spot. Even if Huan Yang wasn't Su Yuanshan's opponent, Su Yuanshan wouldn't dare to fight back. Once Su Yuanshan attacked, he would definitely die. Fenchen Valley is willing to submit to the great general. After struggling for a long time, Su Yuanshan finally opened his mouth reluctantly. Su Yuanshan had no other choice. He couldn't bear the consequences if he didn't submit. Get up. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, great general. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they had walked around the gates of hell. Their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. At least you know what's good for you. At this time an old snort sounded. Swish swish swish. Two figures flashed over at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside Feng Wuchen. They were the Imperial Advisor and the Grand Prince. The Imperial Advisor and the Grand Prince. Seeing the two people appear, the upper echelons of the major forces almost fainted. Lu Qingyang felt that he couldn't stand steadily. Feng Wuchen was even more surprised. Yi Zhongqiang's arrival in Yunzhou had already surprised Feng Wuchen. He didn't expect the Imperial Advisor and the Grand Prince to personally come to Yunzhou. Greetings, Imperial Advisor. Greetings, Grand Prince. Everyone knelt down. Greetings, Master. The two elders ignored the others and knelt down on one knee in front of Feng Wuchen. The Imperial Advisor also directly addressed him as Master. The Imperial Advisor could be said to be shrewd with age. He didn't care whether Feng Wuchen accepted him as a disciple or not. In short, he acted first and reported later. At least, he let others know that he was Feng Wuchen's disciple. Feng Wuchen was extremely helpless. How could he not know the Imperial Advisor's intention? In this way, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Master? This was incredible. The way the two elders addressed him shocked everyone present. Their hearts were about to jump out. The Tiandu main city was silent. Other than the Grand General and those who knew, everyone else was petrified. The state preceptor and the prince had already acknowledged Feng Wuchen as their master. That meant that Feng Wuchen wasn't just a simple Grand General. His status was even higher than the state preceptor and the prince. It was no wonder that the assassination of Feng Wuchen would alarm these two giants of the empire. It was also no wonder that the Grand General was so respectful towards Feng Wuchen. It was all because Feng Wuchen was the master of the state preceptor and the prince. The state preceptor and the prince have acknowledged Master Feng as their master? Mu Tianyan's old face was filled with shock and disbelief. Feng Wuchen was only a grade 3 alchemist. The state preceptor, who was a grade 5 alchemist, didn't need to acknowledge Feng Wuchen as his master, right? It was fine if the prince had acknowledged him as his master, but the state preceptor had also acknowledged him as his master. the state preceptor was the strongest alchemist in the Yanhua Empire. He had already reached grade 5 and no one in the empire could surpass him. Such a powerful alchemist actually acknowledged a grade 3 alchemist as his master. How could everyone not be shocked? Why did the state preceptor acknowledge Feng Wuchen as his master? Just because Feng Wuchen could expel the fire poison? Just because Feng Wuchen could see the flaws in the elixir? Wasn't this too far-fetched? But perhaps only the state preceptor himself knew the specific reason. Perhaps Elder Wei Yun knew as well. Grand General is actually the master of the state preceptor and the prince. Su Yuanshan's eyes almost popped out. This terrifying identity wasn't something he could offend. Everyone present felt that they had heard wrongly. Feng Wuchen was still a 16 or 17-year-old youth. The state preceptor was already an old man over 50 years old. Was it appropriate for him to acknowledge him as his master? Big brother Feng is actually the master of the state preceptor and the prince. This can't be true, right? Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were dumbfounded. Their hearts were already in turmoil. Prince, didn't I tell you before? Don't call me master in front of so many people. It's so awkward, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. It has nothing to do with seniority, and those who are capable can occupy it. Master, there's no need to mind. Situ Zhentian spoke respectfully, and he utterly didn't dare reveal the appearance of a prince before Feng Wuchen. Yang Tianxian continued, Master is a deity, we naturally have to respect him and not neglect him. Feng Wuchen really didn't know what to say. In any case, all the major forces in the Cloud Prefecture knew about it. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything more, which could be considered as tacit agreement. Yang Tianxian was secretly excited. Feng Wuchen had no choice but to accept him as a disciple. Master, the emperor wishes to meet you. When do you have the time to make a trip to the royal family? Yang Tianxian asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, let's talk about this in the future. I don't have much time, and I still have many things to deal with. My father's 50th birthday is in 3 months, and I also have to rush back to the academy. I've already promised the dean that I'll return to the imperial capital if I have the chance. Feng Wuchen neither agreed nor refused, so Yang Tianxian didn't dare to say anything more. However, the words 50th birthday were remembered by Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian. After everyone came back to their senses, their faces were still filled with shock. Su Yuanshan secretly rejoiced that he had submitted, or else Situ Zhentian would definitely be the first to kill him, the master of the state preceptor and prince. What kind of terrifying status was this? In the Inferno Empire, he was definitely second only to one person, and above millions of people. Looking at the major forces, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, since you've all submitted to me, I don't care if you're sincere or not, but I have to remind you, don't regret it. Don't worry, great commander, we're absolutely loyal. Everyone replied respectfully. In the future, if anyone dares to send people to assassinate great commander, don't blame me for being merciless. Situ Zhentian glared at the major forces and shouted angrily. A majestic aura swept out, filled with deterrence. We don't dare. Everyone replied in fear. Mu Yunshan continued, from today onwards, whoever dares to make an enemy of great commander will be an enemy of Zuantianzong. If Situ Zhentian's words weren't enough to deter them, then Mu Yunshan's words were definitely enough. Mu Yunshan's cultivation was second only to Mu Tianyun, and his strength was above Situ Zhentian and Yi Tsangqiong. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Don't doubt the power of my words. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Don't worry, great commander. If we dare to betray you, we'll be struck by lightning. The Heavenly Void Temple Master said in fear. They didn't dare to doubt Feng Wuchen's words. We're absolutely loyal to great commander. The upper echelons of the major forces expressed their loyalty one after another. You can all go back. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He had already achieved his goal, but it was only on the surface. Feng Wuchen didn't care whether the major forces truly submitted or not. However, even if it was on the surface, it was at least resolved. Of course, it wasn't all on the surface. Perhaps there were some forces that truly submitted. After all, Feng Wuchen's position was too terrifying. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen's position in the hearts of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers was very high. As long as Feng Wuchen spoke, no matter what it was, they would do it without hesitation. Yes. The upper echelons of the major forces left one after another. The stone hanging in their hearts was finally put down. Originally, they were worried that Feng Wuchen would use some ruthless methods to punish or deal with them. Those forces that sent people to assassinate Feng Wuchen were secretly glad that they didn't slip up. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Huan Yang's spear was not a joke. It would definitely kill with one spear. The appearance of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army only massacred 2 major forces, but it was enough to make the major forces of the Cloud region tremble in fear. The appearance of Xianxia, the imperial advisor, and the imperial prince caused the major forces' final line of defense to collapse. Subduing the major forces of the Cloud region could be said to be as easy as flipping one's hand. Feng Wuchen didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Great Commander, I believe that after this, they won't dare to offend Great Commander again. Xianxia said. With the appearance of the 3 major forces of the Empire, Xianxia didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to suppress the major forces of the Cloud region. That would be for the best. Feng Wuchen nodded. Great Commander, I have used your method to train a group of soldiers in the past few months. The results are very obvious. I believe that with Great Commander's method, you will definitely be able to train even more elite soldiers. Xianxia became more and more excited as he spoke. Yang Tianxian smiled and said, "That's right." The emperor even personally went to watch the training and was full of praise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Great General, you will have to work hard." Looking at the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army, Feng Wuchen said, "Don't let the later soldiers surpass you. Great Commander, don't worry. They definitely won't have a chance." Huan Yang was the first to say confidently. The soldiers shouted one after another. They were very confident. Mu Tianyun and the others were very envious. However, in a few months' time, Feng Wuchen would also help Zhuan Tianzong train a group of genius disciples. They were all looking forward to what method Feng Wuchen would use to train them. Chu Wuhan had already ordered his servants to prepare a banquet. It was rare for the imperial advisor, the imperial prince, and the great general to come in person. He naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After the banquet, Yang Tianxian and the others returned to the imperial capital. Before Feng Wuchen left, he gave the things he had prepared to Huan Yang. It was the martial technique for teleportation. After leaving the imperial capital, Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing first returned to the Lu clan. After that, they went to Heavenly Cloud Mountain. There wasn't much time left. Feng Wuchen planned to stay in Heavenly Cloud Mountain and cultivate for the next few months. He would try to increase his cultivation as much as possible. As one's cultivation grew stronger, the difficulty of cultivation would also increase. The blood essence of the blood hoof spirit essence and the blue wild lion had already been exhausted. Feng Wuchen no longer had any other heavenly treasures to assist in his cultivation. Therefore, his cultivation speed would be much slower. Without any heavenly treasures, Feng Wuchen could only use elixirs to increase his cultivation speed. When they arrived at the valley of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, the first thing Feng Wuchen did was to refine the Mystic Opening Pill. The Mystic Opening Pill could help an Origin Transformation Realm cultivator increase their cultivation speed. Its effect was much stronger than the Golden Spirit Pill. What a powerful flame! He is an alchemist. The flame's aura is very strange. It is definitely not comparable to the Beast Fire and Samadhi True Fire. Just as Feng Wuchen was refining the elixir, a young man in white clothes not far from the valley exclaimed in surprise. The young man was very curious about what kind of flame could be so terrifying. From the fact that he could see the power of Feng Wuchen's flame, he seemed to be quite knowledgeable about flames. Someone is approaching. Be careful. Feng Wuchen, who was refining the elixir, suddenly frowned. Before the person arrived, he had already sensed it. Lu Qingyang, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and said in a gloomy and angry voice, "Is there still someone coming to assassinate me?" It had only been a day, and someone was already here today. "Big brother Lu, don't be rash. We still don't know who it is," Miao Qingqing said solemnly. 7th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. His aura is not ordinary. He is very strong. Feng Wuchen said. 7th level of the Origin Transformation Realm? When Lu Qingyang heard this, he immediately said in disdain, with Big Brother Feng's strength, not to mention the 7th level of the Origin Transformation Realm, even the 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm would die. He's a weapon refiner. A 4th grade weapon refiner. This person's identity is probably not simple. Feng Wuchen continued. Not long after, a figure flashed over from the peak of a mountain. His speed was astonishing, and with a few leaps, he arrived at the valley. Wow! I didn't think that in such a complicated mountain forest, there would be such a beautiful valley. The white-cloaked man looked around in surprise. Finally, his gaze fell on Feng Wuchen and the others. After a simple glance, his gaze stopped on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen and the other two were also very surprised. They didn't think that a 4th grade weapon refiner would be a young man who was about the same age as them. Who are you? Lu Qingyang asked coldly as he looked at the white-clothed man with vigilance. The white-clothed man ignored him and looked at Feng Wuchen. He said, the flame aura just now was very strong. What kind of flame is it? Can you tell me? Feng Wuchen asked back, who are you? What are you doing here? If there is nothing else, please leave immediately. I say, kid, are you asking for a beating? I asked you a question, and you asked me back. The white-clothed man was unhappy when he heard this and looked like he was about to beat someone up. Humph. Be careful not to get beaten to death. Lu Qingyang sneered with a gloating expression. This person indeed has some background. Feng Wuchen slightly frowned. The strength that the white-clothed man exploded with was extremely tyrannical. This guy's strength is so strong. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Big brother Feng, be careful. Miao Qingqing worriedly said. When did the empire have such a young 4th grade blacksmith? He can't be the prince's disciple. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. At such a young age, he was already a 4th grade blacksmith and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. It could be seen that the white-clothed man was also an incredible genius. His strength is comparable to the 8th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. If he cultivates a powerful martial skill, he might be able to fight against a martial artist at the 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm. He is indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen secretly thought. He was somewhat curious about the white-clothed man. Bang! The white-clothed man suddenly stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, his body burst out. His speed was extremely terrifying, causing a large cloud of dust to rise from the ground. He rushed forward and threw a punch at Feng Wuchen. The power of the punch was extremely tyrannical. One punch could break mountains and rivers, however, Feng Wuchen did not move. He looked at the white-clothed man without any panic. Big brother Feng, be careful. Lu Qingyang panicked and shouted. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not move, the white-clothed man slightly frowned. The tyrannical punch also stopped in front of Feng Wuchen. However, the violent wind brought by the punch caused Feng Wuchen's hair to fly backward. What do you mean? Why are you not attacking? The white-clothed man frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen indifferently said, your punch does not have any killing intent. Furthermore, you did not tell me your name. Zhang Junlan. Is this okay? I will not hold back my next punch. Zhang Junlan frowned. His aura exploded again as he threw a punch. This time, he did not stop. Bang! Feng Wuchen raised his right hand and grabbed Zhang Junlan's fist with a muffled bang. Even with the latter's tyrannical fist strength, he was unable to move Feng Wuchen even half a step. He actually blocked it so effortlessly. He's also at the 7th level of the Origin Transformation stage, but his strength seems to be above mine. Zhang Junlan frowned as he thought to himself. My name is Feng Wuchen said calmly, completely unaffected by Zhang Junlan's power. Zhang Junlan carefully sized up Feng Wuchen. Zhang Junlan had never met a cultivator of the same cultivation level as him who could fight against him. Feng Wuchen was the first. Feng Wuchen, your strength is very strong. I didn't think that such a small empire would have such a genius like you. Zhang Junlan said with a serious expression. You are indeed not from the Empire. Feng Wuchen said. He could guess from Zhang Junlan's words. Among all the opponents I've met, even those at the 8th level of the origin transformation stage were not my match. You are the first one who can fight against me. Zhang Junlan said as his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Zhang Junlan's true essence exploded with even more tyrannical force as he launched a fierce attack against Feng Wuchen. Bang bang bang. An intense hand-to-hand battle broke out in the valley. Muffled sounds accompanied by violent energy waves spread out. The power was so great that the ground where the two were standing started to crack. Zhang Junlan's strength is indeed strong. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Watching the fierce battle, his thirst for strength grew even stronger. But Zhang Junlan was even more shocked. Fist, palm, elbow, claw, knee, and other ferocious attacks, no matter how sharp and tricky they were all useless. They just couldn't hit Feng Wuchen. Zhang Junlan wanted to suppress Feng Wuchen with his tyrannical strength, but he found that Feng Wuchen's strength was even more violent. After a series of fierce battles, Zhang Junlan didn't gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he felt a dull pain in his hands and feet. So strong. He is definitely not below me. Zhang Junlan thought in his heart as his expression became more and more serious. Zhang Junlan really didn't think that such an abnormal genius would exist in such a small empire. As time passed, Zhang Junlan couldn't hold on any longer. The pain in his hands and feet became more and more obvious, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Feng Wuchen's attacks were swift and fierce. The moment Zhang Junlan fell into a disadvantage, he took the opportunity to land several punches on Zhang Junlan's body, sending him flying. Zhang Junlan's feet slid on the ground for 6 or 7 meters before he stopped. A sharp pain came from his chest. His speed, strength, and defense are all extremely strong. I can't find any openings at all. All of my attacks are useless. Moreover, his physique is extremely strong. He is simply a monster. Zhang Junlan was shocked. He didn't know until they fought, but now that they fought, he realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. If Zhang Junlan's fierce attacks were used on anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, they were useless against Feng Wuchen. Before Zhang Junlan even made his next move, Feng Wuchen had already seen through it. This was the experience of the evil dragon god. Battle experience accumulated from countless battles. No matter how strong he is still not Big Brother Feng's match. He's just asking for trouble. Lu Qingyang was gloating over his misfortune. Miao Qingqing didn't think so and said seriously, this Zhang Junlan is really strong. Even Big Brother Feng doesn't dare to underestimate him. Zhang Junlan wasn't Feng Wuchen's match at all. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen's body was extremely strong. Just based on his battle experience, he could see through Zhang Junlan's moves. To be able to meet such a strong opponent like you, this trip wasn't in vain. Zhang Junlan shouted, and his aura changed again. Zhang Junlan's hands quickly formed seals. His hand gestures were profound, and an extremely powerful force spread out. His body flashed with a bright blue light, and his aura soared rapidly. It was extremely shocking. Earth rank martial technique. What a terrifying power. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Mid-grade Earth rank martial technique. It seems that he should be from a large faction on the continent. His background is not small. Feng Wuchen guessed. Feng Wuchen. Let me see your true ability. Zhang Junlan shouted, mid-grade Earth rank martial technique. Myriad soul extinguishing palm. Zhang Junlan leaped high and blasted a palm at Feng Wuchen. Whoosh, a 3-meter large blue energy palm swooped down with a fierce aura. A gale swept up, and the aura was majestic and the pressure was extremely strong. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately urged the dragon god's power. Golden light flashed, and an extremely violent power surged out. Mid-grade Earth rank martial technique. World-destroying heavenly punishment slash. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. The violent power condensed on his right arm. His entire right arm flashed with a dazzling golden light, and it was filled with a terrifying power. Mid-grade Earth rank martial technique. A small empire has an Earth rank martial technique? And his aura is very strange. His power is definitely not true essence. Who is he? Feeling Feng Wuchen's extremely violent power, Zhang Junlan was secretly shocked. But when he sensed Feng Wuchen's aura, his expression was somewhat sluggish. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen waved his right arm. With a whoosh, a huge golden energy slash flew out. The power that could pierce through heaven and earth made people tremble. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two extremely violent powers collided and instantly exploded. A loud sound resounded throughout the valley. The fierce energy ripples spread out without restraint, and the valley actually trembled slightly. Thick smoke billowed, densely covering the valley. After the powerful collision, both of them were forced back. 9 heavens chasing sun. Just as he stabilized his body, Zhang Junlan shouted again and immediately rushed out with an even more terrifying speed. It could be seen that his movement technique was very powerful. Dragon God's Shadow. Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, immediately used his movement technique to dodge. Boom, Zhang Junlan, who rushed over, directly smashed his palm at Feng Wuchen's location. With a loud explosion, a huge pit was formed on the ground, and gravel sputtered. His movement technique is indeed very good. His speed is not below mine. Zhang Junlan thought in his heart. Whoosh! 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 Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely fast. After swaying around, he arrived at Zhang Junlan's left side in the blink of an eye and blasted out a palm. Zhang Junlan's expression changed slightly. He had just landed his palm, and Feng Wuchen had already attacked. What kind of terrifying speed was this? But fortunately, Zhang Junlan's reaction was extremely fast, and his left palm hastily met the attack. Bam, the two palms collided, and with a muffled bang, Zhang Junlan was once again pushed back by Feng Wuchen. With Feng Wuchen's astonishing speed, Zhang Junlan was still able to attack in such an urgent situation. This made Feng Wuchen quite surprised. Humph. Your strength is not simple. Zhang Junlan sneered. At this moment, Zhang Junlan's expression changed. His fighting spirit was high, and a vigorous and violent energy was emitted from Zhang Junlan's body. His aura was completely different from before. Clang! Scarlet Flame Spear. Zhang Junlan waved his hand, and with a crisp clang, a silver spear appeared out of thin air. An incomparably powerful aura was emitted from the spear. This was a mid-grade spirit weapon. At this moment, Zhang Junlan's combat strength had soared to a new level. It was extremely terrifying, comparable to a 9th-level origin transformation realm martial artist. Such a violent aura. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with shock. Xiantian power. He has the Xiantian body constitution. This person's background is definitely not simple. Feng Wuchen was shocked. From Zhang Junlan's strength, he could tell that it was Xiantian power. You are the first person to force me to this point. Zhang Junlan said frivolously as he pointed the scarlet flame spear at Feng Wuchen. His eyes were filled with confidence and arrogance. With your 4th grade weapon refiner level, I'm afraid you can't refine the scarlet flame spear in your hand. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he took out the scarlet flame sword. Oh? You know that I'm a 4th grade weapon refiner? Zhang Junlan asked in surprise. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, with your current age, it's very impressive for you to be a 4th grade weapon refiner. In the entire continent, I'm afraid you won't be able to find more than 5 people. It's clear that you are a weapon refiner genius. After pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen continued, at the same time, you are also a cultivation genius. Xiantian body and Xiantian power are 1 in a million. The fact that you have them is enough to prove it. TSK, amazing. I really wonder if you can read my mind. How do you know everything? Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Pfft. Hearing this, Miao Qingqing, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I've seen it in ancient books. Humph. Since you know, then I'll let you see my true strength. Watch out for my spear. Zhang Junlan shouted. He waved the scarlet flame spear for a moment and then hacked it down on the ground. Feng Wuchen rushed out with the red fiery sword in his hand, dodging the spear light with a flash. His movements were agile and light. Feng Wuchen counterattacked with a sweep of his sword, and a golden sword light shot out. At the same time, he rushed forward at top speed. Bang! Zhang Junlan raised his spear and swept out. With a muffled bang, he directly shattered Feng Wuchen's sword light. It was extremely fierce. Come! Zhang Junlan roared. Seeing the rapidly approaching Feng Wuchen, the scarlet flame spear swept out again. Ding! Feng Wuchen gripped the red fiery sword with both hands and swept out fiercely. With a resplendent ding sound, an extremely violent force crazily swept out, tearing dozens of tiny cracks in the ground. Under the head-on collision, no one was pushed back. Their strength was equally matched. Zhang Junlan's attainments in the Tao of the spear were quite deep. It was as if he lived for the spear. The scarlet flame spear in his hand was like a living thing, combining hardness and softness. Good brat. My scarlet flame spear weighs 300 pounds. Your high-grade artifact can actually block it. Zhang Junlan said in surprise. Ding ding ding. Zhang Junlan crazily waved the scarlet flame spear and launched a fierce attack. In the fierce battle, sparks flew in all directions as waves of tyrannical energy spread out. No matter how fierce Zhang Junlan's attacks were, they were all cleverly blocked and neutralized by Feng Wuchen. He could not hit Feng Wuchen at all, let alone gain the upper hand. The terrifying power spread out one after another, turning the valley into a mess. He can actually fight against Big Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang's face was lifeless. He did not dare to believe that there was someone who could fight against Feng Wuchen at the same level. Didn't Big Brother Feng say it just now? This Zhang Junlan has an innate body and has innate power. He is very strong. You see, the martial skills he used are all earth rank, and the scarlet flame spear is a mid-grade spirit artifact. Miao Qingqing said with some worry in her heart. Zhang Junlan's strength was indeed terrifying. He had the power of the Xiantian realm, a middle-tier spirit weapon, and an earth-tier martial skill. It would be strange if he wasn't strong. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated by Feng Wuchen. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. In the midst of the fierce battle, Feng Wuchen found an opening and threw out a palm attack with his left hand without hesitation. The three palms overlapped and the power was astonishing. Break! Zhang Junlan bellowed, thrusting out with the scarlet flame spear in his hand. Boom! The spear had pierced through the energy palm and exploded with a boom. Ignoring the energy ripples, the scarlet flame spear continued to stab towards Feng Wuchen, its momentum incomparably fierce. Ding! Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone. With a crisp ding sound, the tip of the sword and the spearhead collided. The golden light and the blue light each occupied one side, and in an instant, a tyrannical force swept out. Boom! After a moment of collision, there was a loud explosion, and the two of them were forced back again. Again! Zhang Junlan bellowed, his fighting spirit had already been completely aroused. At this moment, he was extremely excited, as if he had not fought to his heart's content in a long time. Xiao, at this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at an extremely frightening speed, and the scarlet flame sword slashed up from below. What? Zhang Junlan's face suddenly changed, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. In a panic, Zhang Junlan suddenly stomped on the ground, and his figure rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding Feng Wuchen's tricky sword. His speed actually increased in an instant. What kind of movement skill is this? Zhang Junlan frowned. It was too dangerous just now, and he was almost finished. Looking at Zhang Junlan, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Your reaction is quite fast." Humph. Zhang Junlan coldly snorted, and activated his innate power again, causing a blue light to explode. 9 Heavens War God Spear. Total annihilation. Zhang Junlan bellowed, and an extremely tyrannical spear aura filled the air, and his aura became even more ferocious. Another low-grade earth-step martial skill. Lu Qingyang exclaimed in shock, his face was extremely pale. Miao Qingqing hurriedly shouted, "Brother Lu, let's hide further away." Xiao, as Zhang Junlan's bellow fell, the scarlet flame spear swept out, and a huge blue spear aura flew out like a hot knife through butter. It really had the aura of total annihilation. A powerful spear art executed by a spirit weapon was even more powerful and ferocious. Come on! Feng Wuchen's heroic spirit reached the clouds, and he activated the dragon god's power, and a golden light flashed, and a violent power was injected into the scarlet flame sword. Illusion sword arts. Illusion destruction break heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen bellowed, and an extremely violent sword aura gushed out, and the scarlet flame sword emitted a bright sword light, illuminating the entire valley. Come on. Let's see if your sword art or my spear art is stronger. Zhang Junlan bellowed, excited and expectant. Xiao, the scarlet flame sword fiercely swept out, and an extremely violent golden sword aura burst out from the tip of the sword, like a golden lightning, and disappeared in a flash. Boom, puff. Puff, in the blink of an eye, the sword aura and spear aura fiercely collided, and a deafening explosion resounded through the valley. An extremely terrifying energy ripple crazily spread out, causing the two to vomit blood and their figures to fly out. The terrifying energy ripple almost covered the entire valley, and all the flowers in the valley were destroyed. This collision was stronger than the previous one, and both of them were injured by each other. How is this possible? The Scarlet Flame Spear is a mid-grade spirit weapon, how can it be defeated by an upper-grade artifact? Zhang Junlan was greatly shocked, and he stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. Both of them were at the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm, and both of them possessed tyrannical fighting strength. What Zhang Junlan couldn't figure out was that even if Feng Wuchen was stronger than him, it wasn't by much. After all, he was using Xianxia power, and the Scarlet Flame Spear could completely compensate for it. But he still couldn't figure out why he couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen. Such a tyrannical spear art, even with my body's strength, I still can't withstand it. Truly amazing. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Although he was injured, it was nothing to Feng Wuchen. Big brother Feng, are you alright? Lu Qingyang, who was hiding halfway up the mountain, shouted. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Damn you, Feng Wuchen. I don't believe that I can't defeat you even if I use all my strength. On the other side, Zhang Junlan shouted. He once again activated his Xiantian power, and this time, it was at full strength. You can try. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, without any change in his expression. 9 Heavens War God Spear. Skybreaker. Zhang Junlan shouted again, and his aura soared. And even more. Tyrannical spear light filled the air, and a blue light burst out, making it hard for others to open their eyes. Xiao. Zhang Junlan soared into the sky and thrust out his spear. An extremely tyrannical spear light swooped down with an unstoppable momentum. Ding. Feng Wuchen stabbed the scarlet flame sword into the ground and clasped his hands together. A golden array appeared under his feet, followed by a series of mysterious runes. A resplendent golden light soared into the sky, and his aura was extremely violent. What kind of sword art is that? Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. He had never seen a sword art that could produce an array, unless it was a sword array. But Feng Wuchen's was not a sword array. 9 Heavens Illusion. Feng Wuchen shouted, and the golden light that soared into the sky instantly turned into an energy sword. Under the control of Feng Wuchen's sword finger, it turned into a golden lightning and broke through the sky. Rumble. Puff. Wang. Two ferocious forces collided and exploded, and a deafening explosion once again enveloped the valley. The terrifying explosive energy once again injured the two, and a buzzing sound echoed throughout the valley. Zhang Junlan, who was sent flying, directly hit a big rock at the foot of the mountain, and the rock was smashed into pieces. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, stabbed the scarlet flame sword into the ground and slid back more than 10 meters before stopping. In this second clash, the two's injuries worsened. Feng Wuchen was fine, but Zhang Junlan's injuries were serious. Seems like I won. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Big brother Feng, how are your injuries? Miao Qingqing asked worriedly. The two hurriedly ran over. It's fine. Feng Wuchen said as he walked towards Zhang Junlan. Zhang Junlan, who was seriously injured, struggled to get up. His whole body was in pain, and his pale face was filled with pain. Feng Wuchen. Can't you be a little gentler? I only used 90% of my strength. Zhang Junlan complained angrily. He was in so much pain that he was swaying as he walked. This is a healing pill. Feng Wuchen handed over one and said with a smile, I've already been merciful. I only used 70% of my strength. 70%? As soon as he swallowed the pill, Zhang Junlan's pale face immediately stiffened. Zhang Junlan wondered if he had heard wrongly. They were both in the 7th level of the origin transformation realm, but Feng Wuchen said that he only used 70% of his strength and even defeated him. At the same time, Zhang Junlan also discovered that Feng Wuchen's injuries were not serious. They were only light injuries. This made him even more shocked. Such a terrifying energy ripple was not able to heavily injure Feng Wuchen. How abnormal was he? You didn't lose unjustly. Who are you? You're so strong and have an innate constitution. You must have a big background. Feng Wuchen asked curiously. He had a good impression of Zhang Junlan. The continent's Zhang clan. Zhang Junlan said simply. He stared at Feng Wuchen and said, Can you at least tell me what kind of flame that is? Why did you come to the Scorching Fire Empire instead of staying in the great aristocratic family? Feng Wuchen asked. There are too many geniuses in the continent. If they can't beat them, they come to a remote place to bully little kids. Who knew that they would be the first to be beaten down by you? Zhang Junlan said unhappily and rolled his eyes at Feng Wuchen. Haha. You deserve to be unlucky. Of all people, you had to find Big Brother Feng. You're asking for trouble. Lu Qingyang suddenly laughed. Zhang Junlan said bitterly, who knew that the small Scorching Fire Empire would have such an abnormal person like him? Patting the dust off his body and glancing at Feng Wuchen, Zhang Junlan said unhappily, I'll definitely beat you next time. Humph. You still haven't told me what kind of flame that is. Zhang Junlan asked. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said, Actually, I don't know either. I got it by accident. Even if he knew, Feng Wuchen would not say. The less people who knew his secret, the less danger there would be. Oh right, Feng Wuchen, do you know Master Feng? Zhang Junlan suddenly asked. Master Feng? Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen and asked curiously, Of course I know. Why are you looking for Master Feng? So that's how it is. That's easy. If you don't think you've lost enough, then lose again. Feng Master is, Lu Qingyang was overjoyed, but before he could finish, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. Feng Wuchen said, Feng Master is in Heaven Capital. You can go look for him. He was there yesterday, but I don't know today. Maybe he's still there. Heaven Capital? Zhang Junlan nodded and said, Okay, I'll go look for him right away. Goodbye. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists. Feng Wuchen, just you wait. I'll definitely come find you. I won't stop until I beat you. Zhang Junlan said to Feng Wuchen as he walked. I won't see you off. Lu Qingyang waved his hand and smiled. Big Brother Feng, why did you lie to him? Miao Qingqing asked. I still have to cultivate. Where would I find so much time to waste on him? Feng Wuchen shook his head. There wasn't much time to begin with. If he wasted any more time, he wouldn't even need to cultivate. For a genius like Zhang Junlan who loved refining, if he knew that Feng Wuchen was Feng Master, Feng Wuchen probably wouldn't need to cultivate for the last 3 months. He would pester you to death. Big Brother Feng is right. That guy specially came to find Feng Master. If we let him see Big Brother Feng's refining ability, wouldn't that be terrible? Lu Qingyang nodded. Hurry up and cultivate. Feng Wuchen urged and continued to refine pills. The small valley was a mess. The originally beautiful flowers had disappeared. There were large cracks on the ground, but the cave was still there. Feng Wuchen casually found a place to continue refining pills. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing went to a nearby mountain to cultivate. Why is Big Brother Feng in such a hurry to raise his cultivation? Lu Qingyang was secretly puzzled as he cultivated, but he did not think too much about it. Not long after Zhang Junlan left, he took out a pill and swallowed it. It seemed to be a relatively powerful healing pill. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his throat, Zhang Junlan's injuries quickly recovered. Compared to Feng Wuchen's bone-growing qi replenishing pill, the effect was many times stronger. That guy Feng Wuchen is really terrifyingly strong. He actually made me suffer such heavy injuries. Zhang Junlan muttered to himself as he turned his head to look in the direction of the valley. Who is Feng Wuchen? What kind of expert could nurture such a terrifying disciple? Zhang Junlan secretly guessed. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen's origin. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Zhang Junlan said, Feng Wuchen, I will definitely defeat you. Just you wait. With that, Zhang Junlan turned around and left. About an hour later, because he did not know the location, Zhang Junlan finally arrived at Tiandu after asking many times. Once Zhang Junlan entered Tiandu, he began to madly inquire about Feng Master's whereabouts. But no one knew Feng Master's whereabouts. Many people kindly reminded Zhang Junlan not to provoke Feng Master, so as to avoid a fatal disaster. But Zhang Junlan did not take it seriously. With his identity, not to mention Feng Master, even if it was the imperial family, he would not be afraid. Along the way, he did not find Feng Master's whereabouts. Zhang Junlan even went to many families in Tiandu to inquire, but he did not find anything. Even if he asked Feng Master's name, no one knew. They only called him Feng Master. Because of this, Zhang Junlan was extremely depressed. He even suspected that Feng Wuchen was lying to him. Little brother, if you want to find Feng Master, why don't you ask the city lord? Yesterday, Feng Master was still in the main city. Even the imperial preceptor and princes, as well as the major forces of Yunzhou, are in the main city, an old man said to Zhang Junlan. Main city? Zhang Junlan's gaze swept across the tallest and most imposing palace in Tiandu. Then, he said gratefully, thank you, old mister. But to Zhang Junlan's disappointment, Chu Wuhan did not know Feng Master's whereabouts. Furthermore, he had already left yesterday. However, Chu Wuhan did tell Zhang Junlan that in 3 months, Feng Master's father would be celebrating his 50th birthday. Zhang Junlan could not wait for 3 months. If he had not confirmed that Feng Master could really achieve success with a thought, he would have given up. In the following period of time, Zhang Junlan went around asking around. What Zhang Junlan did not know was that the Feng Master he was looking for was Feng Wuchen. Time passed day by day. Feng Wuchen and the other two were still working hard on their cultivation, while Zhang Junlan was still asking around for Feng Master's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had improved greatly. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's cultivation had also improved greatly with the help of the mystic enlightenment pill. The only unlucky one was Zhang Junlan. He had almost searched the entire Yunzhou, but he still could not find out about Feng Master's whereabouts. Zhang Junlan had been asking around for a month. One could see how strong his perseverance was. A month had passed, and the major forces in Yunzhou were relatively calm. No one dared to send people to assassinate Feng Wuchen. Of course, no one knew what would happen in the future. Time passed in this peaceful atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Feng Wuchen, who was madly cultivating, exhausted all his abilities and only broke through to the 9th level of the origin transformation realm. No matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to break through to the origin core realm. Without the help of treasures, it was impossible to step into the origin core realm in 2 months with just medicinal pills. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to cultivate. Feng Wuchen was no exception. Moreover, Feng Wuchen did not dare to consume too many medicinal pills as he was worried that it would affect his foundation. There's no more time to break through to the origin core realm. If I had one more portion of the green ferocious lion's blood essence, stepping into the origin core realm would not be a problem. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. However, Feng Wuchen was not too dispirited. Even if he could not break through to the origin core realm this time, there would be a next time. As for Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing, they had already broken through to the 5th level of the origin transformation realm in 2 months. Moreover, their comprehension of the sword technique had deepened. In 2 months of closed-door cultivation, their cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were already used to Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed. Breaking through 2 levels in 2 months, other than envy, there was nothing else they could do. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "The warm flow in my body is becoming more and more obvious." Fortunately, nothing bad had happened during these 2 months of cultivation. The existence of this warm flow more or less made Feng Wuchen somewhat worried. At this moment, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were practicing the sword. The two of them had a tacit understanding and their movements were graceful. It looked like they were practicing the sword, but it was more like they were dancing. Feng Wuchen slowly stood up and glanced at the two of them practicing the sword. Then, his body swayed and he descended from the rock. His speed was extremely terrifying. Big Brother Feng, aren't you cultivating? With Big Brother Feng's cultivation speed, it shouldn't be long before you enter the origin core realm. Sensing something, Miao Qingqing suddenly stopped and asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "There's no time. I have to rush back to Tianzhou. You guys cultivate well. When I'm done with everything, I'll come and find you guys." Big Brother Feng wants to go back by himself? Lu Qingyang was stunned at first, then hurriedly said, "Big Brother Feng, we'll go back with you." No, things are not as simple as you think. It's very dangerous this time. Feng Wuchen shook his head and refused. This time, what he had to face was not as simple as Yunzhou, but the Tianyun clan of the empire. Of course, this was Feng Wuchen's worst-case scenario. Of course, Feng Wuchen did not want the Tianyun clan to interfere. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome and very dangerous. We'll go through thick and thin together. I don't care if it's dangerous or not. Even if you don't agree, we'll go. Besides, Big Brother Feng, your father is celebrating his birthday. All the more reason for us to go. Lu Qingyang looked like he was determined to go. Miao Qingqing agreed and said, "Big Brother Lu is right. Big Brother Feng has been very kind to us. No matter where Big Brother Feng goes, no matter what danger he encounters, we'll face it with him. Qing'er is right. We've experienced more dangerous things. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Qingyang said firmly. To be able to survive 2 months of torture, Lu Qingyang could be said to have walked out of the gates of hell. Even the king of hell did not dare to take him in, so what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, Lu Qingyang was not a person who was afraid of trouble, but a person who caused trouble. "Why are you doing this?" Feng Wuchen sighed softly, but he was quite touched. A warm current flowed through his heart. Feng Wuchen did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a pleasant and moving voice that caused Feng Wuchen to be familiar and nostalgic sounded out. "Big Brother Feng. Who's there?" Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing instantly became vigilant. "Xiao." Feng Wuchen was overjoyed in his heart, and he abruptly raised his head to look towards the source of the voice. This pleasant and moving voice came too suddenly, causing Feng Wuchen to feel that it was a hallucination. "Xiao?" Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were stunned when they heard Feng Wuchen address her. A beautiful figure flew down from the peak of the mountain. The young girl wore a pink muslin dress, her long hair fluttered, and her beautiful face was exquisite. She was extremely stunning, like a celestial fairy. The young girl that flew down was precisely Ling Xiaoxiao. At this moment, a pair of violet wings condensed behind her back, and she was like an angel that descended. So beautiful. Miao Qingqing was dumbstruck. First level of the origin core stage. Who is she to Big Brother Feng? Lu Qingyang stared with his eyes wide open as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao who floated down, and he simply didn't dare believe that such a beautiful young girl was actually an origin core stage expert. Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao floated down before Feng Wuchen, and the violet wings behind her dispersed as she affectionately called out, and her beautiful face was covered in a happy and sweet smile. "Xiaoxiao, why have you come?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. The moment he saw Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. After not seeing her for almost a year, Ling Xiaoxiao had become even more beautiful and moving. Her skin was like jade, and her figure was curvaceous. She was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but take another glance. Compared to before, he felt that Ling Xiaoxiao was even more attractive. Ling Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth and smiled playfully. "I missed Big Brother Feng. How did you know I was in the Cloud Prefecture?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. "No matter where Big Brother Feng is, I'm able to find you. The aura on Big Brother Feng is very unique. Seeing the two of them flirting and having an extraordinary relationship, and Ling Xiaoxiao being so intimate with Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing seemed to have discerned something. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Even though they hadn't seen each other for almost a year, she was still extremely intimate with Feng Wuchen. Uncle Feng's birthday is in a month. Big brother Feng, I prepared a birthday gift. Big brother Feng, are you keeping a mistress in your house? Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing walked over. Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen with a mischievous smile. Hello, I'm Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled as she looked at Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing with her big watery eyes. Hello, Miss Ling is so beautiful. Miao Qingqing smiled intimately and did not forget to praise her. Tell us the truth. Who is this fairy to you? Tell us, is she Big Brother Feng's sweetheart? Lu Qingyang hugged Feng Wuchen and asked in a low voice with a threatening look. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes and said angrily, What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I'll cut your tongue off. Hee, Big Brother Feng is blushing. Looks like it's true. Lu Qingyang laughed mischievously and gave Feng Wuchen a thumbs up. He praised in a low voice, Big Brother Feng is amazing. Even a fairy has been taken down by you. Are you itching for a beating? Feng Wuchen glared. Lu Qingyang was so scared that he quickly hid behind Miao Qingqing. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang quickly said, Miss Ling, let me tell you. Big Brother Feng often mentions you to us. He even mentions your name when he cultivates. Ah? Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked and her face instantly turned red. Lu Qingyang. Feng Wuchen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Qingyang was so scared that he immediately ran away. Big Brother Feng, I'm just joking. Impulse is the devil. Lu Qingyang shouted as he ran. Miao Qingqing covered her mouth and snickered. Then she said, Miss Ling, don't listen to his nonsense. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded shyly. Regardless of whether Lu Qingyang was talking nonsense or not, Ling Xiaoxiao was also very happy in her heart. Xiaoxiao, Qingqing, let's go down the mountain, Feng Wuchen said calmly. He sounded a little embarrassed. Brother Feng, are we going back to Tianzhou? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, holding Feng Wuchen's arm intimately, directly breaking the awkward situation. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Yes, it's good to go back early. Lu Qingyang followed them from afar, but he didn't dare to get close. He was afraid that Feng Wuchen would grab him and beat him up. Xiaoxiao, your cultivation base is rising very quickly. Feng Wuchen praised with a smile. No matter how fast it is, it can't be compared to Brother Feng. I'm about to step into the Yuandan stage. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed lightly. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was terrifying. Ling Xiaoxiao was very clear in her heart. Speaking of cultivation speed, Feng Wuchen was indeed faster. Before, he was still far behind Ling Xiaoxiao. Now, he was only half a stage away. The Supreme Dragon God technique should be able to restrain my aura. Feng Wuchen thought in his heart. Then, under Feng Wuchen's control, the aura emitted from his body completely disappeared. Feng Wuchen always felt uncomfortable when his cultivation was seen through with a glance. Miss Ling, you're from the continent, right? Seeing that you're younger than me, your cultivation has already stepped into the Yuandan stage. You must be a disciple of a large faction. Our empire doesn't have such a terrifying genius like you. Miao Qingqing guessed. Just from Ling Xiaoxiao's temperament, she could tell that she was not a disciple of an ordinary faction. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded her head and didn't reveal too much. As for Ling Xiaoxiao's identity, Feng Wuchen didn't know. Even when he asked, she didn't say anything. After that, Feng Wuchen didn't ask anymore. I heard that Big Brother Feng is already the famous Feng master in the Cloud region. I also want to see the artifact creation ability. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly as she looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, there will be a chance in the future. Let's hurry on our way. Feng Wuchen's group of 3 increased their speed. Lu Qingyang quickly chased after them. In 3 days, Feng Wuchen's group of 4 had already arrived at the border of the Cloud region. After crossing the border, they would be in the Sky region. I've never been to the Sky region before. The Skyflame Academy and the Empire's strongest sect are all in the Sky region. Moreover, I heard that the Sky Region's imperial capital is even more powerful than the Sky Region. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. Big brother Feng, where's your home? Miao Qingqing asked. Wushuang City. It's still far away. Let's find a place to eat first. Feng Wuchen smiled. After rushing for a few days, even an essence transformation realm cultivator couldn't withstand it. Half an hour later, Feng Wuchen's group of 4 stepped into the Sky Region's cloud-gazing city. Cloud-gazing city was the only way from the Cloud Region to the Sky Region. There were many Empire soldiers guarding the city gate. It was the same for the other regions. After eating and drinking to their fill, Feng Wuchen's group of 4 continued their journey. After returning to the Sky Region, Feng Wuchen couldn't wait for a moment. He wanted to return to the Feng family in Wushuang City as soon as possible. However, when Feng Wuchen's group of 4 walked out of the restaurant, because of Xianxia's stunning beauty, she attracted countless gazes when she entered the city. Now, there were even bolder people who blocked the entrance of the restaurant. There were many people who came, and those who had the guts to behave atrociously in Cloud-Gazing City were probably only people from the few families in Cloud-Gazing City. There were also many onlookers on the streets. The 3 young masters stared straight at Ling Xiaoxiao and kept swallowing their saliva. They looked like they would pounce on her at any time. So beautiful. So exciting. A man said excitedly. He was extremely excited. There was a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant. All the men's gazes fell on Ling Xiaoxiao. Sensing these gazes, Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face instantly turned cold. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust and killing intent. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said coldly, "What do you want? Do you still need to ask? You can tell just by looking at their beasts." Lu Qingyang said gloomily. Even a fool could guess that they were here for Ling Xiaoxiao. You two better get lost. I'm not interested in you. A young master glanced at Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang disdainfully and sneered. His gaze was fixed on Ling Xiaoxiao. Brat, if you don't want to die, get lost quickly. Don't hinder me from looking at the beauty. Another young master threatened. Slap, as soon as the young master's voice fell, there was a sudden crisp slap. A fiery red palm print instantly appeared on his face, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This slap immediately silenced the street. Everyone was stunned and stared blankly at Feng Wuchen. That young master was also stunned. It was as if he couldn't feel the pain on his face. It was as if he had been beaten silly. That brat dared to hit young Master Zhang. He doesn't want to live anymore? Young Master Zhang was hit. Something is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. The onlookers on the street were all frightened and panicked. It was as if they had seen something impossible. You dare to hit me? You. That young master stared at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Anger surged in his heart. Slap, but before that young master could finish his words, Feng Wuchen slapped him again. Another crisp sound was heard. The powerful force directly hit that young master to the ground. You don't know what's good for you. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. You dare to hit me? Brat. You're tired of living. That young master was furious. His face was so ferocious that it was terrifying. He looked as if he was going to eat someone. I hit you. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. His voice was very cold and carried a murderous aura. Kill him for me. The young master roared furiously, blue veins popping out on his forehead. Another young master also shouted angrily, kill these 2 brats. Capture them for me. The bodyguards behind the young master swarmed forward. Looking at their fierce posture, it was as if they were going to tear Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang to pieces. Humph. Let me see how strong I am now. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. He took out his long sword and immediately launched an attack. Feng Wuchen had already made his move. Anyone who dared to have any ideas about Ling Xiaoxiao had already touched Feng Wuchen's bottom line. Bang, 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 chi, chi, chi. Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang attacked fiercely. The bodyguards who rushed forward were either sent flying by Feng Wuchen or killed by Lu Qingyang mercilessly. The fierce methods of the two frightened the onlookers. Many people were worried that they would get into trouble and ran away. In less than 2 minutes, dozens of bodyguards were either dead or sent flying. The street was a mess. The three young masters in the lead were also scared out of their wits. This was Cloud-Gazing City, their territory. Did Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang want to die? Although they said so, the onlookers in Cloud-Gazing City felt very relieved. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again if you have the guts. Feng Wuchen walked to a young master and asked coldly. The cold murderous aura frightened the three young masters. Almost all the bodyguards were killed. Only 6 or 7 of them were seriously injured. They probably wouldn't survive. It would be strange if they weren't scared out of their wits by such fierce methods. Bang, 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 puff, 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 Feng Wuchen quickly punched each of them. The fierce power made the 3 of them vomit blood and their bodies fly 7 or 8 meters away. The crowd was so frightened that they scattered in panic. Brat, you won't leave Cloud-Gazing City alive. A young master roared in horror. Quick! Call General Wang over. Kill them. Kill them. Another young master roared in shock and fear. The onlookers were very confused. Who were Feng Wuchen and the others? They dared to hit the 3 young masters of Cloud-Gazing City and kill so many bodyguards of the 3 families. They simply didn't take the 3 families of Cloud-Gazing City seriously. Wait for General Wang to come over. None of you can leave alive. Just you wait. Another young master shouted angrily. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Feng Wuchen was expressionless. He was not afraid at all and was not threatened at all. Soon, the higher-ups of the 3 families heard the news and came over. At the same time, the imperial soldiers guarding the border poured into the city. The middle-aged man in the lead was General Wang. What happened? A family head frowned and asked. His face was very ugly. He had already seen many dead bodyguards. Father, they killed them. It's those 2 brats. A young master pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. Who dares to behave atrociously in Cloud-Gazing City? General Wang's angry shout was heard before the soldiers arrived. General Wang. It's them. Those 2 brats killed dozens of people from our 3 families and dared to injure us. General Wang, please seek justice for us. A young master hurriedly reported with a long face. Humph. How dare you? General Wang was furious. He walked up quickly and looked like he was going to show off his power. With the appearance of General Wang, the 3 young masters revealed a smug grin. General Wang was completely frozen in place, as if someone had used a body-freezing technique on him. He didn't move at all, and his eyes were filled with fear. Simply lawless. General Wang, they must be extremely vicious and evil people. Capture them immediately. An elder said angrily in a deep voice. Arrest them? Wouldn't that be letting them off easy? After killing so many guards, they still want to live? A family head said angrily. His narrowed eyes were filled with murderous intent. General Wang, they don't care about human lives. I think they must be criminals of the empire. Such evil people should be beheaded. That's right. General Wang. Kill them. Women can't be spared. They must die. Such evil people, if we don't kill them, more people will die in their hands in the future. They are criminals of the empire. The 3 young masters became more and more proud. They stared at Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang with mocking eyes. It was as if they could already imagine Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang's ending. However, they didn't seem to notice the fear in General Wang's eyes. They also didn't notice that General Wang was so stiff that he couldn't move. Just when everyone thought that General Wang was going to arrest Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang, the following scene scared them out of their wits. General Wang suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop and said in fear, General greets the great leader. Great leader? General Wang's action instantly caused the faces of the 3 families' upper echelons to change. Many of the soldiers were stunned at first, then they all knelt down. General greets the great leader. The soldiers were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them was the great leader of the empire? the news of the emperor conferring the great leader had already spread throughout the empire. However, they didn't know who the great leader was. They only knew that it was Feng Master. Since the man in front of them was the great leader, then he was definitely that Feng Master. He is Feng Master. The three young masters were so frightened that their legs went soft. General greets the great leader. Everyone on the street knelt down. The great leader led the Black Flag Army and the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. His position was equivalent to a great general. They couldn't help but be respectful. The crowd was shocked. Feng Master, whose name Xianxia, had obviously spread to Tianzhou. You recognize me? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he looked at General Wang expressionlessly. The Grand General has already given the order and sent someone to bring the Grand General's portrait. He wants me to welcome the Grand General back to Tianzhou. General Wang replied with trepidation. At this moment, General Wang wanted nothing more than to kill the three young masters on the spot. Of all the people he could have offended, he just had to offend a commander-in-chief. How could General Wang not know what the three young masters were thinking? They clearly wanted to make a move on Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing. The three young masters had done similar things many times in Cloud-Gazing City. You've got guts. You know that the great commander is here in person, yet you still dare to go against your superior. I think you're all tired of living. Lu Qingyang said coldly, acting as if he was one of the great commander's favorite people. I wouldn't dare. This general did not know that great commander had arrived. Please forgive us, great commander. General Wang was scared out of his wits. Although this was the first time he had seen Feng Wuchen, he had long heard of how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Moreover, he was the commander of the empire's most elite troops. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, great commander. The higher-ups of the three great clans all knelt down. It was needless to say how panicked they were. Offending the great commander was a capital offense. The three young masters were even more daring. They actually dared to block the great commander's path and unscrupulously wanted to steal his women. Tie the three of them up and drop them on the city gate until they faint. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Feng Wuchen could see that General Wang had some relationship with the three great clans, so he did not make things difficult for him. Yes. General Wang did not dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly ordered the soldiers to tie up the three young masters. The higher-ups of the three great clans did not dare to fart. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only accept it. They would be thanking the gods if Feng Wuchen did not charge them with the crime of offending their superiors. You are quite lucky to have met me on an important matter. General Wang, if they dare to offend me again, kill them on the spot. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. We will follow the great commander's orders. General Wang said respectfully. Feng Wuchen could not be bothered with them. Afterward, the four of them left Cloud-Gazing City. Farewell, great commander. General Wang and the higher-ups of the three great clans all heaved a sigh of relief. Others might not know that Feng Wuchen's pursuit had alarmed the state preceptor and the Grand Prince, but General Wang was very clear. Feng Wuchen was definitely not someone a small general like them could offend. Look after your three sons in the future. If they offend you again, don't blame this general for not taking into account our past relationship. Humph. General Wang shouted angrily. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, General Wang would really be in deep trouble. The three clan leaders were depressed, but they did not dare to say anything more. You can't imagine how terrifying the great commander is. He is returning to Tianzhou this time. You will have plenty of opportunities to know how terrifying the great commander is. General Wang shouted angrily. He glared fiercely at the three clan leaders and left angrily. After General Wang left with the soldiers, the people on the street were still in shock. Feng Wuchen and the other three left Cloud-Gazing City and rushed to Wushuang City. Feng Wuchen did not have the heart to argue with the three great clans of Cloud-Gazing City. He only wanted to return to the Feng family to see their current strength and the situation they were in. Did the things Feng Wuchen left behind help the Feng family grow stronger? Feng Wuchen urgently wanted to know if the Sky Flame Academy kept their promise to protect the Feng family for a year, if the Mo family and the Huangfu family secretly took action, if the Tianyun clan interfered, and so on. In short, Feng Wuchen wanted to know everything about the Feng family. What made Brother Feng so anxious? Brother Feng seems to be very worried. Lu Qingyang frowned. Along the way, he could see that Feng Wuchen was absent-minded and did not know what he was thinking. Miao Qingqing could also see it, but they did not ask. Ling Xiaoxiao followed behind Feng Wuchen obediently without the slightest worry. No matter what happened, she would not leave Feng Wuchen's side. After 3 days of continuous travel, Feng Wuchen and the other 3 finally arrived at Wushuang City. The familiar city, the familiar environment, and the familiar city gate were all imprinted in Feng Wuchen's eyes. It's been almost a year. I'm finally back. I wonder if father and mother are doing well? Feng Wuchen was very excited as all kinds of thoughts surged in his mind. Is this where Brother Feng grew up? This Wushuang City is similar to our Luantian city. Lu Qingyang muttered as he looked around. It's very lively. Miao Qingqing nodded and smiled. Brother Feng, you haven't been back for a year. You must miss it, right? Let's enter the city. Ling Xiaoxiao happily smiled. After not returning for almost a year, Wushuang City did not change much. It was still the same. The city did not change, but Feng Wuchen, who went out to temper himself for almost a year, had a great change. His temperament had become more mature and steady. He no longer had the childishness from a year ago. He was more tenacious and confident. Standing in front of the city gate, Feng Wuchen suppressed the excitement and anticipation in his heart and took the lead to enter the city. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest followed closely behind. Hey, did you see that? That seems to be the Feng clan's 3rd young master. And that beautiful lady, isn't she Miss Ling who followed the 3rd young master back then? They really look alike. Could it really be the 3rd young master? Feng clan's 3rd young master? Where is he? Why don't I see him? The Feng clan's 3rd young master disappeared for a year. You might have seen wrongly. Walking on the street, many people felt that Feng Wuchen was very similar to the 3rd young master of the Feng clan, but they were not sure. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen's group of 4 arrived in front of the Feng clan residence. Big Brother Feng, is this your home? Not bad, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. The Feng clan has indeed grown much stronger. Father and the rest are all safe and sound. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Through their auras, Feng Wuchen could confirm that Feng Jingxiong and the rest were safe and sound. Feng Wuxin was finally relieved. In front of the Feng clan residence, 2 guards inadvertently saw Feng Wuchen's group of 4. When they took a closer look, they were stunned. Is that the 3rd young master? One of the guards asked uncertainly. Seems like it. And Miss Ling? The other guard nodded in a daze. That's right. It's the 3rd young master. It's the 3rd young master. The guard became excited and quickly ran up. 3rd young master. Is it really you? Am I seeing wrongly? Feng Wuchen smiled happily. It's me. I'm back. It's really the 3rd young master. The 3rd young master is back. The guard standing at the door was extremely excited. He immediately rushed into the residence and shouted, Patriarch. Madam. Third young master is back. 3rd young master is back. In the Feng clan's hall, Feng Jingxiong's face was extremely ugly. Feng Qianyang and the other elders were the same. That old man Mo Kuan wants to force our Feng clan to take action. Once we take action, the Mo clan and Huangfu clan will use this opportunity to destroy our Feng clan. But if we don't take action, the 1,000 treasure pavilion will be destroyed and brother you will be implicated. Feng Jingxiong said gloomily. Feng Qianyang said in a deep voice, it must be Mo Kuan's idea for the Yang clan to target the Lin clan. If the 1,000 treasure pavilion is destroyed, our Feng clan won't be able to hold on for long. Mo Kuan, that old fox, is getting more and more arrogant with the support of the Huangfu clan. There's less than a month left. Even if we don't take action, once the time is up, without the protection of the academy, the Huangfu clan and the Mo clan will still attack us. The academy won't be able to withstand the pressure of the Tianyun clan. Feng Yinshan sighed helplessly. As a result, the Feng clan was in a dangerous situation. There was no way out. Just as they were feeling angry and worried, the guard's excited shout came from outside the hall. "Chen is back?" Feng Xingxiong's face suddenly changed and was instantly filled with joy. He hurriedly ran out of the hall. "Is the third young master back?" Feng Qianyang and the rest followed him out. "Third brother is back." "That's great. Third brother is back." Feng Zhan and Feng Yuan rushed out of the room in ecstasy. The guard's shout echoed throughout the Feng clan's residence. Everyone rushed out, including the juniors of the same age. "Chen Er!" Xiao Qingqing cried tears of joy. She ran and shouted. In less than a minute, the entire Feng clan was gathered in the Feng clan's courtyard. "Chen Er! It's really Chen Er!" Xiao Qingqing recognized her son at a glance. She ran over with tears of joy and hugged Feng Wuchen in her arms. "Third brother!" Feng Yuan and Feng Zhan also rushed out. "Third young master is really back." Everyone in the Feng family was overjoyed. Many people were crying tears of joy. "Mother!" Feng Wuchen's eyes were red. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist the impact of familial love. Xiao Qingqing cried, "Let mother take a good look." "Aunt Xiao." Ling Xiaoxiao greeted obediently. "Xiaoxiao. You're back too. That's great. You've grown prettier again." Xiao Qingqing was overjoyed. She hugged Ling Xiaoxiao again, completely treating Ling Xiaoxiao as her own daughter. "Aunt Xiao, we're Big Brother Feng's friends. I'm Lu Qingyang, and she's Miao Qingqing." Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing also greeted. Xiao Qingqing nodded happily. She could finally put down her worries for a year. "Father." "Elder." Feng Wuchen looked at Feng Xingxiong and greeted him happily. "It's good that you're back," Feng Xingxiong said excitedly. Seeing Feng Wuchen return safely, his eyes also had traces of tears. "Uncle Feng." 3 elders. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing respectfully greeted. After Feng Wuchen introduced Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing, everyone entered the main hall. After Feng Wuchen returned, Xiao Qingqing personally prepared a banquet. Everyone in the Feng family happily busied themselves. In the main hall, Feng Xingxiong asked about Feng Wuchen's situation this year. Other than the matter of General and Master Feng Wuchen roughly explained everything. Lu Qingyang also guessed that Feng Wuchen was intentionally hiding something, but he didn't expose him. 9th level of the Origin Transformation Realm? He's almost catching up to Dad. Feng Xingxiong was extremely shocked. He didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. In just 1 year, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had surpassed the elders and became the second strongest expert in the Feng clan. Feng Wuchen had retracted his aura, so no one could see his exact cultivation level. If it wasn't for Feng Xingxiong asking, no one would have known that Feng Wuchen had become so powerful. The upper echelons of the Feng clan were shocked as they stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. "Third young master, your alchemy realm seems to have reached the 3rd grade, and your soul power is quite strong," Feng Qianyang said in shock. His old eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "It is indeed the 3rd stage realm." Hiss. The upper echelons of the Feng clan were shocked once again as they all gasped, "3rd grade alchemist." The Feng clan produced a 3rd grade alchemist. Third young master has reached the level of a 3rd grade alchemist. The people outside the hall were so shocked that they started cheering loudly. Feng Xingxiong also laughed excitedly. Feng Xingxiong was very clear what the existence of a 3rd grade alchemist meant. Feng Wuchen's terrifying improvement was beyond the expectations of the Feng clan. In less than a year, Feng Wuchen had such shocking growth. Who knows how many people could only dream of catching up to him. If that's the case, we can recruit more people, Feng Xingxiong said happily as if he saw hope. Recruit? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and asked seriously, "Dad, what happened? Tell me about the Feng clan's situation and the Mo clan's situation." Hearing this, Feng Xingxiong sighed and said seriously, "Our situation is quite dangerous now. If you didn't ask the academy to protect our Feng clan for a year, I'm afraid our Feng clan would have been destroyed long ago." Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's face turned cold, but he didn't interrupt. Feng Jingxiong then told Feng Wuchen everything that happened in Wushuang City in the past year. The Yang clan is against the Lin clan, and the Mo clan is against the Wanbao Pavilion. The Mo clan is trying to isolate the Feng clan and force us to take action. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Jingxiong said in a low voice, "That's right. After Mo Kuan broke through to the primal core realm, there have been constant battles for the past 6 months. The Huangfu clan even helped Master Yang break through to the primal core realm. In the past 6 months, it's also thanks to the Academy's help, but there's not much time left. So the Feng clan is in such a dangerous situation. No wonder Brother Feng came back in such a hurry." "It seems that he also guessed that the Mo clan would take action," Lu Qingyang said solemnly. "The danger that Brother Feng is talking about should be the Tianyun clan," Miao Qingqing said. Feng Wuchen said, "The Tianyun clan is the strongest clan in the empire. Even the empire has to be wary of them. If a war really breaks out, the empire may not be able to defeat the Tianyun clan. However, we still don't know if the Tianyun clan will intervene. After all, Mo Ling is already a disciple of the Tianyun clan. The Huangfu clan is already powerless to deal with them, let alone the Tianyun clan. Even the Academy won't dare to protect the Feng clan." Feng Qianyang shook his head helplessly. After a pause, Feng Qianyang continued, "However, with the third young master's status as a grade 3 alchemist, it's enough to suppress the Mo clan. Father, elder, don't worry about these things. Father can just wait for his 50th birthday. As long as the Huangfu clan doesn't take action, there's nothing to worry about." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, seemingly not very worried. To be honest, Feng Wuchen didn't really care about the Huangfu clan. The biggest threat was the Tianyun clan. Brother Feng is right. Uncle Feng's birthday is more important, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Feng Jingxiong nodded, then smiled and said, "Chen is back today. Let's not worry about the unhappy things for now. The banquet is almost over. Chen, have a drink with me." It was obvious that Feng Jingxiong was very happy with Feng Wuchen's return, and there was an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. Under the care of Xiao Qingqing and her son, the banquet was quickly prepared. The Feng clan was overjoyed as they welcomed Feng Wuchen together. Feng Wuchen usually didn't drink, but today he made an exception and drank a few glasses with Feng Jingxiong. From these few glasses of wine, Feng Wuchen could feel the bitterness of Feng Jingxiong over the years. For the Feng clan, Feng Jingxiong had done his best and silently endured countless sufferings and dangers in order to achieve the peace that the Feng clan had today. "Father, this cup of wine is for you. For so many years, Father has been shouldering all the big and small matters of the Feng clan. What I want to say is that I will help you in the future. As long as I'm still alive, no one can harm a single hair of the Feng clan." Feng Wuchen raised his wine cup and said. These words were filled with the respect that Feng Wuchen had for his father. Good, good, good. Feng Jingxiong was moved when he heard this. Even though he was a man of indomitable spirit, he couldn't suppress the impact of family love at this moment. His eyes turned red as he said, "Chen has grown up. Chen has really grown up. He must have experienced a lot in this year," Xiao Qingqing said emotionally. She felt sorry for Feng Wuchen and kept wiping her tears. Everyone in the Feng clan was gratified. Many people were wiping their tears, and the maid, Xiao Lan, kept sobbing. "Yo! What day is it today? The Feng clan is so lively." Just when everyone in the Feng clan was touched, a strange laughter came from outside the door. Everyone looked over. Feng Jingxiong frowned and asked, "Yang Zhongtian, what are you doing here?" The person who came was one of the higher-ups of the Yang clan, Yang Zhongtian. He was in his early 40s and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the Origin Transformation realm. Of course, it was also with the help of the Huangfu clan that he had today's cultivation. With his cultivation, other than Feng Jingxiong, no one in the Feng clan could do anything to him. Moreover, Feng Jingxiong didn't dare to act rashly. Because of this, Yang Zhongtian had been very arrogant for the past half a year. With the help of the Mo clan and the Huangfu clan, he didn't take the Feng clan seriously at all. Now that the Academy's time to protect the Feng clan was approaching, he came to the Feng clan even more arrogantly. "Feng clan head, I'm here to remind you that the Feng clan doesn't have much time left. However, it seems that you're living quite comfortably. Yang Zhongtian sneered. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. The Feng clan doesn't welcome you. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. He didn't even look at Yang Zhongtian. Hearing this lukewarm voice, Yang Zhongtian's cold gaze instantly swept over. However, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw who it was. Feng Wuchen? Yang Zhongtian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell who it was. When did Feng Wuchen come back? He had disappeared for almost a year. Other than the Feng clan, no one knew where Feng Wuchen went. Are you surprised to see me? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. I see. This banquet is to welcome the Feng clan's third young master. Yang Zhongtian sneered, another one has come back to court death. Feng Wuchen's appearance was definitely a good rest for the Yang clan and the Mo clan. Feng Wuchen had always been a thorn in the side of the Yang clan and the Mo clan. Feng Wuchen had previously displayed a terrifying cultivation speed. The two clans were very worried about Feng Wuchen's growth and had always wanted to get rid of Feng Wuchen. Court death? Are you talking about yourself? Feng Wuchen sneered. Yang Zhongtian sneered, third young master, I haven't seen you for a year and you've become very arrogant. But let me tell you, the Yang clan is no longer the Yang clan from a year ago. You've come back just in time to avenge the eldest young master. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. His cold eyes swept across and instantly, Yang Zhongtian trembled in fright. What a terrifying gaze. What's going on? I'm actually frightened by this brat. Yang Zhongtian was shocked. He had never seen such a cold gaze that was devoid of human emotions. Yang Zhongtian wasn't frightened. He quickly calmed down and said disdainfully, Humph. Even your father doesn't dare to do anything to me. Who do you think you are? I'm nothing. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He slowly put down his wine cup and said, but if I want to kill you, it's no different from killing an ant. Third young master has such a big mouth. Yang Zhongtian said disdainfully. But before he could finish his sentence, his face was filled with fear. Swoosh! In an instant, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Yang Zhongtian. His speed was so terrifying that no one present could detect it. What kind of movement skill is that? Feng Jingxiong was shocked. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't react in time. So fast. Everyone in the Feng clan was stunned. No one knew what kind of movement skill Feng Wuchen used. They only noticed it when Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Yang Zhongtian. Brother Feng, this seems to be a movement skill. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. She was surprised that Feng Wuchen knew such a terrifying movement skill. Chener's movement technique is terrifying. It seems to be the same as the 8 mysterious men. Feng Jingxiong frowned as he thought of the 8 mysterious men that appeared in Tianzhou recently. The 8 mysterious men were powerful and their movement techniques were impressive. They came and went without a trace. It was exactly the same as Feng Wuchen's movement technique, no one knew who they were, and the 8 mysterious people rarely appeared. Could Chener be related to them? Feng Jingxiong guessed but he wasn't sure. The sudden appearance of Feng Wuchen frightened Yang Zhongtian for a moment. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Preposterous. Yang Zhongtian was enraged as he felt that he was tricked by Feng Wuchen. His face turned ferocious as he channeled his true origin energy and threw a punch. Feng Wuchen dodged with shocking speed and immediately used his right hand to grab Yang Zhongtian's neck and lifted him up. How is this possible? Yang Zhongtian was shocked again. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying and he didn't notice it at all. This was nothing. What made Yang Zhongtian even more terrified was that he couldn't break free from Feng Wuchen's grasp with his 9th level origin transformation realm cultivation. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's strength? At this moment, Yang Zhongtian seemed to have realized something. He regretted stepping into the Feng family. Chener is so powerful. Feng Jingxiong was in disbelief as he stood up in shock. Feng Qianyang and the other elders looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. In just a moment, Feng Wuchen lifted the powerful Yang Zhongtian up. The entire Feng family was shocked. Do you know the consequences of behaving atrociously in the Feng family? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His cold aura made people tremble. Bastard! Yang Zhongtian was enraged. The true origin energy in his body exploded. Green light flashed and a gust of wind swept out. The moment Yang Zhongtian exploded with all his strength, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He then smashed Yang Zhongtian onto the ground. Yang Zhongtian was even more terrified and his face turned dull. He couldn't break free from Feng Wuchen's grip even after using all of his strength. He was smashed to the ground by Feng Wuchen and Yang Zhongtian was stunned. How is this possible? Just how strong is this brat? Yang Zhongtian was alarmed. Even if he unleashed his full strength, he still couldn't contend against Feng Wuchen's brute force. Feng Wuchen raised his right fist and punched down, boom. Pooh. His right fist landed on Yang Zhongtian's chest and there was a loud explosion. The violent and ferocious force caused Yang Zhongtian to spit out a mouthful of blood. The force spread into the ground and cracks appeared on the ground of the courtyard. Hiss, the terrifying power displayed by Feng Wuchen caused the entire Feng clan to suck in a breath of cold air as their faces turned pale. Third young master's strength is frightening. He made a 9th level origin transformation realm martial artist vomit blood with a single punch. So powerful. Yang Zhongtian couldn't even withstand a single blow. A single punch was enough to make a martial artist at the 9th level of the origin transformation realm vomit blood. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Tianlei, Feng Xian, and the rest were dumbstruck. One must know that Feng Wuchen was only at the 9th level of the origin transformation realm. At the same level of cultivation, Feng Wuchen possessed an extremely powerful strength. You are too weak. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He raised his fist and was about to punch down again. Yang Zhongtian's expression changed drastically. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He anxiously roared, Feng Wuchen, if you dare to kill me, just wait for the war to start. Chen stop. Feng Xingxiong's expression changed as he quickly shouted to stop Chen Feng Qianyang and the rest were also shocked. If Feng Wuchen killed Yang Zhongtian, the war would definitely break out earlier, boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen didn't care about Yang Zhongtian's threat at all. He punched down fiercely. The fist rapidly enlarged in Yang Zhongtian's eyes. He was in despair. He knew that Feng Wuchen wouldn't be merciful. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The strength was even more terrifying than before, killing Yang Zhongtian on the spot. The violent strength spread into the ground. The ground where Yang Zhongtian was standing immediately caved in. Gravel sputtered and the cracks that were originally there started to spread in all directions. With one punch, Yang Zhongtian couldn't be more dead. In Yang Zhongtian's life, his greatest regret was stepping into the Feng clan today and coincidentally meeting Feng Wuchen when he returned. Yang Zhongtian couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to kill him. Wasn't Feng Wuchen afraid that the Mo clan and Yang clan would join hands to attack the Feng clan? Wasn't he afraid that the situation would worsen and the Huangfu clan would intervene? No one knew if Feng Wuchen was afraid or not. Feng Xingxiong, who wanted to stop Yang Zhongtian, was completely stunned. Feng Qianyang, Xiao Qingqing, and the rest were the same. The Feng clan's courtyard quietened down as all eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. They weren't shocked by Feng Wuchen's fierceness, but by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength. The Feng clan already knew about Feng Wuchen's fierceness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken the legs of the Yang clan's juniors a year ago. Yang Zhongtian is dead. He killed a 9th level origin transformation realm martial artist with one punch. Everyone in the Feng clan looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Chen didn't even need to use his true yuan to kill a 9th level origin transformation realm martial artist. How is this possible? How strong is Chen Feng Xingxiong was extremely shocked. The power of Feng Wuchen's second punch was obviously terrifying. Feng Qianyang and the rest could see it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a shocked expression. Third young master's true strength has probably surpassed the clan head. This is too terrifying. He became so terrifying in just 1 year. Who exactly is third young master's master? Feng Qianyang was very certain. At the same time, he was even more curious about how terrifying Feng Wuchen's master was. If he wasn't a super terrifying master, how could he cultivate Feng Wuchen to such a terrifying level in just 1 year? After killing Yang Zhongtian, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a green flame instantly engulfed Yang Zhongtian's corpse. After a while, it was burned to ashes. Xiao Qingqing thought to herself, Chen Er's strength is very strong. Yang Zhongtian couldn't even fight back in front of Chen Er. Chen Er's cultivation is far above the 9th level origin transformation realm. How did Chen Er cultivate in this 1 year? Even Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked. She had a huge force to nurture her to reach her current level of cultivation. Feng Wuchen relied on himself and caught up to her in just 1 year. How could Ling Xiaoxiao not be shocked? Ling Xiaoxiao had seen many geniuses, but there were very few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. However, she was still overshadowed in front of Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng is getting stronger and stronger. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily in her heart. She was truly happy for Feng Wuchen. Father, sometimes too much tolerance will only make the enemy want a yard after taking an inch. If we were more ruthless from the start, would Yang Zhongtian have the guts to come to the Feng clan and behave atrociously? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Looking at Feng Jingxiong, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Father, since I'm back, let me handle these small matters. You can just wait for your birthday celebration. I heard from Xiaoxiao that she has prepared a big gift for you. Xiaoxiao is too kind. Feng Jingxiong smiled happily. He saw that Feng Wuchen had truly grown up and was able to share the burden of the clan for him. He felt gratified and proud. Husband, Chen Er has grown up. You can rest assured now. We should also believe in Chen Er's ability. Xiao Qingqing smiled. She was extremely happy in her heart. Which parent in the world didn't want their son to become a dragon or a phoenix? Sigh, forget it. Feng Jingxiong sighed. Chen Er, from today onwards, the Feng clan's matters will all be handed over to you. I will just enjoy my life in peace. Feng Jingxiong was truly helpless regarding the matters between the Huangfu clan and the Mo clan. Perhaps if he handed it over to Feng Wuchen, he might be able to turn the situation around. Big brother Feng is truly a filial son. Unlike me, who always goes against my father and causes trouble everywhere. My father has to clean up the mess. Lu Qingyang smiled bitterly. Compared to Feng Wuchen, he felt ashamed. Xiao Qingqing smiled. Qingyang, if you can think this way, it means that you are filial. If your father knows about this, he will be very gratified. Lu Qingyang thanked. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. I will not let my father down. Grand Elder, you guys can cultivate in peace. I have refined a large amount of mystic isolation pills. It is enough for the Feng clan to become stronger. Feng Wuchen continued to smile. Everyone in the Feng clan was ecstatic as they cheered. After that, Feng Wuchen gave the sovereign physique technique to Feng Jingxiong. As long as one was a member of the Feng clan, they could cultivate it. He also explained the benefits of the sovereign physique. The powerful technique made everyone in the Feng clan extremely excited. After the banquet, Feng Jingxiong and the other elders discussed matters with Feng Wuchen in the main hall. It seemed that they were really going to hand the Feng clan over to Feng Wuchen. The sky gradually darkened. Yang Zhongtian had been out for a day and hadn't returned. The Yang clan already felt that something was wrong. Zhongtian has been out for a day and still hasn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Grand Elder Yang Shan said worriedly. He felt uneasy. Grand Elder, don't worry. With Zhongtian's cultivation at the 9th level of the origin transformation realm, other than Feng Jingxiong, no one can do anything to him. Even Feng Jingxiong wouldn't dare to make a move. Patriarch Yang Qingyun was very assured. With the Yang clan's current strength, it was enough to be on equal footing with the Feng clan. Moreover, there was also the Mo clan and Huangfu clan. Yang Qingyun believed that Feng Jingxiong wouldn't dare to make a move. Yang Shan frowned and said, Old man is still worried. Old man is very assured when Zhongtian is handling things. But he has been out for a day and still hasn't returned. This isn't Zhongtian's style. Patriarch, I heard that someone saw Feng Wuchen and that mysterious lady. But they aren't sure. They only said that she looked very similar to Feng Wuchen. An upper echelon said respectfully. Hearing this, Yang Qingyun's brows twitched and said in surprise, Feng Wuchen, that brat, is back? He disappeared for a year. I don't know where he went. That upper echelon shook his head and said, I'm not sure. It's good if that brat is back. He is the hope of the Feng clan. As long as he is eliminated, the Feng clan will be completely destroyed. Yang Qingyun said viciously. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This old man has a bad premonition. Patriarch, send someone to the Feng clan tomorrow to investigate and see what exactly happened to Zhongtian, Yang Shan said solemnly. What Yang Qingyun and the rest didn't know was that Yang Zhongtian would never return to the Yang clan. On the second day, when Feng Wuchen woke up from his cultivation session, the Yang clan had already sent people over. There were quite a number of them. The leader was the Yang clan's upper echelon, Yang Chong, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. He had been making a ruckus in front of the Feng clan's residence since early in the morning. Feng Wuchen was planning to have breakfast with Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest when he heard the ruckus at the entrance. What's the ruckus at the entrance? Lu Qingyang looked over in confusion. Feng Wuchen walked over and asked, what's wrong? Third young master, Yang Chong from the Yang clan has brought people here to cause trouble. The Feng clan's guard reported respectfully. Yang clan? Feng Wuchen was slightly startled. He guessed that they were here for Yang Zhongtian and said, let them in. Third young master wouldn't be thinking of killing people again, right? The guard was secretly frightened. He didn't think much and ran out after replying. Feng Jingxiong. Get out here. Yang Chong roared. A group of people rushed in. Are you a dog? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others can't hear you? Lu Qingyang scolded. Brat, what did you say? Yang Chong shouted angrily. However, he was stunned when he saw someone. Feng Wuchen? Yang Chong was slightly startled. He stared for a few seconds and was certain that it was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yang Chong. He had never liked Yang Chong. He said indifferently, even you can reach the 7th level of the Origin Transformation realm. It seems like Yang Tian's cultivation is above yours. What are you guys trying to do by coming to my Feng clan so early in the morning? Humph. Call your father out. Yang Chong said in disdain. Who do you think you are? Is my father someone you can meet whenever you want? If there's nothing else, scram. The Feng clan does not welcome you. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Brat, let me ask you. Yang Zhongtian came to the Feng clan yesterday and didn't return. Where is he? Yang Chong resisted the urge to slap Feng Wuchen to death and asked angrily. Lu Qingyang shrugged and sneered, I knew it's because of him. But where he goes has nothing to do with us. Feng Wuchen pointed at the ground and said, these ashes are Yang Zhongtian's. What? The expressions of Yang Chong and the rest changed drastically. Only now did they realize that there were signs of a fight in the Feng clan's courtyard. The ground was caved in. I almost forgot. That's right, it's Yang Zhongtian. Yesterday, it came to the Feng clan to behave atrociously. Then, it died. Lu Qingyang sneered. Preposterous. How dare you kill brother Yang Zhongtian? I'll slaughter all of you. A man shouted angrily. More than 10 people swarmed over. Yang Chong didn't stop him, but he didn't make a move either. It seemed that he had other intentions. With trash like you? Lu Qingyang said with disdain. Courting death. Miao Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. She attacked at the same time as Lu Qingyang. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Both of them were astonishingly fast. Wherever they passed, sword radiance flashed and blood splattered. In less than 10 seconds, 13 Yang clan guards were killed. Feng Wuchen didn't even need to make a move. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's attacks were equally ruthless. Even the Feng clan's guards were shocked. Not to mention Lu Qingyang, they really didn't expect the quiet Miao Qingqing to be so terrifying. Yang Chong's face was gloomy. His murderous aura soared. Even though more than 10 Yang clan guards were killed, he endured it and didn't make a move. He glared at Feng Wuchen and said angrily, "The Feng clan killed so many of my Yang clan's men. I will report this to the clan head. The Yang clan and your Feng clan won't rest until one of us is dead. Just wait for your death. You're welcome at any time." Feng Wuchen said unhurriedly. "Humph." Yang Chong shouted angrily. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and turned to leave. "I won't send you off. Be careful not to fall when you go out." Lu Qingyang sneered. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and green flames instantly burned the corpses to ashes. "Brother Feng," Yang Chong didn't make a move. "He sent these people to die," Ling Xiaoxiao said. "Good. Find an excuse to start the war in advance. They might have already planned to make a move on my father's birthday." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, but he wasn't worried at all. After cleaning up the corpses, Feng Wuchen's group of 4 went to eat breakfast and left. Feng Wuchen had planned to visit the Wanbao Pavilion and the Lin clan today. Since Feng Jingxiong had handed over the matter to Feng Wuchen had to take responsibility. "Third young master. You're back?" "The Feng clan's third young master is back." As Feng Wuchen came out of the Feng clan, everyone in Wushuang City was sure that the person who looked like Feng Wuchen was the Feng clan's third young master. On the street, everyone politely called him third young master. Even if they knew that the Feng clan was in danger, they had nothing to say to Feng Wuchen. Not long after, when Feng Wuchen arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, the news of him returning to Wushuang City spread throughout Wushuang City. "Third young master." At the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion, the guards were excited. "Third young master. Please come in. The pavilion master and the others are planning to go to the Feng clan." A guard said excitedly and respectfully led Feng Wuchen in. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Yu Wanqiong and Zhang Han. "Pavilion master Yu, long time no see." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Third young master." Yu Wanqiong was extremely excited, as if he had seen a priceless treasure. "Third-grade alchemist." Inadvertently noticing Feng Wuchen's soul energy, Yu Wanqiong was extremely shocked and his expression was slightly dazed. After not seeing him for a year, Feng Wuchen broke through from the 1st grade to the 3rd grade. How terrifying was the speed! Yu Wanqiong was also someone who had seen the world, so he quickly recovered and personally received Feng Wuchen's group of 4. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Feng Wuchen went straight to the point. "Pavilion Master Yu, tell me the details." Yu Wanqiong's expression became solemn as he pondered for a moment and said, "Not long after the 3rd young master left, Mo Kuan broke through to the 1st level of the origin core stage. Because the Lin clan killed the Mo clan's guards a year ago, Mo Kuan broke through to the origin core stage and attacked the Lin clan. Your father and I went to support them, and both sides suffered great losses. Because of this, the Mo clan set their sights on the Wanbao Pavilion. Not long after that, the Huangfu clan intervened and helped the Mo clan and Yang clan to increase their strength. When they wanted to destroy the Feng clan and the Wanbao Pavilion, the Academy's Grand Elder came to stop them. Only then did we know that the 3rd young master wanted the Academy to protect the Feng clan for a year. With the Academy's help, the Huangfu clan had to be wary. The Mo clan and Yang clan tried everything to force us to make a move so that they could find an excuse to start a war. Seeing that the Academy's 1-year period of protection was almost up, the Feng clan's patriarch and I were burning with anxiety. There was nothing we could do. The Tianyun clan also released the news that once the 1-year period was up, if the Academy still intervened, the Tianyun clan would not sit idly by. The more Yu Wanqiong spoke, the more helpless he felt. The Tianyun clan was what they were most afraid of. The Tianyun clan was the strongest clan in the empire. They could destroy whoever they wanted, and the empire did not have the guts to interfere. Feng Wuchen nodded. "I see. No wonder the Yang clan is so rampant." "Third young master, do you have any good ideas?" Yu Wanqiong asked. At the moment, they could only wait and see if Feng Wuchen had a solution. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Valley Master Yu, the Wanbao Pavilion and the Feng clan have been through thick and thin together. I will not stand by and do nothing. Let's wait and see." Third young master is not worried at all. Could it be that he really has a good plan? What is his cultivation level now? Why can't I see it? Yuanxiong was secretly puzzled. Yuanxiong and the others did not know that Feng Wuchen had killed Yang Zhongtian and that more than 10 guards of the Yang clan had died in the hands of Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. Otherwise, Yuanxiong would not be able to sit still. After a brief understanding of the situation, Feng Wuchen and the other three went on to the Lin clan. Mo clan's main hall. Reporting to Patriarch, we have confirmed that Feng Wuchen has returned to Wushuang City. He is at the Wanbao Pavilion. A guard reported respectfully. That brat is indeed back. If he doesn't come back, I won't be at ease. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a threat in the future. Mo Kuan said coldly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Patriarch, we have just received news from the Yang clan. Yang Zhongtian was killed. Today, Yang Chong brought guards to the Feng clan. All 13 guards were killed. A guard entered the main hall and reported. Yang Zhongtian was killed? Mo Kuan's face was instantly filled with disbelief. The guard said respectfully, it is true. The Yang clan is furious because of this. Patriarch, it seems like the battle can be brought forward. We can choose the day of Feng Xingxiong's birthday. The great elder said in a deep voice. His deep eyes were filled with murderous intent. Mo Kuan's expression was very serious. He was very curious about who killed Yang Zhongtian. Was it Feng Xingxiong? But Feng Wuxin should not dare to do anything. Other than Feng Xingxiong, who else in the Feng clan could kill Yang Zhongtian? Could it be Feng Wuchen? Impossible, it can't be him. It's impossible for him to kill Yang Zhongtian in a year's time no matter how high his talent is. Mo Kuan shook his head secretly. Yang Zhongtian's death made the Yang clan's higher-ups extremely furious. If it wasn't for Yang Qingyan stopping him, Yang Tian would have already gone to find Feng Wuchen to seek revenge. Do you know who killed Yang Zhongtian? Yang Qingyan asked gloomily. His gloomy face could almost drip water. Yang Chong shook his head and said, I don't know, but it should be Feng Xingxiong. Other than Feng Xingxiong, there's also that mysterious Miss Ling. She's already at the first level of the origin core stage. First level of the origin core stage? The Yang clan's higher-ups were shocked. It's true. Yang Chong answered with certainty. What's Feng Wuchen's cultivation? Yang Shan asked. I don't know. I can't see his cultivation. Yang Chong shook his head and asked again, Patriarch, when are we going to make a move? I've waited too long for this day. Yang Qingyan was puzzled and asked, what's the background of that little girl called Ling Xiaoxiao? She stepped into the first level of the origin core stage at such a young age. It could be seen that she was definitely not an ordinary genius. Yang Qingyan could not help but worry. Just a little girl. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yang Shan shook his head. With the Huangfu clan and Tianyun clan supporting them, they had nothing to be afraid of. Yang Qingyan's eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent as he said gloomily, it'll be Feng Xingxiong's 50th birthday in 10 days. His birthday will be the day the Feng clan is annihilated. The Yang clan and Mo clan saw the opportunity. They had been waiting for the day to annihilate the Feng clan for a long time. If it wasn't for the academy protecting the Feng clan for a year, they would have made a move long ago. There would be no peace on Feng Xingxiong's birthday. Tianyun clan. As the strongest clan in the empire, the Tianyun clan was filled with powerhouses and tens of thousands of disciples. There was no shortage of geniuses. Huang Fuqing and Mo Ling were talented, but they were only above average in the Tianyun clan. Huang Fuqing's brother was the real genius disciple of the Tianyun clan. Huang Fuqing and Mo Ling were very popular in the Tianyun clan because of their relationship with Huang Fuqing's brother. Many senior brothers and sisters were polite to them. After staying in the Tianyun clan for a year, Huang Fuqing had broken through to the first level of the origin core stage. Even Mo Ling was now at the 8th level of the essence transformation stage. If it weren't for the Tianyun clan's strong foundation, their cultivation wouldn't have improved so quickly. Ling I just received news that Feng Wuchen returned to Wushuang City yesterday. Yang Zhongtian and a dozen guards of the Yang family were killed. At the back mountain of the Tianyun clan, Mo Ling was practicing when Huang Fuqing came to inform her. Mo Ling slowly opened her eyes and said coldly, I already know, he's just coming back to die. Although the academy is responsible for every student, once the Tianyun clan takes action, the academy won't dare to intervene. This time, the Feng family will die. Yes, if it weren't for the academy's relationship with the empire, why would the Tianyun clan give face to the academy? Huang Fuqing nodded. After a pause, Huang Fuqing said, I just don't know what cultivation level Feng Wuchen is at now, but that girl Ling Xiaoxiao is already at the first level of the origin core stage. We have the help of the Tianyun clan to have our current cultivation level. Feng Wuchen can't surpass us, Mo Ling said confidently. In her eyes, Feng Wuchen seemed to always be so weak. Mo Ling didn't believe that Feng Wuchen was more powerful than the Tianyun clan. If they knew that Yang Zhongtian was killed by Feng Wuchen, what would their expressions be like? Ling Xiaoxiao. Mo Ling's eyes flashed with malice. Speaking of Ling Xiaoxiao, her heart was filled with anger. Whether it was in terms of beauty or cultivation, Ling Xiaoxiao was above Mo Ling which made Mo Ling very jealous. What made Mo Ling even more upset was that Ling Xiaoxiao was still following Feng Wuchen. This was a blatant slap to her face, because in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, it wasn't her who dumped Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen who dumped her and found a prettier woman. Huang Fu proudly smiled and said, I'm not worried that he will surpass us. I'm just curious about how much a second-grade martial spirit can improve in this 1 year. However, he was able to defeat Yang Tian and kill Mou a year ago. His strength is indeed not weak. Big brother Huang Fu, let's go down the mountain in a few days. Mo Ling looked at Huang Fu and said. Huang Fu nodded and said, Don't worry, Ling the Feng clan will perish. After Feng Wuchen returned from the Lin clan, he began to cultivate. As long as the Yang clan and the Mo clan did not interfere, Feng Wuchen would temporarily ignore them. Feng Xingxiong's birthday was approaching and the Feng clan had already started to prepare and send out invitations. Of course, Feng Xingxiong's birthday only invited the forces around Wushuang City. He did not even invite the Skyflame Academy. The Feng clan was not a big family, so they couldn't invite all the forces in Tianzhou, right? Of course, many forces knew about the grudge between the Feng clan and the Mo clan, so they probably wouldn't dare to come. In short, the invitations were sent out and it was their business whether they came or not. Feng Wuchen did not care at all. Even if they were afraid of the Huangfu clan and no forces came, Feng Xingxiong's birthday would not be cancelled. Time passed day by day. On the day of Feng Xingxiong's birthday, the Feng clan was extremely lively. Feng Xingxiong's face was full of smiles. Pavilion Master Yu Wanxiong of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion and Lin Tianqing of the Lin clan were the first to come and celebrate. However, it was still a little cold. After that, it was the few forces around Wushuang City that had a good relationship with the Feng clan. Seeing that it was almost time, the other forces were still nowhere to be seen. Feng Xingxiong and the rest had already guessed it. Feng Wuchen and the rest could understand. After all, they were all small forces and did not dare to make an enemy out of the Huangfu clan. Brother Feng, Brother Lin, the three of us can be considered as friends of life and death. To be able to make friends with the two of you in this lifetime, even if I die, it will be worth it. Let me toast to the two of you. Yu Wanxiong raised his wine cup and smiled. Brother Feng is an upright and righteous person. You have also saved my Zhao clan from disaster. I also toast to Brother Feng. Patriarch Zhao raised his wine cup and said heroically. The people who came to celebrate the birthday all toasted to Feng Xingxiong. The Feng clan is now in danger. I am very grateful that everyone can come. Cheers. Feng Xingxiong laughed heroically. He had a posture of drinking today and did not care about what would happen in the future. Father. I also toast to you. I wish that Father's cultivation will improve day by day. May you live to 100 years old. Feng Wuchen raised his wine cup and toasted. Everyone in the Feng clan also toasted. Even though no one came to celebrate the birthday, it was still lively. Patriarch. The Mo clan and Yang clan are here. There are so many of them. At this moment, a guard rushed in to report. Feng Xingxiong and Yu Wanxiong's faces darkened. The Mo clan and Yang clan obviously did not come with good intentions. Let them in. Feng Wuchen said lightly. He then said to Feng Xingxiong, Father, don't worry. Today is your birthday. Everyone is a guest. Feng Xingxiong nodded. However, he was still worried. After all, Feng Wuchen killed Yang Zhongtian. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing killed more than 10 guards from the Yang clan. Would the Yang clan let this go? Patriarch Feng is celebrating your birthday. We came uninvited. You won't reject us, right? Mo Kuan smiled and said with a very friendly look. Mo Kuan was accompanied by the elders and higher-ups of the Mo clan. Mo Ling'er was among them. Everyone who comes is a guest. Feng Wuchen said calmly. There was no change in his expression. Feng Wuchen, long time no see. Mo Ling'er said coldly. She was very arrogant. When Mo Ling'er saw Ling Xiaoxiao, her beautiful eyes lit up with anger. Ling Xiaoxiao was even more beautiful than a year ago. Her cultivation level was also higher. This made Mo Ling'er very jealous. She wanted to kill Ling Xiaoxiao immediately. The more proud Feng Wuchen was, the more Mo Ling'er hated him. Feng Wuchen glanced at Mo Ling'er calmly. After a year, Feng Wuchen had completely let go. He no longer felt anything when facing Mo Ling'er. It was as if she was a stranger. The Tianyun clan is indeed powerful. I haven't seen you for a year and you've already broken through to the 8th level of the essence transformation realm. Feng Wuchen said calmly. He did not look at Mo Ling'er. Is she that despicable Mo Ling'er? Lu Qingyang asked in a low voice. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao. Yes. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Miao Qingqing whispered, our Xiaoxiao is still the best. She's much prettier than her. Chen'er is right. Everyone who comes is a guest. Please come in, Feng Xingxiong said generously. Feng Xingxiong, you didn't even invite us to your birthday celebration. Are you looking down on us? Yang Qingyun asked coldly. There was a trace of killing intent and anger in her eyes. Yang Shan said in a low voice, Patriarch Feng's birthday celebration, it seems that no one came to congratulate him. Yang Qingyun, if you're here to cause trouble, the elders will not welcome you. Lin Tianqing shouted coldly. Even a fool could see that they were here to cause trouble. Cause trouble? Humph. Yang Qingyun glanced at Lin Tianqing in disdain and said coldly, the Feng clan killed Yang Zhongtian and dozens of our guards. You say I'm here to cause trouble? Feng Wuchen, you killed my son. I must kill you today. Mo Yuankong roared furiously, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Feng Xingxiong said in a low voice, then we'll see what you're capable of. Feng Xingxiong, without the protection of the academy, your Feng clan will die today. But before that, we still have to give you a birthday gift. Our gift is not simple. We spent a lot of money to make it. Yang Qingyun sneered. As soon as she finished speaking, a few Yang clan guards carried a large coffin and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. Seeing the large black coffin, Feng Xingxiong and the others' faces darkened. The entire courtyard fell silent. Feng Xingxiong, are you satisfied with this gift? Yang Qingyun asked with a cold smile. The coffin is not bad. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Yang. Feng Wuchen smiled and glanced at the coffin. Feng Wuchen continued, but the coffin is too small. It can't fit all of you inside. Patriarch Yang, why don't you get someone to make more coffins? Humph. Shameless boasting. Yang Tian shouted angrily. His face was extremely cold and a biting cold murderous aura spread out. Bang! Yang Tian kicked the coffin lid. With a loud bang, the heavy coffin lid flew out and flew towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not show any fear. He extended his right hand and grabbed the coffin lid with force. He easily caught the coffin lid and forcefully dispersed Yang Tian's power. Yang Tian was at the 8th level of the origin transformation realm. Even with his strength, he was unable to push Feng Wuchen back by half a step. This meant that Feng Wuchen's strength was not below Yang Tian's. Mo Kuan frowned slightly. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and said to himself, this brat's strength has become even stronger. Such a good coffin cannot be damaged. Otherwise, how can I fit all of you inside? Feng Wuchen smiled. When Feng Wuchen looked at Yang Tian again, his eyes suddenly became fierce. Too arrogant. Brother Yang Tian, kill him. Yang Bufan could not bear it anymore and roared. Humph. Yang Tian's face turned sinister. He was filled with anger and was about to explode. He coldly snorted and rushed forward with all his strength. It was obvious that he was very confident in his strength. Yang Tian was extremely fast. He punched towards Feng Wuchen's head. His fist was shining with purple light and contained an extremely fierce power. It was extremely fierce. Overestimating yourself, Lu Qingyang said with disdain. Feng Wuchen, let me see how much you have improved in this year. Mo Linger thought to herself. Her cold and arrogant eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. Mo Kuan, Yang Qingyun, and the rest all wanted to know how strong Feng Wuchen had become after disappearing for a year. Yang Tian, how's your leg? Feng Wuchen sneered. The fierceness in his eyes intensified. Bang! Gotcha! The moment he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen punched out. With a loud bang, it collided with Yang Tian's fist. At the moment of impact, there was a sudden cracking sound and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Wuchen and Yang Tian. Along with the sound of bones breaking, Yang Tian's face twitched and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yang Tian couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had become so powerful. He had been cultivating with all his might for the past year just to take revenge on Feng Wuchen. Who would have thought that Yang Tian, who had cultivated to the 8th level of the origin transformation realm, would be so weak when facing Feng Wuchen again? Tian Yang Qingyan's face changed drastically. The Yang clan and Mo clan members were shocked as their eyes widened. Feng Wuchen had crippled Yang Tian's right arm with one punch. What kind of terrifying strength was that? He crippled Yang Tian's arm with brute force. Mo Kuan frowned, but he still couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Feng Wuchen had only casually punched and didn't use any true yuan, so no one could see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Mo Ling was also in disbelief as her face was covered with frost. The stronger Feng Wuchen was, the more unconvinced Mo Ling was because she was Wushuang City's #1 genius. You have cultivation, but your strength can't keep up. The pills that Huangfu clan gave you have indeed helped the Yang clan become stronger, but you're too eager for success and placed too much emphasis on your cultivation. Your strength can't keep up. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Bang! With that, Feng Wuchen kicked Yang Tian into the coffin with a muffled bang. Yang Tian, who was at the 8th level of the origin transformation realm, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen. Yang Bufan and the others quickly ran up and carried Yang Tian out. Feng Wuchen. Yang Qingyan's face darkened as a terrifying murderous aura burst out. Sensing that Yang Qingyan wanted to attack, Feng Jingxiong's aura suddenly changed as he stared fiercely at Yang Qingyan. As long as Yang Qingyun dared to make a move, Feng Jingxiong would definitely rush out without hesitation. He would definitely not let anyone harm Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Patriarch Yang, didn't you let your son fight because you wanted to see my strength? Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability. Don't be so self-righteous. Mo Ling coldly shouted. She couldn't stand Feng Wuchen's preaching appearance. Mo Ling used all her strength and a powerful aura spread out. Although she was also at the 8th level of the origin transformation stage, Mo Ling was stronger than Yang Tian. After cultivating in the Tianyun clan for a year, with Mo Ling talent, her strength was naturally not too weak, and the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques she practiced were also relatively powerful. Ling don't underestimate him. Mo Kuan warned in a low voice. From Feng Wuchen's punch, Mo Kuan could see that Feng Wuchen was very strong. He was afraid that Feng Wuchen was not weaker than Mo Ling Feng Wuchen looked at Mo Ling but the latter had already rushed up fiercely and attacked Feng Wuchen with her palm. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head but did not say anything. Bang! Feng Wuchen did not dodge. With a muffled bang, Mo Ling's palm hit Feng Wuchen's chest. This palm was very fierce and merciless. However, what shocked the Yangs and the Mo's was that even with Mo Ling's powerful strength, she could not move Feng Wuchen even half a step. Mo Kuan's face became more serious. This was enough to show that Feng Wuchen's strength was above Mo Ling's. How strong is this brat? Yang Qingyun was angry in his heart. The flesh on his face twitched and his fists were clenched tightly. Mo Ling was stunned. She could not believe that Feng Wuchen's strength was above hers. Was this still the same Feng Wuchen who had a second-grade martial soul? Impossible. This is impossible. Your strength can't surpass mine. Mo Ling shook her head in a daze, unable to accept this fact. The genius disciple of the Tianyun clan was inferior to a second-grade martial soul trash? I never hit a woman, but if it's you, I'll let you hit me 3 times. This is the first hit. Feng Wuchen said calmly, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, only unfamiliarity. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Mo Ling-er's head suddenly exploded, and monstrous anger instantly hit her heart. Let you hit me 3 times, these 4 words kept replaying in Mo Ling-er's mind. Mo Ling-er was the top genius of Wushuang City and a disciple of the Tianyun clan. In terms of age, Mo Ling-er was considered a genius disciple in the Tianyun clan. How high was her status? Feng Wuchen said he would let her hit him 3 times. With Mo Ling-er's arrogant character, how could she tolerate this? I'm the top genius of Wushuang City and a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan. You let me hit you 3 times? Who do you think you are? You're just a second-grade martial soul trash. The furious Mo Ling-er shouted angrily. Yes, I'm just a second-grade martial soul trash. How can I compare to a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan? Feng Wuchen responded indifferently. Brother Feng really only has a second-grade martial soul? Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing were instantly stunned. They had heard Feng Wuchen say it before, but they would rather die than believe it. A second-grade martial soul talent has such a terrifying cultivation speed. If Brother Feng was given a 7th-grade or 8th-grade martial soul talent, wouldn't he fly to the sky? Lu Qingyang didn't dare to imagine it. Of all the people present, only Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. 2 more hits. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Mo Ling-er stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen, and the resentment in her heart grew deeper and deeper. Activating her vital essence, Mo Ling-er shouted, middle-grade martial technique. Death Ice Palm. Boom. Mo Ling-er slammed her palm towards Feng Wuchen again. The power of this palm was several times stronger than before. With a boom, the palm hit Feng Wuchen's chest again. However, when this palm landed, it once again shocked everyone present. Mo Ling-er's palm still couldn't shake Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen still didn't move, and he was unharmed. Impossible. Mo Ling-er was shocked again. The palm just now was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it had no effect. How strong is Feng Wuchen? The Yang and Mo families were shocked, and they stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Yang Qingyun and Mo Kuan were also very moved. Feng Wuchen was unharmed by Mo Ling-er's attack. Could it be that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the primordial core stage? 1 more hit. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Shut up. Mo Ling-er shouted angrily, I don't believe it. I don't believe you can surpass me. I am a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan. How can a piece of trash like you surpass me? Mo Ling-er was very emotional. Thinking back to how she humiliated Feng Wuchen a year ago, she only felt ashamed at this moment. The arrogant Mo Ling-er couldn't accept that the man she abandoned, and a second-grade martial soul trash, could surpass her. Ling-er! Mo Kuan shouted. Mo Ling-er was so out of control that she didn't look like a girl at all. However, Mo Ling-er didn't listen at all. She was always arrogant and couldn't take this blow. She couldn't control her emotions. You are a piece of trash. You are nothing. Mo Ling-er was extremely angry and shouted at Feng Wuchen. High-grade mystic class martial arts technique. Heavenly cloud soul-breaking palm. The furious Mo Ling-er shouted, and an even more terrifying palm hit Feng Wuchen. It was majestic and powerful, comparable to the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. High-grade mystic class martial arts technique. Everyone was shocked. Even the people of the Mo family were very shocked. No one knew that Mo Ling-er had cultivated such a powerful martial arts technique. She is indeed a disciple of the Tianyun clan. She has such a terrifying martial arts technique. Yang Qingyun frowned and was extremely envious. Feng Jingxiong and the others are not worried at all. Mo Kuan noticed the expressions of Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing. They were not worried about Feng Wuchen's safety at all. This made Mo Kuan worried. Boom. Mo Ling-er's angry palm hit Feng Wuchen's chest. With a boom, an extremely powerful palm hit Feng Wuchen's body. She thought that this palm would at least hurt Feng Wuchen. After all, it was a high-grade mystic class martial arts technique, and its power was far above that of a medium-grade mystic class martial arts technique. However, Mo Ling-er couldn't believe that even after using all her strength and her strongest martial arts technique, she still couldn't move Feng Wuchen half a step. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the people of the Yang family and the Mo family gasped in shock. They were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. In the face of Mo Ling-er's powerful attack, Feng Wuchen, who was defenseless, was still unharmed. Impossible. It can't be. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Mo Ling-er was extremely shocked and shook her head in a daze. At this moment, Mo Ling-er finally realized that Feng Wuchen was not only stronger than her, but much stronger. Feng Wuchen is actually unharmed. That's a high-grade mystic class martial arts technique. How is this possible? What is Feng Wuchen's cultivation level? Feng Wuchen is too strong, isn't he? Mo Ling-er can't hurt him. The people of the Yang family and the Mo family were terrified. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen was so powerful. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen to be able to stand there and take Mo Ling-er's attack without being hurt? You finished the 3 palms. I think you must have used all your strength. I don't hit women. If I'm not as good as you, the Tianyun clan shouldn't do anything to me, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, then looked away, completely ignoring Mo Ling-er. I haven't lost yet. I must defeat you. I will never lose to you. Mo Ling-er shouted angrily. She couldn't shake Feng Wuchen with 3 palms, and Mo Ling-er was not convinced at all. Mo Ling-er. Even if you try 100 more times, you can't beat Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but say coldly, you're narrow-minded and arrogant. You think that others are unworthy of you. You're short-sighted. You don't know that there are many geniuses who are stronger than you. You're just a 6th-grade martial soul. Don't think that you're so great. Brother Feng's sacrifice this year is beyond your imagination. You have no idea what Brother Feng has experienced. You're not qualified to judge Brother Feng at all. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, and every word stabbed Mo Ling-er's heart. Ling Xiaoxiao's words stunned everyone present. Ling Xiaoxiao, who had always been quiet and well-behaved, made Mo Ling-er sound worthless the moment she opened her mouth. Feng Wuchen looked back at Ling Xiaoxiao in surprise. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiaoxiao dared to criticize Mo Ling-er. At the same time, Feng Wuchen was very grateful that Ling Xiaoxiao protected him. Status is respected and loved by others. Status is not something that can be used to show off or compete with others like you do. You think that your status is very high, but do you know what Brother Feng's status is now? In your eyes, you are the best, and others are nothing. You like to insult others to satisfy your vanity. Ling Xiaoxiao spoke again, not giving Mo Ling-er any face. Because Ling Xiaoxiao felt that Mo Ling-er was too much. Miss Ling, well said. Lu Qingyang excitedly gave Ling Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Everyone in the Feng family cheered. Ling Xiaoxiao's words let them vent their anger. Mo Ling-er was too much, and the Feng family couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but praise. The more she looked at Ling Xiaoxiao, the more satisfied she was. Mo Kuan and the other higher-ups' faces were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Mo Ling-er was the apple of Mo Kuan's eye. He had loved her since she was young. How could he tolerate others insulting his apple of his eye? But in the current situation, even if the Yang family and Mo family joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the current Feng family. The Feng family had the help of the Lin family and the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. There was also Ling Xiaoxiao, a mysterious woman with a powerful cultivation, and the unfathomable Feng Wuchen. These people combined were definitely not weak. But Mo Kuan was not anxious or worried. What is Chen Er's identity? Feng Jingxiong frowned. Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to know Feng Wuchen's identity. Feng Qianyang also frowned. He was very concerned about Ling Xiaoxiao's last sentence. Ling Xiaoxiao's words were sharp, and each of her words hit the nail on the head. When Mo Ling-er heard this, she was dumbfounded. How could Mo Ling who had always been high and mighty, accept this? Ling Xiaoxiao's words made Mo Ling feel as if all of her pride had been destroyed in a single day. She had been ruthlessly trampled on by Ling Xiaoxiao. The people of the Yang family and the Mo family could not believe that Ling Xiaoxiao dared to insult the disciples of the Tianyun clan like this. Was she not afraid of offending the Tianyun clan? But the people present really didn't dare offend Ling Xiaoxiao. Not to mention Ling Xiaoxiao's identity, merely her cultivation at the first level of the origin core stage was sufficient to awe everyone present. You! How dare you insult me? Mo Ling stared at Ling Xiaoxiao, her voice trembling. When had she ever been insulted like this? When had he ever suffered such grievances? Mo Ling could not bear Ling Xiaoxiao's insults and blows at all. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, "You are incurable. Your heart has been filled with vanity. What right do you have to insult me? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to insult me?" Mo Ling roared in extreme rage. Ling Xiaoxiao ignored the emotional Mo Ling Ling Seeing that Mo Ling was getting more and more out of control, Mo Kuan hurriedly pulled her back and scolded in a low voice, "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Mo Kuan's scolding immediately made Mo Ling sober up a little, but the murderous intent and resentment in her eyes grew stronger. To put it bluntly, Mo Ling was jealous of Ling Xiaoxiao's talent and beauty. She hated Feng Wuchen for finding someone better than her. She hated that Feng Wuchen's cultivation surpassed hers. All of this was caused by Mo Ling's vanity. Mo Ling was high up and looked down on everyone. In her eyes, no one was allowed to be more outstanding than her. Only she was the most outstanding. Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen. I, Mo Ling swear that I will not let you go. Definitely not. Mo Ling said fiercely in her heart. The venomous resentment had already accumulated in her heart. While the two groups of people were confronting each other, a large group of people had already rushed into Wushuang City. Ta ta ta. A large number of iron hooves sounded on the streets of Wushuang City. The aura was majestic, and the cold aura of iron and blood was terrifying. The Empire Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. Black Flag Army. On the streets of Wushuang City, the crowd was both shocked and excited. They kept shouting. But what made the people of Wushuang City confused was, why did the Empire's most elite soldiers come to Wushuang City? The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army went straight for the Feng family. The leader was Huan Yang. In front of the Feng family's mansion, seeing the majestic war horses galloping over, everyone was scared witless. Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry. And the Black Flag Army. The Feng family's guards turned pale with fright. The people of the Yang family and the Mo family, as well as the crowd that came to watch, were all scared to the point that they retreated. Why did the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army come to Wushuang City? What is going on? Could it be that they are here for the Feng family? Everyone was very confused. Those who are not involved, all of you retreat 30 meters. Those who disobey will be killed. Huan Yang shouted. His tone was completely like an order. The crowd retreated in fright. No one dared to disobey Huan Yang's order. Huan Yang and the leader of the Black Flag Army got off their horses and walked towards the Feng family's mansion. The others stayed where they were and waited for orders. Huan Yang said to a Feng family's guard, Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, leader Huan Yang. We are here to celebrate. I hope you can inform us. In the Feng family's courtyard, everyone heard the sound of iron hooves. Everyone was very shocked. The sound of iron hooves is the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army? That's right. It's the Empire's elite soldiers. Why did the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army come? In the courtyard, everyone was very confused. No one knew what was going on. Feng Jingxiong was very confused. He frowned and asked, the Empire's elite soldiers have never set foot in Wushuang City. Why did they come to the Feng family today? Why did they come? Feng Wuchen was secretly helpless. Just as everyone was confused, a Feng family's guard suddenly shouted with excitement and disbelief, Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry, leader Huan Yang, and Black Flag Army, leader Luan Shen, have come to celebrate. Celebrate? Hearing the Feng family's guard's voice, everyone's expression changed again. Their eyes almost popped out. Feng Xianxiong was confused. Xiaoqingqing, Feng Qianyang, and the other elders were also very shocked. Since when did the Feng family have a relationship with the Empire's elite soldiers? No one in the Feng family knew the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. No one was a member of them. Could it be because of the 7 treasures Qi condensing powder? Feng Qianyang frowned and guessed. But he also felt that it was impossible. Even if the Feng family gave the 7 treasures Qi condensing powder's formula to the Empire, it wouldn't make the Empire's elite soldiers come to celebrate, right? Furthermore, how did they know that today was Feng Xiong's 50th birthday? Huanyang and Luanshen were wearing battle armor. They looked very majestic as they walked into the courtyard with their heads held high. The Yang family and Mo family people all stepped back. The two of them looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully before bowing to Feng Xiong. Huanyang, Luanshen, we are here on the orders of the great general to celebrate the Feng family head's birthday. We wish that the Feng family head's cultivation will improve day by day. Great general? Everyone was shocked again. They were dumbstruck. Mo Kuan, Yang Qingyun, and the others' faces froze. They couldn't believe that the Empire had sent them here to celebrate Feng Xiong's birthday. Feng Xiong was also stunned. The great general had sent 2 of the Empire's most elite soldiers here to celebrate his birthday. Feng Xiong was flattered. He felt like he was dreaming. He quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, great general. Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army are here to celebrate the Feng family head's birthday." At this moment, outside the Feng family's residence, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army soldiers' cheers could be heard. It was so loud that it made one's heart tremble. The crowd outside the Feng family's residence was stunned. The Empire's most elite soldiers were here to celebrate Feng Xiong's birthday. The Feng family has contributed to the Empire. The Imperial Advisor will reward the Feng family with 1 billion gold coins, 300 golden spirit pills, and 100 high-grade artifacts. Bring the gifts here. Huanyang shouted. He even raised his eyebrows at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was very touched. Hearing these gifts, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Very quickly, a few elite soldiers brought the gifts up. Other than the 1 billion gold coins that was stored in a storage ring, the other treasures were all displayed. It was very eye-catching. The Feng family people were shocked by these gifts. "Wasn't this too much?" Huanyang said respectfully. "Feng family head, this is the Imperial Advisor's kind intentions." Thank you, Imperial Advisor." Feng Xiong was so shocked that he was trembling. Feng Xiong wasn't stupid. The Feng family was just a small family. The Empire wouldn't treat them so well. However, Feng Xiong couldn't figure it out. Xiao, tell me honestly, Aunt Xiao. Were they sent by you? Chen'er said that you prepared a big gift for Uncle Feng. Are you referring to them? Xiaoqingqing was shocked. She quickly asked Ling Xiaoxiao in a low voice. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and smiled. "Aunt Xiao, I don't have this ability. I don't know them." Could it be Chen'er? That can't be right. Chen'er doesn't know anyone from the Empire's royal family. Who are they? Xiaoqingqing couldn't think of anyone who could make the Imperial Advisor send people over. Feng family head, are they here to cause trouble? Huanyang glanced at the Mo and Yang family people and asked Feng Xiong. Hearing this, Mo Kuan and Yang Qingyun's expressions changed drastically. Without waiting for Feng Xiong to speak, a Feng family guard shouted angrily, "Leader Huanyang, they are here to cause trouble. They want to use this opportunity to destroy our Feng family." That's right. They have the support of the Huangfu family and Tianyun clan, so they chose to attack us on our patriarch's birthday. Another guard added. Luanshen glanced at Feng Wuchen and smiled, so they have the support of the Tianyun clan. You'd better not interfere. I'm a disciple of the Tianyun clan. Mo Linger shouted coldly at Huanyang. Huanyang wasn't threatened at all. He sneered, "I don't care if you're a disciple of the Tianyun clan or not. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Old man, I'd like to see what the Empire's most elite soldiers are going to do." At this moment, a voice filled with majesty sounded, and an extremely terrifying aura spread in from the outside. 5th level of the origin core stage. Feeling this terrifying aura, Feng Xianxia and the others' faces darkened. The most elite soldiers of the empire have come to celebrate the birthday of the tiny Feng clan. Their reputation is not small. An ear-piercing voice sounded out into the Feng clan courtyard. Not many people have come, what birthday is there to celebrate? The elite soldiers of the empire are just here to make up the numbers, right? A haughty sneer sounded out. The terrifying aura of the 5th level of the origin core stage and the oppressive feeling that was filled with deterrence caused everyone to go pale and find it difficult to breathe. Huanyang and Luanshan's expressions became serious as well. They'd heard of the strength of the Huangfu clan. A 5th level origin core stage martial artist was an absolute expert. The strength of the Huangfu clan is indeed terrifying, even stronger than the Cloud Prefecture's Fenchen Valley. It's probably sufficient to go against Zuantianzong. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. A total of 12 people from the Huangfu clan came, and all of them were origin core stage martial artists. Huangfu Qing was among them. Such a powerful lineup was sufficient to sweep through Peerless City. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army didn't obstruct the arrival of the Huangfu clan's martial artists, but they weren't afraid in the slightest. When the Huangfu clan members entered the Feng clan courtyard, Mo Kuan, Yang Qingyun, and the others respectfully welcomed them. "Brother Huangfu, you've finally come." Mo Kuan laughed happily. With the support of the Huangfu clan, Mo Kuan could be said to be fearless. The middle-aged man in the lead was the Huangfu clan's higher-up, Huangfu Xian. His cultivation was already sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Huangfu clan's elders, and behind him was the 4th level origin core stage martial artist, Huangfu Zhongkong, and the others. Huangfu Xian nodded politely. "Patriarch Mo, Patriarch Yang. This is troublesome." Yuan Xiong frowned and was extremely worried in his heart. Feng Jingxiong and Feng Qianyang were the same. They were completely unable to resist the arrival of the Huangfu clan's martial artists. Just Huangfu Xian alone was sufficient to annihilate all of them. "Husband, what should we do?" Xiao Qingqing asked worriedly, burning with anxiety. "Wife, take Chen and the others and leave in a moment." Feng Jingxiong frowned as he spoke in a low voice, and he'd already made plans for the worst. They had no chance of winning when facing the Huangfu clan, but they could at least hold on for a period of time. They had to risk their lives to make Xiao Qingqing take Feng Wuchen and escape. Out of everyone present, only Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't worried at all. "Are you all right?" Huangfu Qing quickly ran to Mo Ling and asked with concern. But when Huangfu Qing saw the anger in Mo Ling eyes, his face darkened. "Big brother Huangfu, they insulted me and injured Yang Tian," Mo Ling said angrily, glaring at Ling Xiaoxiao. Mo Ling was overjoyed when the Huangfu clan arrived. She no longer needed to fear the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Moreover, the Feng clan should not even think about leaving alive. Huangfu glared at Feng Wuchen and said in disdain, "Feng Wuchen, you have guts. You dare to insult Ling Er. I think you're tired of living. You can try." Huanyang said coldly. Killing intent filled the air. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Huangfu sneered. Even if it was the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry, Huangfu was not afraid at all. "Even the great general has to give face to our Huangfu clan head. A little soldier like you dares to be disrespectful to our second young master. You have guts." Huangfu Xian said in a deep voice. "The great general has to give face to the Huangfu clan head, but not to you. We are here on the great general's orders to celebrate the Feng clan head's birthday, but you came here to behave atrociously. You don't respect the great general at all." Huanyang was neither servile nor overbearing. Instead, he came over to intimidate them with Yitsangqiong. "Don't use the great general to intimidate me. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." Huangfu Qing shouted coldly. He was very aggressive. "You can try. I don't believe that the Huangfu clan dares to go against the empire." Huanyang did not move. He was not threatened at all, and his expression did not change at all. "You." Huangfu Qing was furious. He stared at Huanyang with murderous eyes. With the Empire's elite soldiers here, the Huangfu clan did not dare to act rashly. If they really started a war, they would offend the great general and the Empire. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were the Empire's proudest troops. If the Huangfu clan dared to make a move, it would be looking down on the Empire's authority. However, the Huangfu clan had the support of the Tianyun clan, so they were not necessarily afraid of the Empire. They just did not dare to make a move easily. "Let me do it myself," Feng Wuchen said slowly and took a few steps forward. Huanyang and Luanchen glanced at each other before retreating to the side. They did not seem to be worried. Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Wuchen. They all wanted to know how powerful Feng Wuchen was. "Feng Wuchen, let me see how much you've improved in this year," Huang Fuqing said with a sinister smile. The fierceness in his eyes grew stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful true origin energy was released. It was a violent aura. In the courtyard, everyone retreated and made way for him. "Chen be careful," Feng Jingxiong exhorted. He was very worried. Huang Fuqing was at the first level of the origin core stage. His strength was definitely strong. "You better use your full strength. Because I will kill you," Huang Fuqing said with a sinister smile. He clenched his fists and immediately rushed forward. Feng Wuchen did not want to be outdone and rushed forward. The divine dragon force in his body was released and he responded with a fierce punch. Boom! The two fists collided and there was a loud explosion. The violent true origin energy spread out like a gust of wind. 9th level of the origin transformation stage. Feeling Feng Wuchen's aura, Huang Fuqing was shocked. Huang Fuqing's shock was not only because of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, but also because of Feng Wuchen's tyrannical strength. A 9th level of the origin transformation stage could block the strength of a 1st level origin core stage martial artist. This was not simple. 9th level of the origin transformation stage. The Mo and Yang families were extremely shocked. It was no wonder that Feng Wuchen was unharmed when Mo Ling hit him. Feng Wuchen's cultivation was far above Mo Ling's. How could he improve so quickly? It's impossible for him to surpass me. Mo Ling was extremely shocked. She could not accept that a trash that she abandoned and humiliated surpassed her, a genius, in just a year's time. This stinking brat's strength is not simple. A 9th level origin transformation stage martial artist can actually block the strength of an origin core stage martial artist. Huang Fuxian frowned. Mo Kuan and Yang Qingyun were extremely shocked. A 9th level origin transformation stage martial artist going against a 1st level origin core stage martial artist, was it possible? Chen strength is indeed stronger than I imagined. Feng Jingxiong thought to himself. His face also carried a trace of shock. In a head-on collision, even with Huang Fuqing's strength, he was unable to push Feng Wuchen back half a step. Boom boom boom. Huang Fuqing's face darkened and he immediately launched a frenzied attack. His fists and legs crazily smashed towards Feng Wuchen. He really did not believe that Feng Wuchen could contend against him. In the fierce battle, the sound of explosions was unceasing. Tyrannical true origin energy spread out wave after wave. No matter how Huang Fuqing attacked, no matter how ferocious his strength was, Feng Wuchen was able to block it. Moreover, he was extremely calm. The spectators became more and more shocked as they watched. They did not dare to believe that a 9th level origin transformation stage martial artist could really go against a 1st level origin core stage martial artist. Feng Jingxiong, Yuan Xiong, Lin Tianqing, and the others all widened their eyes. Feng Wuchen's strength had obviously surpassed theirs, and Mo Ling was already shocked to the point of being speechless. Was such a powerful Feng Wuchen still the Feng Wuchen she knew? Huang Fuqing himself did not dare to believe that with his cultivation, not only was he unable to gain the upper hand, but his hands and feet also felt waves of piercing pain. Great Commander's strength is truly terrifying. After not seeing him for a few months, he broke through 2 levels again. Huanyang thought to himself. Huanyang did not know how to describe Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed. The Feng clan members became more and more excited as they watched. The strength that Feng Wuchen displayed was too powerful. This was simply a miracle. Dragon God's Shadow. Feng Wuchen slowly gained the upper hand. He immediately executed his movement skill and launched an even faster and more ferocious attack. His speed has increased, Huang Fuqing said in shock. The more he fought, the more panicked he became. Bang bang bang. In just a few minutes of hand-to-hand combat, Huang Fuqing was already unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks. He was continuously hit by Feng Wuchen and was finally repelled. Huang Fuqing did not gain the upper hand at all. Whoosh! Boom! Pooh! The moment Huang Fuqing was repelled, Feng Wuchen suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, his fist had already landed on Huang Fuqing's chest. His speed was extremely fast. With a loud explosion, the impact caused Huang Fuqing to spit out blood as his body was sent flying. Teleportation. Huan Yang and Luanshan suddenly became excited. It is the movement skill of those mysterious people again. Feng Jingxiong frowned. What kind of movement skill is that? It is so fast. I can't catch it at all. Huang Fu Zhongkong was shocked. Mo Kuan and Yang Qinyan were shocked beyond words. They were petrified. Humph! Huang Fuxian coldly snorted. He squinted his eyes and glanced at Feng Wuchen. He then waved his hand and Huang Fuqing, who was sent flying, was pulled back by a powerful force. Ridiculous! Huang Fuqing's face was ferocious. He was angry in his heart. What is up with his strength? A 9th level origin transformation realm martial artist cannot have such strength. His speed is also faster than mine. With your strength, how are you going to kill me? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. Huang Fuqing's face twitched. In front of so many people, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen with his origin core realm martial artist cultivation? Mid-grade mystic rank martial skill. Daluo mystic wind palm. Huang Fuqing formed a seal with both hands. He roared and punched out. He was so angry that he didn't care about the lives of the other people in the courtyard. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate and punched out. The 3 palms overlapped and the power increased greatly. Boom! Pooh! The 2 powerful palms collided and exploded. Huang Fuqing spat out blood and was sent flying again. He couldn't resist Feng Wuchen's strength at all. I actually lost to a 9th level origin transformation realm martial artist. Huang Fuqing was extremely shocked. The violent energy ripples spread out and Feng Wuchen was also pushed back a few steps. The ground of the Feng family courtyard had a large crater from the explosion. A 1st level origin core realm martial artist actually lost to a 9th level origin transformation realm martial artist. Feng Wuchen easily defeated Huang Fuqing. The entire crowd was shocked. Their shocked gazes fell on Feng Wuchen. Even the experts of the Huangfu clan couldn't believe that Huang Fuqing would be defeated by Feng Wuchen. Huang Fuqing, your strength is only SOSO. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand, Feng Wuchen coldly said. At the city gate of Peerless City, batch after batch of foreign experts poured into the city. Everyone in Peerless City was curious as they did not know where they came from. What happened to Peerless City today? First, the Empire's most elite soldiers entered Peerless City. Now, there were batches of unknown experts. What made everyone in Peerless City even more curious was that these people were all heading towards the Feng family. Could it be that they were all here to celebrate Feng Jingxiong's birthday? The Feng family was just a small family. How could they be so influential? Feng Jingxiong was only at the origin core stage. How could he know so many unfamiliar experts? Out of curiosity, more and more people in Peerless City began to head towards the Feng family to see what was going on. The Feng family's courtyard was filled with the smell of gunpowder. You've got guts. How dare you threaten to kill the second young master? I think you're tired of living. Huang Fu Zhongkong narrowed his eyes as he shouted. His piercingly cold killing intent formed a gust of violent wind that swept out. The terrifying aura of the 4th level of the origin core stage spread out and suppressed the entire place, causing everyone's body and mind to freeze. Feng Wuchen glanced at Huang Fu Zhongkong indifferently and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I'm just speaking the truth. Kill them all. The furious Huang Fu Zhongkong roared. His appearance was terrifying. Huan Yang grabbed the air and a black long spear appeared. The long spear was filled with an extremely fierce aura. It was a spirit weapon. Xianxia also took out a light blue long sword. The blade's cold aura was threatening and extremely tyrannical. Cold and iron-blooded killing intent spread out from the two of them. Even when facing the experts from the Huangfu family, Huanyang and Luanshan were fearless. The bloodthirsty and heavy killing intent was as if it had materialized, causing everyone to be terrified. Insolent. Die. Huanyang said coldly. Every word was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent and was filled with deterrence. Insolent. Die. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army roared at the same time. Their aura was monstrous and murderous as their roars resounded throughout Peerless City. Everyone in Peerless City was shocked by the terrifying aura. They also truly experienced the bravery and fearlessness of the Empire's most elite soldiers. Outside the Feng family, the Yang family and the Mo family's people were so scared that they fell to the ground. Their faces were pale. That kind of fear was not something they could control. A large number of elite soldiers poured into the Feng clan's courtyard, surrounding the Huangfu clan, Yang clan, and Mo clan. Offending my superiors? Huangfu Xian glanced at him and said coldly, "The great general is not here. How can I offend my superiors? For the sake of the great general, you'd better scram immediately after you've delivered your gifts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Huangfu Xian naturally wasn't bragging, as with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, he indeed didn't take a few hundred elite officers seriously. Mo Ling is our Huangfu family's prospective daughter-in-law. Feng Wuchen killing Mou is our family's business. It's not up to your two armies to intervene. If this matter is passed to the great general, I'm afraid that your great general will have to give our Huangfu family an explanation. If this matter gets out of hand, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. Huangfu Zhongkong said coldly. Luanshan said coldly, "If the emperor decides to punish you, I'm afraid that even your Huangfu family won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't use the emperor to pressure us. You're not even a first-rank official. Don't forget that we have the Tianyun clan behind us." Mo Ling said coldly, showing her superior attitude again. Luanshan said coldly, "So what if you have the Tianyun clan? You offended your superiors, so you must die." Preposterous. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. How dare mere soldiers interfere with our Huangfu family's business? Kill them. Huangfu Qing couldn't take it anymore. Do it. Huangfu Xian shouted angrily, and an extremely terrifying true core strength burst out. Brother Yu, Brother Lin, everyone be careful. Chen step back. Take your mother and Xiao and leave in a moment. Feng Jingxiong frowned, already prepared for battle. Since there's no way out, we must fight. We can only fight. Lin Tianqing said fiercely. Even though he knew that he wasn't strong enough, he didn't retreat. Yuan Xiong activated his true core strength and said in a deep voice, "A fierce battle is unavoidable. Let's fight together. Fight to the death. Xiao, I'll leave my mother and the others to you. Qingyang, Qing you guys go too." Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He didn't plan to escape at all, but to fight to the death. Brother Feng, don't worry. Ling Xiao chuckled. Brother Feng, if we die together. Lu Qingyang shouted in a low voice. Kill. Huangfu Qing roared, staring at Feng Wuchen with bloodshot eyes. He was the first to rush forward. The powerhouses of the Huangfu family, the Yang family, and the Mo family all attacked. The battle was about to begin. Xiao, take my mother away. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. He took out the red fiery sword and activated the dragon god's power. A violent power burst out. Staring at Huangfu Qing, who was rushing forward, Feng Wuchen's murderous intent was strong. He said coldly, "Those who offend the Feng family. Die." Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly a death sentence for Huangfu Qing. Feng Wuchen. Die. Huangfu Qing roared in a murderous manner. Kill. Huanyang shouted, holding his spear tightly and rushing towards the powerhouses of the Huangfu family with Luanshan. Kill. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army roared, their voices shaking the sky. They swarmed forward and took the lead in attacking the Yang family and the Mo family. Feng Xingxiong. Give me your life. Mo Kuan shouted angrily. He had already locked onto Feng Xingxiong and rushed forward ferociously. Feng Xingxiong shouted angrily, we don't know who will die yet. The Feng family's courtyard was in chaos. There were people everywhere, occupying the entire courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Huangfu Xian and Huangfu Zhongkong attacked viciously. Facing the Feng family's guards and elite soldiers, they killed them one by one with a palm. It was as easy as squashing ants. Luan Shen. Hold them back. Huan Yang shouted. Dozens of Yuan Dan realm elite soldiers used teleportation at the same time. Their speed was terrifying, and their coordination was very good. Dozens of elite soldiers constantly flashed around Huangfu Xian and the others. They attacked from different directions. Their speed was very terrifying. One could not even see their figures. One could only see a blurry black shadow that disappeared in an instant. No matter how strong Huangfu Xian and Huangfu Zhongkong's cultivation was, they could not pinpoint the exact location of Huan Yang and the others. What kind of movement technique is this? It is so powerful. It is just like the rumors of the 8 mysterious people in Tianzhou. Huangfu Xian frowned and thought to himself. Huangfu Zhongkong frowned and said, when did they become so strong? How can they also have such a terrifying movement technique? Those 8 mysterious people also know it. Chen Er also knows it. What is Chen Er's relationship with them? Feng Xingxiong was shocked and felt that something was wrong. Feng Xingxiong was not stupid. The Empire would not send the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army for a mere 7 treasures chi condensing elixir. In addition, what Ling Xiaoxiao said before made Feng Xingxiong feel even more strange. Now, Feng Wuchen's movement technique was exactly the same as the Empire's elite soldiers. This was definitely not a coincidence. Chen Er must be hiding something. Feng Xingxiong was very certain. Not long after the fierce battle broke out, the number of casualties in the courtyard increased. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army soldiers kept pouring into the courtyard. Their killing intent soared, and their methods were ruthless. Roar. When the fierce battle broke out, a familiar roar suddenly came from the sky. A large bird that could fly was circling in the sky above the Feng family. Stop. A loud shout that carried an extremely tyrannical aura was heard. Skyflame Institute's Scarlet Blood Bird. The Institute's Grand Elder. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the sky. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, and both sides of the battle stopped. Long time no see, Grand Elder. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Grand Elder. Feng Xingxiong and the others were delighted. You've grown a lot in a year. Zhenyun Tian looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled with satisfaction. But when he sensed Feng Wuchen's soul force, his expression changed and his heart trembled. 3rd grade alchemist. Zhenyun Tian looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? He had stepped into the level of a 3rd grade alchemist in a year. Zhenyun Tian. It's you again. You still dare to meddle in other people's business. Huangfu said coldly as he stared coldly at Zhenyun Tian on the Scarlet Blood Bird. After gradually coming back to his senses, Zhenyun Tian said calmly, since old man promised to protect the Feng family for a year, he has to fulfill his promise. There are still 7 days before the 1-year deadline. The Feng family killed more than 10 people from the Yang family. I don't care who you protect, the Feng family must die today. Yang Qingyun shouted angrily. With the support of Huangfu family and the Tianyun clan, he was not afraid of the Skyflame Institute. Zhenyun Tian, don't forget what the Tianyun clan leader said. If your institute interferes again, the Tianyun clan will not stand by and do nothing. Huangfu shouted coldly, directly using the Tianyun clan to suppress them. Hearing this, Zhenyun Tian frowned slightly. He was in a difficult position. The Feng family was also secretly worried. If the institute did not care, they would really have no hope. The Tianyun clan was not to be trifled with. Even the institute could not afford to offend them. However, Feng Wuchen was a student of the institute and was highly valued by the institute. He was the only student who could be named. It was difficult for Jinyun Tian to choose. Seeing that Jinyun Tian seemed to be afraid, Huangfu sneered proudly, "Jinyun Tian, this time the Feng family killed first. If you want to interfere, you can try. Old man will not go back on his words." Jinyun Tian said slowly, already expressing his position. Jinyun Tian was not stupid. The appearance of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army was not a small matter. If it was not a big matter, the Empire would not send out the most elite soldiers. Humph. You are asking for death. If the Tianyun clan intervenes, you will all die. Huangfu sneered, looking arrogant. Yunzhou Fenchen Valley Master Su Yuanshan and the 3 elders are here to congratulate you. At this time, a soldier shouted from outside the door. Yunzhou Luantian City Lord. Tianfeng City Lord. And the leaders of the major families are here to congratulate you. Yunzhou Auction House is in Xianxia. Grand Elder Wei Yun is here to congratulate you. Yunzhou Tiandu City Lord Chu Wuhan is here to congratulate you. Yunzhou General Wu is here to congratulate you. Yunzhou Zuantianzong Clan Master Mu Yunshan, Old Clan Master Mu Tianyun, and the 3 elders are here to congratulate you. A series of shouts came from outside the Feng clan. Everyone was stunned. The entire courtyard was instantly silent. Everyone's face was filled with shock. All the major forces in Yunzhou had come to congratulate Feng Jingxiong. And each force was stronger than the other. Oh my god. They're all here to celebrate the Feng family's birthday. They're the forces of Yun State. Yun State Zuantianzong. The people from Wushuang City who came with the Feng family to find out were all shocked when they heard the shouts. Many forces, from small families to Zuantianzong, came to celebrate Feng Jingxiong's birthday. Huangfu family, Yang family, Mo family, and even the Feng family thought they heard wrong. What's going on? Why are the forces of Yun State celebrating Feng Jingxiong's birthday? Huangfu Xian frowned, feeling extremely confused and shocked. How can Feng Jingxiong know the forces of Yun State? Zuantianzong's old clan master is here. Mo Kuan and Yang Qingyun were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out as they looked at Feng Jingxiong in shock. Mo Ling-er and Huangfu Xian were so shocked that they couldn't speak. When did the Feng family have so many backers? And they were all forces of Yun State. Yuanxiong and Lin Tianqing looked at Feng Jingxiong in shock. They never knew that Feng Jingxiong knew the forces of Yun State. Feng Jingxiong, Feng Qianyang, and Xiao Qingqing were all stunned. Feng Jingxiong didn't know the forces of Yun State at all. Feng Wuchen was very surprised. He didn't expect that the forces of Yun State would come to celebrate his father's birthday. The strongest clan in Yun State, Zuantianzong, was even sent by their old clan master. Who was Mu Tianyun? He was a powerhouse in Yun State and a 4th-grade alchemist. Even the Tianyun clan had to respect him. I don't know the forces of Yun State at all. Why are they here to celebrate my birthday? Feng Jingxiong was very confused and couldn't understand. Fenchen Valley Su Yuanshan is here to celebrate the Feng family's birthday. Su Yuanshan was extremely polite and offered a birthday gift. Thank you, Valley Master Su. Feng Jingxiong nodded and thanked him, looking very flattered. Auction houses Xiang Yan and Wei Yun are here to celebrate the Feng family's birthday. Xiang Yan and Wei Yun walked forward and cupped their fists. Tiandu's Chu Wuhan is here to celebrate the Feng family's birthday. General Wu at the border of Yunzhou wishes family head Feng a happy birthday. Zuantianzong Muyunshan wishes family head Feng a happy birthday. One after another, powerful experts came to Feng Jingxiong's birthday. Most of their cultivation bases were higher than Feng Jingxiong's, especially when it came to Zuantianzong's sect master, Muyunshan. Feng Jingxiong was trembling. He was truly frightened. Feng Jingxiong did not recognize any of these experts, nor had he seen any of them before. There was a huge pile of priceless gifts. There were all kinds of treasures. Everyone, please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Feng Jingxiong said awkwardly. Because of the battle just now, the banquet tables and chairs were all destroyed. Muyunshan politely smiled and said, Patriarch Feng is too polite, just 1 cup of wine is enough. When Mu Tianyun and the others came in, they knew that something had happened to the Feng clan, but now, it was as if nothing had happened. Moreover, the first thing they did when they came in was to respectfully glance at Feng Wuchen. When Mu Tianyun and the other experts of Yunzhou came to give birthday wishes, Huang Fuxian and the others did not dare to act rashly. None of them were clear of the situation. What the hell is going on? It's impossible for Feng Jingxiong to know so many experts of Yunzhou, and it's even more impossible for him to know Mu Yunshan. On the Crimson Blood Bird, Zhenyin Tian was extremely puzzled. The Feng clan was only a small clan, and Feng Jingxiong was only a first-level origin core stage cultivator. It was simply impossible for him to know the various forces of Yunzhou. There was only one reason. It must be because of the existence of someone in the Feng clan that the various forces of Yunzhou would come to give their birthday wishes. Zhenyin Tian's gaze finally landed on Feng Wuchen. Patriarch Feng, looks like the Feng clan has encountered trouble. Someone actually dares to behave atrociously on the day of the Feng clan's birthday, Mu Yunshan said with a faint smile as his gaze swept past the Huangfu clan and Mo clan members. Feng Jingxiong smiled helplessly. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of sect leader Mu. Hearing this, the faces of Huang Fuxian and the others darkened slightly. Huang Fuxian said in a deep voice, "Sect leader Mu, this is my Huangfu clan's matter. I hope you won't interfere." Mu Yunshan said with a faint smile, "I can't be bothered to interfere with your Huangfu clan's matters. It's best that you don't interfere. So as to avoid dragging Xuantianzong into this." Huang Fuxian said with a slight sense of pride. Changing the topic, Mu Yunshan said again, "But I must interfere with the Feng clan's matters. And it's not just me, all the forces of Yunzhou must interfere. This is Tianzhou. Not Yunzhou. You have to think carefully. What will happen if you offend the Tianyun clan?" Huang Fuxian shouted angrily, hoping that mentioning the Tianyun clan would deter Mu Yunshan and the others. Unfortunately, to the disappointment of Huang Fuxian and the others, Mu Yunshan and the others were not afraid at all. Does the Tianyun clan really dare to support the Huangfu clan? Mu Tianyun asked slowly. Humph. The Huangfu clan has offended their superiors. According to the laws of the empire, 9 generations of your clan should be executed. I'm afraid the Tianyun clan won't dare to interfere. General Wu shouted, not giving the Huangfu clan any face at all. Humph. You keep saying that the Huangfu clan has offended our superiors. May I ask if the Huangfu clan has offended the royal family of the empire? General Wu, you shouldn't be considered royal, right? You are at most a small general. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army of the Empire insisted on interfering. You can't blame us for this, Huangfu Zhongkong said coldly. General Wu's face was gloomy as he shouted coldly, "The Huangfu clan is courting death." Courting death? I'd like to know who has the ability to destroy the Huangfu clan. At this moment, a voice full of majesty was heard. Whoosh! 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 At the instant these words were spoken, a black shadow swiftly flickered, and in the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in the Feng clan courtyard. Patriarch! Huang Fuxian and the others were overjoyed. The person that arrived was precisely the Huangfu clan's patriarch, Huangfu Yunzhong. He was a man that was a little over 40 years old. He wore a gorgeous gray brocade and emitted the aura of an expert from between his brows. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the origin core stage. Huangfu Yunzhong had just appeared when another old man arrived. He was the Huangfu clan's grand elder, Huangfu Tsongshan. He was at the 6th level of the origin core stage and was also a grade 4 alchemist. Huangfu Tsongshan's reputation was even more resounding than the patriarch, Huangfu Yunzhong, because he was a grade 4 alchemist. In the Sky Province, besides the alchemist of the Tianyun clan, his alchemy realm was the strongest. The 2 strongest experts of the Huangfu clan had both arrived. The Mo clan and Yang clan were overjoyed, and their worries from before had already completely vanished. He's Huangfu Yunzhong? His cultivation is indeed formidable. His strength is even stronger than Yu Tsangqiong, and he's only slightly weaker than Mu Yunshan. Feng Wuchen frowned as he thought to himself, and his gaze sized up Huangfu Yunzhong. His icy gaze swept past General Wu as Huangfu Yunzhong said coldly, "General Wu, I'm afraid that even if Yu Tsangqiong came, he wouldn't dare say what you said earlier, right?" Huangfu Yunzhong had the qualifications to be arrogant and conceited. Firstly, the strength of the Huangfu clan wasn't weak. Secondly, the eldest young master of the Huangfu clan was a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan. With the Tianyun clan supporting him, he was completely unafraid of any power in the empire. Huangfu clan leader, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Mu Yunshan smiled faintly. Clan leader Mu, old man clan leader Mu doesn't want to be an enemy of Xuantianzong, nor does he want to offend the major forces of Yunzhou. I hope that everyone can give me some face. Huangfu Yunzhong spoke slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. On the level of not offending the major forces of Yunzhou, his words also showed that he wasn't afraid of being an enemy of the major forces of Yunzhou. Mu Yunshan smiled and said, Huangfu clan leader Mu's words are reasonable, but this isn't something that I can decide. I don't understand what clan leader Mu means. Huangfu Yunzhong frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Mu Yunshan's words clearly had a hidden meaning. In other words, they had to come to Tianzhou, and whether or not they would interfere in Huangfu clan's affairs wasn't up to them, but someone else. Do you mean to say that you want to be an enemy of the Huangfu clan and the Tianyun clan? Huangfu Tsongshan asked, and a fierce aura spread out. Humph. Feng Wuchen suddenly snorted coldly, and an extremely majestic soul power burst out. Pfft. The sudden and overbearing soul power shook Huangfu Tsongshan so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone turned pale with fright. They were all shocked by this sudden scene. Third-grade alchemist. Huangfu Tsongshan looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Huangfu Tsongshan was terrified. No, his realm is only third grade, but this kid's soul power is extremely overbearing, even stronger than old man's fourth-grade alchemist soul power. Third-grade alchemist soul power? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen is a third-grade alchemist soul power? How? How is this possible? A third-grade alchemist soul power can hurt elder Huangfu clan leader. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and disbelief. Even Mu Tianyun was shocked by Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul power. A third-grade alchemist soul power could hurt a fourth-grade alchemist soul power? How terrifying was that? Mo Ling-er's heart was in turmoil. Feng Wuchen's identity as an alchemist was completely unknown to the Mo, Yang, and Wushuang city. He was a third-grade alchemist soul power at such a young age. He was simply an alchemy genius. What kind of high status was that? Don't threaten me with the Tianyun clan. A mere fourth-grade alchemist soul power dares to be arrogant here. If you dare to threaten me again, I'll kill you immediately. Feng Wuchen finally spoke and walked forward. His cold words made people tremble in fear. Huangfu Tsongshan looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, not daring to say a word. That overbearing soul power made him unable to resist. Mu Tianyun, Mu Yunshan, and many other strong people retreated to the side. Huan Yang, Luanchen, and other elite soldiers also retreated respectfully with a look of respect in their eyes. At this moment, everyone present seemed to have understood something, and they also saw something. Feng Wuchen. Feng Jingxiong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Huangfu Yunzhong looked at Feng Wuchen solemnly. He did not expect Feng Wuchen to be a third-grade alchemist soul power. He also did not expect Feng Wuchen to be able to injure Huangfu Tsongshan severely. Who are you? Huangfu Yunzhong asked with a frown. There was dead silence in the Feng family's courtyard. It was as if the scene was frozen. Everyone was stunned and did not move. Luanchen's words were replayed in everyone's minds like a replay. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. This frozen scene lasted for a few minutes. Empires. Commander. And, he's also the commander of the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army. Below one and above all, seeing the commander is like seeing the emperor. Every sentence was like a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's ears. What kind of lofty status was this? It was unbelievable and unimaginable. After a long silence, the Feng family's courtyard suddenly exploded. The third young master is the commander conferred by the emperor. Chen'er is the empire's commander. How is this possible? Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing were shocked beyond words. He's the commander? This is impossible. How can he be the commander conferred by the emperor? I don't believe it. Huang Fuqing shook his head in horror. He did not want to believe it at all. The most shocked person present was Mo Ling-er. She was so scared that her face was pale as if she had lost her soul. She could not say a word. Feng Wuchen was the empire's commander. He was below one and above all. Seeing the commander was like seeing the emperor. What kind of lofty status was this? The commander's status was not something a Tianyun clan disciple like Mo Ling-er could compare to. At this moment, Mo Ling-er felt that all her pride and dignity had been ruthlessly stepped on by Feng Wuchen. Compared to Feng Wuchen, her so-called achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Mo Kuan, Yang Qingyun, and the rest of the people from the two families were trembling in horror. There was no turning back, and the regret in their hearts was self-evident. Even Huangfu Yunzhong and the rest were regretting helping the Mo family at this moment. If it were not for Huangfu Qing's love for Mo Ling-er, the Huangfu family would not have cared about the Mo family's matters at all. Huangfu Yunzhong and the others also didn't expect that the Grand Marshal conferred by the Empire would be the Feng clan's third young master, Feng Wuchen. Huangfu Yunzhong gradually recovered from the shock in his eyes. He said, "So you are Master Feng, the famous Yunzhou, the fifth-grade blacksmith who can create a weapon with a single thought." Everyone at the scene now understood why all the forces in Yunzhou, including the most powerful one, Xuantianzong, personally came to Tianzhou to celebrate Feng Jingxiong's birthday. That was because Feng Wuchen was a fifth-grade equipment refiner with a single thought. Moreover, he was the commander-in-chief of the empire. The news of the emperor's conferment of titles and the news of the famous Feng master had spread throughout the empire. However, very few people knew that this big shot was the third young master of the Feng family, Feng Wuchen. Not to mention whether Feng Wuchen was a commander-in-chief or not, just the fact that Feng Wuchen was a fifth-grade equipment refiner with a single thought, as well as the fact that he could injure a fourth-grade alchemist with the sole power of a third-grade alchemist was enough to make countless people wary, who would have thought that a year ago, Feng Wuchen was a second-grade martial spirit trash. A year later, in the blink of an eye, he became the famous Feng master, the commander-in-chief of the empire. Chen is actually the famous Feng master of Yunzhou. He is a fifth-grade equipment refiner. Feng Jingxiong's voice trembled. He could not hide his shock and fear. No one in the Feng clan dared to accept the sudden lofty status and identity. They didn't even dare to imagine it and felt that it was all a dream. Now do you know who you have offended? The Yang clan, the Mo clan, and the Huangfu clan have offended their superiors. Their crimes are unforgivable. General Wu shouted coldly. The commander-in-chief's father was celebrating his birthday, yet they dared to come and cause trouble. They were simply seeking death. Yang Qingyun and Mo Kuan's faces were ashen, their eyes filled with despair. They had offended the commander-in-chief of the empire. Even if they had the support of the Huangfu clan and the Tianyun clan, they would not be able to save them. The Mo clan and the Yang clan were just small clans. It was not enough for the Tianyun clan to risk offending the empire to save them. The commander-in-chief of the capital city and the commander of the Tianzhou clan are here to celebrate your birthday. At this moment, a soldier's shout came from outside the door. The commander-in-chief of the capital city and the commander of the Tianzhou clan were of high status, but their arrival was not enough to shock everyone. The two of them hurried in, looking flustered. When they came before Feng Wuchen, they immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. Please forgive us for not being able to make it in time. Rise." Feng Wuchen said calmly. "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." The two of them were completely relieved, afraid that Feng Wuchen would punish them. However, the arrival of the two of them was another blow to the Yang clan and the Mo clan. "Commander-in-Chief, we did not know your identity before and offended you. Please forgive us, Commander-in-Chief. Can you let it go for the sake of the Huangfu clan and the Tianyun clan?" Huangfu Yunzhong said to Feng Wuchen. "Those who offend the Feng clan will die." Feng Wuchen responded coldly. Even if Huangfu Yunzhong had spoken, Feng Wuchen would not give him any face. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhong's face darkened. Feng Wuchen did not give the Huangfu clan any face, which made Huangfu Yunzhong furious, but he did not dare to flare up. Mu Tianyun and Mu Yunshan were both stronger than him. No matter how strong the Huangfu clan was, they could not be stronger than Xuantianzong. "Soldiers, listen to my orders. Kill without mercy." Huan Yang shouted without hesitation, and his murderous aura spread out again. "Kill." The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army roared, and an extremely cold and heavy murderous aura soared into the sky as they rushed forward without hesitation. I would like to see if the Tianyun clan dares to stand up for the Huangfu clan. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly, kill. The powerhouses of the various forces in Yunzhou attacked one after another. Looking at the terrifying formation, they planned to wipe out the Huangfu clan, the Yang clan, and the Mo clan. Commander-in-Chief, please spare our lives. The situation was hopeless. The Yang clan and the Mo clan were terrified and full of despair. They did not have the heart to resist at all, and many of them knelt down and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were famous for being ruthless. They did not care about their begging and only cared about the massacre. Huan Yang and Luanshan attacked and killed Yang Qingyun and Mo Kuan first. Take Qing'er and leave. Huangfu Yunzhong shouted in a low voice. Linger. Go. Go. Huangfu Qing, who was being dragged away by Huangfu Xian, shouted at the frightened and motionless Mo Linger. Huangfu Qing, you can't leave. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He held the red fiery sword in his hand and used instant pursuit. His speed was terrifying. When the battle broke out, the experts of the Huangfu clan rushed out of the Feng clan residence. Mu Tianyun, Mu Yunshan, and other powerhouses chased after them. The people of the Yang clan and the Mo clan outside the Feng clan were all slaughtered. There were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. After the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army massacred the Yang clan and the Mo clan, they chased after them. The scene that appeared in front of the people of Wushuang City was definitely something they had never seen before in their lives. A large number of experts leaped on the buildings of Wushuang City. A large number of Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army elite soldiers flashed continuously. It was a visual impact, and the scene was spectacular and shocking. The Huangfu clan was actually being chased by a large number of experts. Hundreds of people were chasing after the dozens of experts of the Huangfu clan. Who did the Huangfu clan offend? The people of Wushuang City were very puzzled, and each of them showed fear. Mu Yunshan. Do you really want to be the enemy of the Huangfu clan? Huangfu Yunzhong was on the way to escape when he was stopped by Mu Yunshan. He immediately asked with a gloomy face, and his face was extremely fierce. Huangfu clan head, I forgot to tell you one thing. Right now, the great commander has the final say in Yunzhou. Mu Yunshan said with a cold smile. Since it was Feng Wuchen's order, he did not dare to disobey. He has the final say? Huangfu Yunzhong's face changed greatly. He seemed to have guessed something. The entire Yunzhou was under the control of Feng Wuchen. Didn't that mean he was the overlord of Yunzhou? Mu Yunshan did not waste time talking. He urged his true origin and rushed forward with a majestic aura. Among the fleeing experts of the Huangfu clan, the first to be killed was Huangfu Liang. Luanshan teleported and killed him with a slash to the throat. The other experts of the Huangfu clan had not yet escaped Wushuang City. They were all pursued and intercepted by Chu Wuhan and the other experts of Yunzhou and the elite soldiers with powerful movement techniques. Humph. Pooh. Feng Wuchen chased after Huangfu Xian as he urged his soul force. With a heavy snort, Huangfu Tsongshan, who escaped with injuries, spat out blood again. The instant he lost his balance, he fell down. Grand Elder. Huangfu Yunzhong was shocked. Among the experts of the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Tsongshan was the most aggrieved. With his cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, he did not even have the chance to attack before he was heavily injured by Feng Wuchen's soul force attack twice. Huangfu Tsongshan's soul body was heavily injured twice, and he was already powerless to get up. Huangfu Tsongshan was the only alchemist in the Huangfu clan. If he died like this, it would absolutely be a heavy blow to the Huangfu clan. Old sect leader Mu, stop Huangfu Xian. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly. Even if he used teleportation, it was difficult to catch up to Huangfu Xian. However, it was different when Mu Tianyun made a move. With a few flashes, he had already appeared in front of Huangfu Xian. Second young master. Leave quickly. Huangfu Xian looked at Mu Tianyun with extreme fear. Everyone in the empire knew how terrifying this old man was. Even the Tianyun clan's sect leader had to be wary of him. Boom. Pooh. Mu Tianyun flashed with an extremely terrifying speed. Suddenly, an explosive bang sounded out, and the 5th-level origin core stage Huang Fuxian spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure transformed into a black line that flew out and crashed into several buildings in succession. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Huang Fuqing had long been scared out of his wits. It was the first time he felt so close to death, and also the first time he felt the aura of death. "Can you leave?" Feng Wuchen's icy cold voice sounded out by Huang Fuqing's ears. "Feng Wuchen." Huang Fuqing's face went pale, and he was extremely terrified as he turned around and ran. At this moment, Huang Fuqing completely didn't dare to fight with Feng Wuchen. He only wanted to quickly escape Peerless City and didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Feng Wuchen held the flaming sword in his hand and charged out with an icy cold killing intent that was suffocating. "Feng Wuchen, stop!" Huang Fu Yunzhong roared anxiously. Swish! Swish, swish! Feng Wuchen's figure transformed into numerous blurry black shadows, and with a few flashes, he had already intercepted Huang Fuqing, scaring Huang Fuqing to the point he almost fell to the ground. "The Feng clan is absolutely not a place where you can come and go as you please," Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the flaming sword had already mercilessly swept out. Huang Fuqing's mind was in a mess. In the face of death, he could not calm down at all. In the face of Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks, Huang Fuqing could still dodge at first, but as Feng Wuchen's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, Huang Fuqing was completely powerless to resist. His panic had already made him lose his ability to judge. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Feng Wuchen moved quickly, and under the flash of the sword, blood spurted out from Huang Fuqing's body. The tendons of Huang Fuqing's hands and feet were all cut by Feng Wuchen, and the excruciating pain made Huang Fuqing scream in agony. "Feng Wuchen! Don't kill me!" Huang Fuqing, who was in extreme pain, begged. "Feng Wuchen! How dare you kill my son? I will destroy the Feng family." Huang Fu Yunzhong, who was fighting Mu Yunshan, roared furiously at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen glanced at Huang Fu Yunzhong, who was fighting Mu Yunshan at the top of a building not far away, and the red fiery sword in his hand immediately pierced Huang Fuqing's heart without hesitation. "I won't give you any chance." Feng Wuchen responded coldly, slowly pulling out the red fiery sword. Huang Fuqing's eyes were filled with despair and fear. He could not speak and fell down. Huang Fuqing could not believe that Feng Wuchen really dared to kill him. He was a disciple of the Tianyun clan, and his brother was a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan, a genius disciple who was highly valued by the Tianyun clan. Was Feng Wuchen not afraid of offending the Tianyun clan? Even if Feng Wuchen was the commander of the empire and was highly valued by the empire, the Tianyun clan's strength was not inferior to the empire's. The empire's strength was indeed strong, and there were many troops, many times more than the Tianyun clan's, as the strongest clan in the empire. The Tianyun clan only had tens of thousands of disciples, which was completely insufficient to fight against the empire. However, the Tianyun clan was full of powerhouses, and there were hundreds of people in the primordial core realm. This was the terrifying part of the Tianyun clan. It was said that the Tianyun clan's clan master had already stepped into the realm, which was beyond reach. This was the most terrifying part of the Tianyun clan. "Qing-er!" Huang Fu Yunzhong roared in panic. Boom! Puff! Huang Fu Yunzhong's body of course, of a body flew of the sturdy building. With a loud bang bang, the terrifying force to Yunzhong flew, piercing through the sturdy buildings. Buildings, sturdy buildings, sturdy buildings. Buildings of buildings. Tianyun clans was to be seen be strong. Tianyun is of course of to be, Feng his to be. To be, of course of Feng to of two. Perhaps it was because of the Feng family's misfortune in the past 2 years that Feng Wuchen changed so drastically. Reporting to the great leader. Huang Fuxian is dead. Reporting to the great leader. Huang Fu Changkong is dead. Reporting to the great leader. Capture Huang Fu Tsongshan alive. Wait for the great leader's punishment. Except for Huang Fu Yunzhong and Huang Fu Tsongshan, all the other powerhouses of the Huangfu clan were killed. Perhaps it was because of Huangfu Tsongshan's status as a fourth-grade alchemist. Luanchen captured him and did not kill him on the spot. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at the severely injured Huangfu Tsongshan. He swung the red fiery sword in his hand and killed Huangfu Tsongshan on the spot. Feng Wuchen's ruthlessness shocked many of the powerhouses in Yunzhou. After all, Feng Wuchen was only 16 or 17 years old. Luanchen, Huanyang, and the others were shocked. A fourth-grade alchemist was killed just like that. Huangfu Tsongshan had just become a fourth-grade alchemist a little more than a year ago. What use did Feng Wuchen have for him? With Feng Wuchen's current ability, it was easy for him to nurture an alchemist. It all depended on whether he was happy or not. Reporting to the great leader. Except for the women and children of the Yang clan, kill everyone. Reporting to the great leader. Except for the women and children of the Mo clan, kill everyone. The elite soldiers came to report. It seemed like they had already gone to the Yang clan and Mo clan and massacred the two clans. Pass down the order. Lock down Matchless City. Don't let Huangfu Yunzhong escape. Feng Wuchen ordered. Huangfu Yunzhong was a 7th-level origin core powerhouse. His cultivation was profound. If he wanted to escape, it would be difficult to stop him. Ah! Buzz buzz. Within Matchless City, Huangfu Yunzhong's furious roar sounded out. An extremely terrifying energy exploded out, causing the ground to buzz and shake. On the ground where Huangfu Yunzhong was, the surrounding buildings were all destroyed by the terrifying energy, causing everyone to flee in terror. Feng Wuchen. I won't forgive you. Huangfu Yunzhong roared furiously, and his voice resounded throughout the entire Matchless City. The terrifying killing intent seemed material as it madly suffused the air. The terrifying energy exploded out uncontrollably, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Matchless City. Huangfu Yunzhong went berserk. The death of the Huangfu clan's Grand Elder and the others had already caused the Huangfu clan's vitality to be greatly damaged. Now that his beloved son, Huangfu Qing, was also killed, it caused Huangfu Yunzhong to be furious to the point of losing his reason. Bang! The furious Huangfu Yunzhong seemed to have an ejector installed behind his butt. With a rumble, he charged forward at a terrifying speed. He was extremely ferocious. Everywhere he passed, countless pieces of rubble flew out, and buildings collapsed one by one. Be careful, great commander! Mu Yunshan shouted loudly, and hurriedly flashed down. Go! Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice, and executed teleportation to dodge. Huanyang, Luanshen, and the other elite soldiers successively executed teleportation and disappeared. Bang! Buzz buzz! Mu Yunshan, who flashed down, collided with Huangfu Yunzhong's palm. A deafening explosion sounded out, and an extremely terrifying energy madly spread out. The ground collapsed layer by layer, and the entire Matchless City shook. The terrifying energy ripples swept out, and the surrounding buildings were destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were razed to the ground. The destructive power of the fierce battle between the two powerhouses was extremely shocking. When had such a terrifying battle ever occurred in Matchless City? Mu Yunshan. Get out of my way. Don't stop me. Huangfu Yunzhong roared madly. The veins on his face bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot. His appearance was extremely terrifying. Mu Yunshan sneered calmly. That will depend on your ability. No matter how strong Huangfu Yunzhong was, Mu Yunshan was not worried at all. No matter how strong Huangfu Yunzhong was, Huangfu Yunzhong would not be stronger than him, who was at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. As the sect leader of Xuantianzong, if he did not have sufficient strength, wouldn't he be a joke to others? Preposterous. Huangfu Yunzhong gnashed his teeth in anger, and suddenly launched a fierce attack. Bang bang bang. Buzz buzz. The fierce battle unfolded, and the terrifying energy spread out easily. A series of explosions frightened everyone in Matchless City, and their hearts thumped non-stop. Mu Yunshan's combat strength was extremely strong, and he suppressed Huangfu Yunzhong all the way. He completely didn't give Huangfu Yunzhong any chance, and he didn't even have the chance to execute his martial skill. As time passed, Huangfu Yunzhong's injuries became more and more severe. His face was pale, his clothes were tattered, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He was completely unable to endure Mu Yunshan's fierce attacks. On the other hand, Mu Yunshan was completely unharmed, and he had only consumed some true essence. Huangfu Yunzhong's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Mu Yunshan lightly smiled, and without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward explosively and blasted his palm towards Huangfu Yunzhong. Patriarch Huangfu, it's time to go on your way. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly flashed over with an extremely shocking speed. Mu Yunshan's face slightly went grim. 9th level of the Origin Core Stage. Bang! In the blink of an eye, an explosive bang sounded out. Under the head-on collision with the palm, Mu Yunshan was blasted flying. Huangfu Tianba. Mu Yunshan was greatly shocked in his heart, and the vital energy and blood within his body roiled violently, causing him to spit out blood. Mu Tianyun flashed over, but unfortunately, it was already too late. That black figure had already fled with Huangfu Yunshan. The mysterious person's speed was extremely terrifying, and no one was able to clearly see who it was. Huangfu Tianba. Mu Tianyun frowned. Old sect leader Mu, you know him? Feng Wuchen asked. Mu Tianyun nodded and said seriously, over 10 years ago, old man once fought with him. This is his aura, it can't be wrong. I never imagined that after so many years, his cultivation has advanced so much. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded and didn't mind. After the battle, Wushuang City was in a state of chaos. Many buildings were destroyed, and the losses were heavy. Returning to the Feng family, the strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. The corpses had been cleaned up by the Feng family guards, but the smell of blood was still there. Except for Mo Ling everyone else was dead. Mo Ling stood there in a daze. Her face was full of fear, and there were 2 lines of dried tears. This was the biggest blow Mo Ling had ever encountered. Her family was destroyed, and all her pride was trampled under the feet of Feng Wuchen, who she looked down on. Glancing at the frightened Mo Ling Feng Wuchen whispered, "Go back to the Tianyun clan and cultivate well." At this moment, Mo Ling suddenly felt that she had lost something in her heart. It was very uncomfortable and indescribable. In an instant, she fell from heaven to hell. Feng Master, the commander of the empire, Feng Wuchen, is this your revenge on me? Tears flowed down her face. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back, Mo Ling cried and asked. Feng Wuchen didn't stop, didn't look back, and didn't speak. Because Mo Ling was even more heartless back then. Feng Wuchen didn't kill her, and didn't do anything to Mo Ling which was already very benevolent. Feng Wuchen wasn't inhumane. He and Mo Ling were childhood sweethearts and childhood playmates. Those were childhood memories, and Feng Wuchen didn't want to destroy the pure childhood feelings. You're high and mighty now. Do you think I don't even have the right to talk to you? Everything I had was destroyed by you. Everything was destroyed by you. Feng Wuchen. I hate you. I hate you. Mo Ling cried in grief. Mo Ling regretted it. All of this was caused by herself. If she betrayed Feng Wuchen a little later, maybe she would have half of the glory that Feng Wuchen had now. Maybe she would have become the woman of the commander of the empire. Unfortunately, all of this would never come true. Mo Ling go. You and I have already cut off all ties. I don't want to talk about the past. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Looking at the sorrowful Mo Ling Xiao Qingqing sighed and shook her head. Mo Ling glared at Ling Xiaoxiao fiercely. Ling Xiaoxiao's insults to her had already filled her heart with resentment. Mo Ling was jealous of Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty and talent. She hated Ling Xiaoxiao for being with Feng Wuchen. Ling Xiaoxiao. The more you insult me, the deeper my hatred for you. Sooner or later, I will make you wish you were dead. Mo Ling said fiercely in her heart. Her cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. Mo Ling said coldly, Feng Wuchen, you have ruined everything for me. I will make you regret it. With that, Mo Ling turned around and left the Feng clan with grief and hatred. Looking at Mo Ling's back, Miao Qingqing said worriedly, Big brother Feng, a woman's resentment is very deep. Are you really not worried? She has been completely influenced by her vanity. If she does not reflect on herself, what awaits her is only a bottomless abyss. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. Feng Wuchen also shook his head in disappointment and did not say anything. Mo Linger, who had left the Feng family, seemed to have changed into a different person. Her eyes were filled with hatred and her body emitted a bone-chilling aura. After the war, the Yang family and the Mo family were destined to decline. The news of the two families being massacred had already spread throughout Wushuang City. After the Feng family was cleaned up, Feng Jingxiong's birthday celebration continued. Feng Jingxiong was very grateful to all the big and small forces in the Cloud Prefecture who came to celebrate and help the Feng family. Mu Tianyun and the other big and small forces in the Cloud Prefecture all toasted Feng Jingxiong. All kinds of gifts filled the hall. Among all the gifts, Ling Xiaoxiao's gift was the most valuable. It was a miraculous treasure called the Blood Jade Bodhi. It directly helped Feng Jingxiong to step into the second level of the Origin Transformation realm. Everyone was shocked. Ling Xiaoxiao's mysterious origin made everyone curious and fearful. Huangfu's house. The seriously injured Huangfu Yunzhong was still furious. His mind was filled with the scene of Huangfu Qing being killed by Feng Wuchen. His terrifying murderous aura and anger scared the entire Huangfu family into a state of panic. So many experts had gone out, but only Huangfu Yunzhong had returned. Furthermore, he had been rescued by Huangfu Tianba. They had also guessed that everyone else had died. The second young master of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Qing, was also dead. Otherwise, Huangfu Yunzhong would not be so furious. It had to be said that the Huangfu clan had a deep foundation and was originally a large clan. The death of more than a dozen experts did not weaken their battle prowess by much. The strength of the Huangfu clan was enough to be on equal footing with the Yi clan of the capital. We were still a step too late. Otherwise, Qing'er would not have died. Huangfu Tianba said in a deep voice. His old face was very ugly. Huangfu Tianba also did not expect Feng Wuchen to be the empire's great general. He also did not expect that the experts of the various forces in the Cloud region would come to help the Feng clan. Old clan head, Feng Wuchen is not simple. An elder said solemnly, according to what we know a year ago, Feng Wuchen was only a second-grade martial spirit trash. Then, for some unknown reason, his cultivation speed suddenly became very frightening. A year later, he became Feng Master who could achieve something with a single thought and was conferred the title of Great General by the Emperor. He is also a third-grade alchemist. His soul force is even more powerful and terrifying than the Great Elders. In just a year, could there really be such a frightening change? Another elder nodded and said, it is impossible to achieve in a year's time. No matter how high one's talent was, they did not believe that there was anyone who could rapidly increase their cultivation while increasing their alchemy and blacksmithing realms in a year's time. Not to mention Feng Wuchen's terrifying increase in cultivation, many of the continent's geniuses could do it. However, the alchemy and blacksmithing realms were much more difficult than the cultivation realms. No matter how high one's talent was, it was impossible to become a third-grade alchemist and fifth-grade blacksmith in a year's time. Not to mention a year, it was impossible to achieve in a few decades. Huangfu Tianba's old face became serious and said in a deep voice, unless there is a frightening expert behind Feng Wuchen, or he had a fortuitous encounter. However, as for what kind of expert, Huangfu Tianba did not dare to imagine. He would rather believe that Feng Wuchen had a fortuitous encounter. If Feng Wuchen really had a frightening expert behind him, how frightening would that be? Old clan head, Feng Wuchen is the empire's great general. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid the empire will not agree. An elder frowned and said. Qing'er and the great elder will not die in vain. No matter what Feng Wuchen's identity is, he must die. Huangfu Tianba said coldly, an imperceptible cold murderous intent flashing in his old eyes. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was too terrifying. If he was left alone for a few more years, not to mention the Huangfu family, even the Tianyun clan would not be able to do anything to him. Immediately send someone to pass the news to the Tianyun clan. No matter how strong the empire is, they will not dare to go to war with the Tianyun clan. Huangfu Tianba ordered. They could only fight against the empire with the help of the Tianyun clan. Huangfu Zhantian was undoubtedly the most crucial existence. After the birthday banquet ended, Mu Tianyun and the other powerhouses of the various forces in Yunzhou left one after another. After Huan Yang handed a token to Feng Wuchen, he and Luanshan returned to the capital with the elite soldiers. After Zhen Yuntian reminded Feng Wuchen to return to the academy in 7 days, he also returned to the academy on the Crimson Blood Bird. The lively Feng family instantly became much quieter. Chen, tell me honestly, who is your master? In the hall, Feng Xingxiong was the first to ask. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's growth in a year was terrifying. He was a third-grade alchemist and master Feng, who could turn Feng Wuchen into an item with a thought. They were all very curious about what kind of powerhouse could train Feng Wuchen to be so terrifying. Father, my master said that I can't reveal it. Feng Wuchen pretended to want to say something but couldn't. Feng Xingxiong said anxiously, then what should we do? The Feng family should at least thank your master, right? Father, instead of thinking about this, why don't we all seize the time to cultivate? The Huangfu family won't let this go. We don't even know if the Tianyun clan will intervene. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Feng Xingxiong frowned slightly and nodded solemnly. He began to worry in his heart. So many powerhouses of the Huangfu family had died, and most importantly, Huangfu Qing was killed. The Huangfu family would definitely not let this go. Moreover, Huangfu Qing was a disciple of the Tianyun clan. The Tianyun clan would probably not sit back and do nothing this time. The powerhouses of the major forces in Yun State have already left. If the Huangfu family takes the opportunity to attack, we have no chance of winning at all, Feng Qianyang said solemnly. Feng Wuchen said seriously, I'm not worried about the Huangfu family. The great elder of the academy won't sit back and do nothing. I'm worried about the Tianyun clan. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength and profound background were all seen by Zhen Yuntian. As long as he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Chen, if the Tianyun clan intervenes, will the empire help? Xiao Qingqing asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I don't know either. Although Feng Wuchen was the commander-in-chief of the empire, he had never seen the emperor. He had only seen the state preceptor and the prince. The emperor still had the final say in the empire. If the emperor didn't help, the state preceptor and the prince alone would be helpless. The conversation didn't last long before everyone went back to cultivate. Xiao, do you still have that blood jade Bodhi? On the way back to his room, Feng Wuchen asked. He had been thinking about this treasure. Previously, when they saw Feng Xingxiong instantly step into the second level of the origin core stage, it made many people envious. I knew Big Brother Feng would ask, so I prepared one for Big Brother Feng as well. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled playfully. With a flip of her hand, a blood jade Bodhi appeared out of thin air. The blood jade Bodhi was dark red in color, and its surface looked like an ordinary gem. There was nothing special about it, but it contained incomparably pure energy that could be directly absorbed and didn't need to be refined. After receiving the blood jade Bodhi, Feng Wuchen asked, Xiaoxiao, where did you get this blood jade Bodhi? The Grand Elder gave it to me, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a light smile. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the blood jade Bodhi is divided into years. The older it is, the more enormous the energy it contains. This one should be 20 years old, the one father consumed was about the same. Pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen continued, this treasure can be chanced upon but not sought. It's a precious treasure nurtured from the tears of a grade 9 icy flame python. The older it is, the more enormous the energy it contains, and even a heaven-tier powerhouse can help advance their cultivation. Big Brother Feng knows quite a bit, even the icy flame python knows, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a sweet smile. If you have the chance, go to the continent's Devil Beast mountain range to take a look. The more treasures there are, the better. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, and his gaze looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen continued, even your Grand Elder has this treasure, and it's enough to prove that the power behind you is very powerful. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and said with delight, if Big Brother Feng wants to go to the continent, then Xiaoxiao will accompany you to the sacred beast mountain. A grade 9 icy flame beast is equivalent to a human deity transformation realm powerhouse. It has the ability to overturn rivers and seas, and has the power to destroy heaven and earth. The power behind Xiaoxiao is truly terrifying, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Returning to his room, Feng Wuchen did not rush to consume the blood jade Bodhi, but instead relied on the mystic insight pellet to cultivate. Feng Wuchen's current cultivation was already half a step into the Yuandan realm, and it would be too wasteful to consume the blood jade Bodhi at this time. As Feng Wuchen cultivated, the news of the Huangfu clan being hunted down, and the news of the Feng clan's third young master being the empire's great commander had already spread out from Peerless City. The cities and forces around Peerless City were shocked, and the families and forces closest to Peerless City immediately rushed to the Feng clan in Peerless City the next day. More than a dozen powerhouses from the Huangfu clan were killed, and I heard that they were powerhouses from various forces in Yin province. Even the sect master of Xuantianzong came. The second young master of the Huangfu clan was also killed. And he was killed by the great commander. Huangfu Qing is a disciple of the Tianyun clan, and I'm afraid the Tianyun clan won't sit back and do nothing. That's right. Huangfu Zhantian is a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan. If he finds out that Huangfu Qing was killed, what would happen? The third young master of the Feng clan has been conferred the title of Great Commander by the Emperor. The Huangfu clan offended their superiors, and this is a capital offense. The Great Commander has the support of the Empire, and I'm afraid the Tianyun clan can't do anything to him. In an instant, the news spread far and wide, and soon spread throughout the entire Tianzhou, shocking countless forces. Some people thought that the death of a disciple was a small matter, and that the Tianyun clan did not need to clash with the empire because of it. However, some people thought that this was related to the prestige of the Tianyun clan. It was not the Tianyun clan's style to ignore the death of a disciple. The Tianyun clan was located in the mountains in the south of the Tianzhou. On the peak of a towering mountain, there was a huge and magnificent palace. The palace was surrounded by mountains and was surrounded by clouds all year round, like a celestial mountain. The Tianyun clan was the strongest clan in the Empire of Fire. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the clan and many powerhouses. In a small palace in the Tianyun clan, this was the private dormitory that the Tianyun clan had arranged for Huangfu Zhantian. The treatment was extremely good, which showed how much the Tianyun clan valued Huangfu Zhantian. Huangfu Zhantian's talent was extremely high, almost close to the talent of an 8th-grade martial soul. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the origin core stage, so his strength was definitely powerful. Among the many disciples of the Tianyun clan, Huangfu Zhantian's strength was ranked in the top 3. The one who ranked first in strength was the young master of the Tianyun clan, Gu Outyin. He was a few years older than Huangfu Zhantian and was already at the 7th level of the origin core stage. His strength was extremely terrifying. Huangfu Zhantian stood at the door, looking at the sky with a cold expression. There was a hint of fierceness in his eyes, which made people not dare to look directly at him. Senior Huangfu, the clan leader and elders are waiting for you in the main hall. At this time, a disciple came to inform him. Is junior sister Ling back? Huangfu Zhantian asked expressionlessly. No, not yet, the disciple said in a trembling voice in horror. The disciples of the Tianyun clan had already heard the news from Peerless City. At this moment, everyone knew that Huangfu Zhantian was furious. It had been less than 12 hours since the end of the battle, but Mo Ling had not returned to the Tianyun clan. Huangfu Zhantian was also a little worried. With Mo Ling's cultivation, it would take at most 2 hours to return to the Tianyun clan from Peerless City. Now that she had not returned for so long, could something have happened to her? Tell me when junior sister Ling is back, Huangfu Zhantian instructed, then walked in the direction of the main hall. Passing through the square of the palace, many disciples called Huangfu Senior. Huangfu Zhantian's status in the Tianyun clan was quite high. This matter is a big blow to junior Huangfu Zhantian. Don't disturb him for the time being. At the entrance of another small palace, a disciple was watching Huangfu Zhantian, who was heading to the main hall. Eldest senior brother, I heard that Feng Wuchen is a nominal student of the academy. He's at the 9th level of the origin transformation realm. That brat's strength isn't simple. Otherwise, junior brother Huangfu wouldn't have died in his hands, said a disciple. Senior brother Huangfu will never let him off. Not just anyone can kill the disciples of the Tianyun clan. Another disciple sneered. Feng Wuchen is the commander of the empire. He has a high position and power. We are not qualified to discuss this matter. All of you, shut your mouths. The sect master and the elders know what to do, the man who was addressed as eldest senior brother said lightly. Huangfu Zhantian entered the main hall. The Tianyun clan's master, elders, and higher-ups were already waiting there. The middle-aged man sitting on the main seat was the Tianyun clan's master, Gu Qingxian. He exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even if he tried to hide it, one could still feel the powerful and terrifying aura. Gu Qingxian was dressed in a black brocade. His long hair was tied up. He looked quite handsome. The aura he exuded was the Sky Origin stage. Beside Gu Qingxian was the Tianyun clan's guardian, Gu Qingshan. He was Gu Qingshuan's younger brother and was at the 8th level of the Origin core stage. Below the main seat was the Grand Elder, Lu Xingchen. He had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, he was a powerhouse with an extremely high cultivation. He was at the 8th level of the Origin core stage and was also an alchemist. Everyone in the empire knew about Lu Xingchen's reputation. He was like the Grand Preceptor of the empire with a high status. Second Elder, Lung Xianfeng, was also an old man. He wore a grey robe and was at the 7th level of the Origin core stage. Third Elder, Yi Yun, was at the 6th level of the Origin core stage. At the same time, he was the Tianyun clan's Deacon Elder and was in charge of many trivial matters in the Tianyun clan. Just based on these few people's terrifying cultivation, one could see how terrifying the Tianyun clan's strength was. Moreover, there were hundreds of Origin core powerhouses in the Tianyun clan. Greetings, Sect Master, Guardian, Elder. Huangfu Zhantian bowed respectfully. Gu Qingshan nodded and said solemnly, Zhantian, you're a genius disciple of the Tianyun clan. You should know how important you are to the Tianyun clan. We all know about what happened to Huangfu's family. None of us wanted such a thing to happen. We asked you to come because we wanted to ask for your opinion. Zhantian will always remember the Tianyun clan's nurturing of me. Without the Tianyun clan, I wouldn't be who I am today. I, Huangfu Zhantian, am a member of the Tianyun clan. Even if I die, I'll be a ghost of the Tianyun clan, Huangfu Zhantian said firmly. We're also very sad that something like this happened to Huangfu's family. We're also worried that it will affect your cultivation, Guardian Gu Qingshan said. Huangfu Zhantian fell silent. This matter was related to the empire and the Tianyun clan. If it wasn't handled well, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Huangfu Zhantian, Gu Qingshan said, Zhantian, the Huangfu family is in the wrong in this matter. The Yang family and the Mo family wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the Feng family during Feng Xingxiong's birthday celebration. The Huangfu family's help is indeed an act of defiance. This wasn't just defiance. They were simply trying to destroy the Feng family. Feng Wuchen was already being merciful by not immediately sending people to flatten the Huangfu family. However, Feng Wuchen killed a disciple of the Tianyun clan. We will not let this matter rest, Third Elder Yun said in a deep voice. Huangfu Zhantian said solemnly, Sect Master, I also know that the Huangfu family has offended their superiors and offended the Great Commander. However, the Great Commander killed my brother and the Grand Elder of the Huangfu family. I will not tolerate this. Logically speaking, Huangfu Zhantian also knew that it was the Huangfu family's fault. However, no matter what, Huangfu Qing was his brother. How could he sit back and do nothing, without waiting for the sect master and the others to speak? Huangfu Zhantian continued, Sect Master, don't worry. I plan to handle this matter myself. I also know that this matter will cause a feud between the Empire and the Tianyun clan. I understand that when two tigers fight, one of them is bound to be injured. However, I don't want to involve the Tianyun clan in this matter. I will use my own means to deal with Feng Wuchen. Your own means? Gu Qingxian and the others looked at each other. They knew Huangfu Zhantian's character too well. After such an incident, Huangfu Zhantian would definitely not let the matter rest. He would definitely seek revenge on Feng Wuchen. Gu Qingxian frowned deeply and said, Zhantian, we will not stop you from doing what you want to do. However, I hope that you can consider it carefully. Do not act rashly. You have to deal with this matter calmly. For the time being, we do not know if the Great Commander will pursue this matter. Sect Master, don't worry. I know what to do, Huangfu Zhantian said. After Huangfu Zhantian left the hall, Gu Gu Qingxian and the others had solemn expressions. The Tianyun clan and the empire have always minded their own business and have always respected each other. However, that punk Feng Wuchen has completely disregarded the Tianyun clan, Yin said in a deep voice as his old eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Gu Qingxian said solemnly, this matter is not Feng Wuchen's fault. If it were anyone else, they would have already sent troops to deal with the Huangfu family. Huangfu Qing was too rash and did not consider the consequences. I will make a trip to the imperial capital. I hope that this matter can be settled. It's all because Feng Master is not to be trifled with. His ability to create an artifact with a thought is probably something that even the powerful refiners of the continent might not be able to do, Gu Qingxian said solemnly. With that said, he disappeared. Gu Qingxian and company fell silent when they thought of Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity. The stronger the sect, the more they knew how terrifying a fifth-grade refiner was. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen was a young junior. His future was limitless. It was not a wise move to make him their enemy. Junior brother Huangfu. Huangfu Zhantian walked out of the hall and was suddenly stopped by someone. Junior clan master, Huangfu Zhantian greeted respectfully. A young man and a dozen disciples walked over. The man in white leading them was the junior clan master of the Tianyun clan, Gu Outyin. Behind him were the older generation of disciples of the Tianyun clan. Gu Outyin patted Huangfu Zhantian's shoulder and said, we are brothers. I won't waste time on nonsense. If you need any help, just let me know. Thank you, junior clan master. Huangfu Zhantian nodded. Senior brother Huangfu Zhantian, us too. The other disciples echoed. I don't want to implicate the Tianyun clan in this matter. I will use my own method to deal with Feng Wuchen. I will fight to the death. Huangfu Zhantian said as he walked towards the Tianyun clan. At the entrance of the hall, Gu Qingxian appeared in a flash. He sighed softly and said, Zhantian has been consumed by hatred. The Tianyun clan did not want to be enemies with the empire. The empire did not want to be enemies with the Tianyun clan. Similarly, Feng Wuchen did not want to be enemies with the Tianyun clan. Huangfu Zhantian's family would not let Feng Wuchen off, and Feng Wuchen would not show mercy to Huangfu Zhantian's family. Their hatred would only grow. After the news spread back to the empire, the entire royal family was shaken. The state preceptor and the prince were furious. They immediately ordered that if Huangfu Zhantian's family dared to offend them again, they must be destroyed. No one could bear the anger of a fifth-grade alchemist and a fourth-grade weapon refiner, not to mention the state preceptor and the prince of the empire. With their status, their network of connections could be said to be very large, and no one dared to offend them. Huangfu Zhantian's family had offended their superiors. Even the emperor was quite angry, and many officials were trembling in fear. The Huangfu Zhantian's family was simply looking down on the empire's authority. However, the emperor did not give any order to destroy the Huangfu Zhantian's family. The emperor was very clear about the relationship between the Huangfu Zhantian's family and the Tianyun clan. He was probably doing this to give face to the Tianyun clan. Otherwise, the Huangfu Zhantian's family would probably have lived through today. The state preceptor's order shocked all the forces in Tianzhou. It was enough to show how much the empire valued Feng Wuchen. The Feng family was completely relieved. The state preceptor's order meant that at least the Huangfu Zhantian's family would not attack the Feng family for the time being. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen came out of cultivation. Today, he was going to the academy to participate in the new student competition. The few of them had already promised Xing Tian Feng, so Feng Wuchen naturally could not go back on his word. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was also considered half a student of the academy. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing went together. The students of the Sky Flame Academy were very much looking forward to the strength of the nominal students. The academy had already sealed off the news, so the students did not know Feng Wuchen's identity. They only knew that Feng Wuchen was a good-for-nothing from Wushuang City who had awakened a second-grade martial soul. Only the prince of the imperial family knew of Feng Wuchen's identity. The genius students of the Skyflame Academy weren't weak, and Feng Wuchen was looking forward to exchanging blows with these geniuses. Rather than the empire's #1 genius prince, Feng Wuchen was looking forward to fighting with them. End of chapter 106. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.